Invincible Sixth Prince, Father Emperor, you have caused great suffering to your child. Chapter 1. This king wants to marry a female demon. Those with merits are promoted, those without are dismissed. In the Hall of Heavenly Blessings, the majestic voice made all civil and military officials bow their heads in unison. Father, I have something to report. The slightly lazy voice attracted everyone's attention, causing them to glance over with their peripheral vision. The young man in a dark cloud-patterned robe had already walked in front of the officials. Emperor Wu opened his slightly drooping eyelids, and his hand stopped tapping on the armrest abruptly. Speak. Your child wishes to marry General Jinbei's daughter, Yi Lian, as his wife. Please grant the marriage, Father Emperor. The voice of King Chu Shenyan echoed loudly in the hall, until the deathly silence prevailed. On the right, the drowsy Marquis Zhenghua Yi Tiansu suddenly opened his eyes wide when he heard the names of his son and granddaughter. The quiet Fengtian hall suddenly became lively in whispers. His Royal Highness the King of Chu actually wants to marry that ominous person. Other highnesses are avoiding it as much as possible. I really don't know what His Highness King Chu experienced during his 5 years away. Does His Highness the King of Chu want to use the power of the Yi family? Be cautious with your words, be cautious. Who is so concerned about my granddaughter? Let's talk about it with me? Yi Tianzi turned to the side, and the hoarse voice with a hint of anger instantly made the atmosphere tense. Quiet. Emperor Wu spoke. The entire hall suddenly quieted down. Emperor Wu looked at Shenyan, who was still in a bowing posture, and said, Lao Lu. I am here. Approved. Emperor Wu glanced at the old eunuch beside him. The old eunuch immediately understood and quickly bowed. This old slave will go prepare now. Okay. The emperor nodded and waved his hand to signal the end of the court session. Leave the court. The old eunuch swung his duster and shouted in a hoarse voice while dragging the public duck. Wow! All civil and military officials were shocked and raised their heads in astonishment. Did His Majesty really allow that ominous woman to enter the royal family? And don't give them the opportunity to speak at all. Shenyan was a little confused. Did he agree so readily? So straightforward? He is ready to have a showdown with these civil officials who like to quibble over words day by day, and he has thought of several versions of words. Yi Tianzi looked deeply at Shenyan, and a faint smile appeared on his lips without leaving a trace. Long live the emperor, long live forever. Leaving the Fengtian hall, Shenyan transformed into the protagonist of today's court meeting, naturally engaging in conversations with civil and military ministers and princes. Prince Chu is formidable. Congratulations to His Royal Highness King Chu. Sixth brother, you are really something. Congratulations, brother 6. Some people congratulate. Naturally there are also some who mock and make sarcastic remarks, but Shenyan welcomes all with a smiling face. Today is a good day. Shenyan hummed a little tune lightly as he walked, unconsciously reaching the back of the palace's departure procession. He is King Chu Shenyan, a time traveler. After a nap, I crossed back into the womb, and when I opened my eyes, I had a new name and a new identity. The sixth son of the current emperor of the Daqin dynasty. The sixth person. Although his status is good, he feels a headache when he thinks about having to compete for the throne with other princes in the future. When a jobless and powerless prince? Who knows if the one who successfully rises to power will launch a major purge? I'm afraid I won't even have the ability to resist when the time comes. From that time on, he had already planned 3 ways. The first way is to first win the emperor's favor by pretending to be a child prodigy, enter the view of the minister's early network connections, and have a positive confrontation with the other princes. The second way is to earn money by using the knowledge of 2 lifetimes, lying low and accumulating strength, waiting for the right moment to act, and becoming a true expert. The third way is relatively simple: make money, train loyal followers, and run away. The world is not just the Great Gon dynasty. Where can't he go with money and people? After a period of enjoying a life of luxury, he discovered something. Why do the names of people in this world all sound so familiar to him? After stringing together those names one by one, he realized that the ancient world he had crossed was not some fictional historical world at all. Timo is a novel world with a cultivation system. He came across this novel on a certain unofficial website and ended up reading it out of boredom. King Shenyan of Chu, he is the male lead number 1 in the novel. In addition to him, there are male second lead, male third lead, male fourth lead, male fifth lead, male sixth lead, several male leads. But there is only 1 female lead and 1 female antagonist. The female customer Ruoi is the daughter of Wu Chengho Gucheng, who was lost outside, and later was brought back. Female antagonist, the future female demon lord, is the daughter of General Jinbei Yifan Yi Lian, who is also the person he is going to marry now. It can appear on that website, and the content is somewhat irregular, so the plot is also very bizarre. In the original work, after Gu Ruoi was brought back by Marquis Wuching Guqing, she was basically loved by everyone, flowers bloomed wherever she went, and even passing animals had to linger for a while when they met her. No matter which male lead you are, when you see her, you have to be interested in her, then like her, and fall in love with her without using your brain. Looking at the female antagonist Yi Lian, she was born with sky blue eyes, considered ominous and heretical by others. Everyone except the Yi family feared and avoided her. But there was another surprise, and that is him, the male lead number one. In the original work, the two met a few times when they were young, and Shen Ian really liked those pair of blue eyes, so he said some words of praise. Since she could remember, Yi Lian had never heard anyone praise her beautiful eyes before. The small joy gradually turned into a hidden affection over time. The male lead falls in love with the female protagonist, and the female antagonist goes crazy for love in the melodramatic plot. Everyone started with open and secret struggles, minor conflicts, and then suddenly the emperor died, causing chaos in the world. The female demon leader attempted to overthrow the Great Gon dynasty and engaged in fierce battles with the protagonists. The grand finale, the achievement of the world's only female antagonist being injured. Yi Lian died under Shen Yian's sword. The world is peaceful, and the great army that went to defeat the female demon leader has returned to the capital of Daqian Tianwu City. The most dramatic thing happened. Gu Ruoi became the first empress of the Great Gon dynasty with the support of all the male leads. Looking back now, he doesn't even know how bored he was to be able to finish such a boring novel. Returning to the main topic, knowing how melodramatic the plot is, we definitely cannot follow the plot. Whoever wants to be the number one man can be. I'm not going to be the number one man. Female lead? He. Whoever likes the great grassland, go chase after it. This king is going to marry a female demon who is all his own. Bah! No! That is the future queen of this king. Who dares to say she is a female demon? After lurking for so many years, not to mention anything else, except for facing his own father, Emperor Wudi, he feels a bit weak. He is not afraid of anyone or any power. Prince of Chu. Yi Tianzi, who was walking behind, quickly walked over and greeted. Shen Ian smiled warmly and said, General Yi. I thank your highness, the king of Chu, for this. Compared to the Duke Xinguo who angrily scolded the officials in the court, the current Yi Tianzi's tone can be said to be extremely gentle. Shen Ian waved his hand and chuckled lightly. This king's promise to Li Yan back then will not be broken. Yi Tianzi was stunned for a moment and smiled. I wonder if Prince Chu has had breakfast? Would you like to join me? Okay, I heard that there is a tea house in the northern city that sells morning tea. Has General Yi been there? I am ashamed, except for attending court, I rarely go out. Yi Tianzi sighed lightly. This person became particularly lazy after getting old. No problem, I haven't been there either. Let's have breakfast tea together with General Yi. Ha, it just happens to let His Royal Highness Chu take this old man out to see the world. General Yi's words are heavy. North City. Shen Ian looked at the ancient buildings on both sides of the long street and couldn't help but sigh. After leaving for 5 years, this Tianwu city has changed so much that even I almost don't recognize it. Where has His Highness, the King of Chu, been in these past 5 years? Yi Tianzi couldn't help but ask curiously. When the 13th prince was 13 years old, he left a note and suddenly disappeared from the imperial palace. The emperor was shocked and angry. For the first time, the machinery of the Great Gon dynasty operated at full capacity without external enemies, all in search of one person. 5 years later, His Royal Highness the 6th prince suddenly returned to Tianwu city, causing a stir throughout the city. After being confined to the palace for half a year, the 6th prince, who had been away from home for a full 5 years, was not only granted a royal title but also became the highly esteemed Prince of Chu, making one wonder about His Majesty's intentions. Now your Majesty is in the prime of life. It is still early for the matter of the heir, but ultimately one must take a stand. The appearance of His Royal Highness King Chu made this somewhat clear situation become more obscure again. Shen Ian settled down, gazing at the vast and boundless blue sky above his head, ventured into the rivers and lakes, met a few people, fought many battles, obtained some treasures, searched for the path several times, looked at the world, and in the end, only the story of that 2 liang of wine remained. Chapter 2: The Beauty of the North. How can 2 liang of wine be enough to tell the story of the person in front of you? I can't see through it. After His Royal Highness King Chu returned, he could no longer see through the other party. His Royal Highness King Chu is humble. Yi Tianzi smiled as he stroked his beard. Although he was a military man, he also had the privilege of glimpsing a corner of the martial world. The world is big and wonderful. If he were to start over, free from burdens, he would still be the spirited young man in white, surely roaming the rivers and lakes, traveling the world with his sword. Prince Chu, this Jianghu is quite interesting, isn't it? Shen Ian chuckled softly. The martial world is indeed much more interesting than this Tianwu city. I agree with this. Ha ha ha. The old and the young suddenly burst into laughter together. The sound of the chin is delicate and melodious, like the clear and pure sound of a deep valley stream, touching the heartstrings. In the north there is a beauty, peerless and independent. Under the cool pavilion in the lake, a graceful figure sits playing the zither, with skin as fair as frost, resembling a celestial being. Her eyes sparkle like rippling waves, and her beautiful black hair cascades behind her. Her arms are as white as snow, and her slender jade fingers move lightly. A gentle breeze brushes past, tousling a few strands of her dark hair that frame her exquisite face. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, the lingering notes reached far away, and the rippling lake surface also calmed down. Wow! Mrs. Piano skills seem to be even more powerful than before. The maid standing by the lake exclaimed with admiration. What's this? You arrived at the mansion late and missed the scene of the young lady with 100 birds flying around and koi leaping in the water. That's what I call impressive. The taller maid beside her snorted lightly, looking particularly proud. Exquisite, beautiful lotus. A cold voice came from the pavilion. Hurry, the lady is calling us. The two maids did not dare to delay and quickly ran over. Mississippi. Help me go back. Yi Lian stood up. A black brocade ribbon had somehow wrapped around the just now reflecting the blue eyes of the sun, moon, and stars. Yes, miss. Jinxiu and Jin Lian each held a chin and supported Yi Lian as they slowly walked towards the study. Has Grandpa not come back yet? Yi Lian couldn't help but ask after setting up the guqin. At this time in the past, grandfather had already returned to the mansion after morning court and she should also go to pay her respects. Miss, the Duke has not returned to the mansion yet. I don't know what has delayed him. Jinxiu quickly replied. Let's wait a little longer. Yes, miss. Your Highness, I will go back first, so that Li Yan can taste the morning tea at this tea house while it's hot. 2 guards by Yi Tian's side each carry 2 pair wood food boxes. General Yi, take care. I will visit you another day. I am always ready to welcome His Highness, the King of Chu. As Yi Tianzi led the guards away, Shen Yian turned to look at the innkeeper of the tea house and asked, How's business been lately? Your Highness. With your blessings, may business prosper. Well, General Yi can dine for free next time. Yes, Your Highness. It's just. I don't know how to explain it to the Duke. Shen Yian hesitated slightly and said, I have already given it. I understand. Well, you go ahead and busy yourself. Your Highness, take care. The shopkeeper bowed and quickly walked a few steps to see Shen Yian off from the tea house. Chu King's mansion. Your Highness. You're back. The steward of the Wang mansion is a man with a full beard, 9 feet tall, with a thunderous voice. When he shouts, the neighboring mansion thinks it's going to rain. It's rare to find such a steward in the Tianwu city among the civil and military officials, as well as the prominent families. The door. Shen Yian responded somewhat helplessly. Sorry, Your Highness. Mandu realized that he had lost control of his voice, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Alright, you and Shanghai go to the study and wait for me. Yes, Your Highness. In the study, the door and another young man stood side by side on the left and right in front of the desk. The young man is Shanghai, in his early 20s, with slightly dark skin, wearing a blue armor, and carrying a long sword at his waist. He is the captain of the royal guard. Your Highness. The two of them saw Shen Yian walking in and quickly bowed to greet him. Shen Yian came to the desk and sat down on the crude office chair made of leather. Mendu, how are the things I asked you to pay attention to? Your Highness. Just as Your Highness expected, a carriage headed towards the Marquis of Wucheng's residence when the city gates opened today. Marquis Wucheng's mansion, Gu Ruoi. Shen Yian murmured softly, and the gears of this plot officially began to turn when Gu Ruoi arrived at Marquis Wucheng's mansion. Subsequently, Gu Ruoi appeared time and time again in the sight of these young masters and princes, attracting attention repeatedly, and a series of events occurred. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him anymore. He confirmed the other party's whereabouts just to determine which stage the plot was at. The door allows people to continue staring at the Marquis of Wucheng's mansion over there. Yes, Your Highness. Shanghai has been paying too much attention to the Wang mansion recently, be more careful. Shen Yian's eyes narrowed. I understand, Your Highness, I know what to do. Shanghai responded in a low voice. Well, you guys go busy. After giving some simple instructions, Shen Yian let the two of them go busy separately. After the two left the study, a dark mist twisted the space in the corner, and a thin man with a bronze beast mask walked out of it. Shen Yian held the teacup without seeming surprised. Hidden disaster, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Your Highness, the weeping old man has left the nightless city, and the rat is currently responsible for tracking him. The hidden disaster's voice was slightly hoarse, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, causing an inexplicable chill. I thought this old dog would hide in the nightless city for a while longer. Shen Yian sneered. The old man wept bitterly, and the left guardian of the demon sect from the outer heavens. This is the existence that runs through the entire original plot. From the early stage to the later stage, you can see his shadow. It can be said that Yi Li's ability to turn dark and become a female demon leader is inseparable from her credit. The only goal of the old man who cried and left the night city this time was Yi Liyan. Yi Liyan's azure eyes are not the cause of illness, nor are they an ominous sign, but rather the rare and mystical eyes of an immortal spirit. From ancient times to the present, people with immortal eyes and demon eyes have always been able to cause countless disputes between the righteous and demonic factions. In this life, according to the original setting, Yi Liyan alone bears the immortal spirit eye and the demon spirit eye. One thought makes a fairy, one thought makes a demon. The task of the weeping old man is to make Yi Liyan fall into the demon, awaken the demon spirit pupil, and bring her back to the city of eternal night to become the leader of the demon sect. The conditions for awakening the demon spirit's eyes are very harsh, requiring the other party to be willing and must receive a great stimulus. The downfall of the Yi family, the loss of loved ones, being despised by all, being detested by all, as if all the evil in the world arises because of her, whoever replaces her will also collapse mentally. However, Shinian still has questions about this. In the original work, the demonic sect deduced the existence of Yi Liyan through secret methods of divining the stars and determined her location. Your demon sect has secret techniques, but my great Qian dynasty also has immortals. The one in the show Tiangu of the Great Gon dynasty is known as the immortal of the present world. Great Qian Guosher Lu Wenchuan. With the ability of that old man, calculating a celestial eye and a demon eye is like holding a knife. However, since he was born, Shinian has not yet seen what measures his family has taken against Yi Liyan. The Shin family doesn't know? Not possible. Today, my old man's attitude is clearly knowing the inside story. The royal family cares the most about face, otherwise how could they let him marry someone who was considered an ominous presence by everyone? After a moment of thought, Shinian gave up. The old man's mind was also unpredictable for a while. When the enemy comes, the water will cover the earth. There are more important things at the moment. Shinian's eyes suddenly showed a strong killing intent. That old dog will definitely pass through the Tianmen Pass, let the tiger ambush and kill him there. You should also go there once, don't let that old dog escape. Conceal disaster and accept fate. Chapter 3 Marriage. After the early morning, the city of Wucheng was once again stirred up by the sixth prince. Oh no, it should be the Prince of Chu, causing some ripples. I heard that His Royal Highness King Chu today, in front of civil and military officials, asked Your Majesty to grant a marriage. Hiss. Marriage proposal? His Royal Highness the King of Chu has set his eyes on which family's daughter. I'm telling you, don't go around spreading rumors. Quickly, who is it? That one from the Marquis of Jinggua's residence. Is it true? Could it be that His Highness King Chu has lost his mind? I don't know, but I heard that ominous person is an unparalleled beauty. Peerless beauty? Have you seen it? No, just heard. TSK, what if she's a 200-pound woman like in your family? Damn, it's really uncertain. In the rather stereotypical impression of everyone, those young ladies who are proficient in poetry, rites, family traditions, etiquette, and various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are almost all descendants of civil officials or come from wealthy families. On the other hand, those bold and straightforward young ladies who are unconstrained in their conduct and demeanor seem to be the descendants of military generals, influenced by their fathers in military life. For example, the daughter of the Duke of Dongping, who is over 9 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, has the strength of 10,000 caddies in her arms. She once fought and killed a bear monster bare-handed, earning her the title of Bear King, further deepening the stereotype in people's minds. Eastern Palace Crown Prince's Mansion. A wisp of white smoke, like a white dragon soaring into the sky, curls up from the censer. Prince, the fifth prince requests an audience. The young eunuch said respectfully. On the bed, the young man with a cold expression opened his eyes and lightly said, "Let him in," as he flicked the purple sleeve embroidered with golden auspicious clouds. Cough, cough, cough. Big brother, why do you always smoke this crappy cigarette? Aren't you afraid of choking? The disdainful voice approached from a distance, and a young man in a fiery red outfit waved his hand as he walked to the bedside. Shin Mukin sat up a little impatiently and said, "What brings you to the palace?" Shin Tengfeng rubbed his hands and chuckled, "Isn't my brother here to help Big Brother solve his problems? What worries you solves what difficulties?" Shan Mukin frowned. "Big brother, are you there in the early morning? Haven't you heard that Lao Lu is going to marry the ominous girl from the Yi family? That's sixth brother's happy occasion. Why, you seem very dissatisfied? Could it be that fifth brother also has his eyes on Yi Liyan?" Shin Tang waved his hand in a frustrated manner. "How is that possible? I haven't even seen what she looks like. Just hearing those rumors about her makes me have to walk around the Jinghua mansion. Hey big brother, you've led me astray. I'm really here to help you out of your troubles. Oh? Let the fifth brother speak. Shen Mukin stood with one foot on the bed and one hand supporting his head, showing great interest. Cough, cough. Shen Tengfeng rubbed his fingers and coughed deliberately twice. How much? 500 taels, 300 taels is enough. Shen Tengfeng observed Shen Mukin's expression and quickly changed his mind. Cicada, see the guest off. Shen Mukin waved to the young eunuch. No, big brother, 200 taels is enough. Ah, Cicada. 100 taels. It's going to be 100 taels. Big brother, can you bear to watch your younger brother starve to death on the street? Shen Mukin raised his hand. Speak. Shen Tingfeng quickly cleared his throat with joy. Once Lao Lu marries that ominous woman, it is equivalent to having the support of the Yi family behind him. Although the Yi family has an ominous daughter, they have great prestige in the military. Especially the Duke of Zhenghua, a veteran of 2 dynasties, the general of the northern garrison, was even appointed as the Grand Marshal of the army by his grandfather, and made extraordinary contributions to the expansion of territory for the great Gan dynasty. With such a person supporting the 6th prince from behind, don't you, big brother, feel any sense of crisis? Why should this palace feel a sense of crisis? Shen Mukin said indifferently. Big brother, aren't you afraid of Lao Lu? Shintang's witty remark was met with a cold stare from Shen Mukin before he could even finish his sentence. How does this palace usually teach you? Some things are not for you to say, so keep them to yourself. My younger brother's intention is to stir up this marriage to avoid having too many dreams at night. He. Shen Tingfeng scratched his head and smiled. In case Shen Mukin doesn't become the emperor, how will he enjoy wealth and glory as a carefree prince? The imperial decree has been issued, there is no reason to retract it. Or are you daring to retract the imperial decree on behalf of the emperor? Big brother, you can't say that casually. Shen Tingfeng hurriedly waved his hand. This accusation could make the emperor peel off 2 layers of his skin. Shen Mukin stood up and walked to Shen Tingfeng's side, saying lightly, next time you come for money, just be direct, say less idle talk to avoid being overheard by those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, think about how to perform well and let the emperor grant you a title of nobility to move out of the palace soon. Shen Tingfeng's face turned dark, and he sarcastically said, I also want to, but big brother, look at how father deducts my salary every month. I'm almost broke, how can I perform well when I'm both poor and hungry? Go to fewer places of wind, flowers, snow, and moon to avoid trouble, how could you make the emperor angry and withhold your salary? Akan, take him to get the money. Shen Mukin turned around and impatiently waved his hand, saying that if it weren't for being true brothers with the same parents, he really didn't want to deal with this famous playboy younger brother in Tianwu City. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely come to visit you often when I have time. He. Duke Xin's mansion. A eunuch in red robes, holding an imperial decree, led a group of eunuchs and guards into the mansion in a grand and imposing manner. Miss, why are there so many people from the palace here? Jin Lian asked softly. Shu, be quiet. Yi Lian signaled the 2 women not to speak. Jinxiu and Jin Lian quickly closed their mouths. Mr. Su. Yi Tianzi bowed. Congratulations, Duke, please receive the decree. Mr. Su opened the imperial edict and smiled. The people of the Duke's mansion present all knelt down in unison with Yi Tianzi's movements. I have heard that General Yi Fengji's daughter, Yi Lian, is skilled, elegant, outstanding in appearance, and virtuous and talented. To become a beautiful woman, I will specially betroth you to the king of Chu as his queen. Sheen this. I, the humble servant, accept the imperial decree with gratitude. Yi Tianzi took the imperial decree with both hands and respectfully said. Miss. Jinxiu and Jin Lian clearly felt their young lady's body tremble slightly. Lord Gua, your family will be considered as royal relatives in the future, congratulations. Mr. Su couldn't help but glance a few more times at Yi Lian standing not far away. People all say that the residence of the Duke of Jingui is a woman of ill omen, but how many people have truly seen her? Even if a black silk ribbon is wrapped around the eyes, it is still difficult to hide that peerless beauty. Now, at first sight, everything seems to make sense. Mr. Su, you're too polite, Afu. Yi Tianzi called out. The steward of the Duke's mansion, who was standing not far away, quickly stepped forward and skillfully took out a silver bag from his waist. Su Gon, a little money for tea. Mr. Su silently took the silver bag and his eyes were almost smiling into a line. Duke, this slave will take her leave first. Mr. Su, take care. After the crowd of people and horses left the mansion, Yi Tianzi spat and said, Bah, old eunuch. If he didn't know what decree the other party had brought, he wouldn't have given the other party a good face at all. Miss, are you okay? Upon hearing the worried voice of Jinxiu, Yi Tianzi suddenly turned around. The black ribbon had long been soaked with tears, and 2 tear marks trickled down. Li Yan? What's wrong with you? Yi Li Yan, supported by the two beautiful women, shook her head like a tambourine and said, I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm just too happy. After Grandpa returned to the mansion, he told her that something good would happen today. She was curious, but she never expected it to be a marriage decree. The longing and yearning she felt day and night turned into tears that flowed uncontrollably at that moment. Yi Tianzi couldn't help but sigh. Heaven has mercy on the Yi family. In his lifetime, he was able to see his poor granddaughter find a good home. He can be considered without regrets. Chapter 4, The Fifth Prince. Your Highness, His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince seeks an audience, saying he has come to say goodbye. The concierge in charge of delivering the message trotted all the way to the mansion. Why? It's directly here to ask for money, right? Shen Ian shook his head and smiled. In Tianwu City, from the emperor down to the beggars, who doesn't know the virtue of his fifth prince Shen Tingfeng? Lead him to the king. Yes, Your Highness. Shen Ian went out of the room and ordered the attendant to prepare some tea and snacks, then walked towards the pavilion alone. Shen Tingfeng. This guy is the original male lead number 2 in existence. Don't look at him as a big dude. Just by being able to move freely between the royals and the ministers, this ability is not something that ordinary people can have. Sixth brother. Before his feet even stepped into the courtyard, Shen Tingfeng began to shout at the top of his voice. The concierge took a few tight steps ahead but was still crossed by the fiery red figure behind him. Shen Ian got up and laughed. Fifth brother, what wind blew you here? Ah, fifth brother isn't here to congratulate you. When is the big wedding? So that fifth brother can eat the wedding wine and get a taste of the joy. Shen Tingfeng laughed with a big grin. Shen Ian deliberately aimed his gaze at Shen Tingfeng's empty hands. Did I come empty-handed? Shen Tingfeng somewhat awkwardly rubbed his hand against his clothes. Sixth brother, you also know that father always deducts my salary, and recently I am shy. When sixth brother's big wedding, I will make up for it, hee. Fifth brother can come to congratulate. Sixth brother will be very happy. The relationship between brothers do not need those mundane things to prove? Shen Ian smiled bashfully. Yes. Sixth brother has a point. This sentence has made Shen Tingfeng even more embarrassed. He was originally the pit. No. Was borrowing money to come. Fifth brother, please take a seat. Recently the Flower Township Shai in the city has produced some new dim sum. It's just the right time to share a taste with fifth brother. Shen Tingfeng looked at the exquisite pastries on the stone table and smacked his lips. Sixth brother's life is much more nourishing than fifth brother's. These treats must not be worth 100 taels of silver? Hua Xiangjai's pastries have instantly become the object of pursuit for the upper class in Tianwu City since that day's explosion, and the daily supply almost exceeds the demand, not to mention the new products, and the price is almost speculated to the sky. Fifth brother is joking. Sixth brother was fortunate to have a high-ranking person who knew the owner of that flower country fast and got some for free. A tall person? You're so sociable, sixth brother. You know that tall man, brother 5, too. Shen Tingfeng asked with wide-eyed curiosity with his teacup. Who is it? Father. Put. Shen Tingfeng squirted out all the tea that had entered his mouth with a twist of his head. Hua Xiangjai dim sum deeply loved by those concubines in the palace. Every day the palace will send people to pick up goods. The royal family is the most important customers of Hua Xiangjai. Ha? From father? Shen Tingfeng had a look of having seen a ghost. Fifth brother didn't? Shen Ian blinked with an innocent expression. All, part of it? All of them, I think father sent them yesterday. The steward said a red-coated eunuch led the way, followed by a carriage full of wrapped treats. Shen Tingfeng pressed his hand against his chest. Suddenly his heart hurt. Logically, he lived in the palace and should be the first to receive the treats, but it turned out that he didn't even get a hair. Did father not treat him so well? Or had he forgotten him? Next, Shen Tingfeng, as if taking revenge, angrily gulped down the snacks, choking several times in the meantime. I have to say, the dim sum at Hanagozai is really good. Sweetness in my mouth, pain in my heart. Fifth brother likes it so much. There are still quite a few in the mansion. Sixth brother alone can't finish it, so you might as well bring it all back. Ooh, sixth brother, you're so good to fifth brother. Shen Tingfeng wiped the corners of his mouth and moved. Sixth brother, don't worry, you have fifth brother in your heart. If you have something to find fifth brother in the future, fifth brother will help you. After drawing the big cake, Shen Tingfeng burped and left the royal residence leisurely with a big bag of snacks. Passing by the gambling house, listening to the shouts of the buy and sell, Shen Tingfeng's entire body snapped back into focus. Didn't he go to the Chu King's mansion to go borrow money? Why did you come out with a snack? I'd been fooled by old Six. Hey. This brother, I see that you are a talented man. I have a package of Hua Xiangjai's new snacks, 500 taels of silver to sell you. I can't lose, but can't be fooled. The brocade-clothed youth shook off Shen Tingfeng's hand with an expression of looking at a retard. You're sick. Where did you get that brainwashed person from? Pop. Shen Tingfeng grinned at his words and went up to a big BB pocket, flashing his golden waistplate with a sardonic smile. Kid, see clearly who you're cursing? The end of insulting the royal family. Jia jia jia. This palace asks you again, 500 taels, to buy or not to buy. You're His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince? The youth covered his red and swollen face with an expression of having eaten sure. Just now you scolded me, get it? The youth was on the verge of crying. How could he be so unlucky? He could meet this big fatalist on the road. Your Highness, I only have a silver ticket of 200 taels on my whole body. It's fine, this palace likes to make friends, and I'll make you a friend today. Come on, the palace is going to have a good heart-to-heart talk with this new friend of yours. Shen Tingfeng stepped forward and took the youth's shoulders and smiled even more perversely. Thought it was some kind of small fry, but didn't realize it was a fat goat. Jia jia jia. Mendu, run to Hanagozai and ask for some freshly baked treats, and a cake, and a fruit one. Mendu hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? This configuration, no surprise, Your Highness is preparing to go to the Jingui Gongfu. No need, by the way. Take this and go show it to the owner of Hanagozai, he knows what to do. Shen Ian threw a black iron token into Mendu's hands. Yes, Your Highness. Shen Ian sat behind the chessboard and closed his eyes, his invisible divine sense extended outwards continuously until it touched an invisible wall before retracting. Still close? Rumor has it that when you step into that realm, your divine sense can travel 10,000 miles, and the size of the world is just a thought away. The original storyline is now only useful for borrowing, and it's unknown where it will go in the future. Even in the face of the unknown, as long as you have enough strength, you can be fearless. The hidden plague is gone. I didn't think it would be you who came to play some chess? Shen Ian was somewhat surprised with a smile. Hidden guard Fuxing has met His Highness, the King of Chu. The black Confucian-robed man dragged his long sleeves and arched his hand. Hidden guards, Shen Ian training of the Dead Soldiers Organization, he grew up training the beggar, but also he walked the rivers and lakes recruited people who can do. The scale is not how huge, to protect their own wanna protect the people is enough. Without further words, Fu Shang had already sat down on his knees in front of the chessboard and played with the black disc. Interesting. Shen Ian laughed lightly and slowly pinched up a white seed. Pop. T on Yuan. Chapter 5, Holding Hands. Your Highness, someone has been following us. Shanghai's afterglow glanced to the back, gripping the hilt of his sword with killing intent in his eyes. The scouts around the royal residency had already brought people to clean up once, and the ones that hadn't been cleaned up had already been withdrawn, and he didn't think that there would be any more to accompany His Highness out this time. Don't worry about it, it will be taken care of. In the carriage, Shen Ian let out a light laugh. Those old guys in the court are really interesting. Since he moved from the palace to the royal residence, he hates to even want to know when he goes to the toilet. Sending these no-good guys is nothing more than trying to test the depths of their own waters. There were people from the crown prince's party, a few princes, and some wallflowers. Flies? Just shoot it or it'll just gather more and more. The carriage moved forward leisurely. Shen Ian suddenly lifted a corner of the sedan chair curtain to look at the unknown dark alley. In the alley came the sound of a few sharp weapons entering the body, followed by the faint smell of blood. Fu Shang stood deep in the alley and bowed with his hands before reappearing into the darkness. Shen Ian nodded and smoothly dropped the sedan chair curtain. This is Tianwu City, under the Emperor's watchful eye. Every day some poor fellow dies in the entanglement of the interests of the bigwigs. Your Highness, the Jingguigong mansion has arrived. Aha! Under Chang Hai's support, Shen Ian walked down the carriage. Your Highness, the King of Chu, has come to visit. I've been remiss in welcoming you. Hearing the housekeeper of the residence informing him, Yi Tianzi hurriedly rushed out. General Yi, last time this king came in a hurry. This time he specially prepared some thin gifts. Please don't mind General Yi. Your Highness is really too polite. What's the point of bringing a gift when you come to old man's place? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the smile on Yi Tianzi's face grew thicker. As a child, Shen Ian had something to run to his mansion to find Li Yin to play. The two of them were small, were grown up under his watch. He probably understood Shen Ian even better than His Majesty, and because of that understanding, he was also comfortable in trusting Li Yin to the other party. Later on, this one suddenly left Tianwu City. Looking at his granddaughter's waning appearance, was also worried for a long time, and even also sent a lot of people to search. If it were not for the letters that came from time to time to prove that Shen Ian was unharmed, his own poor granddaughter was afraid that she would become sick with longing. One couldn't help but feel that this time had passed so quickly, and that His Highness the Sixth Prince at the time had already grown into His Highness the King of Chu. Your Highness, come in quickly, ha ha ha. Yi Tianzi led the way in front, and Shen Ian followed behind. In the hall, an old man and a young man exchanged a few more pleasantries. Where Yi Tianzi didn't know Shen Yi's intention, he, an old man, wouldn't get involved in other people's young couples' affairs. It was a good time to take advantage of this effort to go and have the chef in the mansion prepare a good dinner for Shen Yi and himself. Your Highness, the old man still has some unfinished business to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself for a while. Just go about your business, General Yi. That Your Highness, Li Yan is already waiting in the study, you can just go yourself. As a military general, he really will not be the kind of crepe, beating around the bush to speak, or straight to the point. This sentence gave Shen Yi a blush on his old face. General Yi is polite. You're welcome, Your Highness, please make yourself at home, I'll go and get busy first. In the study, the two girls, Jinxiu and Jinlian, poked their little heads out of the doorway and kept looking around from left to right. Sister Xiao, is His Highness King Chu handsome? Didn't you see the King of Chu come down last time? Jinlian was a little aggravated. I stood too far away last time and didn't see it clearly. Let's put it this way, the Duke's world is matchless, and the stranger is like jade. It's the most appropriate way to describe His Highness the King of Chu and the young lady. Sister Xiao. Leonard doesn't understand. You usually know how to doze off when you read after Mississippi. Jin Xiao pinched Jinlian's little face a bit in a bad way. Leonard knows it's wrong. Jinxiu Jinlian, don't fool around. If His Highness sees you, what is decent? Yi Li Yan couldn't help but rant. Jinxiu Lotus knows she is wrong. The two women hurriedly bowed their heads and stood still. Well, what's this about? Shen Yi breezed into the study and saw the scene in front of him as soon as he came in. The maidservants see Your Highness, King Chu. The two women hurriedly said in a respectful voice. Jinlian lowered her head and lifted her eyes to carefully observe this Chu King Highness in front of her, and for a moment she actually looked a bit mesmerized. In his heart, he realized the meaning of Sister Xiao's phrase, His Excellency is unmatched in the world. In front of me, the handsome, peerless young man is like an exiled immortal coming out of the scroll, revealing a transcendent temperament between his eyebrows, and his knitted brows and smile can make people feel as if they are in the spring breeze, making people feel that the immortal above the 9 heavens is just like that. Jinxiu, who grew up with her own young lady, also looked dumbfounded. How come she didn't realize before that His Highness the King of Chu would be so handsome? Shen Yi wouldn't have thought about how much lethality the change in temperament paired with this handsome face would bring to ordinary people since the strength came up. Li Yan sees His Highness King Chu. Yi Li Yan also followed the two women and hurriedly lowered her small head. Did His Highness see himself reprimanding Jin Xiu and the others just now? Your Highness doesn't think she's going to be one of those mean, bad women, does she? Whoops. What to do? Exempt and disrespectful. Shen Yi smiled helplessly. This cumbersome etiquette, it was really more and more the older he got. Back in the day, Yi Li Yan would have jumped up and down and run over to pull herself to play around. Jinxiu, you guys can step back first. Yes, Your Highness. When the two women left, Shen Yi looked at Yi Li Yan and couldn't help but blame her a little. Why did you wrap your eyes around it again? Your Highness, Yi Li Yan wanted to open her mouth, but she only felt a soft wind on her face. The black silk ribbon wrapped around her had fallen, and her eyes were bright for a while. Shen Yi thoughtfully used his big hand to cover the light for him and said, slow down for a while first, be careful of hurting your eyes. Yes. Your Highness. Yi Li Yan answered with a glutinous red ear, not the least bit as cool as she normally spoke. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Shen Yi's thoughts were somewhat pulled away. At first maybe it was just a case of spermatozoa trying to buck the trend, you all go after the heroine, so I'll go after the demoness. Slowly, with longer contact, he realized that he had completely fallen in love with this somewhat dull and silly girl. Silly girl, don't worry, with him around, everything that should have happened in the original will never happen. For a long time, Yi Li Yan suddenly felt a light in front of her eyes. The face that she had missed day and night was presented in front of her, and her eyes could not help but redden. In his heart, he secretly said, Yi Li Yan, you have to hold back, you can't cry. Today is a happy day, how can we disturb Your Highness? Last time I came in a hurry, I didn't accompany you properly, I'm sorry. Shen Yi couldn't help but be stunned. This girl's eyes were still as nice as ever. The last time he came was when he had just ended his confinement and was knighted out of the palace, and because he missed this girl, he took advantage of the move to make a trip to the Jingui Gongfu. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Yi family, without waiting for Yi Tianzi to stay, Mendu hurriedly ran to call himself back. Li Yan is happy that Your Highness can come. Yi Li Yan shook her little head vigorously. Her little face as pink as a peach blossom was adorable. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment and reached out his big hand to grab the small hand that was a bit overwhelmed. He could clearly feel Yi Li Yan's body visibly tremble, her small face wanting to be pink, but she didn't have the intention to refuse. Ancient feudal background. Men and women are not intimate, pulling a small hand if seen, those literati as if the mother of one wildly sprayed like a mother to demean. If this was in his previous life, not to mention pulling a small hand, should he do it or not, he. Ahem. Go sit in the pavilion in the lake, this king will tell you those interesting stories in the Jianghu. Yes, your highness. Yi Lian's pale blue eyes lit up. Feeling the heat coming from her big hands, it was hard to hide another shyness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 6 Shen Tingfeng was assassinated by Lao Lu. Your highness, who is more powerful, the four great sword immortals or the sword saint? Yi Lian pursed her rosy little mouth, her eyes filled with curiosity. Since childhood, living in Jingguo Gongfu, rarely go outside that vast world does not attract her as false. In terms of strength, this king thinks that old man sword saint can press the four great sword immortals. The only one in the world sword sage Peiman, this name alone can overpower the four great sword immortals. Shen Yiyan put down his teacup and smiled bitterly. This king has gone to Tiannan Sword City 3 times in total, and asked the old man towards the sword saint about the sword 3 times. With the first sword, the king knew he would not be defeated and ran away. The second sword, which the king took, had a few ribs cut off. The third sword, the king took it and rubbed tea with that old man. Yi Lian heard Shen Yiyan ribs were cut, several small face instantly white, full of nervousness, small hands involuntarily grabbed the other party's corner. Your highness, there are some spirit medicines left behind by my father in the mansion that can cure dark diseases, I'll go get them for your highness. Shen Yiyan pulled the little hand and laughed. Silly girl, the elixir you have here, doesn't the palace have it? Don't worry, nothing happened to the king. Your highness, Li Yan is not stupid. Yi Lian shyly blushed her little face and softly returned. This adorable look made Shen Yiyan's teenage heart shake hard. No way, just these 2 days, he looked for his own master to thoroughly set a good day. Big wedding, must be big wedding. His Highness, the King of Chu. Miss. His Highness the 5th Prince is coming down. Jinxiu trotted all the way over to report sharply. Shen Yiyan raised his eyebrows. This Shen Tangfeng is really dilly-dallying everywhere, all dilly-dallying to the Jingui Gongfu. Let's go together to meet this 5th brother of the king. He has just asked for a big bag of snacks from the king. Your highness, wait a moment. Yi Lian instinctively went to grab the black brocade belt on the table. Silly girl, what's the point of always wearing it? Shen Yiyan grabbed it first and picked it up. But, your highness. Li Yan. Yi Lian lowered her small head. How did she not know about all the gossip outside, that she was an ominous daughter, a calamity? Every time she thought about it, those words stuck in her heart like a thorn, as if the only way to lessen some of the sting was to deceive herself. She sometimes wondered whether such a self was worthy of his highness. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for her to hide in a corner and silently bless the person in her heart. If it weren't for myself. Mother might not have. What's that little head thinking about all day long? The small head sank as a large hand touched her forehead at some point. The unfading blush on Yi Lian's face had even spread to her snow-white swan neck. What is ominous, what is calamitous? It's just those worldly guys who are blind. You are not allowed to wear it again as long as the king is here. You are this king's future royal consort. Who dares to mock you? This king will make him look good. Shen Yiyan's gaze was serious, feeling that his current self was both overbearing and middle-aged, having a kind of fictional overbearing president's sense of vision, and feeling a bit embarrassed after a fine taste. Your highness. Yi Lian's eyes were filled with tears, her heart could no longer hide the surging feelings, and the whole person suddenly embraced the person she was thinking about. Silly girl. Shen Yiyan laughed dumbly and slowly wrapped his arms around that slender waist. Hiccup. Jinxiu lightly let out a hiccup and hastily covered her small mouth, not knowing why. Obviously her stomach was empty, but now she suddenly had a feeling of fullness. Ha, 5th Highness is truly a rare guest. Yi Tianzi looked at Shen Tingfeng and said with a leathery smile. This palace has come specially to give Yi Guogong Dao Shi. Shen Tingfeng slaughtered a wave of fat sheep from the flower building out after sneaking around for a while, unconsciously slipped to the vicinity of the Jingguo Gongfu, so he came to take a look and see if he could rub something. Are you afraid of bad luck? TSK. This ominous woman is really as terrible as the rumors. The Yi family will be more than 10 years of peace and quiet. The father and the emperor will let her into the royal family, but a little bit of brain will not think that the rumors are true. Fools are fools. I hereby thank your 5th Highness. Yi Tianzi saluted. Lord Yi is polite. After the pleasantries, an old man and a young man just stood there wide-eyed. Yi Tianzi cannot help but raise an eyebrow. This is not after the wedding. You do not go to rely on what? Aishan Guogongfu cannot stay you Shen Tingfeng dinner. Shen Tingfeng face of the smiler fast in the wind stiff, their own hall a prince to give you to congratulate, you as a country gong did not show some? This point in time, stay yourself to eat a dinner also line 5th brother. What a coincidence. 6th brother. Shen Tingfeng was shocked in his heart. Damn, why is this old 6 also there? Shen Yiyan walked over with a smile. Sixth brother, why are you also? Halfway through his words, Shin Tingfeng noticed the two women following behind Shin Ian, and his eyes instantly straightened. Fairy? See your highness the fifth prince. Yi Lian led Jinxiu to salute. Those pale blue eyes were even clearer and brighter in the evening sunlight, making them evocative. Sixth brother. This is? Shin Ian smiled and introduced, this king's future crown princess, Yi Lian. Hearing this, the silly girl lowered her little head in embarrassment with shyness in her eyes. Rely on STH. Shin Tingfeng man had gone numb. No wonder this old six would beg his father for a marriage in front of the civil and military officials during the morning court. The four beauties of Tianwu City were afraid that they would all pale quite a bit in front of this one. The Duke of Jin's mansion is awesome. After all these years, the mansion has hidden a fairy. He also heard that from time to time, the sound of fairy music like zither would come out from within the Jinguagong's residence, and he thought that it was also this one's masterpiece, and the more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. This old sixth brother. Good fortune. After holding his tongue for half a day, Shin Tingfeng stretched out his thumb and said, You're a real old man. Sneaking around in a golden house to hide your daughter, right? If he had known that this Yi family member had such a stunning beauty, he would have definitely made the first move. Shin Tingfeng probably couldn't have imagined that when he popped up with this idea, it was the closest he'd ever come to death. Shin Ian arched his hand and smiled, many thanks for fifth brother's blessing. Unsurprisingly, another gust of wind would blow through the entire Tianwu city tomorrow. Regardless of the era, face value seems to be important, and as long as one is good looking, even sins can be reduced by 3 points. Slowly, he wanted to make all those gossips disappear, so that the first thing that came to mind when mentioning Yi Lian was not ominous, calamitous, and other derogatory terms, but rather lucky, magnificent, and other positive terms. That, sixth brother, Dookie, and Missy, this palace has things to do, so I'll leave first. Shin Tingfeng only felt that he shouldn't stay here. People were considered a family. What was he, a dabbler? The good mood of the day fell to a low point twice in a row after meeting Shin Ian, the old six, who was the ominous presence, right? Take care, fifth brother. Your Highness, the fifth prince, take your time. The crowd sent Shin Tingfeng away. Yi Tianzi couldn't help but pinch his waist. This is a great rarity. Counting this time, His Royal Highness the fifth prince has only been here 3 times in so many years. The first time was to find Shin Ian, the second time was ordered to deliver something, and the third time was this time. Fifth brother is a busy man. Shin Ian let out a light laugh. Your Highness King of Chu, old man has already prepared a dinner. Stay and have a few drinks together? Good, then I'll trouble General Yi. Shin Ian did not refuse. Ah, it hurts. Ah, foo. Go to the wine cellar and get the innermost good wine. Old me and His Highness the King of Chu will not get drunk tonight. Chapter 7, The wind is picking up. Your Highness. You're back. Aha. The next day, the sun rose, Shin Ian stretched his waist and returned to the royal mansion, and Mendu was waiting at the main gate early. Yesterday, he was poured a lot of wine by Yi Tianzi, and today, he went to the morning court. The feeling was exactly the same as going to the morning study hall the next day after a high school all-nighter. I wanted to stand in the corner and squint for a while, but I didn't want this group of ministers to argue again. Quarrels are quarrelsome, those who cry poor, and those who ask for money ask for money. A good court will be more lively than a food market. Woody is like the teacher of the class, from time to time a quiet to let everyone quiet down, and then within a few minutes will be noisy again. Shin Ian was very envious of old 8 and the others, who were not yet old enough to bind their hair 15 and didn't have to go to the court to listen to the government according to the old man's requirements. Of course there's an exception to everything, and that's Shin Tingfeng, the king of the ultimate swingers, who can also do without the court. Mendu, the king will go and rest for a while, and come and call the king at noon. Your Highness, according to the arrangement, you need to go to the academy to study at the 6th hour today. Mendu drew out the note on his sleeve and said seriously. The academy? Shin Ian froze. The academy, as the name suggests, is a place to study. Tianwu Academy, affiliated with the royal family, the students inside are all the children of the royal family or ministers. This term of Mr. Shuyuan is not an ordinary person, it is by the sage of Wen's great disciple Zhou Xiu's, even the emperor of the martial arts to see also have to respect a Mr. Since Emperor Wu came to power, the wind of martial arts has blown throughout the great Qian dynasty. Literature can secure the state and martial arts can define the country. Emperor Wu for literature is also extraordinarily important. Everywhere the construction of academies at the same time set up a series of assessment of the institutions used to screen talents. The form is similar to the previous generation of the imperial examinations. The second is the stringent requirements for them. The royal princesses, whether you have an official position or a title on the line, you must graduate from the academy before you can no longer go. No go. Shin Ian answered cleanly. Your Highness, if you don't go, what about His Majesty's side? The academy has a roll call, and it's clear who came and who didn't. In the evening, after the academy closed, this roll call was to be sent by the guards to the palace for Emperor Wu's inspection. The big deal is to go to the palace once at night. Shin Ian waved his hand indifferently. What's the use of learning all that literary stuff? He could probably become a saint in situ by copying some famous lines from the 4 books and 5 classics. With this time, he might as well make an extra trip to the Jinghua Gongfu to hold little hands with Li Yan. Your Highness is fierce. Doors are thumbs up. Mendu, get a light meal for lunch. Yes, Your Highness. My subordinate will go and make arrangements now. Tianwu Academy. Zhou Xiu, who was dressed in a white tunic, called out again with the roll call book, Shin Ian. There was a sudden silence in the schoolroom. Old Six is so fierce, he dared not even come to the Shuyuan Kaikan today. Shin Tingfeng heart that is incomparable admiration, he did not dare to skip a class. Shin Ian directly skipped. Fifth brother, I see you looking excited today. Have you discovered something interesting again? The fourth Prince Song King Shinjingyu, who was sitting on the side, asked with a smile on his face. Fourth brother, I've discovered a big secret, I just don't know how sincere you are. Shin Tengfeng rubbed his fingers together. Oh? Shinjingyu took down the wrist of the gold bracelet, light smile. This king today go in a hurry, did not bring silver bag. I do not know the fifth brother, this can? Shin Tengfeng took the gold bracelet, also do not mind burying on the bite, confirmed that it is real gold after a smile. Can. 2 can. Fourth brother. Fourth brother, come closer. Shin Tengfeng tilted his body some to whisper in Shin Jingyu's ear. Oh? A fairy? An absolute beauty? Interesting. Shin Jingyu smiled with interest at his words. Fourth brother, fifth brother, what are you guys talking about? Shin Luanyan, the seventh prince sitting behind Shin Tingfeng, curiously stretched out his little head, his face still having remnants of his unfaded childishness. Shin Tingfeng came to the rescue and rubbed his fingers together. Shin Luanyan's small face collapsed. Fifth brother, you know me, I'm even poorer than you. Fifth brother. Shin Jingyu graciously took off another gold bracelet from his left wrist. Shin Tengfeng subconsciously aimed at Shin Jingyu's feet. Why did he get the feeling that each of these guys was richer than the other after they were knighted? Don't look, fifth brother, it's gone. Ahem, Chita, lean over a bit. Shin Tengfeng did not move and took the gold bracelet and hooked his finger. A few seconds later, Shin Luanyan had an incredulous expression on his face. Seriously, fifth brother. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. I'm not going to lie to you. Quiet. Closing the roll call book, Zhou Xiu summoned a book boy. You go to the Chu King's residence and inquire about His Highness. Yes, sir. Chu King's mansion. I am the book boy of the academy, and I have come on behalf of Mr. Chu to ask why His Highness the King of Chu did not come to the academy today. The book boy stood in front of Mendu and spoke with some nervousness, obviously having been intimidated by Mendu's appearance. His Highness is not feeling well today, so please tell the gentleman. Mendu arched his hand. I'll pass it on to sir, excuse me. The book boy saluted and trotted away. Mendu can't help but sigh. Fortunately his head turned fast enough. Without him, this royal family is afraid to be scattered, alas. At noon, the academy to rest time. Shin Tingfeng, 2 eyes put green light, caught a person to ask. This palace, this has a big secret, want to know? In one round, Shin Tingfeng earned a lot of money, and the things about Yi Lian also spread thoroughly. Have you heard? That ominous daughter of the Yi family is even more beautiful than the 4 beauties. What? Duke Ye's granddaughter looks just like a fairy? I've heard that the one in the Duke of Jun's residence is of unparalleled beauty. Stories tend to get more esoteric the more they are passed around. There were even rumors that Yi Lian was a cursed fairy forced to descend to earth. The topic about Yi Lian also changed from ominous and calamitous to a discussion about face value for a while. Even the 4 beauties of Tianwu City were caught up in the whirlpool of public opinion. The audience is curious about whether the appearance of this fairy will make the 4 beauties become 5 beauties. When this gust of wind completely blowing, there is no lack of some dead good people want to catch a glimpse of the fairy face. Some death-defying guys went so far as to pickpocket the walls of the Jinguagong mansion, and were directly clubbed away by the mansion's guards. Yi Tianzi sat in the mansion, his face was gloomy. How could he not know about the public opinion outside? It must be that big mouth of Shin Tingfeng that spread out. For a while he didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. Happy that the conversation about Li Smoke is finally not one of those negative terms. Angry is that these death-defying guys are when he Jinghua Gongfu want to come when he wants to come, want to go when he wants to leave the place? Fortunately, last night there was Shin Ian's reminder, today deployed more guards so that those death-defying guys have no chance to take advantage of. Grand Master, the son of Marquis Lu Chang is here with a salutation requesting an audience. Ah Fu trotted to the hall and reported. Tell him all to get lost, the State Duke's mansion is closed today. Yi Tianzi coldly said. Yes, Grand Master. A few moments later, Alfred trotted back in. Grandpa. What's going on again? Didn't I say it was closed? It's His Highness the King of Choose people seeking an audience. Ah Fu carefully said. Yi Tianzi raised an eyebrow. See? Duke of State, His Highness heard that the Duke of State's residence is being disturbed by unknown people, and specially dispatched the last general to lead 100 Shanwei to come and help, all at the disposal of the Duke of State. Shanghai arched his hand and said with a respectful voice. Yi Tianzi looked at the 100 royal family soldiers wearing clear-colored basilisk armor with long swords on their waists. Some smiles floated on their faces. I'm bothering Your Highness King Chu to take care of this. Chu King's mansion. Shen Yian inquired, has Shanghai led the men over? Back to Your Highness, we have arrived at the State Duke's mansion. Mendu returned. Wait, my king is a little curious as to where exactly this vortex will roll. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 8, Killing the Old Dog. The bright moon is out of the heavenly mountains, between the vast sea of clouds. The long wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, blowing through the Tianmen Pass. Blindly adapted from Li Bai's Guanshan Yu. Dakian Tianmen Pass. The towering city walls were littered with traces of wind and sand swirling through them, and the standard flag of Dichan danced wildly against the wind and sand. Hidden in the wind and sand, the citadel was spliced together in an asymmetrical posture, and if you squinted your eyes and looked closely, there would be a hideous sword scar stretching along the citadel to the bottom of the city wall. Rumor has it that the sword Saint Peiman, who traveled from east to west, passed by this Tianmen Pass and was stopped by the general guarding the pass. I've heard that you are the only sword saint in this world. If it's you, how should you break the first pass in the world? Peiman left his sword and then left in style, and for several years afterward, his sword intent remained forever in this first pass under the sky. No craftsman in the world dared to risk his life to repair the citadel against the sword intent of the sword saint, and this spectacle was left behind. Since then this sword shook the world once again, attracting countless sword cultivators and chivalrous people to come here to observe and realize. It's so windy today, blah blah blah. Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of sand, that lieutenant couldn't help but squint his eyes into a slit as he mounted the city wall. For some reason, his right eye was throbbing badly today. Could it be that the stables were blown down again by this gale? Ooh-hoo. Far above the Gobi, a black shadow quickly shuttles in the wind and sand. Swept through the place issued 1,000 people wailing over the wind and sand, whistling, bleak infinite. Tap. The black shadow figure suddenly stopped. The wind and sand that came after him blew the black robes crackling chaotically. Ha ha ha, little mouse, followed the old man so all the way, still not come out? Duck-like voice hissed and hoarse, spitting words outward with great force, seeming to cry and laugh. The voice was unpleasant to the extreme. A small mound of earth rises above the sand. The small dirt bag broke open, and a delicate and petite figure jumped out and landed firmly on the ground. Bah, old thing, how shameless! If I didn't intentionally reveal my breath, could you have detected it? Let me tell you. This girl has been following you since you old thing left the City of Knights. Z-Mouse pointed at the crying sad old man's voice, milky and ferocious. Such concealment is unheard of. The old man, crying for sorrow, was astonished in his heart, but his bark-like dry old face blushed worse and worse. The little girl in front of him was only in the mortal transformation realm. Daring to venture out to face herself was simply sending herself to her death, unless realms, uninitiated, 3-2 first, metamorphosis realm, transformation metaphysical realm, self-existence realm, heavenly martial realm, divine journey realm. In the wind and sand, 4 figures from far and near surrounded the weeping woeful old man in an encircling situation. Slightly, goodbye old thing. Z-Mouse spat out his tongue and gave the weeping grief old man an international gesture before turning around and disappearing under the sand. Crap! The pleats on the old man's face were so ugly that they almost squeezed together. The other 4 people's breath was very thick, and one of them was vaguely above him. As the left protector of the devil religion, walking this Jianghu, no 1,000 enemies, there are 800, was chased or ambushed has long been commonplace. This time is considered to be the most tricky one he encountered. Dare I ask where you all are from? Please forgive me if I have offended you before. I am willing to make amends with a heavenly snow hidden flower and a demon sect superior technique. The crying grief elder arched his hand in an extremely respectful voice. Quiet. It was awfully quiet, except for the sound of the wind and sand rolling by. Roar. Suddenly, a figure moved, leapt up between the golden tiger shadow, emerged, tiger with the body movement, a foot down like a tiger downhill, ferocious momentum. Not good. Can't be hardcore. This was the chi of the most golden and the most young, which exactly restrained the technique he cultivated. Old man, crying sadness, barely hesitated, twisting and dodging against this horrendous pressure. Boom! A foot stomped into the air, and shockwaves rippled outward, centered on the tiger's paw, lifting sand waves several meters high. Sharp arrows ringing in the ears, 3 kill-breaking arrows tore through the sand waves and went straight for the head of the old man crying sorrow. The sad and meditative palms. The purple large palm shadow slapped away the sand waves in front of him to meet the sharp arrow. Palms and arrows meet. Crying sorrow old man heart shield, 2 sharp arrows and big palm destroyed, there is still one left, hide. Stab. The arrow tore off a piece of his face, and half of his dry face was instantly stained with the blackened blood, as hideous as a hellish ghost. Lycanthropy. Now he was in a sorry state. Not caring about the pain of his injuries, the weeping woe old man hurriedly shook his black robe, and his figure disappeared 10 meters away. Countless gun shadows fell from the air, blowing up a cloud of sand and dust. The great voodoo stick. Not waiting for the weeping wretched old man to stand firmly on his heels, a long stick cracked through the air. Where did this stinking monk come from? The old man of weeping sorrow had already cursed in his heart. This was clearly the voodoo stick method of those bald asses. Spectral ghost chi coalesced in his palm, and he received the stick hard. Boo! Palm and stick clash. Weeping sorrow old man figure violently lurched, clamped the long stick, eyes ferocious color greatly released, left hand once again condensed potential. The sad and meditative palms. The golden tiger leaps over the stream. Wrapped in golden true chi, Ian who instantly arrived between the two and threw a straight punch. Roar! The golden tiger's silhouette roared, and the ghostly aura of the underworld collapsed. Weeping sorrow old man jealousy, a mouthful of 70 years old blood sprayed out and flew out upside down. Put! Another kill-breaking arrow, tearing off a dry palm with unerring precision. Landing rolled several times, crying sad old man with one hand on the ground, staggering from the ground to climb up. The breath is not atrophied, but instead of rising, shares of invisible airwaves rolled with the sand and dust toward the 4 directions of agitation. In who raised his hand to stop Shin Monkey and Wei Yang, who wanted to go forward. He ate the hidden dragon pill. He will be in a violent state for the duration of an incense stick, so you all stand down. Noonday. Wearing a black golden cloud bucket hat, Noonma did not reply, silently drew out a broken kill arrow and strung his bow, his whole body's true chi condensed in the tip of the arrow. Kill you all, the old man will kill you all, ha 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 ha. The already tattered black robes fluttered about, and the old man of weeping sorrows had scarlet bulging eyes, like a madman. Rainbow through the sun. The kill-breaking arrow that turned into a red aura penetrated into the brow of the weeping wretched old man without any hindrance. Boom! The sharp arrow's condensed true chi exploded, and black rags fluttered in the sky. This is dead? Umot lowered the tip of his gun to gaze a little in dismay. Inhu frowned, his eyes flashing in alarm. Not good. It's the golden cicada. Quickly chase after it. Thousands of meters away. A smooth and soft molted body was running wildly over the Gobi Desert with its buttocks bare. Run! 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 As long as he ran back to Nocturnal City, he still had a chance of survival. He had been entrusted with the responsibility of getting out of the City of Night, and His Eminence would surely save him. He's going to live. He was going to shred all these assholes who ambushed him. And that damned little girl, he was going to make her head into a wine vessel. In the midst of running wildly, old man crying sadness vaguely saw a figure amidst the wind and sand coming towards him in a flash. Who is it? This direction, is it hard to believe that it's an expert sent out by the Undying City to carry out a mission? One saved. The hope of life was kindled, and the pace of the feet all quickened a little. Running closer, the weeping sadness old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the bronze animal face the man was wearing on his face. Who is this? Is there such a person in the City of Night? The wind and sand brushed against his face, and this instant, it was as if all the surroundings had been slowed down 10, 20, or even 100 times. The man with the bronze beast face had already walked past him. Ka! The crisp sound of closing the blade entered his ears. Hidden Disaster continued to walk in the direction of Tianmen Pass. Drops of blackened blood dripped onto the sand. The old man of weeping sorrow's pace became slower and slower, and only one thought remained in his mind. Half a step to divine journey. A body split in half rolled down the dune and was slowly buried by the roiling sand. Chapter 9, Bloodletting. Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Your Highness, the King of Chu has mobilized 100 of his own soldiers to the Jinguigong residence. Oh? Sixth brother is really protective of his wife. On the reclining couch, the long, ink-black hair covered the fair collarbone, the golden Chinese dress drooping casually, Shin Mukon exhaled a yawn with some lethargy. Yesterday, fifth brother went to the Jinguigong's residence, and the story about Yi Lian came out of his mouth, right? Your Highness expects the best. Ha! Shen Mukon laughed softly twice with some wickedness. It wasn't that he expected things to happen, but he knew these brothers of his all too well. Akan, have someone keep a close eye on some Chu Wang Fu. With most of the personal soldiers gone, someone is afraid they won't be able to sit still. The little eunuch was shocked. Your Highness, what you mean is? Don't worry, those guys still don't dare to attack and kill a prince in Tianwu City. It's just that the Chu King's mansion is afraid that it won't be peaceful tonight. Sixth brother traveled for 5 years, and when he came back, he had a lot more chips on his back, chips that intrigued and scared the guys. Now, the guys can't wait a little bit to find out what those chips are. Shen Mukin shook his head and smiled. Doesn't your Highness want to know? I want to, but there's no rush, someone will bring the answers to our door for us. No more chatting, it's boring. Shen Mukin waved his hand. When the little eunuch came back with the message, Shen Mukin opened her eyes and gently patted the couch. Achan, this palace wants to rest earlier today. The little eunuch's small face reddened, pacing to the front of the couch, slowly undoing the sash, layer upon layer of the white belt binding the chest, falling, skin white as jade, hairpin falling to the ground, soft black hair hanging down on the back, arms across the chest, the whole thing carefully climbed onto the couch. Senior brother. Please also have mercy on Qinchan. Chu King's mansion. Shen Ian sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning on his chin with one hand, looking at the chessboard in front of him and asking with some uncertainty, this king lost? I am obliged, your highness. Fu Sheng's eyes closed slightly as he nodded. Ugh. Shen Ian rubbed his brows rather helplessly. This vortex rolled around, and sure enough it rolled back. Fu Sheng raised his head and opened his eyes to look at the darkening sky. Your highness, do you need my subordinates to make a move? No need, the king has already made arrangements. To be precise, someone will come to help us. Shen Ian laughed lightly. Let's have a meal first, this king is afraid to make a trip to the palace a little later. Is your highness because of the matter of the academy? Fu Sheng was a bit curious. It better be. After the evening meal, Shen Ian did a set of the 8th set of radio gymnastics in the courtyard to stretch his muscles. Your highness. Mendu tore himself away and hurried over. Coming? Shen Ian said without thinking. Coming. Where's the horse? Already had the underlings lead it to the front door. Shen Ian nodded his head and instructed again, do everything as arranged. Your highness, what if they don't come? Then wait for the king to return and sleep. Alas. Subordinate understands. Menda hemmed and hawed. In front of the main gate of the royal residence, the red robe and silver dragon scale armor, with a horizontal sword on the waist, yes, it is the dress of the palace guards now. The forbidden guards quickly rolled off their horses and saluted when they saw Shen Ian. Your highness, king of Chu, his majesty has ordered you to enter the palace without delay. Well, the king knows, let's go. Shen Ian got on his own horse and clamped his legs together and drank. Giddy up. A man and a horse scurried tens of meters away in a puff of smoke. Your highness. The forbidden guards hurriedly mounted their horses and chased after them. The royal residence was not very far from the palace, and the 2 war horses galloped and soon entered the palace grounds. Your highness King Chu, please follow your slave. After dismounting, he was led by a eunuch to the imperial study room. Eunuch Cho. Shen Ian saw the old eunuch stationed in front of the door of the imperial study and greeted him. The grand master of the eunuchs, Zhao Hai. Old slave has met his highness King Chu. Zhao Hai hurriedly bowed respectfully. How is father in a good mood today? Shen Ian leaned over and inquired in a low voice. The old slave dares not speak out of turn. The old Zhao Hai's face was weak. Eunuch Xiao, nod your head if you're happy, and shake your head if you're not. Shen Ian pulled out a 500 taels silver ticket and shoved it into Zhao Hai's arms. Your highness must not. Just a little tea money. As an old man and a young man were pulling at each other, Emperor Wu's voice came out from the imperial study. Old 6. My son is here. Shen Ian hurriedly took 2 quick steps into the imperial study to salute. Zhao Hai silently collected the silver ticket and quickly followed in as well. Aha! Most of Emperor Wu's body had long been covered by the folds on the dragon bookcase. Why didn't you go to the academy today? My son doesn't want to go. Shen Ian answered truthfully. Why? Emperor Wu's expression changed slightly, putting down the folded paper in his hand. My son just simply doesn't want to go. Did Mr. Chow teach you poorly? Mr. Zhou taught me well, it's just that my son doesn't want to go. Do you have any complaints about being fined 1 month's salary? My son would not dare. Shen Ian's little heart tightened. End. This mention of money by the old man is to bleed himself dry. I have heard that your Bayan Chamber of Commerce has been very close to the fans recently. Back to father, the horse market is about to open. In order to ensure that enough stallions and good horses can be purchased this year, my son has instructed the Chamber of Commerce to contact the horse vendors earlier to negotiate prices. Shen Ian returned with some meaty pain. The three major chambers of commerce in Dakian Bayan Chamber of Commerce was created by him. The old man rely on the face of 50% of the shares, usually do not have to care about anything, just wait for the dividends. In addition to splitting the IR from time to time, the old man will also keep an eye on his share of the dividend, sustainability bleeding. Nowadays, 60% of the war horses in Diqian are provided by the Bayan Chamber of Commerce, even including a one-stop after-sales service. Well, have a heart. This is all what my son should do. The corners of Shin Ian's mouth twitched. Father, my son has a favor to ask. Say. I implore my father to help choose a good day so that my son can get married. Emperor Wu couldn't help but have a slight smirk on his face. This is impatient? There has been quite a bit of gossip lately, and my son is afraid of a sudden change. Li Yin, that girl I first saw was still in swaddling clothes, now it is a big girl who is already standing up. Time flies. Emperor Wu said with some nostalgia. Shin Ian was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Yi Burning had been the old master's personal guard, right? The old man would still be the crown prince at that time and had not ascended the throne. Father, there is one thing my son does not understand. What is it? Father doesn't seem to care about the gossip. I care, but I trust you because you will not let Li Yin suffer. Is that a hint in the old man's words? I will not dishonor my orders. Responded Shin Ian obediently. Good affix not dishonorable. I have a folding here to test you, such as if the answer is not good, and then deduct your monthly salary. My son does his best. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Chu has left the palace. Well, Zhao Hai, what do you think of old six? Zhao Hai bowed his head. Old slave bold, His Highness the King of Chu since childhood intelligent, talented, erudite and informed, both military and civilian, between the eyebrows have the shadow of His Majesty's year is a great fortune for my Qian. If a crown prince is established, do you think he is suitable? Zhao Hai was so shocked that he hastily knelt down and crouched down. Old slave is terrified. Emperor Wu sighed softly, everything he does is too purposeful. Chapter 10 Dakian Department of Martial Defense. Whoosh! Snap! Pop! Clusters of streams of light rose into the air and bloomed, the colorful light tearing through the night curtain that shrouded the sky over Tianwu City. Xingui Gong Mansion. Miss! Miss! Look! It's fireworks! Look at them! Yi Lian raised her small head, her snow-white swan neck was completely exposed, her slender and slightly curved eyelashes slightly trembled, her eyes couldn't help but be a little lost in thought, so beautiful. Marquis Wuqing's mansion. A silhouette stood dumbfounded in the courtyard, her eyes flickering soulfully. What beautiful fireworks! The guards driving the car were a bit surprised. There didn't seem to be any festivals today, did there? No. Not right. That direction, it's the royal residence. Another guard exclaimed in shock. Shin Ian's big hand rested on that guard's shoulder. This is a good location, stay here for a while and enjoy the grand fireworks. Your Highness? But Your Highness. The royal residence there. Shin Ian stepped off the carriage and casually waved his hand. No need to worry, just enjoy it quietly. Yes, Your Highness. Chu King's mansion. Mendu ignited the fireworks that had been prepared long ago and then led the guards of the royal family and a group of black-clothed people and retreated. Is this the King of Chu's own soldiers? The fighting power is not as good as those unruly people. A man in black sneered as he raised his sword to repel a guard. Cut the crap. When King Chu returned to Tianwu City he brought back a large and a small black box. All of you give me a quick search. The black-robed man in the lead shouted. Retreat to the backyard. Mendu growled as he swung his fist at the black-clad man in front of him. The guards were not in the least bit fond of fighting and turned to run. Several black-clothed men wanted to chase after them, but the sound of a sharp weapon entering their bodies came from their bodies, and large blood flowers bloomed under the illumination of the fireworks. Whoosh whoosh! More than half of the 36 or so black-clothed men fell in moments in the dense coverage of crossbow arrows. The leader of the black-clothed people holding the sword quickly danced out the sword flower to sweep away the incoming arrows around his body, and his eyes swept to the direction where the arrows were shot from his pupils could not stop shrinking. Not good. How did these furies come over so quickly? Withdraw. Wang Fu's green tile house. I do not know when to stand. A lot of handheld greedy wolf crossbow, face-wearing exorcism of the mysterious people. Dakian Wuwei Division. Attack. Chief Flag shook his fist. All the martial arts guards of the division collected crossbows and drew their swords like divine soldiers, and wolves entered the flock. The black-clothed men who were already struggling to support themselves fell most of the way down again in an instant. The leader of the men in black gritted his back teeth as he looked at his men who were constantly being slaughtered. These were all first and second-rate good fighters trained by the main family, and they were actually not a match against these furies. Run! If he didn't run again, the transformation Xian realm, would have to plant this. It's too fast. If the Wuwei division had been half an incense stick of time later, they would have been able to search the large and small rooms of the royal residence, and the stuff might have already arrived. Toes pointing to the ground, the body shape of a swaying light as a surprised goose swept the ground and took off on the wall. In the next second, the leader of the black-clothed men instinctively raised the longsword in his hand to block his side. So fast. The opponent's likeness was above his own. Dang! The fire flows from the moon. The longsword clashed with the meteor hammer that spewed flames. General Flag retrieved meteor hammer high-speed rotation a few circles, a big step out of a Harrier flip relying on inertia accurately smashed to the other side of the head. Once again briefly intersected, the long sword was instantly crumbled out of an opening. The force that came from the backlash shocked the black-clothed man leader's tiger's mouth numb, and he hurriedly exploded backward along the wall for several meters. Phew! Both sides distanced themselves. The chief Flag fiercely exhaled a mouthful of true chi towards the front. The starfire within the meteor hammer rose up with the wind, and a blazing fire wrapped itself around the leader of the black-clothed men. Dang! A foot in the air will retrieve the meteor hammer kicked into the fire only to hear thud a muffled sound. Get out! With a bellow, two sword chi tore through the blazing fire to force the chief Flag back. The leader of the men in black stumbled and jumped off the wall, covering his collapsed shoulder and fleeing out of the royal residence in a mess. Lord Chief Banner, why don't you go after them? One of his subordinates jumped up on the wall very confused. The Chief Banner retrieved the meteor hammer and said indifferently, Lord White Tiger is here. Did he leave any survivors? Lord White Tiger? The subordinate was startled and hurriedly replied, they are all dead soldiers, they didn't stay. Take all the bodies away and withdraw. Yes, Lord Chief Banner. Wait. Is this king's royal residence a place where you can come and go as you please? Destroying this king's royal residence to this state, don't you, the Department of Martial Defense, have to pay for it? Shinian's voice came from far and near, leading a few guards to rush back in a flurry of wind. The Chief Banner jumped off the wall and saluted with his hands, Greetings, Your Highness King Chu. Stop, don't get close, it's time to pay up and pay up. Mendo. Shinian shouted at the top of his voice to call over all the doors that were hiding in the backyard. Your Highness. Mendu, the 9-footer, ran with a snotty, well-acted face. Calculate the damages for this king, in front of them, don't say that this king is blackmailing them when the time comes. Yes, Your Highness. The Chief Banner couldn't hold back, Your Highness, your royal residence was attacked by assassins, and my subordinates were ordered to come. The meaning is clear. We're here to help you, how can you ask for money? They were attracted by the rising and blooming fireworks, which appeared to be colorful and dazzling, but actually hid a few special signals for help made by the Tiangong Department of the Department of Martial Arts and Defense. Your Highness, these green tiles are all purchased from Gusu, shipped from afar, each piece is worth 100 taels of silver, a rough estimate of at least 100 pieces of damage. And these floor tiles are from General Flag, listening to the heart straight twitching, well, so sort of it, you this royal residence, then the palace is worth money, right? If he remembers correctly, Chu Wangfu was originally the residence of the former chancellor, and later renovated into a royal residence. The money seems to be still paid by His Majesty, right? His Highness the King of Chu hasn't seen you in a long time, and you're still talking as exasperatingly as ever. The voice was clear and cold, the slender figure was graceful, and a tight white robe descended from the sky. Dye eyebrows like painting, white hair like snow, muscle like white frost, peach eyes charming, a tear mole in the corner of the eye light point, the standard beauty of the melon face, so that people cannot help but praise a good beauty. Lord White Tiger. The Chief Banner and the crowd of Martial Defense Division collectively half-kneeled on the ground in unison. Dakian Wuwei Division, one of the 4 elephants, the White Tiger. The White Tiger put away the white fan in his hand, voices clear and cold. That person is in the street in front of the royal residence at the mouth of the alley, still hanging breath. Take your people to withdraw. Yes. Lord White Tiger. The evening breeze blew through, and the entire Chu Wangfu was suddenly quiet. You little ingrate, you've been back for so long, don't you know to go see me? The White Tiger's tone was a bit grumpy. Hiss. Mendu and the group of guards in the midst of eating the melons sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. What's the situation? His own Highness is having an affair with the rumored White Tiger, one of the 4 elephants? Chat in the study. Shinian's face sank. In the study. White Tiger couldn't help but tease, have you missed me in your 5 years of traveling? Shinian stretched out his large hand, his tone unquestionable. Who are you calling an old woman? White Tiger's willowy eyebrows rose. You Big Ben Wang around of years old, you are more than 30 years old, you are still not an old woman? Shinian directly dropped his own idle baggage and spat. I'm your sister-in-law. Do you know how to respect your elders? This king is still a prince. I haven't seen you call out to this king as your highness since I was a child. I hear you're marrying Li Yin. Yeah. This king is getting married. When will you find a good family to marry yourself off to? Do you want me to marry? Sheesh. The king is charging wildly for his share straight away. I must teach your brat a lesson for my sister today. Outsiders were afraid that their jaws would drop to the ground when they saw this scene. The white tiger, one of the 4 elephants, was surprisingly fighting with His Highness the King of Chu, who was a noble king, without the slightest bit of courtesy to each other. After a long time, both of them were a little tired of arguing, and the white tiger sat down on the chair and lightly spat out a fragrant orchid. I didn't think you'd come back. Are you going to join in this cold conquest of power and profit after all? There are some things that can't be solved until the king returns. Chapter 11, Taking the foolish daughter-in-law out of the house. Snap. The white tiger slapped the folding fan in his hand on the desk, getting up and standing with his arms folded. Although I am already one of the 4 elephants, you must remember that I am your sister-in-law, and my sister has entrusted you to me. Until the spring festival, I'll be the one sitting in Tianwu City, and you can come to me to discuss anything. King of Chu goes in and out of the Department of Martial Guards for no reason. No need to burn half an incense stick of time. This news will be spread into the ears of those guys. You are really not afraid of getting into trouble? Shen Yiyan helplessly held his forehead. The white tiger grunted coldly. Trouble? Who dares to find me in trouble? Yes, no one dares to trouble you, but someone will come to trouble this king. Shen Yiyan rolled his eyes. The Martial Defense Division is a sword that the Martial Emperor himself hangs over the entire Jianghu, and anyone who dares to get their hands on it is committing suicide, even if he is the Martial Emperor's own son. I have important business to attend to, so I'll take this folding fan as compensation for you. What use does the king have for a broken fan? The white tiger stood and stopped in the doorway. See it as you see me, isn't that enough? Humph. With a light grunt, the white tiger's entire body steeply disappeared into thin air. Shen Yiyan raised an eyebrow. This old woman actually became so much stronger, no wonder she could become the 4 elephants. Fu Shang, what are your chances of winning against her? Fu Shang stepped out of the shadows. Back to your highness, 50%. 50%? That's enough. Shen Yiyan smiled meaningfully and opened the folding fan left behind by White Tiger with a snap. A white tiger out of the mountain picture show, fan in the eye of the white tiger, alive and ferocious, revealing a kill true intention. This cold, hard conquest of power doesn't end with the killing of a few people, the removal of a few officials, and the changing of emperors. 100 years of dynasty, 1,000 years of family. The huge interest groups composed of countless families and lords are bloodthirsty spiders that attach their spiderwebs to the body of the dragon that is the Dacian dynasty. Every movement of the gargoyle causes them to light up their bloodthirsty fangs and draw nourishment from the gargoyle's body. When one dragon falls, another will appear to continue feeding them. Mendo! Coming. Your Highness! Mendu came striding all the way from the front yard. How are the casualties? Mendu hurriedly replied, only a few people were lightly injured, and there were no major injuries. It's just that some of the rooms have been rummaged through and my subordinates are having them cleaned up. Full reward, and an additional consolation for those wounded. Hey! My subordinate understands. The next day, at sunrise, Shen Yiyan yawned and went out of the room. The attack on the royal residence yesterday gave him a reason not to go to court. Not only was the old man unable to talk about him, but he had to send a little sympathy gift. Your Highness, where are you going so early? Jinghua Mansion. My subordinate will prepare the car. No need, this king will walk, and you few don't need to follow. Shen Yiyan waved his hand towards a few guards. Yes, Your Highness. Came to the Jinghua Gongfu. For some reason, today's early morning court seems to be under the late. Tenao Tianzi also did not come back. Yi Lian was a bit shocked and delighted after hearing the report from the 2 Jinsho girls. Grandpa didn't wait to come back, but actually waited for Shen Yiyan. Logically speaking, both of them went to the court. Even if they came back, they should come back together, so what did his grandfather go for? After meeting, Shen Yiyan lied and said that he had something to do before he didn't go to the morning court, and now that he was busy, he stopped by to take a look. If this silly girl knew that her royal residence was attacked by assassins last night, she was afraid that she would be worried for several days of tea and rice again. Li Yin, today's weather is so nice, why don't you go out for a stroll with this king? Shen Yiyan thought about inviting. It's not a good idea for the silly girl to hold back in the mansion every day. Recently there are many more death-defying guys to pickpocket the wall of the state duke's office. The silly girl is afraid that it is also very disturbing. Just go out to take a break. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian's eyes shone brightly, but they quickly dimmed again, and her small hands were placed in front of her body somewhat helplessly. If you don't reply, the king may take it as a tacit agreement. Shen Yiyan smiled and grabbed the silly girl's little hand and said, Wait, Your Highness, Li Yan. Get ready. Yi Lian's eyes contained shyness and nervousness. A few moments later, this silly girl didn't know where to find a white gauze hat and wore it on her head surrounded by a layer of white gauze, giving people a hazy sense of beauty. Shen Yian didn't say anything. Now that the storm hadn't dissipated, the silly girl's pair of fairy spirit pupils attracted too much attention. Jin Xiu and Jin Lian were also very happy. As Miss went out of the house, their 2 personal maidservants could also follow in the light. It just so happened that Cheng Hai was also at the Jinguogong mansion, and had him bring 2 of his own soldiers to follow him. The crowd left the mansion through the back door on the front foot, and Yi Tianzi returned on the back foot. Last night, Xu Wangfu was attacked. The martial emperor was furious, and ordered the Dalizi, Wuwei Beijing Zhouwu 3 joint thorough investigation. Today's Tianwu city is afraid to be very lively. As a result, when he came back, he heard the housekeeper Fu come to report that his granddaughter had been abducted out of the mansion by His Highness the King of Chu. Yi Tianzi laughed in shock and didn't say much. He wanted to take Yi Lian out of the mansion to wander around before, but this girl was very stubborn and said she wouldn't go out. It's still His Highness the King of Chu. Shen Yian and Yi Lian walked side by side at the front. Cheng Hai's trio followed at a distance of 10 meters behind with Jin Xiu and Jin Lian so as not to disturb His Highness's 2-person world. Out of the Jinhua Gongfu not much far, will first come to the South City. Want to go to the North City, need to cross the entire South City. The South City is a gathering place for the residences of dignitaries, and the streets are lined with stores, restaurants, gold and stone jade toys, silk and porcelain, and poems and ink treasures. Compared to the lively northern city, here seems particularly cold. The sun hangs high, but do not see a few people on the street. Even the soldiers patrolling the streets are few and far between. Ordinary people don't dare to come here at all, and hell knows you'll bump into someone on the way who'll be a few ranks in the imperial court. Yi Lian looked at the brocade cloths placed outside the cloth house, suddenly paused. The small head could not stop thinking about what His Highness the King of Chu would look like when he wore the robes he made. What's wrong? Take a look? Shen Yian saw this and walked up to ask softly. Yi Lian nodded her little head, looking at the person close at hand. The image of just now came back to her mind, the ear root of the pink through the red frost. The cloth shop fellow hurriedly came out from the store when he heard the sound. The fact that you 2 honored guests can come to the store really makes the store flourish. Being in this lot to sell goods, reading people's words is a necessary skill for every shopkeeper. Not to mention the lady wearing a veil hat, just this gentleman in front of him, brocade clothes, extraordinary, either heavenly decorations or the son of a great man, never mind who, first lick it is finished. Yi Lian carefully selected a bit, and finally chose a fine silk and 2 brocades. How much? Shen Yian opened his mouth to inquire. When the shopkeeper finished quoting the price, Yi Lian's small hand just grabbed towards the small silver bag hanging on her waist. Shen Yian had already flung up a silver ticket. Pack it up and send it directly to the Jinhua mansion. The shopkeeper's head buzzed when he caught the silver ticket. Xingui Gong residence? Ha! Then the mysterious woman wearing a veiled hat in front of her, wouldn't she be the daughter of the Jinbei General Yi Lian who has been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days? The gentleman next to him would have to be the one. His Highness, the rumored King of Chu. Chapter 12, Demoness? Silly daughter-in-law? Good day to you 2 honored guests. It's actually His Highness the King of Chu and the one from the State Duke's mansion. I'll have to brag about it with Erju next door later. The shopkeeper muttered under his breath, and with excitement in his eyes, he was just about to go out, when a hard object disliked his abdomen. Cheng Hai gripped the hilt of the knife and looked at each other with cold eyes. Mind your dog's mouth. The shopkeeper gulped hard. You. Don't worry. I've always been the strictest in the village. Cold sweat instantly soaked his underwear, although behind the cloth shop and the court of an adult has 1,000 relations, but he is a store boy. If the other party really drew his sword and beheaded him, he would only end up deserving it. Too long did not go out of the mansion sake. Even the cold and clear South Market makes Yi Lian curious. A pair of beautiful eyes through the white veil gaze spiritual. Out of the southern city, the streets became more and more pedestrian, and the clamor grew louder and louder. The North City belonged to the outer area of Tianwu City, leaning against the city gates, with all the 5 elements and 8 works, and most of the people in the city gathered here, bustling with activity. The people on the road are mostly coarse cloth and linen clothes. Shen Yian and Yi Lian, this of brocade clothes and jade clothing is particularly eye-catching. Pedestrians seem to have a tacit understanding to intentionally avoid. The 2 of them formed a circle of not too small vacuum around. Next time I come out it looks like I need to change into something a bit more low-key. Shen Yian let out a light sigh. The feeling is like driving down the road and running into a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars that one would instinctively avoid. Everyone drives a car, but different makes and models represent different classes. Came to the North City, more people. Yi Lian obviously some nervous, small hand instinctively want to go next to the person's corner of the coat, a few times outstretched but then stopped. How could the silly girl's small movements escape Shen Yian's eyes? If it wasn't for this damn feudal conservatism, he'd be straight up on the street holding hands with his silly girl. Don't be nervous, the king is here. Shen handed over his sleeve. Yi Lian lowered her small head and answered with a voice as thin as a mosquito fly, stretching out her two scallion jade fingers to carefully hook the sleeve that was pasted to her. Big, hot, meaty buns, big buns. For noble guests of the elegant room. Please go to the second floor. Sugar plums. Delicious sugar plums. Shen felt a sudden tightening of his sleeve, and saw that Yi Lian was twisting her little head, watching the man selling sugar gourds pass by, and her rosy little mouth couldn't help but purr slightly. I can't, silly girl, this cute look this king will not be able to stand. Sugar plum seller. Shen voice scared the silly girl beside her body couldn't stop trembling lightly. This master. The man jogged over at the sound of the noise carrying a straw frame full of candy canes. Both eyes couldn't help but light up. What a handsome male. Ben. I'll take 2 bunches. Shen hesitantly reached out and compared it to a 2. Okay, master. A total of 2. Copper plate. The man was obviously nervous when he said money. It is common for such dignitaries not to pay, and in the end, they can only eat a dumb loss, go home and curse a few times, and spiritually triumph a little. Shen smile stiffened. He had nothing but silver tickets on him. As for the coins, there didn't seem to be a single one. That. Can you find a 10 taels silver check? Master, you really know how to joke. The corner of the man's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't earn 10 taels of silver a year. It was clear that he didn't want to pay. Yi Lian gently pulled down Shen sleeve and took out 2 coins from her own small silver pouch and handed it over. Shen froze for a moment, also did not ink, took the copper plate and handed it to the man. The man looked at Yi Lian and cast a grateful gaze. Good day to you both. Sending the duo away, the man just turned around to meet Shanghai's several people who were following behind. Jinlian called out to the man excitedly, we want 2. No. We want 5 skewers. The man was in an inexplicably pleasant mood. Business was really good today. Until he saw the 2 women next to the armor-plated, fierce-faced Shanghai 3 people, legs asuft almost kneeling there. Ugh. What are you guys doing walking so fast? Jinlian hurriedly shouted when she saw Shanghai's trio walking forward without stopping in the slightest. Silly Lianer, they are His Highness's guards, they have important duties, buy them quickly so that we can chase after them. Jin Xiu hooked her finger and tapped Jinlian's little head. The 2 women's conversation made the man's eyelids flutter wildly as he listened. That exiled gentleman just now was the imperial prince? You actually saw the prince yourself? Or so close to the case? I have a good boy. Slightly farther away, Yi Lian encountered the biggest crisis since leaving the mansion. The white veil hanging down from the sarong became the biggest obstacle to her eating the candy cane at this point. If she's not careful, the white veil will be stained with syrup, and if she lifts it up, she'll let passers-by see her eyes so torn. The red, mouth-watering candy cane was in her hand, but she couldn't think of a way to eat it. Do you pinch it off with your hands and eat it? The small hand was suddenly empty, and the sugar gourd had already been snatched by Shen on the side. Now you know how troublesome it is to wear it, right? Shen laughed lightly, reaching out and grabbing it in the air. A hawthorn covered in syrup detached from the bamboo stick under the wrapping of the true chi. Here, the king feeds you. Hawthorn was pinched by Shen with his fingers in the air, lifted a corner of the white veil, and fed it. Your Highness. Something you did when you were a kid, now you're shy. Shen teased. When he was little, the silly girl fed him fruit, and he picked at the nuts to feed the silly girl. Yi Lian's small face was red, her heart was so shy, but she still obediently opened her small mouth to gently hold the hawthorn and bit a small mouthful. That cherry lips looked Shen heart straight itch, really do not know the master of this auspicious day to choose when. Walking, Yi Lian again took out the small silver bag, walked to a pair of beggar mother and child side want to throw a few 2 broken silver in that broken bowl. Pop! Shen stepped forward and grabbed the small hand. Your Highness? Yi Lian was a bit puzzled. Silly girl, your kindness will harm them. Shen gaze coldly stared into the alley behind the beggar mother and son. Several slim male beggars were also looking at him. Seeing their extraordinary status, several male beggars consciously got up and walked towards the depths of the alley. Ding dong. A few coins fell into the broken bowl. Shen faintly said, go buy some food. Thank you, master, thank you, ma'am. The mother and son kneeled on the ground and thanked them repeatedly. Your Highness, Li Yan doesn't understand. Yi Lian looked at the departing beggar mother and child and shook her little head. Obviously, a few irrelevant pieces of silver could allow this mother and son to live a good life for a while, but why did His Highness do this? A few coppers can keep them fed for a while, a couple of crumbs can do them harm. A few coins can be earned by ordinary people, but a few taels of silver, which is the living expenses of an ordinary family for several months or even half a year, is enough to make some people feel bad. Yi Lian's eyes slightly drooped, quickly figured out the deeper meaning of these words, and her small face couldn't help but appear a little sad. Li Yan was taught. Shen Ian inwardly sighed lightly. The silly girl is very smart, but too kind. Too much kindness will only invite greater evil. He didn't want the silly girl to turn into a demoness, but he didn't want the silly girl to really turn into a silly girl either. It seems good to wander out of the mansion more often and see the black and white world. Walking forward but 20 to 30 steps, Yi Lian stopped in front of a hairpin stall and picked up a beautifully carved wooden hairpin and looked at it carefully. Miss, come and see. This family's hairpin is so pretty. Ayun, run slower. Eva? Shen Ian subconsciously turned his head to look. Why did this name sound so familiar to him? Chapter 13. Your Highness, Li Yan is not stupid. Cherry Cloud. Shen Ian suddenly remembered, wasn't this the name of Gu Ruoyi's personal servant girl in the original story? Gu Ruoyi's mother, the Jin family, used to be a big family in Luozhou. In the 7th year of the Ming dynasty, there was a great drought in Luozhou, with thousands of miles of bare land and starving corpses. At that time, the entire Dacian dynasty was in turmoil, with 3 kings vying for the throne internally, and the northern barbarian countries eyeing them externally. When an uprising occurred in Luozhou, Gu Qing, who was still the general of the expedition at that time, was ordered by the court to lead the troops responsible for suppressing the uprising. When the army was on the move to Luozhou for a rest, Gu Qing met the Jin family who was opening warehouses to release grain for the relief of the flood victims, and fell in love at first sight with Jinshi, the daughter of the Jin family, and the two of them fell in love very soon. The uprising was successfully suppressed. When Jinshi was already pregnant, the court again ordered Gu Qing to lead the army to the north to conquer the barbarians. The heart has 1,000 reluctance, but the imperial decree cannot be disobeyed. After the world stabilizes, Gu Qing returns to Luozhou but learns that the Jin family has had a sudden change of heart, and the Jin family's 100 members are nowhere to be found. After Gu Qing searching for Jinshi 17 years, found when the other side has been a cup of yellow earth. Fortunately his grown-up Gu Ruoi is still there. Gu Ruoi. The lively girl was followed by a beautiful woman. Fragrant muscle jade body than flowers, pointed loose snow white hand, black hair such as a waterfall pouring behind, starry eyes such as waves, eyebrows such as ink paintings, God is the autumn water, giving a kind of indescribable soft and delicate, do not say half a word, do not say only words, but all the birth of 10,000 kinds of flavors. Worthy of being the female lead in the original, this appearance could already be equal to her own silly girl. No wonder she could make these male leads fall for her. After identifying the visitor, Shen Ian silently withdrew his gaze and turned his head back. According to the original plot, should be in Gu Ruoi back to the Marquis of Wuqing 7 days after encountering a fortuitous event. He helped her in the 1,000 gold pavilion to help her. The two had the first intersection, the initial acquaintance. The original plot has long been made by him. Those opportunities and heavenly treasures that will appear have long been scavenged by him. It doesn't matter if the time is right or not. The book itself is an expired strategy book. It can be thrown into the corner to eat dust. Although just a glance back, Gu Ruoi was deeply attracted by Shen Ian's stunningly handsome face, causing the heart of the deer cannot stop banging. Vaguely between the two there is an indefinable destiny in the netherworld. Granny, may I ask how much this wooden hairpin costs? 3 coins. The old woman thought about it and thought it was a bit too expensive. 2 coins would be good. The wooden hairpin is nicely carved and polished but without any decoration. The wood is not worth much, at most it makes money for the craft. Granny, this is money. Yi Lian took out 3 copper plates and carefully put them into the old woman's hands. Thank you, girl, thank you. The old woman was very grateful to see this. Granny, are these wooden combs for sale too? Yes, girl, but it will be slightly more expensive than a hairpin. Yi Lian sniffed and turned her gaze onto the row of delicate and small wooden combs, her small hand touching one at the same time as her other hand. Shen Ian raised his eyebrows. He had guessed that this kind of plot would appear. You please. Yi Lian knowingly withdrew her small hand, raising her eyes to see Gu Ruoi in front of her couldn't help but be stunned. What a beautiful woman. Through a layer of white veil, Gu Ruoi can feel Yi Lian's extraordinary cool temperament. Can accompany such a worldly gentleman shopping? I think the person in front of you must also be which family's young lady. For some reason, a sense of crisis suddenly surged in her heart. Sister, please. Gu Ruoi saluted. Although the Jin family has fallen into disrepair, from a young age with the mother's ears and eyes rendering, etiquette, women's read and other studies have never been left behind. Shiyun stood aside with her small head turning from side to side, her gaze slightly puzzled as she looked at the 2 women. How suddenly they all stopped talking. Granny, how much is this? Shen Ian's voice broke the awkward atmosphere. The old woman's somewhat cloudy eyes revealed a touch of clarity. Sir, this is made from cow horns. It is a bit more expensive and requires 1 or 2 silver pieces. Shanian looked at the comb in his hand with a texture like jade and laughed softly. It's really skillful. The artisan who carved it must have put a lot of effort into it. It was carved by my third son. The old woman's face beamed with pride. I'll take it. Shanian took out a few taels of broken silver and handed it over to the old woman. My lord, you give too much. Not much, it's worth the price. Thank you, your excellency. Li Yan, do you like it? Shin Ian put the comb into the silly girl's hands. Yi Li Yan's eyes were full of joy and shyness, her little head nodded hard, nearly shaking the gauze hat off. Like it. Whether in the ancient times of the past life or in this world, the meaning of sending a comb can be to make a private marriage and grow old together. How else would the silly girl be so excited? Guruoi watched from the sidelines, her veiled hands gripping the corners of her coat, her heart empty for some reason, but her stomach filled with a mysterious force. Let's go. Shin Ian smiled gently and didn't look at Guruoi more than once the entire time. Yi Li Yan gently nodded her head towards Guruoi in return, and then left the hairpin stall with Shin Ian. Miss? That gentleman is far away. Ian's small hand gently shook in front of Guruoi to bring her back to her senses. Oh. Guruoi gazed back and softly answered, her expression lost. From the beginning to the end, that gentleman seemed to have only glanced at her. Miss? Are you looking at that gentleman? Yun asked with a smile. No way. With her small mind broken, Guruoi's face surfaced with a touch of red, and that shy and attractive gesture made the men who passed by all look sideways. You girl, teasing me again, you should be punished. Ooh, Miss pinched gently, Shiyun's little face is going to be pinched and swollen. Cheng Hai glanced at the two women as he passed by the hairpin stand and couldn't help but frown. The other party is the daughter of that Marquis Wuching, right? The person that His Highness had asked to pay special attention to the previous 2 days was good-looking, but nothing special. Jinxiu and Jinlian, on the other hand, looked at Guruoi with wide eyes. In addition to their own young lady, it was the second time the two of them had seen a woman with such a stunning face, so envious. At the front, Shin Ian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Li Yan looking like she wanted to speak again and again. What? Are you thinking about that girl just now? Yi Li Yan had such a silent look, her little head must be imagining something. It's the first time Li Yan has seen such a beautiful girl, and her temperament is still so good, so I think she's a young lady from some family. Yi Li Yan's small hand clasped nervously, she didn't often go out of the mansion, and often heard that there were 4 great beauties in Tianwu City. Grandpa always boasted that she was 100 times better looking than the 4 beauties, and she knew that was all Grandpa's comforting words. Because of these pale blue eyes, the inferiority complex deep down inside can't be erased when facing normal girls. Especially after meeting Guruoi today, that feeling of inferiority was infinitely amplified. If His Highness had met Guruoi earlier, how would he have chosen himself, a person who represented bad luck? Are you sure it's the first time you've seen it? Shin Ian suddenly grabbed the silly girl's small hand and let out a light laugh. Li Yan does not dare to deceive your highness. Yi Li Yan hurriedly lowered her head. Silly girl, don't you usually look in the mirror? Shin Ian's eyes were full of favor and heartache, those gossips still seemed to have a deep impact on the silly girl's heart. Li Yan. Yi Li Yan's small mouth slightly opened, her small brain not understanding the meaning of these words for a moment. You are the most beautiful person the king has ever seen, and those eyes are the most beautiful eyes the king has ever seen, once upon a time or now. You're this king's future crown princess, this king won't allow you to be presumptuous. Shin Ian spoke domineering words on his mouth, and his fingers couldn't help but pass through the white veil to lightly scrape the other party's delicate, upturned nose. Yi Li Yan shyly wanted to take 2 steps back, but the small hand was grabbed by the big hand cannot go in and out, shyly almost buried the small head in the chest, thought, and finally pitifully retorted. Your Highness. Li Yan. Not stupid. Chapter 14. That's right, the king kissed. After wandering around for a while, Shin Ian saw that the time had already passed noon, so he brought the silly girl to the restaurant opened by his own family to have a meal. He wasn't afraid of the silly girl getting tired of shopping, never underestimate people. In addition to having the immortal demon spirit pupil to enhance her physique, Yi Li Yan had also inherited the kung fu practiced by her mother, and had used the Tao of Sound to enter the martial arts, and was a proper little master of the Wanchuan realm. Late in the original, Yi Li Yan, who has become a female devil, has broken the charging formation of tens of thousands of iron horsemen of Qianqian with a song of dingo and iron horse. Shin Ian and Yi Li Yan were alone in an elegant room, while Cheng Hai's 5 were arranged next door. During the meal, the other party simply played the word lady to the extreme, that small mouthful of appearance, see Shin Ian are a little helpless. With plenty of time, he was not in a hurry, and skillfully peeled the crabs for Yi Li Yan on the side. Your Highness. Li Yan is full. Yi Lianshu pursed her small mouth, looking at the dishes piled up in front of the dinner plate soft and sticky road, like a small child who did something wrong. Really full? Shin Ian's hand movements stalled. Well, Lil Smoke is really full. Really? Really, really? The silly girl's tone was a little anxious, afraid that Shin Ian would not believe her. Alright then, this king hasn't eaten enough. Shin Ian smoothly took the silly girl's dinner plate over. The productivity of this world can be far less than in the previous life, although he got back from the overseas several kinds of high-yield crops to support. Once the natural disaster, there will be civilian starve. To eliminate waste, everyone has the responsibility. The food on the table is basically only moved a few bites or even a bite or two, and is taken to the back kitchen to be warmed up so that the store guys can eat it right off the table as a work meal. Your Highness, don't, dirty. Yi Lian hurriedly stretched out her small hand to stop it. Your Highness is a body of 1,000 gold, how can you eat your own leftovers? Shin Ian held the flustered little hand and smiled gently. What's dirty? Afraid that this king will dislike your saliva? No, it's not, but your Highness is a body of 1,000 gold, how can you? Yi Lian's little head burned. For a moment she didn't know which question to answer first. How can your Highness eat Lian, Shin Ian suddenly forceful be silly girl pulled into their own arms low kiss up, daydreaming love how can it be pull a small hand, sit together to chat, out shopping can be satisfied. Yi Lian's eyes were wide in unison, her body could not stop trembling slightly for 2 seconds, her body was getting hotter and hotter, her small hands could not control the tightening of that broad chest, and finally her eyes were slightly closed, gradually sinking into that marvelous feeling. Only after a long time did Shin Ian carefully let go of his beloved foolish daughter-in-law. Whatever feudal background, what men and women are not kissed, this king is kissed today, and after the wedding, this king is kissed every day. Yi Lian's eyes are still filled with a little bit of disorientation, the edge of the small mouth hangs a little bit of crystal, the mouth is a little rough to exhale a few mouthfuls of fragrant orchids, the small face is almost dripping blood, the whole person softly let Shin Ian hold in his arms. Silly girl, this is you letting this king eat you. Shin Ian laughed evilly. Your Highness, Lian didn't mean this. Shyly, Yi Lian buried her small face in Shin Ian's shoulder. Obviously she hadn't even finished her words yet, His Highness just suddenly kissed over. In case he was seen, His Highness was afraid that he would be severely scented by those inspectors. She wasn't afraid of more negative news about herself, but if she dragged His Highness into it. Do you dislike the king? Li Yan wouldn't dare. How can I not know what you want? Silly girl, my king missed you so much and kept you waiting. Li Yan also misses His Highness. Yi Lian rubbed her little head. Your Highness has Li Yan in your heart. Li Yan is so happy. Shin Ian heartily hugged her a little tighter, she was still so easily satisfied. Boo! The sound of smashing tables and stools coming from downstairs caused the pair to be forced to end their snuggling. The anger in Shin Isan's heart instantly pulled full. Someone was causing trouble in his own restaurant? The most important thing was that his own good deed had been ruined. It's so hard to take advantage of the atmosphere in place to be able to cuddle with a silly girl, and then have to hold little hands before the big day. Be a good boy and sit still, this king went to see what happened outside. Shin Ian touched Yi Lian's little head tenderly. Aha, your Highness please be careful. Yi Lian nodded obediently. Shin Ian smiled and stood up, the moment he turned around his gaze was appallingly cold. Opening the door of the elegant room, the three Shanghai next door also happened to come out. Your Highness! Shin Ian said in a cold voice, take control of the troublemaking duo. Your Highness! In the lobby on the first floor of the restaurant, a blanched brocade cloth man shouted angrily, charging me 20 taels of silver for a pot of wine, do you take us for little cuties? The restaurant's shopkeeper sighed as he held the menu. Guest, all the dishes and drinks in the small store are clearly priced, you see, the price of this pot of ass drunk is 20 taels of silver. You're a ing black store. Everyone come and take a look, Drunken Immortal House is a black store, a pot of wine costs 20 taels of silver. The companion beside the brocade cloth man shouted out towards the outside of the restaurant. People's nature is to get together, not to mention that there are not too many entertainment programs in ancient times. 2 voices down, a lot of good people came together in front of the Drunken Immortal House to discuss. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed, is this the commercial warfare that His Highness once spoke of? Instead of elevating yourself, you should demean others. He remembered quite well, wasn't this brocade cloth man the brother-in-law of the family of the shopkeeper of Ding Fu Lu on the next street? But these 2 people are also unlucky when you come to act bad, but encountered His Highness in, this is not purely looking for death? The shopkeeper's afterimage saw Shanghai's 3 men flying down the stairs kicking the 2 men to the ground. The man in brocade clothes fell to the ground in a daze, and just before he was about to swear Shanghai kicked up, and a dozen teeth flew all over the ground with blood. How many heads do you have that you dare to disturb His Highness meal? Shanghai asked coldly as he drew his long sword. The man's companion was also controlled by two guards with knives, too scared to breathe. Shen Yian moved down the stairs, and as soon as he appeared, he startled the people outside the door who were eating watermelon with exclamations of surprise. What a handsome gentleman! Hiss! Isn't this His Highness, the King of Chu? What? His Highness the King of Chu? What's going on? Back to your Highness. The shopkeeper quickly saluted and quickly recounted what had just happened. Ding Fu Lu? This king remembers that was fourth brother's property, right? Ding Fu Lu is the property of the Song King, Xinjingyu. Send this troublemaking duo to the Jingshafu, and remember to report it to this king. Shen Yian thought about it and said indifferently. The shopkeeper was stunned at his words. Your Highness is not giving the Song King face in the slightest awe. You know how to do the rest, don't you? I understand. This matter is bound to have a public opinion impact on Drunken Immortal House. What my subordinate should do is to go do public relations, take advantage of the hotspot to spend some money to ruthlessly publicize a wave of Drunken Immortal House. Shen Yian raised an eyebrow. This shopkeeper the set he taught them in the beginning belongs to the living learning. Well, go, don't worry about the Song King side, you have this king. 99% of this farce was the bad idea of the Ding Fu Lu boss, and it hadn't risen to their level of confrontation. However, this incident was considered an opportunity that would allow him and Xinjingyu to meet outside the palace. It's your Highness. With the strong heart of his own Highness, the shopkeeper hurriedly arranged the store fellows to get busy. All the diners who had just dined were exempted from the bill, some fruits were distributed to the people watching and eating, and even 2 large altars of wine were brought out for free tasting. Only after the troublesome duo were taken away by the soldiers patrolling the street did Shen Yian lead Chen Hai's trio back up to the second floor. Chapter 15 Xinjingyu, King of Song. The Song King's Mansion. Xian Kai, the shopkeeper of Ding Fu Lu, learns that his brother-in-law Ning Er has been imprisoned in Beijing Jiaofu and then hurriedly goes to ransom him. The chief bookkeeper of the capital city threw him out with a simple sentence. This brother-in-law of yours has messed with His Highness, the King of Chu. Xian Kai only felt the sky spinning at that moment and his entire body paralyzed on the ground. Back to the restaurant, after learning of the situation, the woman in his own house cried and cried, saying that he would make him ransom his brother. There was no choice but to come and beg his master. Your Highness. Xian Kai knelt in the courtyard, his tone humble to the extreme. Inside the lobby, Xinjingyu, wearing nail sets made of pure gold, pinched the strip of meat in mid-air, and the inky bird's beak suddenly poked out of the cage to swallow the strip of meat. Good boy. Xinjingyu smiled faintly and rubbed his finger affectionately against the small head of the dodo in the huge birdcage. Gah! The dodo spread its large black feathered wings and howled, seemingly in happy response. This mournful howl made Xian Kai, who was kneeling outside, unable to stop his body from trembling. Closing the birdcage, Xinjingyu slowly turned around. How long have you been kneeling? Back to your Highness, it's been half an hour. The servant girl lowered her head and respectfully said. It's getting late, so prepare the evening meal early. Yes, your Highness. Xinjingyu walked out of the lobby with an expressionless face, flicking his sleeves and leaving straight away. The sun rose the following day. Dead? Xinjingyu asked in a cold voice to the servant girl who was dressing herself. Back. Your Highness, it seems that there is not yet. That maidservant returned in a trembling voice. Aha! In the courtyard, Chen Kai tried to open his eyes full of blood, saw Xinjingyu walking face agitated, without the slightest blood color of the lips up and down tearing open. Your Highness, 2 words exported from the dodo like the howl of the howling horse and difficult to hear. Bring him in. Xinjingyu sat in the main seat slowly twisting a string of jade beads in his hands. 2 strong guards stepped forward to carry Qian Kai, who remained in a kneeling position, into the lobby. Give water. The guards brought a wooden bucket, a wooden ladle full of water, walked up and roughly broke open Qian Kai's mouth and poured the water in. Cough cough. After a violent coughing fit, Qian slumped weakly to the ground. Qian Kai, do you realize your mistake? Little. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Please spare my life, Your Highness. Qian Kai, like a flashback, hurriedly kneeled down again and cowed out heavily. Splat. The sound of a golden weapon crashing to the ground. Qian Kai looked at the gold nail set in front of him confused, not understanding its meaning. Reward you. I wouldn't dare. Qian Kai said with his mouth, but his hand still honestly grasped the gold nail set. Having followed His Highness for so many years, if this one bestowed something, if he didn't accept it, his fate would only be worse. Xinjingyu snickered as if talking to himself. I've always heard that behind the Drunken Immortal House is one of my 3 good brothers, but I never thought it was my good brother who has been traveling for 5 years. 6th brother, sixth brother, you really always bring different surprises to this king. Interesting. Qian Kai, if this king remembers correctly, your brother-in-law is the bookkeeper of Ding Fu Lu, right? Qiankai hastily squirmed forward a bit. Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Wenwu, go with him to the capital city. The Song royal family butler who had been waiting outside the door saluted. Yes, Your Highness. Many thanks, Your Highness. Many thanks, Your Highness. Qiankai was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed a few more times. Mr. Qian, please. Wenwu's body was slender, dressed in green, with a few touches of elegance on his face and a gentle tone. Hey! Hey! Qiankai dragged his immobilized legs and crawled outward in a hurry. Xin Jingyu raised his hand, and only then did two guards come forward to lift Qiankai up to follow Wenwu. Prepare the sedan chair, Chu Wangfu. My subordinate will go and prepare. Chu King's mansion. Shen Yian was not surprised to learn of Xin Jingyu's visit. Fourth brother. Sixth brother, congratulations, you're about to marry a beautiful woman. Xin Jingyu's tone was gentle and magnetic, making people inexplicably feel good. Some thin gifts, I hope sixth brother won't mind. The guards opened the wooden box in their hands, and the 8-piece set of pure gold and jade rings, earrings, and bracelets shone brightly. Thanks, fourth brother. Shen Yian signaled Mendu to put it away, and all the smiles on his face seemed to be quite natural. Who is the richest of the several emperors except him? That would of course be the Song king in front of him. Xin Jingyu's mother, Zhao Guifei, was the richest man in Gusu, the daughter of the Zhao family. Back then, when Emperor Wu ascended the throne and refurbished Tianwu City, the Zhao family had contributed both money and effort. As a result, the Zhao family not only became a royal relative, but was also knighted, and the scenery was beautiful for a while. I heard that there were assassins to disturb the night before. Sixth brother was not injured, right? Xin Jingyu negative hand while walking around, although there are repairs, but still left a lot of traces of fighting. Fourth brother is joking. Sixth brother was lucky to escape, but a lot of people were injured down there. Shen Yian had a bitter look on his face, a look of having survived a robbery. This king is familiar with the tooth merchant of that South Market tooth firm, and recently a new batch of barbarian soldiers arrived. If sixth brother needs it, this king can help sixth brother contact some. Thank you fourth brother for your kind words, but nah, the place in the mansion is just so big, it can't accommodate too many people. Tianwu City is not peaceful lately, sixth brother has to be more careful. Xin Jingyu said with some regret. Thanks for the reminder, fourth brother, sixth brother will pay more attention. In the midst of the pleasantries, the two of them had come to the pavilion to take their seats, and Shen Yian called someone to come and reproduce the tea and snacks that entertained Shen Tingfeng on that day. Xin Jingyu picked up the teacup and sipped lightly, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's really good tea. If fourth brother likes it, he might as well take some back to the house. Ha 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 ha, good, then fourth brother will not be polite. Sixth brother, fourth brother sometimes really envies you and fifth brother. Xin Jingyu's eyes gazed into the distance with a sudden sigh. One will marry the person of his choice, and the other gets away with it every day. Shen Yian put down the teacup in his hand and laughed lightly. Could it be that mother consort Zhao was urging for marriage again? Ugh. Shen Jingyu sighed again, unspoken. Could it be that fourth brother already has someone in mind? Shen Yian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Xin Jingyu had already met up with Gu Ruoi? If we start from the original, he was the first to meet up with Gu Ruoi, and the second was Shen Tingfeng. The author of the two of them alone watered down dozens of chapters until the 100 Flowers meeting, when Xin Jingyu made his appearance and had his first meeting with Gu Ruoi. Xin Jingyu shook his head and laughed softly. No, I just think it's quite good now. Gotta. Shen Yian smiled sarcastically. He had almost forgotten the persona of this His Highness, the King of Song. King of the Widows, women will only affect the speed at which he can get his career going. In addition, Zhao Guifei's side is always urging for marriage, making Xin Jingyu himself somewhat misogynistic. Thanks to Gu Ruoi's appearance, or else this widowed king would have to have a dragon's yang. The two of them made small talk, and the conversation slowly turned to their careers. Xin Jingyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Yian's hand. This startled Shen Yian. Could it be that because of the original change, Xin Jingyu has a dragon and yang now? Sixth brother, fourth brother has come here to apologize in addition to saying goodbye. Xin Jingyu leaned forward and smiled ambiguously, smiling a little hairy in Shen Yian's heart. What are you saying, fourth brother? Why can't I understand? Shen Yian played dumb and laughed awkwardly. Of course it's about the drunken immortal mansion. Xin Jingyu brought his face forward some more. Jingzhou Mansion. The prefect knows that both sides are not good to offend anyone, so he ruthlessly punished a ransom and let his men send it to the Chu King's palace. As for Ning Er and his accomplices, Zhen just paid the ransom and gave it to be released. Nose and face swollen Ning Er because of the lack of teeth, speecher stammered. See their brother-in-law excited whimpering cried out. The current Qiankai's legs are still afraid to move, and the guards of the help of the guards did not have the good taste to give this brother-in-law of his own a slap in the face. On the way back to Dingfu Lu, Shen Kai looked at the high walls on both sides and couldn't help but say, Lord Wenwu, going back to Dingfu Lu. It seems that we don't need to go here. Wenwu turned around, his gaze deep and terrifying. Before Ning Er and his accomplices, who were immediately behind him, could react, a pair of large hands suddenly dropped down to press down on their heads. Ka-ching! Inch bone cracking sound piercing ears, Shen Kai pupil fear shock, mouth open boss but horse not out half a sound. The heads of his own brother-in-law and the store boy were pressed hard into the body by Wenwu, and the two headless corpses just stiffened in front of him. Wenwu took out a handkerchief and gently wiped up his palms, his gaze ghostly. Remember, your brother-in-law and the shopkeeper died in the Beijing Zhaopu prison. Chapter 16. Your Highness, His Highness the King of Song has gone far away. Mendu looked at Shenian, who had stopped for a long time, and whispered a reminder. Aha! Shenian converged his eyes, the corner of his mouth lightly pulled down, suddenly smiled and said, this fourth brother of this king is really a big deal. Mendu stood back a bit confused as to what His Highness was talking about. Oh, versus. The fifth Highness didn't bring anything to the door, and this King of Song brought 8 gold, which is indeed a big deal. Shenian turned around. Mendu, take the accountant of the royal family with you and make a run to Dingfu House in the northern city to do a handover. That place will be the property of the royal family from now on. Ha! Mendu didn't react for a while. Dingfu Lu was considered a little famous restaurant in Tianwu City. How did it suddenly change to be owned by the royal family? What are you waiting for? Why don't you go? Ha! Ah! Yes, Your Highness. Mendu didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly ran a few quick steps. Shen Ian twisted his head and glanced at Shin Jingyu's faraway direction with his remaining light. Throwing stones. A hot golden potato thrown into his own hands is to try his own iron hand to grasp it or not, but also want to try to see how the reaction over there. Song Wangfu. Gusu Zhao family. Zhao Gui Fei. Putting aside all the conspiracy theories, what Shin Jingyu wants is just freedom. The fledgling bird that the Zhao family had raised in a cage for so many years was finally going to spread its plump feathers. It needs a hand, though, to open the birdcage for it first. Just as well, there were some things that he should clear up with the Zhao family. Compared to making friends with Shin Tingfeng, he prefers Shin Jingyu, this kind of big family you help, he is really giving you money. Your Highness, Mr. Hidden Disaster has returned. In the study, Fu Shang and Hidden Disaster had been waiting for a long time. That old dog dealt with? Hidden Disaster arched his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. Back to Your Highness. Old man crying sadness has been ambushed and killed 20 miles west of Tianmen Pass. Aha! Shenian nodded. The Hidden Disaster shot, in addition to LV Wenxuan, past this kind of land god level existence, kill an ordinary Tianwu realm old dog is still easy. But with the death of a left guardian, it wouldn't be long before the next one succeeded. The devil cult is now a state religion level existence among the countries in the heavenly beyond, and years of hibernation have long since given them an incomparable strength. Just waiting for their godmaster to ask the realm of that divine journey to hold the sword and enter the great Qian. After that old dog died, did the undying city make any moves? Shin Ian's gaze flinched. The inner sanctum of the devil cult held a row of heart lanterns of important figures of the devil cult. When people die, the lights go out. The news of the death of old man crying sadness would be sent back to the demon sect at the first opportunity. Back to Your Highness, the City of Knights has rung 3 bells. 3 bells, a general meeting? Let Hu and the others go back to the Chamber of Commerce to stand by first. Xin Yian sneered. Also, Fusheng, please make a trip to the southeast Sword Lake and help this king to fetch the sword. Fu Shang and Hidden Disaster were stunned in unison. Shin Ian couldn't help but feel amused as he watched the two of them. Don't think so much, recently Tianwu City is not peaceful. This king at least needs to have a handy guy on his side, right? Take it, and it will follow you obediently. Shin Ian grabbed it through the air, and the scabbard on the bookshelf flew into his hand. By the way, greet that old fishing man again for the king. Is he in the Air Force again today? Fusheng took the scabbard with both hands, his expressionless face rippled a little. Fusheng accepts the order. After Fu Shang left, Shin Ian sat behind the bookcase with his eyes slightly drooped. With the old dog dead, the devil cult re-elected the left guardian and reassigned him to the mission. At this stage, it was not possible to stimulate the demon sect to jump over the wall in a dog's mouth, nor was it possible to make them completely turtle up. It's better to make them huckleberries to save their grandpa, like sustainability is cut down to battle power. The old woman and the others should be very interested in the devil's cult, shouldn't they? Shin Ian opened the folding fan again and felt the killing true intent. It's a pity. The old dog's head could have been exchanged for quite a lot of money if we had taken it to the Wushu division. The gentle wind blew the leaves of the pomegranate tree outside the window. It's going to be autumn in March, and after that the barbarians in the north start to get restless again. He, the son-in-law, had to help his old man out more or less. What an eventful day, alas. Pop. Shin Ian closed his folding fan and stood up. I have a lot of things to do today, and I'm a little bored, so I'll go play with the silly girl. The Song King's mansion. Your Highness, it's been dealt with cleanly. Wenwu bowed his head and respectfully said. Where's the yin yang ledger? Took care of that too. Well, Ding Fu Lu, it won't be ours anymore. Shin Jingyu stroked the dodo in the birdcage and said absently. Your Highness, my subordinate is a little confused as to why Ding Fu Lu was given to the King of Chu for nothing? Are you asking the king? I wouldn't dare. Wenwu was shocked and hastily half-kneeled on the ground. Shin Jingyu turned around and allowed the dodo to jump from the birdcage to his shoulder. In terms of seniority, this king should address you as uncle, right? Subordinate wouldn't dare. Wenwu's head pressed a little lower. Compared to Mr. Zhou of the academy, you have taught this king more over the years, Uncle Wen. The king has always admired you. Shin Jingyu walked to Wenwu's side and gently pressed his hand on the upright shoulder. Your Highness. Please do not fail Your Highness' expectations. Wenwu opened his mouth. When has this king ever failed mother consort's expectations? Wenwu bowed his head, only feeling the weight of the thin palm at his shoulder as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Gah! The dodo's blood-colored eyes stared at the sky, suddenly howled, startling the air a few spring swallows to fly far away. Shin Jingyu smiled with his hands in the air. This king gave Ding Fu Lu to sixth brother just out of curiosity. Curious about your reactions. And please, Your Highness, do not be reckless. Wenwu turned around on his knees. What is recklessness? Is it not okay for this king to give away things he doesn't like? Shin Jingyu sneered. Your Highness, Your Highness. Put. A line of blood extended from the tip of Wenwu's nose to the root of the back of his ear, and half of his head rolled to the ground. The king doesn't want to hear you mention that woman again. Shin Jingyu looked sideways. His eyes seemed to reflect a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the flock of crows covered the blood-colored sky. Wenwu snapped back, subconsciously clasped his neck, a big mouthful of thick air exhaled. He died all over again? This is the art of the void self that is close to the perfection realm. His Highness wordlessly pulled him into the realm of the false self. Nope. It's the crow. Wenwu's pupils shook. Your Highness. Your realm has advanced one step further? It's not as good as Big Brother and Second Brother. Shin Jingyu raised his finger and the dodo obediently flew back into the birdcage. Prince Shen Mukin has been worshipped in the Tai sect since he was a young boy, worshipped the master of the 10,000 laws realist, and at the age of 16 he had already entered into that realm of self-possession, and now he is afraid to have long since entered into the realm of the heavenly martial arts. Shin Zhenyan, king of Jin, Luanjia king's disciple, cultivated the Shin family East Emperor scripture. At the age of 12 enlisted in the army, guarding the border for 10 years, countless battles of all sizes, under the command of 10,000 red gold iron cavalry. Wenwu, this king has always admired you. With your abilities you should not be limited to a Gusuzhao family. The king promises you a wider world. Shin Jingyu extended his hand. Wenwu is willing to serve Your Highness. Chapter 17, bringing Yi Liyan to the banquet. The day passed uneventfully for 3 days. Shin Ian has given full play to One Trick Pays Off. That night the royal residence was attacked by assassins. He was shocked, not yet settled. The body is not safe, the morning court cannot go, the academy even more cannot go. After handling and arranging things every day, he went to play with the silly girl. When the weather is nice, go outside of town for a little fishing, hunting, and picnicking. If it is cloudy, listen to the piano, drink tea, and tell stories in the study. Shin Ian shamelessly adapted some of the famous books, stories, and novels that he had read in his previous life and then turned them into his own. There is no lack of educational content, trying to tell the silly girl what the human heart is through the story. The storm about the silly girl gradually subsided in these 3 days, and he withdrew Chang Hai and the others partially in the meantime. As for Ding Fu Lu, after completing the handover formalities, the shopkeeper Qian Kai left Tianwu City with his family and was nowhere to be found. The new manager still needs to wait for a transfer from the Chamber of Commerce. Shin Ian is also ready to renovate Ding Fu Lu into a hot pot restaurant, so he is not in a hurry. Your Highness. Du Dunming, son of Dukan, has sent an invitation. Mandu ran all the way with the invitation. Shin Ian, who finished his lunch, was puzzled for a moment. The son of Nguo Gong, Du Dunming? Suddenly it occurred to me that it wasn't the chubby little guy who was afraid of bugs when he was a kid. He had planned to go back to his room to rest for a while and go to the Jinguo Gongfu in the afternoon, but it seemed that there was going to be a change of plans. Shin Ian opened the invitation and suddenly realized that today was the rest day of the academy. Ancient world itself, not much entertainment. This group of noble children used to pack the city on the Luo River on a flower boat, whine as a song, chanting each other poetry, blowing for cow right pussy. Apart from these gentry, there will also be those big ladies in, forming the so-called upper-class circle. He was on good terms with Du Guoming, with a relationship shaped like that of a current die-hard best friend. It was natural not to brush off an invitation from a dead friend. These guys don't dare to play blindly, really play accident, make a joke, those old family can be born to pick them a layer of skin. It was just as well that he could take the silly girl with him to help remove some of the hints of social terrorism and expand his social circle. Of course, the most important thing was to make Du Guoming's group of noble children remember the silly girl and who she was. The granddaughter of the Duke of Jin, the daughter of General Jinbei, and the future royal consort of King Chu. Mendu, prepare the car, Jinguo Mansion. Your Highness, then the invitation from the son of the Duke of An. It's not like the king said he wouldn't go, it's not like he's going to pick up someone first. Mendu Sec archly said, Your Highness, do you need to prepare anything? No need. My subordinate will go and prepare. Gong Mansion. Yi Tianzi had something to do and was not in the mansion. Butler Rafu still respectfully welcomed Shen Ian in. He was now more familiar with the Zhengguo Gongfu than he was with the Wang Fu. After Yi Lian learned of Shen Ian's intention to come, a pair of small hands were nervous and a little overwhelmed. She didn't want to reject the other party, but she was a little socialized, fearing that she would make a fool of herself after meeting those noble children and lose her highness's face. When this king came, he didn't intend to let you stay in the mansion. Shen Ian smiled and suddenly moved forward, picking up Yi Lian in a princess hug. Anyway, when hugging into the bridal chamber, you also need to hug oneself as a rehearsal in advance. Shen Ian's old face reddened, very shameless thought. Ah! Yi Lian exclaimed in shock, completely not anticipating that his highness would pick himself up in such a domineering manner. Your highness! Your highness! Silly girl body slightly curled up, a layer of red haze climbed on the face of the world. The small hand both joy and fear of carefully grabbed Shen Ian's corner of the coat, the small head but instinctive general close to the broad shoulders, a pair of peach blossom eyes shy from time to time to sneak a peek at that handsome face. The fact that her own young lady was so shy caused the two daughters, Jinxiu and Jinlian, who were eating on the side, to become inexplicably excited. Your highness! So bad! Jinlian covered her face with her small hands and peeked frantically through the gap between her fingers. Shen Ian smiled gently. Jinxiu, go help your young lady with the gauze hat. Yes. Your highness. Jinxiu was the first to react and hurriedly pulled Jinlian, who was still peeking, to trot out of the study. Luo River, also known as Luoshui, dug by the Ministry of Public Works under the order of the founding father of the Shen family, can pass through large ships, traversing the entire Tianwu city, and connecting several satellite cities in the surrounding area. From time to time on the river there are shipping boats slowly past. Along both sides of the river stores are dense. The degree of prosperity is no less than the northern city. Luo River, more than 10 large and small flower boat people, decorative lin attracted attention. Many prostitutes clothes slipped to half-arm, standing in the bow, high up, one by one, flamboyant, arm pulling the silk ribbon fluttering, like 100 flowers compete. Shen Ian got off the carriage and immediately regretted bringing the silly girl. If Yi Lian saw the scene, he couldn't even wash himself by jumping into this Luo water. And then misinterpret yourself as one of those foppish princes who frequents windy places. Tu Quoc Ming is fully responsible for this. Why don't you find a tea house for the party? Return the king's innocence. Miss, be careful. Shen Ian turned around at the sound of the voice and helped Yi Lian down from the carriage. Yi Lian was wearing a veiled hat, but it didn't affect her vision. A pair of beautiful eyes subconsciously looked towards those flower boats on Luo River. After seeing the scene of those prostitutes fighting for sex, it was obvious that the worldview had been slightly shocked, and his eyes hastily averted to other places. Your highness! Do you come here often? Shen Ian is really afraid of what will come, and quickly explained, Do Dunming, those guys always come here. This king traveled for 5 years not to get involved. He wasn't lying, he had been to the flower boat, but he had gone up there with other purposes. The flower boats of the Luo River, he had not been here once. Yi Lian could not help but feel a bit of joy in her heart, but she felt that what she had just asked was abrupt. I'm sorry, your highness, Lian was abrupt. This king knows what you're thinking. Don't worry, this king is not the kind of person who is indiscreet. Shen Ian could very proudly say that in both lives, he was a yellow flower virgin. Even if he mixes with the world, he abides by his heart and concentrates on cultivation, and a woman will only be a stumbling block on his way forward. But not his own daughter-in-law. Lian trusts his highness. This sentence caused the sense of guilt in Shen Ian's heart to inexplicably increase. You have to keep an eye on the silly girl yourself, so you don't get ripped off one day. Summoning the ferry boat by the river, leaving the two Jinxiu girls and 2 guards to watch the carriage, the two shared a small boat, and Shanghai took another small boat to approach the flower boat where Du Dunming and the others were. Manhattan Pavilion. Before the canoe approached the flower boat, the warblers on it began to scratch their heads impatiently when they saw such a handsome and compelling male like Shanian. Two gentlemen come up and play. Don't snatch this one from your sisters. Yili Yen couldn't help but clench her small fists. She only hated that her zither was placed in the study, otherwise she must make these women who didn't know how to pick up the point shut their mouths. As the boat approached the flower boat, several prostitutes had already stretched out their jade arms to assist Shanian onto the boat. However, they did not want a black shadow swept from the canoe to force several prostitutes back, screaming in shock. Shanghai turned to make way respectfully, "Young master." Going in and out of such a place, Shanghai, who was a subordinate, had the good sense to change his address. Shanian nodded slightly, his big hand wrapped around the silly girl's thin waist toes lightly, then came to the flower boat. Before the person arrived, the soul-stirring, soft-spoken words came first. Chapter 18 The Dew Brothers. The rich fragrant wind overpowered the rouge odor of those prostitutes, and the plump and voluptuous old bod twisted her willow waist and greeted her with a step and 3 shakes. The old bod is known as the flower lady, 33, just when the charm is still alive, between the knitted brows and a smile, charming, hooking people's hearts. If some little white scholar bumped into it and his mind flew, he was afraid that his crotchcloth would be slaughtered by this woman. The flower lady's beautiful arm raised, the silk yarn in her hand danced with the wind, and suddenly she stumbled like a pool of autumn water and fell into Shanghai's arms. Sung. The long blade was sheathed, the hard hilt disliking the flower lady backward and staggering her. Huanyang covered the small abdomen with anger, raised his eyes to Shanghai's murderous zombie face, small mouth, and a skimming showed the color of aggrieved. This is a big-headed soldier with no eyesight, the main person still has to be the two next to him. Huanyang has long noticed Yili Yen, the little girl wrapped up tight, but cannot hide the dust of the temperament. I think it is again which family's young lady. The key is the one next to this, the temperament is peerless, between the eyebrows there is a domineering aura belonging to the superior, a touch of gold at the waist is even more eye-catching. The royal relatives, the nobles of heaven. 8 big words stimulated Huanyang's nerves as hard as electric current. This gentleman, the party slave, overstepped his bounds. The flower lady smiled like a flower, hating 18 expressions of goodwill in a second. Dare I ask if the gentleman is invited? Aha! Shanian lightly responded, signaling Shanghai to hand over the invitation. Huanyang took the invitation without even glancing at it and hurriedly greeted, "Girls, make way for the nobles. 3 of you, please come with my slave." This man-flower pavilion in the other flower boat has been considered a giant-like existence. The entire Luo River above the Fear is not to find a few ships. There are 4 floors. The first floor is a hall with a theater stage and a dozen low tables. The second floor is an elegant room with much more privacy, along with much more spending money. The third floor is a dedicated meeting place, often for chartered VIPs. The fourth floor is the bedroom, where you can rest when you are tired of playing or want to continue to play beautifully. Climbing up to the third floor, the sound of music in the room surrounded the ears, and from time to time, the sound of laughter came out. Huanyang stood in front of the doorway and knocked 3 times. The room was suddenly quiet, and Du Dunming's thick voice came out, "Who is it?" "What's up?" "Mr. Du, it's newer, you have a guest arriving." Thud. A loud vibration of feet on wooden boards came out, bang. The doorway opened wide, and a wide shadow enveloped the crowd. Shen Ian subconsciously raised his head to meet the big man in front of him at eye level. "Ange. No. Your Highness. Brotherin. I missed you so much." Du Dunming tangled for 2 seconds to call it, so he didn't care and picked Shen Ian up from the ground in a bear hug. "You're at Swaki?" Shen Ian's eyes were full of shock. He remembered that the year he left Tianwu City, little Fatty was still half a head shorter than himself, right? "How come you've grown so big and strong since I haven't seen you for 5.5 years?" Mendu was considered a normal person compared to Du Dunming. "You can't grow that fast on hormones, can you?" "It's me. Brotherin. I missed you so much." Du Dunming hugged Shen Ian with his left hand like a doll, and his right hand was filled with snot and tears. "You put me down first." "Oh, sorry on." Du Dunming hurriedly let go of Shen Ian with an apologetic and naive smile a few times. Huanyang stood aside. Every time she saw Du Dunming's heart palpitates. It's good that this master does not like to play blindly, otherwise she the ship's girls will be in bad luck. "All gentlemen, please still have fun. If there is something you want to do, feel free to call Nuer to come. Nuer won't be here to disturb all gentlemen's elegance." The flower lady did not forget to fling the silk veil in her hand on her way out, lightly scraping Shanghai's zombie face, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. "Brotherin, this is..." Du Dunming looked at Yi Lian curiously. "She's my little follower." Shen Ian pulled Yi Lian's small hand and laughed. "Oh, brotherin, quickly come in, there are many sunny people outside." Du Dunming didn't think much of it and hurriedly greeted the two of them as they entered the room. Cheng Hai closed the door to the room and stood outside, his large hand pressed against the hilt of the knife, gaze scanning the surrounding area, abiding by his duty. In the room, after Shen Yan pulled Yi Liyan in, a group of gentlemen and young ladies hurriedly rose to salute. "See Your Highness King Chu." No need to be polite. Every time this kind of scene, Shen Yan had a vestigial feeling that the company was having a meeting and he was the boss. "Brethren!" A white-faced scholar called out softly. Shen Yan was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. "Your son Young?" Du Chengzheng, second son of Duke Anhwa. Du Chengzheng smiled warmly. "It's me, brethren. You two brothers have changed so much." Shen Yan sighed from his heart. Originally, these two brothers, one fat as a meatball and the other black and thin as a monkey, now belonged to the male Big 18 changes. And Gui Gong was originally a military general, and he had thought that Du Qingxing's physique would be similar to Du Dunming's. Two tigers in one family, Master Du was afraid that he could wake up laughing in his dreams. After exchanging pleasantries, the crowd coincidentally focused their gazes on Yi Liyan, who was being held by Shen Yan's small hand. Who would be the one who could have such close contact with His Highness the King of Chu? "Brethren, have a seat." Du Dunming welcomed Shen Yan to the main seat. After taking his seat, Shen Yan patted Du Dunming's shoulder, not without curiosity. "What's the situation between you and Cheng Zheng? Haven't seen you for a few years and you've changed so much?" "Ha. I was thrown by my father to Uncle Ye's for a few years of training, and second brother has been studying with Mr. Zhou at the academy." "Uncle Yi? How many other Yi families are there in this Tianwu city?" When Yi Liyan heard Uncle Yi, her small hand couldn't help but clench Shen Yan's big hand. "Going to war? It's been on a good number of times. I even cut down quite a few barbarians." As soon as this was mentioned, infinite pride welled up in Du Dunming's heart. "Dare I ask how many of you here have gone into battle and killed the enemy? Awesome. This king toasts you." "Thank you, brethren." The two of them picked up their wine cups and drank it all in one go. Shen Yan lightly wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and continued to ask, "Is Uncle Yi's health okay?" "But it's good. If it's not good, how could Uncle Yi always have the strength to beat me?" Du Dunming tone aggrieved. "All blame their own old man." "Do not know." And Yi Birding explained, "What? He made a mistake. The other party is really hard to beat him off." Ha 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 ha. This statement drew laughter from the room. Even the silly girl couldn't help but lower her head to stifle her laughter. "By the way, I heard that you're going to marry Sister Yi." Du Dunming's big face came over with a scowl. The Du family and the Yi family are good friends, but the brothers have not seen Yi Liyan twice since they were young. The deepest impression was of those pale blue eyes. "Yes, what's wrong?" Shen Yan put down his wineglass, the corners of his mouth raised without leaving any traces. Du Chengzheng, who was sitting on the side, patted Du Dunming's shoulder, signaling him to look at the others beside him. Du Dunming stared wide-eyed at the face that was hazily covered by a white veil. "Second brother, Anja's little follower seems to be quite good-looking." Du Chengzheng helplessly held his forehead and gave his stupid big brother a hard pat on the back. "Call your sister-in-law." Chapter 19, The First Time. "What sister-in-law?" Du Dunming rubbed his big head and didn't react for a while. "Liyan, take off the sarong." Shen Yan smiled lightly, his big hand gently rubbed the small hand. The room suddenly quieted down, and everyone looking at Yi Liyan subconsciously held their breath. Yi Liyan looked at her own highness' encouraging gaze, took a light breath, her small hand lifted and trembled lightly, slowly removing the veil hat. The white veil fell lightly in his arms. A stunning face of the country was reflected in everyone's eyes. The iconic pale blue eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon and stars. Beautiful, just too beautiful. Hiss. The people around them all sucked in their breath. There was actually such a stunning beauty in the world. Some of the big ladies actually had some inexplicable inferiority complexes in their hearts. It turns out that the rumors of those days are not empty. Jinghua Gongfu's one could really be a fairy above the 9 heavens fell to the mortal world? Yi Liyan sat upright, not avoiding these gazes that were either scrutinizing or blazing, but instead looking earnestly at each and every one of them. She is His Highness's future crown princess. Being timid will only invite ridicule and will only bring shame to His Highness. Yi Liyan's small hands were already clenched a little white, but she didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright. She was trying to overcome the panic inside her. She was very brave, very understanding that made Shen Yan's heart ache. Ahem. Shen Yan's cough made everyone come back to their senses like they were waking up from a big dream. This king introduces, this is this king's future royal consort, the daughter of General Jinbei, Yi Liyan. Liyan has met you all. Yi Liyan lowered her small head, her voice was clear and cold, like that flower of the mountains, unattainable, only allowing people to look at it from afar, unable to touch it. I, Pang Mu, son of Marquis Lu Chang, meet Miss Yi. Meet Miss Yi. Hello Sister Yi. As the words fell, the crowd hurriedly got up and saluted in a chorus of words. You're Yi. Sister Yi? Du Dunming's two big hands pressed his head from both sides, and that expression of disbelief filled his face, causing Du Chengzheng to hold his forehead and sigh repeatedly. Yi Liyan nodded her head in a tone that was a bit milder compared to the coldness of a moment ago. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Mr. Du. Since childhood, she has not contacted a few people of her age, and her memory of the people of her age that she has contacted is very deep, and the Du brothers naturally remembered it, and Shanian was a little surprised at the changes in the two Du brothers, just as Shanian was. Sister Yi, no, sister-in-law, Sister Yi. Du Dunming was in a disordered order of speech for a while, not knowing how to address the other party. Call sister-in-law. This time it was Shanian who raised her hand and patted his back. This sentence caused Yi Liyan to instantly turn red at the base of her ears, which was adorable. The silly girl's heart at this moment wanted to lightly whack her own highness with her little pink fist. Actually letting someone call her sister-in-law in front of so many people, she obviously hasn't gotten married yet, shame on Liyan. Ha! Ah! Hello sister-in-law! Du Dunming shouted with a big grin. Hello sister-in-law! Du Chengzheng stood up and saluted. Mr. Du. Sister-in-law is too polite, just call us Xiaozhang and Xiaoming. This party's originally cheerful atmosphere became a bit formal after the addition of Shanian and Yi Liyan. Some of the males who wanted to show off their talents were even more crestfallen. The party gradually turned into 3 or 5 people talking to each other. A few of the great daughters of the family gathered together to talk and laugh, their eyebrows drifting cautiously towards the main seat from time to time. The Du brothers, on the other hand, pulled Shanian to ask questions. He couldn't wait for Shanian to finish telling in one sentence the interesting things he had encountered during the 5 years of traveling. Du Dunming took a big gulp of his wine and started bragging about how he cut down those barbarian soldiers after taking over. That vivid image is funny. There were also people who couldn't hold back their curiosity and raised their hands like a student to throw questions at Shanian. Shanian, on the other hand, was like a teacher, tirelessly satisfying the curiosity of these young masters and young ladies who grew up in fine clothes. Now they are captive eagles in a greenhouse, enjoying the treatment that ordinary people have never had in their lives, waiting for their fathers and mothers to open the skylight and release them into the sky that has been planned long ago. It was true that a large Jianghu was more interesting than Tianwu City, but how was Tianwu City not a Jianghu? They aspire to the greatness of the Jianghu, but they do not know how many people have come before and after them to this land under their feet, just to set foot on the temple which is close to them. The party seemed to be coming to an end as the drinks were flowing. Du Dunming's tanned face was flushed with the redness of alcohol, and his big hand grasped Shanian's arm. Brother-in, next time you go out to play, be sure to take me with you. I also want to see this huge world. Brother-in, don't mind me when the time comes. I have plenty of strength, whether it's as a guard or carrying things, I can do it all. Good. Don't regret it when the time comes, Jianghu, it's not fun. Shanian laughed. Of course I won't regret it. As long as Ange doesn't mind me, he. Du Chengzheng assisted the drunken Du Dunming and apologized. I'm sorry brother-in, my brother has enjoyed drinking since he came back. I've made you laugh. Yen Bei's bleak and cold land, wine is a good thing to warm up the body. Dunming is also in the military, so there are extenuating circumstances. This king does like Dunming's bravado now. Shanian smiled and lamented. The breeze whipped across the Luo River, rippling a little golden ripples. The large room was finally left with only the mess after the guests had had their fun. Did you have fun today? Shanian asked softly. Today was considered to be a day that brought Yi Liyan a vicious wave of wind reviews, and also allowed her to meet many girls of her age. Liyan is happy. Yi Liyan nodded her little head, and the sarong in her arms ran behind her at some point. For the first time, she befriends girls of her age other than the 2 girls, Jinshu and Jinlian. First time I've heard a compliment from another girl. The first time you meet up with other girls for an outing, shopping. This half-day trance was like a dream, and I think back on it as being so dreamy. But since you promised to go out shopping with someone, you can't pigeonhole them. Pigeonholed someone? Yi Liyan tilted her little head, a little dumbfounded, clearly not understanding the meaning of the word. It means cool. Liyan is instructed. Liyan won't pigeonhole people. Yi Liyan's cheeks rose slightly scarlet, her voice slightly glutinous. Shanian's expression was a little unnatural, feeling as if he had taught something he shouldn't have. It's getting late, let's go back too. Saying that, Shanian suddenly leaned his body forward to peck Yi Liyan lightly on her face. The small face that was already a little scarlet swished and turned completely red. Your Highness. Yi Liyan was a little taken by surprise, her voice was tinged with shyness, and her small face looked dazed from the blush. His Highness is too bad, always doing this kind of sneak attack thing, leaving her completely unprepared. In case outsiders see it, what kind of behavior is it? In his heart, he couldn't hide his happiness, but how should he respond to His Highness? It's so messy, so confusing, and my head is so hot, it seems to be burning off. Yi Lian's thousands of thoughts at this moment coalesced into a small fist, breathless landed on Shen Yian's chest, scallion jade fingers gently hooked a corner of the clothes, the air was so quiet for 2 seconds, the small head suddenly lifted up to come up. Boo! Chapter 20 Southeast Sword Lake. A bit of warmth and coolness turned away from his cheek. Shen Yian froze a little and touched his face, feeling the little bit of faint wetness. Did she just sneak up on herself? Look again. Yi Lian do not know when has been put on the gauze hat. A pair of small hands deliberately lowered the brim, like a child who made a mistake, trying to cover up something. That dumb and silly look wildly poked someone's young girl's heart. The corners of Shen Yian's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes contained a smile as he skillfully grabbed Yi Lian's small hand. Let's go. Aha! The only thing that responded to him was the shy voice of a young girl as thin as a mosquito fly. The sky casts a golden glow, reflecting the river and coloring the boats with a layer of broken gold. Shanghai was carrying a long sword, his eyes were far-sighted, and he was wearing this layer of golden radiance as if he were a golden armored general who was about to go on an expedition. Even the flower lady, who knew countless people, couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Too bad it's a zombie face. Click! The doorway opened and Shen Yian walked out holding Yi Lian's small hand. Young master. Duke. Shanghai and Huanyang, who had been waiting for a long time, saluted at the same time. Go back. Yes, young master. The two boats slowly docked against the rippling river, and the flower lady stood at the front of the boat waving a silk veil in her hand and shouting daintily, "Sir, slowly go." She wouldn't have shouted, "Come back next time to play again, sir," when he was accompanied by his female companion. In his heart, he still hoped that these aristocratic sons with tutelage would often come here, spending a lot, tipping a lot, and not wreaking havoc on the girls on his ship, so why not? The holy land of heavenly sword cultivation, Southeast Sword Lake. Legend has it that this is a corner of the ancient battlefield, and once a great sword immortal came here and made it his cave. Time passes, the sword fairy treads the sword to the east and does not return. A sword-casting family migrated to this place, found that this place is rich in the family's dream of gold and iron ore deposits. They stayed here, casting the sword inserted all over the square miles of plains. Then later, monstrous waters came from the east, destroying and flooding everything, and the sword-forging family disappeared, leaving their swords here forever. History changes. A rush examination scholar passing by lost his footing and fell into the lake, was rescued by the villagers on the shore. The people found that this scholar in the hands of more than a broken iron sword. Many bold villagers jumped into the lake to find out what was going on. A watery young man dived deep, shocked to find that the bottom of this huge lake is densely plugged with swords. The youth went into the water 3 times and used all his strength, but could not pull out a sword, and finally returned unhappy. Sword Lake, the matter of word of mouth, attracted countless people come from far and wide, just to see whether the bottom of the lake with the rumors of the general. Because of the Sword Lake adjacent to the southeast mountain, more people, called more, since then named Southeast Sword Lake. There is also that fell into the lake of the scholar, since woke up as lost soul, not to rush to the examination, but instead all day long holding that worn iron sword sitting on the lake. I don't know how many days and nights, how many springs, summers, autumns and winters had passed, but the scholar suddenly got up and looked up to the sky and laughed. A green lotus diffracts Hong Meng. 3,000 worlds in one sword. I am enlightened. I'm finally enlightened. Ha 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 ha. According to the recollection of a sword cultivator who was present. His ears that day seems to have countless sword sounds surrounded by the entire sword lake above the blooming of a good-looking green lotus, accompanied by that unrestrained laughter. A green-clothed sword fairy stepped sword east, and that the world's sword fairy general never returned. That scholar later possessed a title that no one knew or was unaware of: Poetry Sword Immortal Chufinga. The Poetry Sword Immortal had an epiphany and entered into a divine journey, and stepped on the sword to go east without returning. 1 by 10, 10 by 100, 100 by 1,000, more and more sword cultivators to the name. The Southeast Sword Lake has really become a holy place in the hearts of sword cultivators. Under the dusk, the remnant of the sun only left a line of blood red in the sky, a light mist from all directions around the lake, adding a few mysterious color for the sword lake. A trestle bridge, not too wide and not too long, stretched out into the lake, with 4 or 5 boats moored around it. At the end of the trestle bridge, an old man clad in a straw raincoat sat in a cross-legged position, his body slightly bowed, holding a bamboo pole. Wow! The old man's drooping eyes lifted slightly, and his dry, thin old hand gripped the bamboo pole and lifted it abruptly upward, and a fat carp leaped out of the water. You don't seem to be a sword cultivator, why are you here? The old man took off the fish hook and put the carp back into the lake. Fetch the sword. Fu Shang bowed with his sword sheath in hand and saluted. Get the sword? Jump into the lake and get it yourself, why come to the old man here? Nope, you smell like that brat. The old man suddenly crossed his pale eyebrows and his voice went 3 times colder. You came to take his sword? Yes. Fu Sheng answered. Damn, that brat used the entire sword lake to raise his broken sword. Do you know what kind of unethical things his broken sword has done? The old man could no longer maintain the appearance of a worldly superior just now. The whole person jumped up and pointed at Fu Sheng and cursed. Fu Sheng silently took half a step backward to avoid the range of the old man's saliva. In the midst of cursing, the old man's face flinched, a warm glow came out of his cloudy eyes, his big hands gripped the bamboo pole tightly, his arms' veins rippled, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn, after so long, you've finally taken the bait. The large sword lake suddenly gave birth to a huge vortex swirling layers of waves. Even the mist has dissipated a few points. Wave impact under the trestle bridge also occurred with the tremor. The lake seems to be what a big horror is about to come out. Get thee out. The old man was surrounded by horrible true chi lingering around. The whole person unconsciously swelled up a circle. The bamboo pole had been bent into a C shape, but it was still tough, and did not have the slightest tendency to crumble. Roar! The center of the vortex suddenly lifted 100 meters high water curtain. An unknown roar resounded through the world. The forest beasts were silenced, and a large number of birds flew up in shock. Wow! As the curtain of water crashed down, Fu Sheng instinctively took half a step backward, the corners of his eyes widened, and a 5-clawed black dragon hovering in the air with teeth and claws was reflected in his inky eyes. Dragon! Creatures that exist only in legend. A black dragon actually existed in this sword lake. Nope. Fu Sheng snapped back to his senses and fixed his eyes to take a closer look. He would realize that the black dragon was not a solid entity. The scabbard in his hand trembled and echoed the black dragon. Could this be His Highness's sword? Roar! The black dragon let out an angry roar towards the old man, and its huge dragon body transformed into a 3-foot-long sword hanging in the air. Humph! The old man will destroy you today. The old man yanked on the bamboo pole, and the fishing line wrapped around the hilt of the long sword gave a steep tug to pull it down. Tread! At the sound of the voice, the afterglow suddenly glanced behind him. The old man's eyes rounded with anger scolded, You want to seize? Ka! A large hand rotated the bottom of the bamboo pole, and a 2-finger thick thin sword was drawn out and swung down, and the green majestic sword she instantly tore through the trestle bridge. Boom! Fu Sheng's brow yin and yang double fish condensed, his right hand's pale white astral energy condensed and blasted against the majestic sword chi, and the overbearing astral energy tore apart the sword chi and stirred towards the old man. The old man was surprised. The thin sword in his hand stabbed out in the air, and the astral energy was split into 2 shares with the tip of the sword as the point to blast towards the lake. Dozens of meters of water curtain stirred up, a green and a white 2 streams of light stepped on the lake driftwood fast staggering collision, biting sword chi and overbearing astral force constantly to the surrounding stirred up to seem to break the dome of the sky. The heavens and the earth were suddenly quiet. A long sword flew in and Fu Sheng lifted the scabbard, and the long sword automatically returned to its sheath. The old man standing in the distance stared, Take it and get out. Fu Sheng glanced at his right hand, which was covered in sword marks, and arched his hand. The lake generation has a message that needs to be delivered. From that brat? Definitely no good words. The old man grunted with a frown, his tone moderating a bit from earlier. Dare I ask if Senior is in the Air Force again today? When the words fell, Fu Sheng swept off into the distance, leaving the old man frozen in place for 2 seconds before he began to curse. Ahem. The old man coughed out 2 mouthfuls of bruised blood, looking at his arm that was almost twisted into a twist by that horrible astral force and lamented, This is another little monster that came out from nowhere, so bad luck. That's just it, it's time for the old man to rest for a while. Chapter 21, The Encounter. The soft moonlight baked Tianwu City into a calm and peaceful place. Marquis Wucheng's mansion. The study was illuminated by several bright lights. Ayun was lying on the bookcase with her little head up and down, her eyes sunken. Miss, when are we going to rest? Behind the bookcase, Guru Wei gently closed the yellowed ancient medicine books in her hands, her slender jade fingers reaching out to gently poke Chi Yun's little head. You, girl, are cheerful during the day. I'm happy to accompany young lady in the daytime for anything, but when it comes to the evening, Chi Yun feels drained. Chi Yun's small hands grip the edge of the bookcase, blinking her big, pathetic eyes. I really can't do anything with you, girl. I'll finish reading this and go rest, okay? Guruoi's mouth ranted, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. Aha! Miss is the best person in the whole world. Ha ha ha! You! Closing the ancient book, Guruoi subconsciously picked up the ox horn comb with a jade-like texture on the desktop, and couldn't stop a face from surfacing in her mind. Miss, thinking about that gentleman again? Chi Yun did not know when to bring her small face up, her own young lady's appearance, clearly pregnant. With her heart poked through, Guruoi's ears were dotted with a touch of red, and she pinched Chi Yun's cheeks in mock anger. You girl, you should be punished again. Ooh, Miss Ayun knows she's wrong. Early in the morning of the next day, today Emperor Wu rested. Civil and military ministers did not need to go to court. It was rare to be able to sleep. Gu Ruoyi woke up early, and after a brief wash, she took Qi Yun to greet Gu Cheng. Ruoyi, are you still used to living in the mansion these days? Gu Cheng, whose temples were graying and wrinkles were evident on his forehead, asked in a very soft tone. Back to father, Ruoyi is fine in the mansion and loves it here. Gu Ruoyi nodded knowingly. Gu Cheng couldn't help but show a touch of sadness between her eyebrows when she looked at this familiar and incomparable face. I'm sorry, Yui-chan. If he had been more courageous in taking you and your daughter with him, he would not have been separated today. Gu Ruoyi's eyes were slightly lowered. She knew that her father was thinking of her mother again. She never blamed Gu Cheng. Her mother had told her that not only Luozhou, but also the whole world was in chaos. Gu Cheng suppressed the uprising and led the army on the northern expedition. The road was already dangerous, and at that time, the Jin family hadn't yet suffered any sudden changes, so her mother staying in the Jin family to recuperate her baby was the best choice. Although the uprising was suppressed, but the victims of Luozhou only more and less, the Jin family still opened warehouses to release grain, half a month in a row. The more the victims gathered more and more, even the Jin family, this kind of big people, is also very soon to the bottom of the surplus food. Without food, the victims went completely crazy, and they started pouring into the city to burn and loot everywhere. Several members of the Jin family tried to pacify the victims, but they were clubbed to death in the street, and their robes were stripped off, exposing their corpses to the streets. The fire started in the city, illuminating the dark night like a curtain. The victims were turned into evil spirits, and the huge city became a hell on earth. After sacrificing dozens of guards and clansmen, the surviving Yin family members began their exile. The world has not yet stabilized. Gold and silver jewels are not worth a handful of rice and grain. Jin family members in exile and eventually scattered all over the place. When Gu Ruoyi returned to her senses, she saw Gu Cheng stretching her brows and saying even, good, it's good that you like it here. And somewhat at a loss for words, she asked, is there enough money to spend? I'll have the housekeeper fetch you another 100 taels. No. No need, father, Ruoyi is enough to spend. Gu Ruoyi hurriedly waved her small hand. So, do you want anything? As long as father can get it, I'll definitely get it for you. Gu Cheng's tone was slightly agitated. He wanted to do his best to compensate Gu Ruoyi for what he owed over the years. Don't look at him as leading the army to kill through the barbarians back then, but he was actually a stupid man, the kind that was so stupid that he didn't even know how to express his father's love. Asked a couple of old war buddies, these guys are even more unreliable than myself, might as well do it my way. What pampering, spoiling, his own daughter, you have to hold in the heart. Even if you want the stars in the sky, he will find a way to buckle down one. Rui wants her father to be healthy and happy, safe and sound every day. You, girl, why are you just like your mother? Gu Cheng's eyes reddened, old tears wetting his beard like no money. Sheer, when I return from the northern expedition, what do you want? I'll get it all for you. My concubine only wishes for Jun's safe return. The king has returned, but the beauty is gone. Father. Gu Ruoyi took 2 steps forward with great concern. Father is fine. Ruoyi, you go ahead and have your breakfast. Father wants to be alone. Gu Cheng wiped his old tears and waved his hand with a forced smile. Yes, father. In the dining hall, Gu Ruoyi put down her small bowl. Qi Yun, come with me to the fabric store in a moment. Miss, you want to make clothes? Qi Yun's eyes shone brightly. She had seen her own young Mrs. craftsmanship in making clothes, and she felt that it was better than what those famous tailors did. When my mother was alive, she often thought that she had not had the opportunity to make a robe for my father, and I wanted to fulfill her dying wish for my mother. In addition to the regular clothes to be made, there will also be the military clothes that father wore when he put on his armor, so there's more fabric to buy. Gu Ruoyi's heart was very remorseful. Why did she only remember those words of her mother now? If she had remembered earlier and made the robes earlier, she could have made her father happy earlier. South City. These days, Gu Ruoyi was already generally familiar with Tianwu City. At least she wouldn't get lost when she went out. On the way to the cloth shop, Gu Ruoyi was preoccupied, looking down at the stone tiles under her feet, her mind constantly thinking about the style of the robes. Ah! 2 cries of alarm were heard, and the silver pouch at his waist was knocked to the ground. Gu Ruoyi wanted to bend down to pick it up, but a big hand suddenly reached down to pick up the silver bag. Whose lady are you? How can you walk with your head down? Can you afford to pay for injuring this young master? This young master tells you that this. The 2 stood up straight in unison, 4 eyes opposite each other, Shin Tingfeng hand holding the silver bag, looking at the face of the city in front of him, his mouth open but like a fish in the throat. Is this another encounter with a fairy yourself? This appearance, this body, and the fairy in the Jingui Gungfu can already be tied, right? These 4 great beauties of Tianwu City are about to turn into 6 beauties right away, aren't they? Gu Ruoi was also slightly surprised by Shen Tingfeng's appearance, but it was only a surprise. Because I have seen Shen Yi in kind of a mortal existence, see Shen Tingfeng this kind of sunny and cheerful big boy, but there is no sense of that kind of deer in the headlights. Originally you bumped into this young master, this silver bag this young master was planning not to return you, but for the sake of your good looks, I'll give it back to you. Shen Tingfeng's old face reddened and handed the silver bag to Gu Ruoi and said very shamelessly. Bah! It's obviously you who bumped into my lady. Shi Yun automatically turned on her protector mode to block in front of Gu Ruoi. Shi Yun. Gu Ruoi gently patted Shi Yun's shoulder and apologized. I'm sorry this gentleman, it was because my youngest daughter didn't look at the road just now that she bumped into you. The other side is dressed in expensive clothes, can walk in the South City family is certainly not ordinary, even if he suffered some aggression, but also must not give his father, to the Marquis of Wu invited trouble. Seeing this, Shi Yun pouted her little mouth and reluctantly followed and apologized. Obviously it was the other party who walked in a hurry and bumped towards her own young lady. This fell to Shen Tingfeng made some embarrassment, after all, it was the first time to be such a beautiful woman apologized. Ahem, this young master is also not a small-minded person, as far as the original heir. No, just tell this young master your name as compensation. Shen Tingfeng twisted his face, his eyes averted and said. Miss, this guy must be some dude from some family now coveting Mrs. looks. Shi Yun said vigilantly as she pressed against Gu Ruoi's ear. Stop. Shen Tingfeng hastily reached out his big hand to stop Shi Yun's self-brainstorming. He was afraid that if he waited a little longer he should become witch flower picker in this girl's mouth. It's not true that he covets your lady's looks, but he's no cutie pie. Ah. You guys must have an unusual family history to show up here. He really did that kind of thing, and this basket was stabbed to his own old man's place. With the way the old man was treating himself now, he was afraid that he would be directly relegated to the status of a commoner. This young master is a bit of a fop, and also a bit odd by your young lady's face, but this young master definitely has no evil intentions, and simply wants to get acquainted with your young lady. When Shen Tingfeng finished speaking frankly, he saw that the two women not only took away the silver bag in his hand, but also took more than 10 steps back with a wary face. Lean. Chapter 22, Jinjiang Pavilion. Shen Tingfeng gave full play to a wave. As long as you do not know me, I have no face, no skin of the fine tradition, plus there is a drop of bumpy process, finally one of people's names. Marquis Wuqing, is she the daughter of General Gu's stray? Gu Ruoi, what a nice name. Shen Tingfeng raised his lips and smiled. Today, I am fortunate to know a beautiful person, and my mood is a few points more pleasant. Shin Guigong Mansion. Ha! Jean Lian rubbed her sleepy eyes and said disheveledly, Miss doesn't practice the qin these days. Miss is making clothes for His Highness these days ah. Jean Qiu pinched Jean Lian's little cheeks with her small hand on the side. His Highness has been coming frequently lately, and the young lady has sacrificed her time practicing the qin in order to get the clothes ready earlier in the day. Miss is so nice to His Highness. Could it be that His Highness is not good to Miss? Silly Lianer, remember, love is always mutual. Aha! Lianer remembered. In the room, Yi Lian will be the fabric carefully cut, a needle and thread are careful, every time you think of His Highness will be wearing their own clothes, the small face is full of joy and happiness. Chu King's Mansion. The sun was high in the sky before Shen Yan yawned and walked out of the room. Yesterday, when she sent the silly girl back to the house, she happened to bump into Yi Tianzi's return, and the result was that she was left with another hangover. After playing a set of boxing, moving his muscles and bones, and having a simple meal, Shen Yan decided to make a trip to the 1,000 Gold Pavilion to see if the thing he was looking for had arrived. It wasn't that his own people couldn't find what he was looking for, it was just too much of a waste of manpower and resources, so it would be better to spend more money to save the trouble. 1,000 Gold Pavilion, claiming that as long as you have money, you can buy anything you want here. Heavenly treasures, divine weapons, techniques, favored beasts, intelligence and even the heads of your enemies. Jianghu Power List, Shenzhen Pavilion ranked in the top, no one knows who founded it from when, Jianghu people only know that it exists for a long time, only know that it and the world's #1 assassin organization Tianluo close contact. The 1,000 Gold Pavilion has experienced the change of several dynasties, witnessed the rise and fall of countless families, and the rolling wheel of history has never let it disappear. Does Xin Yan know the origin of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion? He didn't know either, because the dog author had only a passing reference to the court of 1,000 golds in the original story. However, regarding the bottom line of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, he still knew about it through some channels over the years. In layman's terms, the 1,000 Gold Pavilion is equivalent to a large consortium in the previous life, with industries involving all walks of life, headed by a board of directors council of elders, with a large number of employees, and with a simple and brutal goal accumulation of wealth. As for why the 1,000 Gold Pavilion and Tianluo are closely linked, the reason is better explained. The 1,000 Gold Pavilion middleman to earn the difference in price. Tianluo after all is the world's first assassin organization, high level of secrecy, unusual people have money and still cannot find the door. This time the 1,000 Gold Pavilion appeared. After changing into lower profile clothes, Shen Yian led Chang Hai out of the royal residence. Chang Hai, give this king a smile. Always being stared at by Chang Hai's zombie face this whole way, Shen Yian's heart was grossed out. Chang Hai froze for 2 seconds and finally squeezed out a very ugly smile with red ears. Never mind, it's the king who has too much to do. Shen Yian silently twisted his head, smiling ugly on not say you blush a bubble teapot? North City. Why isn't 1,000 Gold Court in South City? The reason is very simple, the land price there is expensive, there are fewer people, and there are more things to do, and our goal is to make money, not to serve the lords. Shen Yian and the two of them saw from afar a 6-story luxury penthouse standing proudly in the middle of a row of ancient and simple buildings. The court of 1,000 golds. A gold plaque hanging high in the sky shows the wealth of the world. There are 6 levels of shopping at 1,000 Gold Court. 1 or 2 layers of ordinary civilians can enter. Want to go on the 3rd layer will need to check the capital. For layers of 5 layers in addition to checking the capital also need to be distinguished identity. As for the 6th layer, rumor has it that Tianwu City can step on the people, only a few hands. Shen Yian took Chang Hai to the 1st floor to stroll around. Every time he came, Shen Yian was in a trance like shopping malls in his previous life. A wide range of various goods are just placed there, no one calls out, and only when customers pick them up and look at them will a store boy come forward to make a presentation. Soapas for washing clothes? Soapas for washing your face and hands and bathing? Ayun was a little giddy listening to the store boy. The 2 soaps are obviously very fragrant, the name of a word difference, different uses, the price is a world of difference. Guruwei carefully picked up a piece of soap engraved with the words Bayan and sniffed it lightly. The light smoky flavor was intoxicating, and I can't imagine how fragrant the whole person would become after using it for washing and bathing. Can't it be cheaper? Ayun muttered in a small voice. The store boy smiled politely and said, I'm sorry miss, all goods in the pavilion are clearly marked, no haggling. Help me wrap these 2 pieces. Guruwei finally picked up the 2 bars of soap and whispered. Soap is very good, but a small piece of even want 10 taels of silver, simply extravagant. Okay, please move over here and pay. The store boy sharply wrapped the 2 pieces of soap in a cloth. Your Highness, it's the daughter of Marquis Wucheng. Not far away, after ascending to the 2nd floor, Shen Yian and Chang Hai noticed the 2 women. Well, keep going upstairs. Shen Yian faintly answered without feeling any surprise. We don't know each other, so we just run into each other. If his divine sense perceived that the silly girl was here, he would definitely come to the silly girl first when he came in. The 2 guests, please show your cards. The shopkeeper stopped the duo and said respectfully. Shen Yian pulled out a purple jade tablet and said indifferently, I want to see your pavilion master. The shopkeeper's pupils shrank when he saw the purple jade tablet, this honored guest. I'll go and inform Lord Pavilion Master. A few moments later, the VIP elegant room on the 5th floor of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. The maid dressed in a colorful red slit dress brought up a pot of fine welcome spring tea with slender white legs. Ah, Your Highness King Chu, rare guest, rare guest. The middle-aged man with a somewhat fat physique pinched his 8-character beard and said with a smile on his face. 1,000 Gold Pavilion Tianwu City Branch Pavilion Master Shi Hong. Shen Yian put down the teacup in his hand and laughed lightly. Your 1,000 Gold Pavilion Xingchen tea, this king has always liked it, it's just a pity that it's never sold out. I'm really sorry Your Highness, the production of Welcome Spring is too small, each sub-pavilion 1 point is gone, all are used to welcome VIPs like you, if you like it, come and sit often, Shi Mao is always welcome. Shi Hong with a kind face smiled and said. That's just it. Shen Yian pretended to be sorry. Come here often? He's afraid he'll lose the royal residence after a few visits. 1,000 pieces of gold for your ass. He had seen the terror of this gold-swallowing beast of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Pavilion Master Shi, I wonder if there's any news on what this king wants. Just guessed what Your Highness would ask. Shi Hong smiled and clapped his big hand twice. Come on people. Present what Your Highness wants. A maid walked out from behind the screen carrying a jade box. Your Highness, please take a look, this is the tui marrow fruit you're looking for. It's rumored to have the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow and harmonizing yin and yang. It's a heavenly treasure that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. Chapter 23 My Father. Zhao Shi Hong continued to rub his large hand with a bitter look on his face. In order to help Your Highness to find this 2-instrument pith fruit, our 1,000 Gold Pavilion lost a lot of good hands, and only after a few maneuvers was sent to the stone mountain here. Shinian raised an eyebrow. The efficacy of washing the tendons and marrow and harmonizing yin and yang is not false, but if you want to say that it is hard to come across in 1,000 years, it is far away. It is more or less hard to come across in 100 years, and Shihong said that this is nothing more than raising the commission a little bit. The king still needs to check. Your Highness, please. With his large hand pressed on top of the jade box, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth aura contained in the 2 earth marrow fruit. Shinian withdrew his hand and nodded. Pavilion Master sure has a heart. The inner layer of the jade box also had a layer of very precious cold jade, and this layer of cold jade maximally ensured that the aura of the 2-element marrow fruit would not be lost. With this 2-epith fruit paired with the dual cultivation technique, at the time of the wedding ceremony, not only could he help the silly girl easily break through to the realm of self-realization, but he himself could also take the opportunity to try to impact the realm of divine journey. Ahem, yes, everything was premeditated by him. Shihong smiled and said, Your Highness is polite, this is all part of Shi's duties. Enough of the pleasantries, it's time to get down to business. Your Highness, a total of 17,000 taels of silver. Shihong rattled the abacus, his 8 beard trembling slightly as he spoke. This is a sufficiently appalling figure, to know that the financial income of the Great Qin a year is only 10 million taels, and this is still many years of no disaster and no harm. The population continues to grow, and the Emperor of the Wu demotivated under the results of governance. Any giveaways? Shinian once again picked up the teacup. The urine of the 1,000 gold pavilion. He is clear, bargaining is impossible, can only pit more things. Shihong was stunned. When this king just came over, he saw a jade flute laying outside. I wonder if Pavilion Master Shi can cut it off. Shinian's eyes were slightly lowered, pinching the lid of the teacup and gently scraping the rim of the teacup. Yilian entered the martial arts with one of the sound paths. Her zither is a masterpiece, and her flute class is also outstanding. Although there are Yitians that taught boxing, but go out at least have a side guy, can't hold the guqin every day to go around, right? Most importantly, Yilian's boxing style is very lethal when combined with her own realm, but in front of a real expert it's more like the thug excitement fist. That jade flute, if he didn't look away, is carved by Venus white jade. Hardness is comparable to diamond, enough to see how deep the power of the person who carved it. Your Highness, the price of the jade flute is not lower than the 2 elemental pith fruit. Shihong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and compensated with a smile. Oh? Has anyone used that jade flute? Shinian frowned, his tone suddenly sinking. He wouldn't buy it if someone had used it. It doesn't wipe clean. Don't ask. If you ask, he can't take it. Venus white jade is easy to find. It is difficult to find people who can carve. The big deal is that he personally learn how to carve. Your Highness, Mr. Shi can drop his blood and swear that that jade flute has definitely not been used by anyone. Shihong swore. Because this jade flute was the one he received, and I vaguely remember it was a rainy night. Then please trouble Pavilion Master Shi to take an oath. Shinian raised his eyes to interrupt Shihong's memories. Whether it was a blood oath or the most vicious heavenly oath, an oath that was not taken was no different from nonsense. Yes. Shihong also painfully called the maid to bring a bowl full of wine. Shinian hadn't been at his whole job once or twice, and he was somewhat used to it. Tick-tock. A bean-sized drop of blood was dropped into the bowl, and the vow was made. Seeing this, Shinian also did not nonsense, put down the teacup in his hand and laughed lightly. That jade flute, this king wants it. Your Highness is bold. Shihong laughed out loud. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Shinian lightly waved his hand, and the gifts and jade box on the table disappeared, giving Shihong a show of the art of drying up his sleeves. Coming outside the elegant room, Shihong Pro put on silk-woven gloves to personally fetch the jade flute for Shinian and offer it with both hands. Your Highness, please. Shinian took the jade flute, himself first on the mouth, Wu blew twice. It's really like listening to fairy music with a tentative ear. Worthy of being Your Highness. Shihong instantly patted his horse's ass. Pavilion Master Shi is amused. Shinian put away the jade flute and smiled sarcastically. Is there anything else Your Highness would like to see? This king is going to casually stroll around down there, so I won't bother Pavilion Master Shi. Good, if Your Highness has anything to do, you can call on Mr. Shi at any time. Shihong arched his hand and eyed Shinian and Shanghai down the stairs. Only after the duo's backs disappeared around the corner did the person in charge of the 5th floor on the side ask with some puzzlement, Lord Pavilion Master, why are you so courteous to King Chu? I can't say polite, I can almost describe it as groveling. Shihong smiled mysteriously, because he can go up to the 6th floor. This piece of fox skin has already been seen and wrapped up by my lady. Who are you to rob it? So what if I wrap it up? No, haven't paid for it. The highest bidder gets it. I'm sorry, this young lady, there is no such rule in the pavilion. This fox skin has indeed been purchased by this young lady. Ah. Death scream, I don't care. Woo woo. Brother. Look. They're all bullying me. Just after arriving at the third floor, Shin Ian heard the screaming voice that could shake the soul. This plot, how did he feel somewhat familiar? With a glance of his afterglow, it was really Gu Ruoi's two daughters who were in a state of confrontation with a pair of young men and women. According to the original story, this is the time for him, the peacemaker, to make a dominant appearance. But now, it's none of my business, let's go, walk the silly girl. Shin Ian was just about to continue downstairs when he saw a familiar figure standing in the distance eating a melon with interest. Let's go, Chung Hai, go eat some melons with this king. Yes, your highness. Shin Ian led Chang Hai to deliberately make a big circle to that figure. Fourth brother. Shin Jingyu was a bit surprised. Sixth brother? You're here too? I have nothing to do to stroll around. Shin Ian smiled. Sixth brother, I heard that you shut down Ding Fu Lu. What is the meaning of this? I wanted to open a hot pot restaurant, so I closed it for a simple refurbishment. Hot pot restaurant? This word touched Shin Jingyu's intellectual blind spot. It's actually a warming pot, but slightly different. So it is. Don't forget to invite fourth brother to try it when it opens. Of course I won't forget. After a few moments of small talk, the two of them just stayed put and continued to eat their melon. What are you doing? Ayan said angrily as she slapped away the young girl's swinging fist. How dare you? Do you know who my father is? My father. Zhao. The young man suddenly shouted loudly, his black nostrils tilting up to the sky. This scene watched Shin Ian corner of the eye twitch twice. This is the legendary wise villain? Sure enough, it was very wise. Punching a load like that in the face is like getting your hands dirty. Shin Jingyu's face sank when he heard the name Zhao. Shin Ian stood aside without leaving a trace of a smile. This Zhao is not Shin Jingyu's second uncle by generation. Sixth brother, I'm afraid I'm going to make you laugh today. Chapter 24, Fourth brother. Pissed. Shin Ian smiled and narrowed his eyes, asking knowingly, what's wrong, fourth brother? Could it be that you know them? There have been a few encounters, the children of Zhao, the main secretary of the Honlu temple. Shin Jingyu intentionally bit the words Zhao a little heavier. The main secretary of the Honlu temple? Shin Ian pretended to be a little surprised and didn't mention the Zhao family. On the other side, the store boy had already started shaking people when he saw that both sides were in a fighting mood. Humph. Uncultivated slave girl, today this eunuch will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your young lady. Brother! Beat this girl to death. Zhao Yuling shouted with some excitement. Zhao Yuluan had already raised his hand to slap down towards Qiyun. What are you doing? Gu Ruoi hurriedly pulled Qiyun behind her to protect her. Shin Ian and Shin Jingyu frowned at the same time. This palm already contains true qi, just ordinary people of the two women no matter who suffered this palm non-death or disability. Stop! At the same time as the scolding sound rang out, a folding fan had already flown out from Shin Jingyu's hand and smashed into Zhao Yuluan's chest to send him flying. The folding fan turned around and flew back to Shin Jingyu. Pop! Folding fan open gently waved, fan painted landscape against the Shin Jingyu this black robe, good a fluttering gentleman. It's so right. This flavor is so right. Shin Ian on the side for Shin Jingyu silently thumbs up, worthy of the original male lead number 3, this appearance forced directly pull full. Brother! You're okay. What had just happened was so fast that Zhao Yuling froze for several seconds before reacting. Zhao Yuluan covered his stuffy chest and cursed evilly, Who the hell is looking for death to sneak attack this Gongzi? It's this king. Shin Jingyu put away his folding fan with a negative hand and had already walked over. This situation is not followed up more or less inappropriate, Shin Ian internal light sigh, just as in the first line position to eat melon. Anyway, the main character today is you, fourth brother. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Ruoi heard Shin Jingyu's self-proclaimed name and hurriedly brought Qiyun to change her words to say thank you, and then she noticed Shin Ian following behind, and her pair of starry eyes immediately brightened a few points. Zhao Yuluan, the son of a third-ranked official, wants to lay hands on two weak women in public? Shin Jingyu's gaze was slightly cold as he first put a big hat on the other party's head. Zhao Yuluan's face instantly turned ugly. Cousin. On the contrary, Zhao Yuling was very excited and rushed forward to pull Shin Jingyu's sleeve and said pitifully, It's better if you're here, cousin. The two of them bullied Yuling. Vomit. Ayan couldn't help but dry heave, it was so disgusting. Look at her, cousin. Look. Zhao Yuling pointed to Qiyun's eyes instantly red, as if the next second tears are going to fall down in aggravation. Such exquisite acting skills thrown to the previous world can kill a bunch of ancient costume actresses. Shin Jingyu flung his sleeve in an icy tone, Have you even forgotten your manners outside? Greetings, Your Highness King Song. Zhao Yuluan gritted his teeth and endured the pain to get up and salute Sen. Greetings, Your Highness King of Chu. Shin Ian thought that this guy did not notice himself, and smiled politely, indicating that you guys continue. This king is just looking and not talking. The King of Chu? I can't imagine that he is a prince. Guru Oi lightly covered her small mouth with some surprise in her heart. Greetings, Your Highness, King of Song, and Your Highness, King of Chu. Learning the identity of the duo, the onlookers and eaters hurriedly followed and saluted. Zhao Yuling kept her aggrieved look and saluted, but after seeing Shin Ian, the excitement in her eyes was too much to see Shin Jingyu. Brother Yan. This pretentious Brother Yan directly to Shin Yan shouted some physical discomfort. Not familiar, do not disturb, thank you. Shin Ian sensed that Zhao Yuling wanted to pounce on him and hurriedly moved to the other side of Shin Jingyu. Cheng Hai took a step to follow and blocked in the middle to completely cut off the other party's thoughts. What's going on? Shin Jingyu asked indifferently as his gaze turned to the shopkeeper. Your Highness, it's like this. With an eloquence honed over the years, the store boy recounted the whole story in a few simple sentences. Cousin, but people also love that fox skin. Zhao Yubing squeezed out tears and sobbed. That poor look at the heart of Zhao Yulu in pain, their family but the most love this little sister, said the whole family's pearl is not too much. Cousin, Yuling really likes that fox skin. If these two girls are willing to let us have it, I'm willing to double, no, I'm willing to quadruple the price. Zhao Yuluan stretched out 4 fingers and spoke with a few coughs. Shin Jingyu's fan did not do much damage, but it disrupted the flow of true qi in his body, making it very difficult. This king didn't have this attitude when he saw you just now. Shin Jingyu sneered. I'm sorry, cousin. I sincerely apologize to these two girls. I'm sorry. Zhao Yuluan's attitude swung 180 degrees. It's not that he knows he's wrong, it's that he's afraid. Regardless of how the elders of the Zhao family were, no one in their peer group was not afraid of this Shin Jingyu fellow. Gu Ruoi gently nodded her head as an answer to the other party's apology. What about you? Shin Jingyu's cold eyes gazed at Zhao Yuling. I'm not apologizing, who am I to apologize, they're obviously the ones bullying me. Woo woo. Zhao Yuling cried even harder, a pearly look caused the shopkeeper to feel some pity. Pop. Crisp slaps rang out. Shin Ian's eyes widened a bit. Fourth brother. Pissed. Scarlet palm prints were clearly imprinted on Zhao Yuling's small face. Noisy. Shin Jingyu's eyes were almost overflowing with coldness. Zhao Yuling's entire body was dumbfounded in place by the slap. Yuling. As soon as Zhao Yuluan became anxious, the real qi running amok within his body made his face even more ugly. Cousin has lost her discipline, this king apologizes to the two girls on her behalf. As the words turned, Shin Jingyu turned to look at the two women. My little daughter is terrified. Gu Ruoi hurriedly lowered her stature. Shin Isan admired Shin Jingyu in his heart for this series of operations. People who can go up to the 3rd floor have at least some status and assets, and this wave slapped the Zhao family in the face and angrily brushed a wave of Song Wangfu prestige. More than that, he was more curious about how Gu Ruoi would subsequently pry open the dusty heart of this living widow king. Cousin, even if Yuling does something wrong again, it's not so bad to beat her, right? Zhao Yuluan hugged Zhao Yuling, whose body was trembling, and said in a somewhat angry voice. Did Zhao Jingqing teach you guys to always do the wrong thing? Shin Ian narrowed his eyes and laughed lightly. He's familiar with falling on his sword. Since we're all on a united front with fourth brother, we should at least show a drop of attitude. My father did not educate me in this way. Zhao Yuluan didn't anticipate Shin Ian would suddenly open his mouth, and his face flushed red for a moment. Shin Jingyu didn't pay attention to Zhao Yuluan and looked at the two girls with a slightly slower tone. I wonder if the two girls can cut this fox skin off? Gu Ruoi was in a difficult situation. This fox skin was soft and smooth, it was a good piece of leather. She saw it at a glance and thought of using it to make a winter scarf for her father. If he refused, he was afraid that he would Buddha the face of this Song king in front of him. Just say it boldly if you don't want to, this king is not an unreasonable person. Shin Jingyu's gaze was just about to turn to the Zhao siblings when he heard Shin Ian speak again. The girl does not need to be afraid, this king, this fourth brother, is a knife-mouthed tofu heart person, seemingly cold, actually is a gentle good man. Unfortunately, is this cold look delayed a lot of good things. Dare to ask the girl's name, which family she comes from, whether she is already married or not. It is fate to meet each other, so you may as well make an appointment to have a chat with fourth brother over a cup of tea. Shin Ian smiled and spoke eloquently, not caring in the slightest about the dead silent atmosphere around him. The purpose of his words was to find out Gu Ruoi's identity, so that Shin Jingyu's would remember. You're doing this with the best of intentions, fourth brother. The corner of Shin Jingyu's eyes twitched viciously. This old 6. Chapter 25 Opening. King Song's stock is wide open. Gu Ruoi's pretty face climbed up a layer of imperceptible pink halo, mistaking Shin Ian's words for something else. Some of the surrounding gourd eaters were seeing the doorway. His Highness the King of Chu and that fairy of the Jingguo Gongfu have been making a lot of noise in recent days. His Highness King Song is already 20 years old, but he has not yet married. Gu Ruoi's posture in front of her was described as overwhelming. The King of Chu is clearly acting as a moonlord for the King of Song. The implication was that the Song royal family and the Chu royal family were friends. Hiss. That's weird. Gentlemen, please also make way. When Shihong heard that someone was causing trouble, he personally led a few guards from the 1,000 Gold Pavilion to rush over. Your Highness, King of Chu. Your Highness King Song. Rare guest ah. Shihong saw Shinian after the small heart tightened. How this whole living master is still in awe. Next to it stood Shin Jingyu, the black sunken face suddenly joyful smile. Pavilion Master Shi. Shin Jingyu was also considered a regular customer of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, and he definitely had to give face to Shihong. Simply understanding the causes and consequences clearly, Shihong smiled. Since the two highnesses have already decided on this matter, then Mr. Shi will not say any more. Please rest assured, our 1,000 Gold Pavilion has always been a rule that puts our guests first. All goods are clearly marked, first come first served, and we will never show favoritism to any party. Yes. Clap. Applause. Shihong's words won the applause of the audience. What did not do, angrily brushed a wave of thousands of Gold Pavilion's favorable comments. Here's a bottle of golden sore pill, get lost and go back, don't disgrace your Zhao family here. Shin Jingyu pulled out a small gourd and threw it into Zhao Yuluan's hands. Shinian sighed lightly, this dog big family is really rich, the small gourd of golden sword Dan can buy I do not know how many fox skins. Yes. Your Highness. Zhao Yuluan hid his resentment in the bottom of his eyes and stumbled away, holding Zhao Yuling. Shen Jingyu. You're a dog that auntie raised for the Zhao family. You wait. Mr. Shi will leave your highnesses alone for now. If something comes up, feel free to call on Mr. Shi. Pavilion Master Shi is polite. Shihong left. Shin Jingyu once again looked at Gu Ruoi's two daughters. Whose lady are you? Marquis Wucheng's residence, Gu Ruoi. Gu Ruoi responded obediently, but her gaze sneaked over to Shinian. Marquis Wucheng's residence? Gu Cheng, who is General Gu to you? Shin Jingyu was obviously a bit surprised. Is she General Gu's estranged daughter? I didn't think it would be such a beautiful woman. It's the father of the family. So you are General Gu's daughter. How is General Gu's health in recent days? Shin Jingyu's tone was a few more points gentler. Right. That's the tone. Too right, fourth brother. Once a cold man is gentle, the killing power is something that few women can resist. Shinian now wanted to get a table on the side and yell that the stock market was open. King Song stock is currently skyrocketing. Hurry up if you want to get in. Cheng Hai stood straight to the side, somewhat puzzled as to why his own highness suddenly became excited. Sixth brother, this is General Gu's daughter, Gu Ruoi. Shin Jingyu's voice overturned Shin Ian's table. I've met Miss Gu. Shin Ian smiled politely back. See your highness King Chu. Gu Ruoi saluted softly, her starry eyes like waves. A touch of red on her face attracted Shin Jingyu to look somewhat mesmerized. Thank you, your highnesses, for helping Ruoi out today. Tianwu City is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Next time you go out, let General Gu match you with 2 guards. If you have some accidents, General Gu will be very sad. Ruoi honors the teachings of His Highness. After the words were said, Shin Jingyu felt that he was more than talking, and his gaze unconsciously swept a circle of the crowd that was still eating melons. It is not easy to bring back the daughter who has been living outside for many years, holding the hand for fear of falling, holding the mouth for fear of melting. How could the god of killing who killed through the barbarians not arrange for people to secretly guard? After chatting a few more times, Shin Ian felt that things were almost done and he should withdraw. Shin Jingyu had wanted to invite Gu Ruoi to a banquet to make amends on behalf of the Zhao siblings, but suffered a polite refusal. Then another time, the king will personally come to the door to make amends. Your Highness doesn't have to. Ruoi is terrified. After the polite conversation, the two of them left the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, while the two women stayed in the 1,000 Gold Pavilion to prepare to buy some more things. Drunken Immortal House. Shin Ian wanted to go to the Jingguo Gongfu to rub a lunch. Not waiting for him to open the run, he was set up by Shin Jingyu, and had to invite him to eat. Let's just say, a treat is a treat. You come to my store and treat me. Who is treating who? Fourth brother, I see that you seem to be familiar with my shopkeeper. Do you come here often? Well, come often. Shin Jingyu nodded and smiled without hiding it in the slightest. The rice and wine here are more fragrant than Ding Fu Lu. What a vicious business war. The boss himself, right? Shin Ian cried and laughed a little. Hasn't fourth brother ever thought of changing the cook at Ding Fu Lu? Once the renovation of Ding Fu Lu began, the cooks and store boys left behind were all sent by him to help out at the tea house. Let that side of the shopkeeper first assessment for a month, the work cannot be dismissed, can raise wages to stay. Thought about changing the cook, but unfortunately not anymore. Where Shin Ian didn't understand what this meant. Okay. I'll let you change the cook. You're after my cook, aren't you? Fourth brother, aren't you afraid of angering the Zhao family by doing this today? Shin Jingyu, big half of the industry can now wind up. During this period can be less Zhao family help. If the Zhao family messes up, it's impossible to remain unaffected. Those old foxes of the Zhao family won't do anything to jeopardize their own interests because of two juniors. Besides, they are hooking up every day because of their interests, so where do they have the time to care about the juniors? Shin Jingyu hummed and laughed as he rubbed the wineglass in his hand. He knew the Zhao family all too well, the kind of selfishness that was engraved in their bones. What is no profit? When the renovation of Tianwu City, the Zhao family was contributing money and effort, but how many people know how many stores and residences were forcefully requisitioned by the Zhao family at an extremely low price, laying down a commercial map early on? Zhao family became a royal relative, Zhao family had sealed the title, and how many people know Zhao family this many years rely on this relationship and identity bloodsucking Daki and pile up how monstrous wealth. Fourth brother, the storm is coming. Shin Ian looked toward the window that was blown open by the strong wind, the sky rolling, black scales tumbling. From time to time there were blue swimming dragons prancing around to emit muffled roars. Boom! A thunderclap exploded and heavy rain poured down. The two looked out the window at the rain for a moment, both mesmerized. Shin Jingyu returned to his senses and asked with a smile, "Sixth brother, you seem to have been unafraid of thunder since you were a child." I remembered that when they were young they all lived in the palace, the oldest 3 and the youngest 5 were the least courageous, and were frightened by the sound of thunder and cried several times. It's just the sound of thunder, it's not like thunder falling, so what if it falls? Shin Ian laughed and sighed. Yeah, so what if thunder falls? Shin Jingyu drank 3 glasses of wine in a row to himself, his eyes reflecting red. Sixth brother, want to hear the details of that incident back then? Shin Ian put away his smile and slowly put down his wineglass. Sixth brother is all ears. Chapter 26. Shin Jingyu was in a hurry. In the year of Yonghui, Emperor Wu ascended the throne. In the same year, Emperor Wu defied the civil and military officials to marry a Jianghu woman surnamed Xiao. This is what I promised her. On that day, the red silk stretched over 3,000 miles, and the city was filled with hundreds of flowers. She had all the favor of Emperor Wu. Xiao, surnamed Jianghu woman, from now on has the world. Everyone knows the name Xiao Guifei. In the 3rd year of Yonghui, noble consort Xiao gave birth to a son, and Emperor Wu was so happy that the city celebrated. In the same month, Xiao Guifei died due to illness. Emperor Wu was sad and excessive, drinking all day long, ignoring the government. All the officials reported, temporarily by the king of Langya acting as the government. Phew! Shin Ian sighed softly as he rubbed the minuscule crack on the wineglass. Sure enough, again, he almost lost control of his killing intent. Noble consort Xiao, the mother of his world. It's funny to say that after 2 lifetimes of being that old in soul, and having an extra mom, maybe because he was an orphan in his previous life, deep down he actually kind of longed for a mother's love. But the heavens are always so fond of jokes. He clearly remembers that day as now. The thunder rolled and it also rained heavily. The large bedchamber flooded in with many people. Gradually, the sound of crying was louder than the sound of rain outside. He wanted to shed tears so badly, but at that time, there was not even any tear fluid inside his weak body, so he would only open his mouth to cry and scream. Growing up, he was exposed to cultivation and could be sure that his mother's death was no accident. A heavenly martial realm expert, his vitality had long been very human. Poisoning or witchcraft, wanting to take the life of a heavenly martial realm expert is only to do so at his weakest moment. His birth, naturally, brought opportunity. Empress. The 3 noble consorts. Oh. Every time he thought about the days of living in the palace and being able to grow up in that environment, he felt that he had a great life. I'm sorry, sixth brother, for reminding you of those past events again. Shin Ian shook his head and smiled. There are some things that I don't remember long ago. Sixth brother, all of the Zhao family can be at your disposal except for that one person, and I can provide you with all the information about the Zhao family. When the words came to this point, Shin Jingyu also opened the windows of the sky. Fourth brother is joking again. How could sixth brother have the strength to move the Zhao family? Shin Ian smiled sarcastically. No. You have. Shin Jingyu said firmly. One of the 3 major chambers of commerce, the Beian Chamber of Commerce, is you, sixth brother, isn't it? To support a huge chamber of commerce, besides financial strength, the most important thing is the size of the fist. The 3 major chambers of commerce, each raising dozens of merchant fleets, feed how many Jianghu disciples? Could it be that the Zhao family told fourth brother? Shin Ian narrowed his eyes. When did the Zhao family have such strong intelligence capabilities? No, it's father. Father? Shin Ian's expression was suddenly a bit brilliant. The old man sold himself? Didn't we agree to split the money 50-50 and make a lot of money in silence? But he reacted quickly. Father, pitched you money too? 30% profit. Shin Jingyu stretched out 3 fingers. Shin Ian mouth slightly pumped. The old man is ruthless enough, nothing to do hard from Shin Jingyu and Zhao family body scraped 30% profit. The Zhao family agrees? They wouldn't dare disagree. Shin Jingyu laughed coldly, a secret that could be told was no longer a secret. Sixth brother, do you know how long it has been since father has been to Phony Palace? I don't know. It's been nearly 6 years since sixth brother traveled. Shin Ian wasn't surprised and laughed lightly. Is that so? The old man and that one were, after all, just a political marriage to secure power, and as for affection, maybe there was that. But then again, he hadn't seen that one in a while. My people have already arrived in Gusu one after another. Shin Jingyu raised his wineglass with a slightly hoarse voice. He wanted to see Shin Ian's statement now. Even without the other party, his plan would still go on as planned. The duo's relationship, though, ended there. Fourth brother, do you hate the Zhao family that much? Shin Ian suddenly felt as if he had spoken nonsense. In the original, the Zhao family has left a lot of psychological trauma to the young Shin Jingyu, which was repaired later with the help of Gu Ruoi. Shrouded by the aura of the Holy Mother, after the Zhao family lost power, Shin Jingyu did not fall on his sword. Zhao Guifei stayed in the Song Wangfu, and all the other Zhao family members were driven out of Tianwu City. Now everything is long gone. Sixth brother, you probably can't relate to what I'm going through. Shin Jingyu covered his face and suddenly laughed somewhat morbidly. Ha 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 ha. The Zhao family locked him in a cage, pulling off the wings of his rebirth over and over again, torturing him, brainwashing him, making his life worse than death, so that he would know what family supremacy was, and that the meaning of his existence was for the Zhao family. When he longed for redemption the most, the woman finally showed up and he thought he was saved, only to be pushed into the fire by the woman herself. He still couldn't forget the woman's gaze, the coldness, the desperation etched in his bones. Fourth brother, how many percent of the Gusu Zhao family can you eat? Shin Ian raised an eyebrow. It would still be simple to simply destroy the Gusu Zhao family first. All the others there were collateral lineages except for a few direct descendants, and the Chamber of Commerce had a stronghold there as well. Almost all of the Zhao family members in Tianwu City are direct lineage, and more or less all have official positions in the body. Rash action is afraid that it will touch the old man's nerves. If the Gusu Zhao family was destroyed, the wealth and huge market it left behind would be enough to make many forces go crazy for a while. 30% at most. Shin Jingyu stared. Me too. Shin Ian laughed softly. One bite to become fat will certainly lead to the rebound of all forces. We all have to eat is a win-win situation. At that time, the sky would be high and the emperor would be far away, and the direct line of the Zhao family in Tianwu City would have no chance to save it even if they wanted to. Without the Gusu Zhao family, noble consort Zhao and the Tianwu City Zhao family were equivalent to having both arms cut off. As for the old man's side, would he care? Fourth brother, I need time to prepare. I'll wait. Good. The glasses clinked and the two of them drank. The heavy rain subsided, the table was left empty and messy, and when Wu drove a carriage to pick up Shin Jingyu. Your Highness, are you still going to the Jingui Gong mansion today? Chang Hai drove in the carriage of drunken immortal house. No, go back to the royal residence first. Shin Ian's face sank slightly. Speaking lightly, really want to destroy the Gusu Zhao family, need to do too much preparation, move a place to move the whole body. The Chamber of Commerce can go have its cake and eat it, but it can't send people to destroy the Zhao family. Hidden guard he didn't want to expose for now. Skyro's offer is high and so is the instability. By the way, he'd forgotten about the guys from the coast who'd smuggled them in. Many of those guys were powerful and paid to do things. Think of it as waste removal altogether. Imperial Palace Qingning Palace. Purple tulle covered the bed, and a charming and delicate body was faintly visible on the bed. Your Highness, His Highness King Song has returned to his residence. The palace maid knelt beside the bed and reported softly. Well, the palace knows. The voice was thin and cold, causing the kneeling courtesan to lightly shiver. A small eunuch hurriedly ran in and reported, Your Highness, Zhao Zhengqing of the Honglu Temple seeks an audience. Tell him to wait in the side hall. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 27. Today is a good day. Take your daughter-in-law out of the city for a walk. Your Highness has arrived. The little eunuch in front of the side hall shouted at the top of his voice. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao who was pacing in the hall, hurriedly fawned and greeted him. Because he was not tall, his cheeks were a bit sunken, and his eyes were long and thin. Zhao smiled a bit lewdly instead. Aha! The jade hand lightly waved, and the crowd of eunuchs and palace maids knowingly retreated. Zhao Guifei 38. Excellent maintenance, coupled with cultivation. Skin is still as young as a young girl, is tender and soft elasticity. Age does not seem to have left traces in its body. Third sister. As the outsiders retreated, Zhao Erf revealed a fierce gaze and yelled lowly, "That brat almost killed Yuluan." Noble consort Zhao frowned slightly. What happened at the 1,000 Gold Pavilion today? Right. That's right. Zhao Er gritted his teeth. He slapped Yuling and almost killed Yuluan. Second brother, do you know who that girl is that Yuluan is going to beat up? Right. And that dead girl. Third sister, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Zhao Er said viciously, and that bastard who didn't die outside. Second brother, you better calm down. Noble consort Zhao's tone was suddenly cold. Calm down, how do you want me to calm down? He is the father of 2 children, how can he be calm when something like this happens to his children? The girl your son is going to beat is the daughter Gu Qing picked up. If that slap slaps her out of an accident, do you think that piker can make the Zhao family bleed to death? Gu Qing's daughter? Where did that piker get a daughter? Zhao Er was visibly stunned. Picked up a few days ago, why? Don't you and big brother know anything about it? Zhao Er's face changed a few times. I was busy with business in recent days and didn't pay attention. It seems like it would be a bad idea to really piss that guy off. Che, to put it bluntly, is just a piker. Tomorrow the palace will personally educate Jingyu regarding Yuluan, and Yuling. This palace will send 2 bottles of the finest healing medicines to second brother's residence. If there is nothing else, second brother will go back early. Noble consort Zhao faintly said. By the way, third sister, don't you think he's getting a little too close to that sinner? Zhao Er's eyes contained killing intent. Back then, if it wasn't for the fear of Emperor Wu lifting the table, that sinful seed wouldn't have been kept until now. They also went to the drunken immortal house together today. They're still eating together? It's just idle chit-chat between children, chatting about uninteresting content. Noble consort Zhao's eyes were slightly lowered. She did not object to the 2 of them coming into contact. She, like many others, was curious as to what kind of leverage the 6th prince who had suddenly returned had brought back with him. Zhao Er's heart flooded with mutterings from the sidelines. If the third sister could keep an eye on Shen Jingyu at all times, she could naturally keep an eye on any of them at all times. Third sister, then I'll leave first. Well, take care, ergo. The moon is not shining tonight, leaving a steady rain pounding on the brickwork. After the rain, the air had an aroma of earth mixed with grass. Chu King's mansion. Shen Ian got up and habitually played a set of boxing, the main one to strengthen the body and bones, yang yang and kidney. That said, has the old man had so much going on lately? Getting the old man to help pick a big day was as good as a stone's throw. No, make another trip to the palace yourself at night and set the date once and for all. After finishing his breakfast, Shen Ian realized that the weather was really nice today. The cloudless azure sky was as nice as Yi Lian's eyes, and looking at it was pleasant. It rained all last night, so the fish should be opening up today. It's just the right time to take Yi Lian out of town for some fishing and picnicking. Mendo. Your Highness. Shen Ian broke his fingers and said, go buy a freshly killed whole sheep, the faster the better, then go to Drunken Immortal House to get more charcoal and iron sticks, and take some of the various spices, have the underlings scrub the barbecue grill in the storehouse, and prepare 2 clean wooden boxes with more ice. Mendu nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? Do you remember? Can it? Mendu smiled nervously. That's all for now. If there's anything else that needs to be prepared, the king will inform you again. All right, Your Highness, my subordinate will go and make arrangements. In less than a quarter of an hour, the barbecue tools and ingredients were all prepared, and the carriage leisurely arrived at the Jinguigong mansion. Miss! His Highness the King of Chu is coming. Jilian jogged all the way back excitedly. Your Highness has come? Quickly help Miss clean up. Jinxiu anxiously put down the fabric in her hands and said. Yi Lian, who was cutting the fabric, could not care less, and led the 2 girls to quickly clean up the battlefield left behind by making the clothes. After all, it was a surprise he was going to give to His Highness, and was it still a surprise if he was found out? Packed up everything, Yi Lian with the back of the hand gently wiped the forehead. Does not exist. The fine sweat sat down, eyes brightly waiting for the arrival of the sweetheart. In the front yard, Yi Tianzi saw Shen Ian as if he had opened the box, and after the pleasantries, he cracked and spat on the things of today's morning court. He is going to be exasperated by those civil officials who will only touch their upper lips to their lower lips, and De Qian is now temporarily stabilized internally and externally, but not forever. Those dogs actually want to disarm, and they also want to reduce the soldiers' pay and military rations, and use the reduced pay and rations to benefit the people of the world. Heba, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Bull talk can be good. The soldiers have nothing to do time to follow the former dynasty of the cantonment system, to reclaim the wasteland farming, soldiers self-sufficient. You let those soldiers in the north of the sea bay, the Gobi garrison, how to do? Drink cold wind, eat sand? But it's a good thing His Majesty gave the dogs a full veto on all their proposals. Yi Tianzi sighed deeply. How could he not know that these dogs were also targeting the Yi family? I apologize, Your Highness, for delaying Your Highness for so long in a moment. There is no harm. This king is also very angry to hear. They should all be stripped of their official uniforms and thrown to the garrison. Shen Ian was really angry when he heard it. Some civil officials are just like a bunch of keyboard warriors in the previous life, people's soldiers guarding the border to protect the lights of the families behind them. Good guy, this group of keyboard warriors do not know what to read. Self-awakening, a key to the move, every day holding the keyboard, squatting at home, spraying the sky and the earth. The comments section incarnation of the militarists, commanders, a variety of spray, a variety of spit. If these guys could flesh-pierce en masse into this world, he'd make sure to put on a show about what a real sword came to. Looking at Shen Ian's back, Yi Tianzi let out a big breath of turbid air, cool, soothing. This granddaughter-in-law of his own was too much to his liking, and that brat of his own would surely love this son-in-law when he came back. In the study, Yi Lian had been waiting for a while with her small hands cupped. See Your Highness King Chu. The two women who were standing at the door immediately saluted when they saw Shen Ian coming. Be excused. See Your Highness King Chu. Yi Lian rose and saluted. Be excused, be excused. Shen Ian was somewhat in tears. Silly Lian, didn't this king say that in the future you can see this king without having to salute? Yi Lian's pretty face was slightly red. His Highness always called her stupid. She was really afraid that one day she would really be called stupid. Come, this king gives you a gift, and you can use it for defense when you go out in the future. Shen Ian didn't make a fuss and pulled out the jade flute from his sleeve as if by magic. The snow-white jade flute instantly attracted the gazes of the three women. No. No, Your Highness, this is too precious. Li Yan can't have it. Yi Lian could see the preciousness of the jade flute at a glance and quickly waved her small hand. And with this king polite, you cultivate the gong method is related to the sound of the road. This is to send you to use for self-defense. In the future go out if this king is not there. You want to carry this ancient chain to defend yourself? Shen Ian had already begun to brainstorm Yi Lian holding the guqin and using it as a broadsword, sweeping thousands of troops with a single blow. The image was so beautiful that he was a little afraid to think about it. Chapter 28 Seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water. Yi Lian eventually could not resist Shen Ian's domineering hands, carefully took the jade flute. Shen Ian could also see that Yi Lian was really very fond of this jade flute. After a few words of small talk, he directly stated the purpose of this visit. Jinxiu and Jinlian almost jumped up and down when they heard this. Great, they can go out of the city to play again. After briefly packing up, the group greeted Yi Tianzi and took the carriage towards the north gate. Yi Tianzi stood in the doorway and waved his hand smilingly at the carriage. It's good to be young. This man is too lazy to move anything when he gets old, alas. Grand Master, and Gui Gong has invited you to play chess with him this afternoon. Ah Fu reminded from the side. Play chess? You tell him to come to the old man. The old man is too lazy to go to his place. Ah Fu smiled and responded, yes, Grand Master. The carriage leisurely out of the north gate all the way to the east for more than 10 miles to a riverbank. Because of last night's rain, the water level has risen, and the river's flow is all a little more turbulent. The grass is green on both sides of the river bank, a few beautiful flowers are hidden in it, and from time to time, the cries of birds come out from the forest. Unloading the things from the carriage, Shen Ian shook his shoulders and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes slightly closed. The invisible cyclone rolled up the falling flowers and debris with himself as the center. The two daughters, Jinxiu and Jinlian, were both ordinary people and could not see the way. They only felt that His Highness's figure was suddenly a bit blurred, as if it was about to merge with the surroundings. Yi Lian, unlike Cheng Hai, could tell at a glance that Shen Ian was entering a state of self-meditation. An ordinary martial artist's ultimate life would rarely be in this state even once. The insights gained at the end of this state are absolutely beneficial to me. Simply by taking a deep breath and entering a state of self-meditation, one could imagine how demonic Shen Ian's talent was. Miss? What's wrong with His Highness? Why are you standing still? Ah? Jinlian said with some fear. Hush, don't make a sound to disturb Your Highness. Yi Lian's willow brows knitted, stretching out her jade fingers against her lips, her tone extraordinarily serious. Causing the two girls to stand obediently, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe a word more. They are still the first to see their own young lady's face so grave. Cheng Hai also did not talk nonsense, gently drew his saber to guard the outermost perimeter. Whoever dares to come and disturb His Highness today will die. I don't know how long it took. Shen Ian suddenly opened his eyes. His ink-colored eyes reflected the thousands of mountains and rivers. The cyclone rolled up the flowers, grass and debris fell to the ground in unison, and the invisible airwaves quickly swept towards the entire riverbank. Chang Hai leapt with great strides, his long sword across his chest to help the three women withstand this wave of air. Has your highness stepped into the divine journey realm? Under the influence of this airwave, Chang Hai only felt that every cell in his body was trembling. Yili Yin protect in front of the two girls' pretty face are white 2 points. She is still the first time so close to feel the strength of Shen Ian. What kind of terrifying realm has his highness reached? Even when she was facing her grandfather with his full aura, she didn't feel as powerless as she did now. Phew! Shen Ian exhaled a true chi out of his mouth, and the large river in front of him that was more than 10 feet wide instantly exploded into a water curtain that was dozens of meters high, and the turbulent river water all paused for a moment in that moment. This scene directly looks silly. Jinshou and Jinlian, exhaling a breath, has the power to cut off the river and break the flow. Could it be that his highness is really an immortal? Chang Hai is okay. Yili Yan also cannot help but open wide beautiful eyes, small hand lightly covered cherry lips. Shen Ian came back to his senses and subconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose with his fingers. Just now he should have entered the state of self-meditation, with his body blending into nature and his divine sense traveling to heaven and earth to explore the mysteries of the universe. Look at the mountains and the water. Look at the mountains and they're not mountains. Look at the water and they're not water. Look at the mountains or the mountains. Look at the water or the water. Picked up a few things and put down a few things. Feeling carefully, one's own realm advanced a tiny little step, unfortunately did not break through. The way of the sword fell back and took another step forward. No sword in your hand? No, as long as I think I have a sword in my hand, I have a perfectly good sword in my hand, and everything can be a sword. Shen Ian looked down at his palm. In layman's terms, he was touching the threshold of something similar to conceptual laws? The legendary Tao? Looking at the position of the sun, Shen Ian apologized a little. I'm sorry for making you guys wait for so long with fear. Congratulations, your highness, your strength has improved again. The people heard the sound of the crowd surrounded over. Yili Yan's small hand somewhat helplessly gripped the corner of Shen Ian's coat. She heard that some martial artists end the self-meditation state after the body will be inexplicably weak, resulting in chi and blood does not pass, if not in time to dredge for fear that it will affect their own. After voicing her concerns, the silly girl's small face was shy, and her voice was so small that only 2 people could hear it. Li Yin Shallow will have some medical skills, so I dare to check the body for your highness. Shen Ian is a little bit crying and laughing. Checking the body of this kind of work, novels in the common sense should not be the hero to the heroine to check the madness to steal eat tofu? How now also reversed, could it be that Yi Li Yan wants to eat his own tofu? The dangerous thought sprang up and was instantly snuffed out. Impossible, never. Yi Li Yan must have said that because she was worried about herself, and definitely did not have any evil thoughts. Still, he decided to tease the other man. Good, when we return to the king's mansion, the king will let you inspect it. The king can't undress in broad daylight, can he? Tai. Once these words came out, Yili Yan's little head went down for 2 seconds, her little face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, even her white swan neck was colored with a layer of red frost. Your highness. Your highness is talking about what? She means. It's taking a pulse, why would you? To undress. To look at his highness's thousands of gold before he himself is even married is really injurious to the custom. But why is there a leap of faith in the mind? No, Li Yan, you can't think anymore, lose your brain or you'll be ashamed. It's smoking. It's really smoking. It wasn't that imaginary smoking, a wisp of white vapor was literally floating out of Yi Li Yan's head. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Shen Ian quickly pressed the back of his hand against Yi Li Yan's forehead and eagerly inquired. Temple. Under. What Li Yan just meant. It was to take your highness's pulse. No. The more Yi Li Yan tried to explain, the more confused her little head burned. It's over. Has his highness really misunderstood? Cough. What this king just actually said was also taking a pulse. Shen Ian's old face blushed and shamelessly explained. Sure enough, the car was going too fast for the silly girl to handle. I'll be sure to pay attention next time. Is that so? It was Li Yan who misunderstood his highness. Wow, Miss is just too cute. Jinlian hugged Jinshou's arm and stomped her little feet in excitement. Miss is indeed adorable. Jinshou coughed dryly, lamenting that Miss is like a different person every time she meets his highness. His eyes moved to Chang Hai, who was setting up a barbecue grill on the side, pulling Jinlian's small hand. Lianer, let's go and help Big Brother Chang. Oh, yes. Grill set up, add charcoal, light the fire, hand bushel fan gently waved. Chang Hai's skillful appearance is no less than the previous life of the barbecue teacher master. Someone must be asking why you are so skillful at barbecuing when you are a captain of the royal guards. Chiang Hai said that was all because His Highness had cultivated it well. Shinyan, I just want them to develop morally, artistically, physically, and aesthetically, so that they can at least have a skill when they go out. Get me some more charcoal, please. Okay, Brother Chang. Jinxiu, who had been on standby, nodded and responded. Wow! What a beautiful butterfly! Jinlian was sort of liberated and happily chased a white butterfly through the flowers. Lianer! Don't run around. Got it. Sister Xiao. At the river's edge, a pair of small horses side by side, 2 fishing rods hanging slightly, 2 backs sitting quietly seemed to be integrated into the world. Chapter 29, The Treasure-Giving Big Brother. Wow! Yi Lian felt the fishing rod sinking slightly, and a pair of small hands hurriedly gripped it tightly and lifted it upwards. A palm-sized white minnow was caught with its tail waving. Your Highness, is this a white minnow? Yi Lian carefully removed the fish hook and her clear eyes lit up. Yeah, it's a white minnow, awesome. Shin Ian smiled gently. I remember the last time I fished, Yi Lian caught a minnow thinking it was an underage minnow to be given a release. You can stay and have Chiang Hai clean it up and roast it later. Yi Lian nodded her little head pleasantly and put the minnow into the fish basket. Soon, Shin Ian's side was also on the fish. A white minnow that was not yet as long as a finger was mercilessly cast back into the river by Shin Ian. Go get your mom and dad. Your Highness. Miss. The meat is ready. Jinlian trotted over grabbing a handful of grilled lamb kebabs. Shin Ian took it and said, You 3 eat first, we'll fish a little longer. Your Highness. Jinlian happily trotted back after receiving the order, drool nearly drifting out along the corners of her mouth. Here, eat while it's hot. Thank you, Your Highness. Shin Ian was too lazy to care about any image and handed most of it to the silly girl, and the 2 of them jerked the skewers as if they were eating at a street stall. Although it is a jerk, Yi Lian can also eat a look of unearthly fire, small mouth bite, delicious or not hidden in the pair of pale blue eyes. On the contrary, Shin Ian had vaguely retrieved the feeling of eating roadside stalls in his previous life, but it was just a pity that there was no cold beer in his hands, and it was a little less soothing. Eventually, after a few minnows and 2 carp entered the fish basket, the duo ended the battle and came to Chiang Hai's side of the trio, carrying the pony in the fish basket. Your Highness. Shin Ian looked at the smear of black carbon dust on Chiang Hai's face and stifled a laugh. Tough job. He wondered if he should let Hidden Disaster out to share Chiang Hai's workload next time. After all, Cryptic Disaster is very good at roasting chicken and making callo chicken. It's all the subordinate's job. After jerking some skewers and drinking a mouthful of chilled juice, Shin Ian also got busy. Found a flat, dry spot to set up a simple roller grill. Brush the marinated leg of lamb rack with the secret sauce, charcoal lit. Shin Ian sat at one end holding the rotating wheel and turned it leisurely. The 3 women wanted to help, but he refused because the main event was next. Shin Ian called this trick, roasted leg of lamb quick method. The majestic Truchi wrapped in flames transformed into a fire dragon wrapped around the leg of the goat, and the roller spun faster and faster under the sweep of a strong wind. Traveling for 5 years, this move has been very mature after continuous exploration and refinement. You can self-select the degree of softness of the meat. The only drawback is that it may be more consuming. True Chi, non-Huashan realm and above do not try. Originally 2 or 3 hours to roast the leg of lamb in Shin Ian here a few minutes can, faster than grilling lamb kebabs. Seeing that it was almost time, Shin Ian waved his hand and dispersed the majestic True Chi, and the leg of lamb instantly emitted a gust of floating fragrance. Phew! A gust of wind suddenly blew from north to south. Chiang Hai, who was preparing to roast some vegetables, his eyes flinched as he raised his hand and pulled out the long knife he had inserted aside. Shin Ian frowned and signaled Hidden Disaster to let the attacker come over. It smells so good. It smells so good. Ha 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 ha. A pair of straw shoes stepped on the tip of the grass from a distance speedily swept, to be close to see that the middle-aged man with a strange short hair, face stained with a lot of dust, wearing a cloth coat full of patches, holding a branch, the middle of the branch inserted a roasted chicken has been gnawed in half, is free from a beggar's image. Shin Ian frowned. This image, if he did not recall the original introduction, he would definitely think that this was some old thing from the Beggars Association. Wait, who is he in this image again? Put. Ahead of the river bank without grass, see that the scruffy man stepped on the air. A flat fall on the ground also slid forward half a meter, only hand roast chicken did not stain the soil. Yi Lian took down the jade flute on his waist with a posture of a great enemy to protect the 2 women behind him. The person in front of him just now demonstrated the light power on behalf of. He is by no means an ordinary beggar first class. Who is the visitor? Chiang Hai shouted coldly as he moved forward with his sword. The scruffy man slapped the ground with one hand, his body spinning 360 degrees in the air before landing firmly on the ground, his eyes staring at his roasted chicken palpitating, so close, almost dirty. He said and didn't forget to lower his head and take a hard bite. What are you? Shanghai asked again. The scruffy man wiped his mouth full of grease with his sleeve and his gaze swept towards the three women and lit up. Yo! What a beautiful near. Too bad it's not my cup of tea. Yes, leg of lamb, I smell a roasted leg of lamb, ha 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 ha. Shanghai took a light breath. He wasn't sure if he could beat this scruffy man, but as His Highness's guard, this was his duty. Shanghai. Shinian walked over at some point and gestured for him to step back. He remembered who this guy was. Wasn't this the treasure-giving big brother who had gone crazy for Gu Ruoi in the original story? Northern Martial Arts Alliance leader Shan Yu. He is eccentric, likes to pretend to be crazy, has an erratic whereabouts, and loves to give away secret martial arts books. In the original, Shan Yu in Tianwu City pretending to be a beggar with a broken leg to beg by chance to meet Gu Ruoi, to see that it is really pitiful, to the bowl of 1 or 2 pieces of silver thrown. Then the bastard pulled Gu Ruoi to stop her from leaving, insisting that she pay another coin to buy a book from herself. Gu Ruoi didn't refuse when she saw this. After all, it was only a copper plate. It was an orphan sword manual with a very catchy name, Sword Dance Red. The sword dances with the smile of the red face and cuts off the sorrows of the world. The strong part of this sword script did not lie in the sword formation formed by itself, the strong part of it lay in its ability to give a continuous stacking of strengthening effects. At least 30% of one's strength in the original was added by this sword dance. Coming from the north to the south meant that Shan Yu was going into Tianwu City, and that book, Sword Dance Red, was still on his body. Shan Yu obviously froze for a moment when he saw Shinian. You're a kid who's even more handsome than I am. I am indeed more handsome than you. Shinian laughed. You think being handsome is a big deal? I have lamb chops for dinner. I still have roasted chicken to eat. Shan Yu sniffed even more anxiously and blew his beard and eyes out. I have lamb chops for dinner. I have roast chicken. Not only did this scene look silly to the 4 Yili Yen, even the hidden disaster that was hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to move was also a bit puzzled for a moment. Having taken over the intelligence system for so many years, he also recognized Shan Yu's identity. No matter, His Own Highness must have his purpose for doing so. If Shan Yu acted to his death, the name of the Northern Martial Alliance's head would not be able to protect him. A few minutes later, Shan Yu sat down next to Shinian and said blearily, "Still not baked?" Shinian rolled his eyes as he sprinkled spices on the leg of lamb and said, "What's your hurry? If you're in a hurry, I won't give you any more." "Then I'm in no hurry." Shan Yu picked his nose and hemmed and hawed. "What is your highness doing?" Jinxiu was very puzzled. Yi Lian shook her little head. She was also very confused, but His Highness seemed to recognize this scruffy man. Shinian took out a knife and personally cut off a large strip of lamb leg meat for Shan Yu. "Here. Hey, thanks, buy you my roast chicken." Shan Yu didn't forget to rip off a whole chicken leg and hand it over. Shinian was not polite and reached out to take the chicken leg. One of the two took a big bite of the leg of lamb while the other held the chicken leg still. "Don't ask why you don't eat." This one took the hand that was picking his nose and tore him a chicken leg. A large strip of lamb leg meat into the belly. Shan Yu licked his fingers and burped a big burp satisfied. Full, thank you for the lamb chops, I'll give you a book." Shinian mouth slightly pumped. "Buddy, you really increase favorability you send books?" Saying that, Shan Yu pulled out 5 or 6 books from his arms and laid them on the ground. "Don't be polite, just pick and choose." Shinian swept a glance, and that book, Sword Dance in Red, was not among them. "You don't have all the books here, do you?" Chapter 30, My Lady. Shan Yu's eyes deepened, shaking off his hands. No more, I have a total of these books, do you want them?" "Really? I'll give you another 1,000 taels of silver, can you come up with a few more books?" Shinian's gaze was like a sword, with a shallow smile on his face. "Really?" Shan Yu asked rhetorically. "If you can take out the book I want, give you 10,000 taels, so what?" Shinian's tone was bland. 10,000 taels of silver in his mouth was so insignificant. The 3 women on the side of the room were a little alarmed by what they heard. Jinlian counted with her fingers. If she had 10,000 taels of silver, she could have bought many more of herself. Shan Yu face hesitant. In front of this handsome youth he inexplicably familiar, just do not remember where he is seen. In the current situation, the youth seemed to have recognized himself. "Did you meet a big fat goat today?" Shan Yu's afterglow stole a glance at Shanghai. He took the money. If he ran, the small guards cannot stop themselves. "Take the money." Shan Yu reached out with a big hand. "Here." Shinian was not afraid of him running away. 2 fingers drew out 2 5,000 taels of silver bills from his sleeve. Shan Yu reached out to snatch it. Shan Ian raised his hand and skillfully avoided it. My money is out, take the book. How do I know if your boy is bluffing me with a fake silver check? And how do I know if you'll take the money and run? Shan Ian laughed lightly. Shan Yu's old face flushed. He did want to take the money and run. This youth could casually take out 10,000 taels, so he must be the son of one of the big families in this Tianwu city. It wasn't that he hated the rich, it was simply that it felt good to pit such guys against the money. The kind of guy who is a bully and has a despicable character, he will usually smooth a little bit of wine money and slightly out of the way to punish a little bit. As for the 10 evils, they are considered to purify the world by increasing their sins. After death, it's a big deal to go to hell and feel the so-called 18 layers of hell. Shan Ian wasn't in a hurry either, so he just quietly looked at Shan Yu. After all, Shan Yu was the ally of the Northern Martial Alliance, usually dashing. After all, he had to feed the people below him. He couldn't let his disciples go with him to drink the northwest wind, could he? 10,000 taels of silver is already a huge sum of money. That's 10,000 taels. A whole 10,000 taels. Shan Yu rubbed his hair, scratching his head. He was so torn up inside. It was the first time in his ing life that he had met such a generous big fat sheep. The most I can come up with for you is one more book. Oh, that's a loan copy of mine that's been in my collection for years. Shan Yu suddenly looked serious and reached out to fumble through his arms again. Here. A nameless ancient book was handed over. Shan Ian had an odd face. He remembered that the cover of the original Sword Dance Red Face had the word red face, right? Casually open a page, a good picture of the old tree roots. This painting is quite exquisite, next to it with notes. Shan Ian looked stunned for a moment. Shan Yu heatedly smiled, revealing big white teeth that he didn't know how to maintain. How is it? 10,000 taels for this loan book is not a loss. Yi Li Yen tiptoed on her small toes with some curiosity. Just what kind of book could make His Highness look into it? Unfortunately, the duo had blocked the book so tightly that they couldn't see anything. Shan Ian took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Do you have any other books? Holy! Don't be so greedy, will you? This is a solitary book that I've treasured for many years. It's worth 10,000 taels. I want Sword Dance in Red. Name your price. Shan Ian helplessly held his forehead. He no longer wanted to play dumb riddles with Shan Yu here. Damn, how did you know I had it on me? Shan Yu almost dropped his jaw in shock. Sword Dance Red was something he accidentally obtained by running around drunk in a cave. He hadn't mentioned this to anyone, only he himself knew about it in the whole world. Shan Ian moved his fingers. It counts. Damn it. I usually hate you guys who can count and look out for the weather, worrying about other people every day, but you can't worry about worrying about yourselves. Aren't I worrying about myself? I don't want to miss out on such a good sword manual. Shan Ian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. You're rich, and you're sick. Shan Yu pooh-poohed. Why are you still cursing? You've counted on me, can't I curse? Didn't you calculate that the sword recipe is something you can practice? Shan Yu tore a piece of lamb leg meat for himself and ate it in a big bite. Shan Ian had a question mark on his face. What do you mean? That sword recipe was his mother's for women to practice. It's not like you can't practice it if you dare to self-circumcise. Shan Yu quickly chewed and swallowed the meat without good humor. Shan Ian's face stiffened. Timo's original story didn't seem to mention that the sword recipe could only be practiced by women. He was also thinking of practicing a hand, so that he could sneakily add Buffsto, Hidden Plague and the others while eating melon at the back during fights in the future. Can't I practice for my lady? Shan Ian said with a stiff upper lip. The sound of the duo talking was clearly heard by the few people around them. This mother gave Yi Li Yan a shyness that almost made her find a crack in the ground. Your family's maiden? Shan Yu subconsciously looked towards Yi Li Yan, whose small face was blushing. Your kid's ing life is really good, but unfortunately, the red face is a lot of trouble. Your kid grasp it? I want the sword manual. You can make an offer. Besides, I don't like people talking about my family's maiden in front of me. Shan Ian's eyes instantly cooled down, with a look that if you BB one more sentence I will beat you up. You boy. Shan Yu's heart was horrified. Just now, the moment his body's true chi surged, in addition to this youth in front of him, there was an extremely terrifying chi locking him. Strength is above him. Hidden guards in the shadows? Who exactly is this youth? Why is there such a terrifying fellow secretly guarding it? The sword manual is no longer with me. Shan Yu said indifferently. Where? I don't know. I gave it to a peerless beauty no less than your maiden. Shan Yu looked around warily. Can't you do some ing math? The words were swallowed by Shan Yu. Shan Ian frowned, so he knew who Shan Yu had given it to. I thought that running into Shan Yu here in advance was a chance to come, but it turned out that the basket was empty. And yeah, the remaining value of the original storyline is as an illustration, so that he can think of who the person is when he meets them at some point. Are there any other orphan books? If I look at it, one book will be 10,000 tales. Shin Ian sighed lightly and said with great regret. These are all orphan books, you buy it. Shan Yu hands spread out, or just a few books, including that old Tree Roots. Didn't you transcribe this yourself? Shan Yu awkwardly said, ahem, you've calculated all this? Shin Yan seems to be looking at the cutie. These feats are not bad, but they are not superior after all, so you old boy can send books everywhere and write another one when you send no more. Do you want the remnants? Look. Shan Yu dug around for a while before pulling out a rag similar to a rag. It records a wide-open sword technique with 3 original styles, and since it's a remnant, it's a shame that there's only one. Shin Ian didn't mind and took the rags and looked at them carefully. 3 styles of killing God. This piece of rag is written on the full, kill God style blood slaughter 1,000 miles, but also fortunately it is the first style, or else this remnant is useless. The cultivation requirements for a top-notch blade technique that was unleashed by condensing killing potential were somewhat harsh. In layman's terms, in order to utilize the full power of the sword technique, you need to kill enough people to gather enough killing chi. In addition to going to war and being a murderous devil, Shin Ian momentarily was unable to think of any method to quickly accumulate killing chi. Of course, if generals like Yi Tianzi, Yi Burning, and Gu Qing, who had been fighting for years, came with their own killing chi enchantment, cultivating would naturally be twice as effective. It was a pity that Yi Tianzi used a double halberd, and although Yi Burning used a sword now he was not in Tianwu City. Shin Ian himself could use a sword, but the realm was not as good as the path of Kendo. Hidden disaster is not suited for this kind of wide-open swordplay. Shin Ian raised his eyes to look at Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai was picked up by him from the battlefield, and after recovering from his injuries, he returned to the battlefield to sharpen himself, and after returning to Tianwu City, he promoted him to become his own personal guards commander, the captain of the Royal Palace Guards. The killing power might not be as good as Yi Burn, Gu Qing and the others, but it wouldn't be as weak. How to say that Cheng Hai was also a prestigious 1,000-man chopper in the army. This remnant, I'll take it. Chapter 31 Dakian Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. Why only 5,000 taels of silver? Shan Yu looked at the hands of the silver tickets, want to curse his mother, jealous of the horror of the chi, and swallowed back the words to the edge of the mouth. A complete book, I will bid 10,000 taels, the remnants will not. Shin Ian folded the rag into a small square. Shan Yu's mouth slightly opened, as if this was the reasoning. He felt as if he had fallen into Shin Ian's pit. With that out of the way, can you tell me your name? Let's all make friends. Shan Yu revealed his big white teeth and hemmed and hawed. Years of knowledge of people, he saw the mysterious youth character as good. People walking the world well, walking is not fighting and killing, that are all human feelings, more friends more road, something we can also more care. Yi Bayan. Shin Ian didn't refuse and said the alias he used when walking the rivers and lakes. North Martial Arts Alliance and the Northern Martial Arts is the top power, the hall of the door throughout the major cities in the north, and its friendship is no harm. The future if the barbarians to attack, this will be a powerful force to resist the barbarians. Shan Yu. Shan Yu arched his hand. Yi Bayan? This name sounds more familiar, eyes and ears familiar, just cannot remember who the other party is, strange. Single ally. Ahem, you're welcome. Shan Yu put away the book, squeezed his eyebrows and said, such a good book you really do not buy it? Wouldn't it be nice to buy it and study it? No, keep your own collection. Shin Ian rolled his eyes. He had studied with so many teachers in his previous life, he still needed this thing? Alas, there will be no more stores after this village. Shan Yu got up and patted his ass in mock regret. Take your time, single alliance master. Shin Ian laughed lightly. Ugh, let's go. Shan Yu sighed again and picked up his roasted chicken and leaped up towards the direction of Tianwu City, stepping into the air. Your Highness, who is that senior? Only when Shan Yu was far away did Ji Li Yen curiously inquire. Northern Martial League Alliance Master, Shan Yu. Shin Ian got up and said. Northern Martial Arts Alliance. Cheng Hai was a bit stunned. He was once affiliated with the Sibei Army and had naturally heard about the Northern Martial Alliance. It was unimaginable that the famous Northern Martial League Alliance Master would have such an image. The Northern Martial Alliance. Yi Li Yin muttered. She also only read a little bit of information about the Northern Martial Alliance in the Zhenghu directory, given by her grandfather, knowing very little. Cheng Hai, this sword technique suits you, don't let this king down. Shin Ian handed the small square up. Cheng Hai was shocked and hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground. Please think twice about such a precious blade technique, Your Highness. This is His Highness, a whole 5,000 taels of silver purchased. He is a military man, how virtue and ability. If this king tells you to take it, take it. If you don't practice it, this king will punish you. Shin Ian's tone was strong, revealing an undoubted attitude. Thank you, Your Highness. My subordinate will not let Your Highness down. Shanghai knew his own highness temperament well and respectfully received the small square with both hands. The small interlude ended and the crowd continued to start the picnic until the sky was flooded with a reddish haze before the carriage leisurely returned to Tianwu City. Your Highness, the Duke of Jin's mansion has arrived. Inside the carriage, Shen Yian let go of Yi Lian's small hand and said softly, "This king will marry you soon." The slender and long eyelashes slightly trembled, eyes delighted and shyness intertwined, the small head gently lowered. Yi Lian's voice softly returned, "Li Yan will always wait for your highness." Shen Yian pointed to his face like an old rascal and said, "Won't you give this king a separate kiss?" "Your highness." Yi Lian shyly lowered her little head even deeper. "Why is his highness always so bad?" Seeing this, Shen Yian also stopped teasing the other party, and just wanted to open his mouth only to feel a familiar touch of warmth and coolness on his cheeks. Returning to her senses again, Yi Lian had already hurriedly got up and got out of the carriage with red ears, leaving a fragrant breeze lingering in the carriage. Shen Yian smiled gently, "Shanghai, go back to the house." "Yes, your highness." "Chu King's mansion." "Your highness, your sword is retrieved," Fu Sheng said respectfully as he held the long sword in both hands. "Dragon Abyss." Shen Yian cold eyes burning light drink, the sword excitedly issued a tremor, steeply out of the sheath flew out into its hands. The submerged dragon is in the depths of the abyss, and it will soar to the 9 heavens. The pupils of Hidden Disaster and Rune Shang simultaneously shook. At this time, His Highness is like a worldly sword fairy standing proudly, although the two have not stepped into the swordway, but can clearly feel that surrounded Shen Yian body can be damaging all the horror of the sword intent, even the space seems to have a slight distortion. Ka! Long Yuan returned to the scabbard, and Shen Yian once again resumed that state of divine splendor introverted, harmless human and animal. Sure enough, Long Yuan had finally regained his former sharpness after nursing in the sword lake for so long. He remembered that he thought he had picked up a broken iron lump when he first encountered Long Yuan and almost threw it away. Putting Long Yuan away, Shen Yian noticed the sword marks on Fu Sheng's hand that had not yet recovered. "You fought the old man?" "Yes, your highness." "Don't move yet, I'll first help you eliminate the residual sword intent of the old man in your body." Shen Yian's palm surged with true chi violently pressed on Fu Sheng's chest. Only a muffled grunt was heard, a mouthful of bruised blood spilled out from the corner of Fu Sheng's mouth, and the sword intent that had been suppressed by the true chi in his body was soon engulfed by another wave of true chi destroying it. A moment later, Fu Sheng only felt an indescribable sense of lightness all over his body. "Thank you, your highness." Taking the healing elixir with the help of the hidden calamity and Shen Yian duo's energy transportation, Fu Sheng's state quickly recovered to its peak state. "Hidden calamity, wolf head and ghost face, have they arrived in Gusu yet?" "Back to your highness, has arrived and met with Sea Snake and others, is looking for those gangs of Eastern Ronin. King Song's men have been dispersed and placed in the inns of the Chamber of Commerce." "Good, when everything is ready, let's start, don't leave any survivors." Shen Yian's eyes were bitter with killing intent, anyone and any power that had participated in that incident back then, he would settle the score one by one. "Subordinate understands." Hidden Disaster lowered his head. "His Highness's board is about to start falling." Great Qian Imperial Palace Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. White robe hanging lightly on the ground, long hair as white as winter snow, eyes clear and bright, face like a teenager, Lu Wenchuan sitting under the dome, looking at the bright night sky dazed. I don't know how many days and nights he sat like this, watching the stars flow in the sky, predicting the future of the world with the help of the power of the starry sky, and divining the fortunes and misfortunes of the Dacian dynasty. "Pavilion Master, His Highness the King of Chu seeks an audience." The little Taoist boy gently called out. "King Chu? Why is this kid here again?" Lu Wenchuan revealed a helpless expression. Shen Yian returned to Tianwu after being grounded in the palace, something to run to him saying that he is seeking to learn. At first he found it interesting, but slowly realized that the brat's quest for education was a lie, and treating him like a toolman was real. Every time he thought about it, his head felt big, and that was the first time he'd ever been so pissed off that he'd lost his temper. "Let him come straight up." Lu Wenchuan sighed lightly with a flick of his duster. "Yes." The Taoist boy answered and immediately went down. Not a moment later, Shen Yian, who was dressed in a silver four-clawed dragon robe, walked up with a big grin. "Teacher, long time no see." Shen Yian bowed and saluted. Lu Wenchuan rose and returned the salute, "Your Highness, King of Chu." For I's relative, Shen Yian, every time you see that face then their own still tender point feel scared. A nearly 70-year-old old man is this kind of juvenile image, no wonder to have seen the people are called the immortal of the earth. I wonder what His Highness, the King of Chu, is doing here today when he has the time to be a guest of the old Taoist? Please, teacher, help the student with his fortune. Chapter 32, The Day of Great Good Fortune. Lu Wenchuan narrowed his eyes vigilantly and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but the clouds are in the sky tonight, so it's impossible to look at the stars and measure Your Highness's affairs." Shen Yian tilted his head to look at the sky full of stars, and the air was just quiet for a few seconds. The bad old man is really bad. He entered the palace this night originally to find the old man to set a good date thoroughly. Woody said marriage is not a child's play and kicked the ball to the Shitenkaku with a strong kick. The wedding of the prince is more or less involved in the national fortune of Diqian, so let him ask the national master to set a good time and auspicious date by himself. Teacher, I apologize for what I did before, don't take it personally. Shen Yian took a few steps forward with a smile on his face. Lu Wenchuan drifted back 2 steps and flung the duster in his hand. Your Highness, please stop. Your Highness, this name of teacher can discount the old Taoist. Look at the student's memory, knowing that your old man loves tea, he specially got some Bodhi tea for your old man from Tianzhu. Shen Yian took out the small ancient wooden box with a mysterious face and said, Teacher, this is the leaf tea made from the holy tree in Tianzhu. Rumor has it that having the power of Bodhi added can make people better understand the great Tao. You taste it? This Bodhi tea he drank, the flavor was average, but it made him enter the state of self-meditation once. The effect was only once, and if he drank it again, it would be ineffective. That time he got a lot, his men almost everyone has a share. Silly girl, now realm is too low, drink the effect is not too big. Later. Woody's share was given when he returned, and as for Lu Wenchuan's, he waited for today, in order to maintain their precarious teacher-student relationship. Lu Wenchuan's face changed. That year, the great Nirvana temple's master Shida traveled eastward passing through Tianwu, and had met with Lao Dao once, and I did hear that the ancient Bodhi tree situated in the great Nirvana temple was tragically stolen by a small thief using a sword to steal and cut it, stealing a large portion of its branches and leaves. Shen Yian said with a righteous face, Teacher, student me you know, student doesn't know how to use a sword. Lu Wenchuan. That's just it, Your Highness, sit down and chat. Lu Wenchuan flicked his duster, a curl of immortal chi drifted out from his sleeve, and out of nowhere a stone table and a pair of stone benches suddenly appeared between the two of them. Shen Yian stared intently at this stone table, this casual means of object no matter how many times close to see, feel incredible, this if the previous life he certainly thought it was some magic means. The two of them were seated for only a few moments before the Taoist boy came over with tea. Your Highness, please. You're welcome, Sensei. Shen Yian took a sip of tea. In addition to Thousand Gold Pavilion Xingchun, Shou Tian Pavilion's enlightenment tea was also very much to his liking, but unfortunately, it was only produced in the Holy Land of Taoism Sanshang Mountain. LV Wenchuan opened the small wooden box and a fresh fragrance wafted out, enlightening people as if they were waking up from a dream. Although that Bodhi leaf has been made into leaf tea, it still contains the mysterious and esoteric Buddhist flavor. I don't know which master tea maker this came from, but he had wanted to criticize Shen Yian for wasting. Shen Yian sipped his tea, but his eyes kept stealing glances. Your Highness, is what you came here today for the wedding? Lu Wenchuan closed the wooden box and spoke. Teacher, you really do know your students best. Shen Yian nodded. Then Your Highness has already known about the Yi family's daughter's situation, right? The student already knows. Shen Yian smiled frankly. Your Highness has changed her destiny. To be precise, Your Highness' appearance has changed this world. Lu Wenchuan raised his bright eyes to meet Shen Yian's, and the latter only felt a chill run through his body. Shen Yian saw in the other party's eyes the kind of indifference and heartlessness that heaven and earth were not benevolent and took everything as ruminants. Lu Wenchuan's eyes suddenly drooped as he gently picked up his teacup and took a sip. He vaguely remembers that he was still in seclusion in Sanshang Mountain on that day, and did not enter Dakian to become a national master. On that day, the bucket turned, thousands of stars in buckets appeared and disappeared, the sky was a chaotic mess, and the Star of Woe, which was already in its infancy, disappeared without a trace, and from that moment on, he knew that someone had changed it all. Until the day he first met Shen Yian, he was somewhat in disbelief that a 1-year-old child could have such a huge impact. Is the student so powerful? Shen Yian asked with a raised eyebrow. Lu Wenchuan's face stiffened. If it wasn't for his deep enough Taoist skills, he would have wanted to spray his tea out in one gulp just now. Well, Your Highness is very good. The 4th day of the next month is a very auspicious day, so please don't forget it, Your Highness. Shen Yian's face straightened as he rose and saluted. The student keeps this in mind. Teacher, the student has one more thing. What is it? Lu Wenchuan was stunned, vaguely guessing what it was about. The student has the audacity to ask the teacher to officiate at the student's wedding and become the student's witness. Outsiders are afraid their jaws will drop when they hear it. The master of the state has a witness? You think you're the emperor taking a wife. I'm afraid Emperor Wu doesn't even have this kind of face, right? Good. Lu Wenchuan flung his duster actually responded very painfully. Shen Yian was all a bit shocked, he didn't even anticipate that the other party would agree so painfully. What? Shocked by the old path? LV Wenchuan's words actually carried a slight feeling of complacency. The corners of Shanian's mouth twitched slightly. Students have always thought that teacher is a person who doesn't smile. I never thought that teacher still has such a lovely side. Cute. Lu Wenchuan was dumbfounded. Does your highness think that this will allow the old Taoist to forgive your highness for what you did before? Teacher, before, the student also had bitter words to say. Shin Ian smiled bitterly. The palace was grounded for half a year, and with hidden disaster and the others not around, he could still inquire through the eunuchs and palace maids if he wanted to be informed about Tianwu City, but he couldn't inquire about places further away. So he set his sights on the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion in LV Wenchuan, using the name of seeking education to inquire about things around the world, so as to speculate on what might have happened. He had apologized, only at that time Lu Wenchuan was so infuriated that he didn't forgive him. Now that Lu Wenchuan's anger was mostly gone, it was much easier to talk. That's just it, let bygones be bygones. The main reason for the anger at that time was that his own hallowed Taoist sect leader had become Shin Ian's toolman. Although he is now considered a toolman of Dakian, but for the sake of the country and the people, for the peace of the world, is his willingness. Many thanks, teacher. Shin Ian saluted again. Teacher, the student has one last question. Speak, what is it? Lu Wenchuan sighed lightly. He wanted to see what else this brat wanted to ask. That. Is there rain tomorrow? Tomorrow there will be heavy rain. Remember to bring an umbrella when you go out. Lu Wenchuan put down his teacup and faintly returned. Shin Ian looked respectful. The student took note. Chapter 33 Love Brain Shin Tingfeng. Shin Ian out of the show Tian Pavilion and then came to the imperial study to inform the old master of the auspicious date. Zhao Hai guarded the doorway as usual, and the folds on his face squeezed together to reveal a kind smile when he saw Shin Ian. Father, there will be heavy rain tomorrow. Please also pay attention to the wet and cold. With all due respect, I take note. Emperor Wu's disdainful cold eyes flickered. Father, please rest early, my son will leave. Aha! When Shin Ian left the imperial study, Emperor Wu signaled Zhao Hai to prepare the imperial decree. Snap! The Zhengzhua closed lightly. The Wu emperor's cold eyes swept indifferently to the bottom. What is it? In the center of the great hall, the messenger from the Department of Martial Guards half kneeled on the ground. Your Majesty, His Highness, the King of Song, has dispatched a large number of dead soldiers to arrive in Gusu, with the intention of targeting the Zhao family. The Zhao family? The Zhao family. Emperor Wu murmured softly, his eyes dropping. I have heard that demonic sect in the heavenly beyond has been making a lot of moves in recent days, so pass on Xinglong to keep a closer eye on it, and stand down. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger left, and Zhao Hai, who was preparing the decree, subconsciously looked up at his own majesty. Zhao Hai, do you have any doubts? The old slave wouldn't dare. Zhao Hai's hands shivered as he hurriedly bowed his head and returned. You reap what you sow, and this evil fruit must be tasted by the Zhao family itself. Your Majesty is wise. On the second day, King Chu's residence. Shin Ian looked at the cloudless sky and his heart muttered, the bad old man would not be lying to himself, right? It's almost noon, and this weather doesn't look like it's going to rain in any way. Your Highness. Having nothing else to do, he went to the small martial arts arena within the royal residence to take a look, and ran into Cheng Hai, who had a bead of sweat on his face. Shin Ian noticed at a glance that the usual horizontal sword in Cheng Hai's hand had been replaced with a long miao knife. Was it for practicing the 3 styles of the killing god? Not bad, keep up the good work. Yes, Your Highness. Cheng Hai was stunned, and his gaze became more resolute as he said. Wang Fu circled around. Shin Ian see the weather is still sunny, is ready to use a lunch to go out and turn around. Your Highness, His Highness the 5th Prince has urgent matters to see. The concierge who delivered the message ran quickly all the way from the main gate. He has urgent matters? Shin Ian shook his head and smiled. Shin Tingfeng's urgent matter was nothing more than money. Bring him in. Yes, Your Highness. 6th brother. Shin Tingfeng walked quickly all the way, so anxious that the concierge needed to jog to keep up. 5th brother, goodbye. Shin Ian greeted him from afar. 6th brother. 5th brother, I'm so bitter. Woo woo. Approaching, Shin Tingfeng hugged Shin Ian in a bear hug. What's going on here, 5th brother? Why don't you tell 6th brother about it? Shin Ian patted the other party's shoulder and asked in tears. Ugh. Shin Tingfeng let go of Shin Ian. 1,000 words seemed to turn into this long sigh. Familiar gazebo, familiar welcoming configuration. 6th brother, I told you, you're not going to rob me, are you? Rob what? Shin Ian had a question mark on his face. Shin Tingfeng, this is the result of looking at some treasure and not having the money to buy it? Ahem, 6th brother, do you know who I met that day? Shin Tingfeng had a mysterious face. Who? I'm telling you, don't you dare spread that around. Fifth brother, don't worry, sixth brother's mouth is very tight. Shin Ian nodded seriously, and in his heart he spat out, among our brothers, you are the one who has the least tight mouth. Sixth brother, let me tell you, I met that daughter of General Gustray the other day. I go. You know what? I thought I'd met a fairy when I met her. Shin Tingfeng's eyes lit up at the mention of Gu Ruoy, his face flushed a little, and he spoke in one breath for half a cup of tea, praising a wave of Gu Ruoy in all aspects, from her looks to her personality. The corner of Shin Ian's mouth twitched without leaving any traces, and he silently took a sip of tea. At this moment, he saw 3 big words love brain on Shin Tingfeng's brain. There can be no mistake, this state of Shin Tingfeng is clearly awakening the love brain. In the original, Shin Tingfeng is not a licking dog better than a licking dog, helping Gu Ruoy with his ideas to solve a lot of trouble and not asking for anything in return. If it were anyone else, being casually helped by Shin Tingfeng would have to hemorrhage a wave. Although the process of licking dogs, but people at least manage to get on base, better than 99% licking dogs. So fifth brother is looking for sixth brother today because he wants sixth brother to help you with a plan to capture someone's heart? Shin Tingfeng rubbed his hands in some embarrassment, yes and no. Shin Ian couldn't help but smile. Fifth brother could have begged father to issue a marriage granting decree. This is belonging to the hegemony of the noble family, the imperial decree, even if you do not want to be followed by, subject to, or a disobedient to the emperor's big hat buckle. Light is the whole family in prison, heavy is the 9 ethnic groups to eliminate the fun. Sixth brother, don't joke, you're still not clear about my situation at father's place? Shin Tingfeng smiled bitterly. It's good enough that father doesn't deduct all his salary, and he still wants to give him a marriage? I guess he will give him urine to let him look at his own virtue. What's more, this kind of political union that forcibly binds 2 people together is not what he's looking for. What he wants is to be connected heart to heart, to fall in love with each other heart to heart, and to grow old together. Otherwise, even if he really married home a fairy, what would he do, with his cold eyes and seeming to be at odds with each other every day? To summarize, Shen Tingfeng wants to fall in love sweetly. Fifth brother, I can beg father for you. No, sixth brother, you may have misunderstood my meaning. Shin Tingfeng waved his hand repeatedly and briefly told what he had in mind. Shin Ian was helpless, so you still want to be a licking dog? Then, fifth brother, you today. Sixth brother, I want to borrow a sum of money to do some business. Shin Tingfeng took a deep breath and scratched his head in some embarrassment. Fifth brother, you want to do business? Shin Ian was surprised. He thought Shin Tingfeng would borrow a relationship fund from himself, but he didn't expect it to be a startup fund. Right. I want to do business and earn big money. Shin Tingfeng had a firm gaze. After meeting Gu Ruoy that day, he went back to the palace and tossed and turned all night. Finding out that the most important thing in trying to woo people, apart from being the person and status you are, is money. How can he pursue someone without money? The simplest scenario, shopping with the US, people look at a jewelry, you want to show a wave, pull out the silver bag, which is empty, how embarrassing. And in the future, 2 people together into marriage certainly cannot live in the palace, move out even if the mansion does not spend money, the house of the subordinates, usually eat, drink, and spend money, right? These are definitely not enough with just his salary, so he wants to do business, make a lot of money, and pursue Gu Ruoy. Anyway, as long as he didn't commit any crimes, his father wouldn't care about him, and he could let go of his own hands. Fifth brother, you know how to do business? Shin Ian rubbed his eyebrows hard to force a smile. No, he had to hold back not to laugh out. Shin Tingfeng's old face blushed. It's not bad, I can learn where I don't know. In terms of doing business, you'd be better off with fourth brother, fifth brother, wouldn't you? No, can't find him. Shin Tingfeng quickly waved his hand. Shin Ian's side at least had a heart and a marriage contract. Shin Jingyu's side is different, so old and still not married. In case he mentions Gu Ruoy, this old bachelor comes to be interested and gets himself a powerful love rival, he has no place to cry. Returning to the topic, Shin Ian opened his mouth and asked, Fifth brother, how much money do you want to borrow? Shin Tingfeng frowned and raised his large hand after deep thought. Sixth brother, fifth brother doesn't borrow more, 5,000 taels is enough. Shin Yan, ? Chapter 34, We're brothers. Raider? Shin Ian asked again with some uncertainty. 5,000 taels. Shin Tingfeng opened his 5 fingers to avert his gaze. Shin Ian surprisingly didn't know how to respond for a moment. 5,000 taels of silver. Don't look at him throwing away thousands of dollars in front of the 1,000 gold pavilion and Shan Yu without blushing or jumping because he felt it was worth spending. But where you convert the purchasing power, 5,000 taels of silver, Shin Tingfeng, even if he does not do business, buy a set of mansion in Tianwu City, the rest of the money is enough for him to dash for a long time. Fifth brother, do you think I have money? Shin Ian was stunned for a long time, his tone ghostly. There's. Right. Shin Tingfeng returned sheepishly. In his mind, the richest is the oldest Shin Jingyu, in the academy class every day covered in gold and silver, living a rich old man image. Next is the big brother Shin Myukin, noble prince, backed by the Morong family, is also not bad lord. This month has gone to Shin Myukin that borrow money twice, the number of times consumed, he did not dare to go, have to wait for next month to refresh. Second brother Shin Junyan and third brother Shin Siyue are not in Tianwu City, borrow cannot. As for the two princesses and the even younger ones, he was a bit pulling his punches. In the end, there was only Shin Ian in front of him, always giving a sense of understated luxury, letting people take a look and feel that this person has a sky-high wealth. Shin Tingfeng traditionally very much believe in their own intuition. Fifth brother wants to do some business, sixth brother will naturally support, I just hate the lack of financial resources. Shin Ian, skillfully possessed by the movie star, his eyes slightly red, lamented. Sixth brother. Shin Tingfeng rolled his throat, there were some words he wanted to say but he didn't know where to start. What he wanted to say most right now was Lao Lu, brother please, don't act like a brother, okay? Alas, fifth brother may not know that sometimes I envy you. Ha! Envious of fifth brother living a free and happy life, do not have to get up early to go to the court, do not have to feed more than 100 mouths in the house to think about it every day. Fifth brother, do you know how much daily expenses of such a large royal house? Shin Ian is like opening the box, the royal family various consumption listened to Shin Tingfeng that is dizziness. In a trance he actually felt that he had not been crowned king, and being a free prince seemed really good. Anyway, the expenses of the eunuchs and palace maidens in the palace were not under his control. Suppose he had a royal household with a bunch of underlings. With the monthly salary alone, it seems like it won't take more than a few days for the whole group to go drink the northwest wind with him. No, this is all going too far, isn't it? He's here to borrow money. Shin Tingfeng asked carefully, sixth brother, then how much can you lend me? Shin Ian raised his hand and spread 5 fingers after pretending to ponder. 500 taels? 5 taels. Cough. Shin Tingfeng's tea-drinking action froze, and then he coughed violently. Is sixth brother not joking? 5 taels of silver? He could find an unlucky guy on the street with more than this pit. That's not true, fifth brother please listen to me. Shin Ian smiled mysteriously. Partner? Shin Tingfeng was a bit confused after hearing this. Yes, fifth brother will simply work at the pawnshop, taking in and selling items to earn the difference, and fifth brother will receive 30% of the difference for each item sold. 30% difference? Shin Tingfeng was even more confused. If the difference was like 100 taels, he would get 30 taels. What's the difference between this and picking up money? Then what is this 5 taels of silver? These 5 taels of silver are your base salary, fifth brother. Base salary? It's salary silver. If fifth brother didn't sell a single item this month, fifth brother still has 5 taels of silver to take. Shin Ian revealed a smile that belonged to an adulterer. Don't look at Shin Tingfeng martial arts can't, the qualification is mediocre, but people are the real koi carp physique, belong to the novel was killed by the enemy chasing down the cliff fall does not die, woke up to meet the world outside the high people to pass on the kind of heavenly destiny son. I don't know if it's the original setup or if it's just not time. According to theory, so Kaweva physique has long let Shin Tingfeng glory and wealth, the head of the true protagonist aura, but so many years have not reacted, but after meeting Gu Ruoi suddenly koi possession. In the middle and late stages of the original, Shin Tingfeng's speed of that realm enhancement, the big brother watched in tears, and the protagonist had to doubt his life when he watched it. That sixth brother, do I have to sell it myself to get a 30% share of the difference? Yes, if fifth brother can make the pawnshop's business prosperous, sixth brother will take out 10% of the pawnshop's profit and give it to fifth brother. This is not a scam, but he is giving money, each get what they need, everyone is happy. As for the 10% profit, the final interpretation of his own. No loss. To be honest, he was still looking forward to what good things the pawnshop with Shin Tingfeng in charge could collect. Shin Tingfeng's face looked strange. This sounds like a good thing, but it always feels like something is wrong. Pawnbrokers, it takes a lot of money to start a pawnshop. Lean. Isn't he becoming a store boy himself? A prince becomes a shopkeeper? What a scandal. But it doesn't seem like it's out of the question to give enough money. No, sixth brother, then wouldn't I become your store boy? Then this partner. Fifth brother, do you know how to do business? Shin Ian smiled faintly, and the topic returned to the very beginning. No. Too good. I can learn. Shin Tingfeng hesitated, it seemed like this question had been asked, right? Fifth brother, isn't working in a pawnshop a form of learning? Plus you can build up your business capital by earning a spread. Fifth brother has learned to do business and has the capital to do business, so why not have the best of both worlds? What's more, sixth brother just said that if fifth brother can make the pawnshop's business prosperous, sixth brother will take out 10% of the pawnshop's profit and give it to fifth brother, and fifth brother will be considered as the pawnshop's boss at that time. Shen Ian picked up the teacup and took a sip. After talking for so long, his mouth was dry, so he wanted to let the silly girl help him moisturize it. Don't get the wrong idea, it's simply a matter of moisturizing your lips with lip balm. Hiss. Shin Tingfeng took a deep breath. So reasonable, he couldn't even think of a counter-argument. Learning and earning at the same time, is there such a good thing in the world? Sixth brother, why are you so good to me? Shin Tingfeng pursed his lips, still somewhat puzzled, and said. Shen Ian put down the teacup. His eyes were clear and bright, gentle with some emotion. Because we are brothers. Brothers can share a woman in the original story and support others to the throne. Just ask this brotherhood enough iron? In fact, can always maintain the current situation is really quite good. Fighting and killing what, when the emperor is so tired, let the old man himself win 100 years more good. Shin Tingfeng looked at Shen Ian blankly, and his eyes suddenly reddened. Guilt, yes, that strong feeling of guilt from deep inside. When he thought of that day when he had given his elder brother advice on how to sabotage Laolu's marriage, he felt that he really deserved to die off. People are so sincere with you and you want to ruin their marriage affairs. Sixth brother. Thank you. Shin Tingfeng's throat slid and his voice was slightly hoarse. Fifth brother, all brothers, you're welcome. But sixth brother, I still need to go to the academy on weekdays, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to be around often at the pawnshop side. Shin Tingfeng fiercely thought of opening his mouth. It's alright fifth brother, just go in your spare time. I'll have the pawnbroker's shopkeeper personally lead fifth brother through the introductory process, and after that, he'll also lead fifth brother on to more in-depth studies. Sixth brother. Shin Tingfeng was moved to tears. Shen Ian waved his hand and smiled. Fifth brother, let's discuss the details of the partnership. Just take this time to take advantage of this time. I'll have my subordinates call the pawnshop shopkeeper and we'll sign a contract. From tomorrow onward, in your spare time fifth brother can serve in the pawnbroker's office and learn. Shin Tingfeng patted his chest and swore, don't worry. Fifth brother will never fail. Sixth brother. Chapter 35. Heavy rains continue to fall. Shin Tingfeng walked away, took 5 taels of silver, and left with a lighter pace than last time. All the things collected by fifth brother are sent to this king. Shin Ian's gaze shifted to the pawnshop shopkeeper. Understood. The banker of the pawnshop out and looked respectful. Go back earlier, it's going to rain. Shin Ian could clearly feel that the air humidity had increased and the atmospheric pressure had decreased. It was going to rain heavily. Worthy of the state master, the old man is great. Yes, your highness. My subordinate is retiring. Aha! Shin Guigong Mansion. It's going to rain. Jinxiu and Jinlian tell everyone to put away the clothes and things that are drying. Yilian tilted her snow-white swan neck, her pale blue eyes gazing at the sky, bright white streams of light flashing in her eyes from time to time. Okay miss, we'll go inform everyone. Jinxiu pulled Jinlian and trotted out of the room. The room without the 2 women seemed to suddenly become very large and big. Yi Lian stood alone in front of the door with her back more than a few points of bleak beauty. I don't think his highness will come today. Low-eyed unlocking the waist jade flute, the absolute beauty of the small face cannot help but emerge happy silly smile, do not know what to think of the root of the ear and blushing. Miss. Jinlian held back her red little face and ran over quickly. What's wrong? In such a hurry? Miss, the palace has sent another imperial decree. Jinlian gasped, her voice a little sharply. Yi Lian was stunned and didn't dare to delay, hurriedly leading Jinlian towards the front yard. Shin this. Yunexu pulled up his voice and shouted. Minister. Receive the decree and thank you. Yi Tianzi received the imperial decree with both hands. His heart was full of emotion and reluctance. This swaying granddaughter is going to leave the court. Your Excellency, make your preparations early, the slave is waiting for a share of the joy. Yunexu smiled and said. Yi Tianzi got up and laughed, then Yunexu should not forget to come and support the show. Of course, my slave will not forget. In the midst of the pleasantries, Yi Tianzi summoned Afu to fetch the tea money and handed it to Yunexu. Yunexu's eyes narrowed into a line with a smile. Your Excellency, then I will leave first. Yunexu, take your time. Yi Tianzi watched a group of horses leave the mansion, turned his head and skillfully spat. Old castrated dog. Unfortunately, your father is afraid he won't be able to make it. Yi Tianzi turned around with a sad face to look at Yi Lian. Yi Burning is a general of the north to guard the northern border, to prevent the barbarians from invading, not have an order not to return. Even if Emperor Wu sent someone to send the edict now, the time for this trip would already be too late. But don't worry, the letter has been sent to your father, it won't take more than a few days for the reply to be sent back. Yi Tianzi's tone softened. Yi Lian nodded obediently, her eyes could not hide her sadness, she had not seen her father for a long time. The heart naturally longed for the day of her marriage, when her father and grandfather were present at the family reunion. The pole of the northern border Sibei city. This was the northernmost city of the Dacian dynasty, the first barrier for barbarians who wanted to enter the Dacian territory. Before and after is a vast plain, on both sides of the mountains rolling. Seabay city built on the mountains is like a big hand firmly clamped the barbarian's throat. The general's house. Ha ha ha, time flies, my old man's daughter is getting married. The middle-aged man with a gangly face picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one go. His laughter was bitter. Pop. Yibern pressed the wine bowl on the table and cursed, "Damn, it's a pity I can't go back, these damn barbarians." As the words turned, a tyrannical aura erupted from Yibern's body. "Shin family brat, you'd better not bullyly smoke, or else I'll have to go back and beat your brat severely even if I lose my head." Reaching out and shaking the empty wine altar, the somewhat inebriated Yibern once again cursed, "Motherer, there's no more wine. Bring me another altar." The adjutant cried and laughed at the side and advised, "General, you've already drunk 2 pots of strong wine today, you can't drink more." "Tender mom, my daughter will be married soon. Happy, what's wrong with drinking more?" "General, the barbarians are afraid that they will still come to attack and disturb tonight, you still need to sit in the army," the adjutant reminded helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yibern's eyes instantly cleared, and his killing intent couldn't stop leaking out. "Motherer, drinking doesn't even hurt." "General, another barbarian scout was recovered from the caravan entering the city." Several armored soldiers escorted a blonde barbarian into the courtyard. The barbarian tried to struggle and was whacked honestly by the soldier's fist. Didn't this general order that the captured scout be sent directly to the Department of Martial Guards, and those perverts in the Department of Penal and Prison will make him talk? Yibern waved his hand rather helplessly. "Yes, General." Several soldiers escorted the barbarian scout down again. Yibern twisted his head to look at his adjutant to discuss, "Is it okay to drink another bowl?" My lord would not dare to make a decision. The adjutant bowed his head. "You can make the call." The last general wouldn't dare. The adjutant's head bowed even lower. "Then why don't you go get the old man a drink, you?" Adjutant, Sigma. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky without boundaries, and a majestic downpour poured down without warning. Shu King's mansion. Shinian was taking Mendu to inventory the things needed for the wedding. Many things had to be procured well in advance. Counting, Shinian raised his head violently, and his brows furrowed, which really scared Mendu. "What is it, Your Highness?" Mendu asked, somewhat frozen. "This king forgot about his old husband," said Shinian in a grave tone. "Ye burn to guard the northern border, unless there is an imperial decree shall not return." The silly girl hadn't seen her father in at least 8 or 9 years. The last time he burned back to Tianwu because of a great achievement, came back to promote and raise the salary, stayed a few short days and left. He vaguely remembered the way the silly girl cried with pearly blossoms, which made people's hearts twist with them as they watched. How can a silly girl get married without her father being there? "Mendu, prepare a car, this king is going to make a trip to the palace." Shinian raised his eyes and said seriously. Mendu nodded and got up. "My subordinate will go prepare." Calculating the time, if the old man can make an edict, the big deal is that he personally went to send a trip. A go and a go back and forth a day is enough, the rest of the time is enough for Yibern to arrange everything from the northern border to rush back. Marquis Wuqing's mansion. Guqing retained, "Your Highness, it's raining heavily outside, so you might as well rest a little longer in the mansion." Xin Jingyu's gaze swept towards Gu Ruoi, who had stopped apologetically. "Then this king will have the audacity to disturb General Gu." He had come to the door this day to make amends on behalf of the Zhao siblings, not realizing that it had suddenly started to rain heavily. "Your Highness doesn't have to be so polite." Gu Qing waved his hand smilingly. As a father, he was still happy inside that his daughter could make a few good friends, and he was afraid that his daughter would not be able to adapt to an environment like Tianwu City. Gu Qing didn't really have much of a problem with these celestials, and he didn't care if there was any contact. However, as things stood, compared to that fifth prince His Highness the King of Song in front of him simply did not have a much better reputation. Besides, the two had crossed paths a long time ago and knew each other somewhat. Now the other party not only helped their own daughter to solve the problem, but also on behalf of that Zhao family brother and sister door to make amends and apologize. Visible how noble his character. Gu Qing's heart to Xin Jingyu's good feelings increased substantially. The Zhao family's impression almost dropped to the freezing point. "General Gu, Miss Gu has suffered a lot in exile, right?" Xin Jingyu looked at Gu Ruoi, their eyes met, and they quickly separated their gazes like an electric shock. "Shen Tunfeng? Alas, it's me who's sorry for both of their mothers," sighed Gu Qing lightly, chatting about the past as if he had opened a box. Xin Jingyu listened attentively. Empathy can also follow a regret. Heavy rain continues to haze, seemingly endless thoughts of sorrow. Chapter 36, It's a Big World. The outskirts of the city of Gusapinkang. Wolf First Shang, Mr. Ghostface, that group of Easterning Ronin are hiding in the deserted village ahead according to the intelligence. A tall woman in a red dress with a red veil on her face lightly opened her vermilion lips, and her wonderful voice slowly entered her ears. That's interesting. Is the armed guard division of Pinkang City such a waste? Can't even clean up a few Japanese? Face wrapped in white cloth, a large ghost character as if a black evil scaly branded on top of the white cloth, ghost face hands hide sleeves, sneer a smile. Sea Snake softly explained, when the three kings fight for the throne, the Great Qian internal and external problems, many Japanese took the opportunity to sneak into the Great Qian, relying on the food and silver brought in the local marrying and having children to take root down. These Eastern Ronin smuggled and had these Japanese to help cover them, and it was very troublesome for the Department of Martial Arts and Defense to search and clean them up. Funny enough, over the years these Japanese who have taken root down here have even been divided into two factions, one with the heart of Dakian, believing that they are already Dakian subjects, and the other believing that they are going to help the East to invade and conquer this place. The entire Gusu Wu Wei division has already been busy over the years, cleaning out a few of the largest Ronin organizations, and now has to guard against new Japanese smuggled in while searching for and clearing out those who have taken root. Snake are some of the feelings, not to say and who knows the prosperity of the Gusu under the silent tug-of-war for many years of the cat and mouse game. Ghostface grunted softly, I hate cat and mouse. So much for idle chit-chat, go and talk to their chief, and do not delay your highness's great business. 3,000 silver hair draped over his shoulders, his waist carrying two swords in an ink robe, the head of the wolf suddenly opened his mouth, his voice cold and stern. Ghostface and Sea Snake end the conversation and head towards the deserted village as Wolf Head floats down from the tree. At the entrance of the village, two Ronin standing guards saw the three approaching from a distance and alertly drew their katanas and yelled. What do you mean? The wolf's head glanced sideways at the serpent. They asked us who we were and told us to stand still. Serpent consciously stepped into the role of interpreter. Having studied under His Highness in the Chamber of Commerce for many years, she had mastered a number of languages, including Barbarian and Eastern English, some of which were even better spoken than their natives. The three men did not stop at the words. Baka! A Ronin, seeing that the three were still moving forward, took a step forward and angrily aimed his blade at the trio in a standard chopping ready stance. Noisy! The head of the wolf frowned slightly. He didn't understand the meaning of the word, but he could hear that the other party was cursing himself. The green blade aura flashed in mid-air, and the upper half of the two Ronins' bodies had disappeared, columns of blood spurting like springs, and the residual blade aura lifting the tops of the rows of deserted stone houses. The slash completely startled the 20 or so Ronin hiding in the village. What are you people dropping to work? The Ronin leader in the lead wore a worn-out Eastern armor and stared at the three with a grave expression on his face. He had seen the people from the Department of Martial Guards. They were not at all dressed like the three people in front of him, not to mention that those guys had very powerful crossbows, and the two parties would not even give them too much of a chance to engage in a melee battle when they met. Wolfhead didn't ink after listening to Sea Snake's translation. Tell him we're hiring them to kill people. The Ronin leader was a bit surprised at his words. You were sent by the Zhao family? The Zhao family? Sea Snake opened his mouth and inquired, the Zhao family you spoke of is the Gusu Zhao family? Search the dead inside. Searching the dead inside. That's right. That's right. The Ronin leader let his guard down a bit and signaled his men to lower their katanas. The three of them hadn't really thought that the Zhao family would still have collusion with these Eastern Inglongin. Ghostface snorted, the Zhao family was destroyed, but it wasn't unfair at all. In Dakian, those who commit treason, regardless of their status, kill. What did he say? The Ronin leader looked at Ghostface in disbelief. Tell him it's the Zhao family we're hiring them to kill this time. Nani? What? The Ronin leader was confused. The Zhao family hired them to kill the Zhao family? Old wolf, this is too abrasive. It's better to let me do it with just this many people. Ghostface smiled sorrowfully. You do it. The wolf's head took a few steps backward with the Sea Snake. Ghostface craned his neck from side to side and extended a large hand wrapped in white cloth from his sleeve, the palm of his right hand aimed at a group of Ronin. Uncanny hook. Black gas filled the wide-sleeve robe, and dozens of pitch-black chains flew out without warning, instantly piercing into the hearts of all the Ronin. Nani? It doesn't hurt? The Ronin leader looked at the pitch-black chains at his chest in a daze, and the moment the chains entered his body, he thought he was going to be killed. Collect the soul. Jingle bells. Ghostface flicked the bell in his right hand. Sea Snake's eyes widened as the bell shook, and she could clearly feel these Ronin's aura dissipating at a rapid pace. Dead. All dead. What kind of evil magic is this? It's unheard of. Wolf Firstborn, this is. The wolf head saw it coming and said, this is a ghost technique that belongs solely to the netherworld. Could there really be a netherworld in this world? The Sea Snake was even more shocked, as if he had heard some shocking secret. Maybe there is. Wolfhead replied faintly. Knife ghosts gathering. An eerie red light hangs over the deserted village. In the course of tea, an evil spirit with a broken sword in its mouth and clad in red eastern armor fell from the red light. Snake only felt his chest tighten. What a powerful evil spirit. She had less than a 10% chance of winning if she went up against it. Ghostface was very disgusted. Sure enough, using the soul bodies of these bonobos as carriers, the coalesced sword ghosts will be what they are. Forget it, use it first. Sword corpse control. The sword ghosts turned into dots of red awnings and dissipated, and all of the originally dead Ronin opened their blood-red eyes, leaking a tyrannical aura outward continuously. Did they turn into zombies? Snake asked curiously. It's the invulnerable knife corpse that only knows how to kill. Ghostface retrieved his chains and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Old Wolf, this batch of sword corpses are of good color. I want to find a place to raise them for 2 days, so I'll trouble you two for the rest. Wolfhead nodded without refusing. Don't forget what your highness explained. Don't worry, I will let you see the scene of these blade corpses killing the 4 directions. Ghostface grimaced and somewhat regretted. It's a pity that I can't let your highness see it. Let's go. The head of the wolf turned toward the outskirts of the village. Oh, good. Snake snapped back to his senses and hurriedly took a few quick steps to follow, not forgetting to twist his head twice as he walked. Wolf Firstborn, I will never spread the word about today's events. The wolf head paused, his voice still not carrying the slightest bit of emotion. His highness said that this world is big, perhaps even bigger than what he described. If you get a chance later, you can visit. Chapter 37 The Wind Rises in Tianwu. Dakian Imperial Palace Yangshin Hall. The downpour continued, and the rainwater flowed downstream to form a curtain in front of the temple. Inside the hall, Shen Ian stood in front of the dragon couch maintaining a salute posture. After a long time, the martial emperor ended his meditation and opened those ice eyes that looked out of the world. Being a father, he shall return. As a general, he may not return. After a pause, Emperor Wu continued, recently, the barbarians have been attacking frequently. If there is no general in the army, how can the army be at peace? Shen Ian hesitated and asked carefully, Father means that if there is a great general sitting in the army, General Yi will be able to return? Zhao Hai, who was in a state of spectatorship, almost coughed out loud. Boy, His Highness is doing this on purpose, isn't he? Emperor Wu frowned and nodded, yes. It was most taboo in the military to change generals on the verge of battle, let alone a general like Yi Burn who was rooted in the heart of the military. With the sudden change of generals, the soldiers under his command were afraid that they would react extremely well. Since ancient times, Sibei City has been a place of war, and whoever grasps it between Dakian and the barbarian country is equal to grasping the initiative. If Sibei City is lost due to Yi Burn's departure, even if Yi Burn has 9 heads, it will not be enough to cut, and even implicate the Yi family. Shen Ian frowned tightly. The old man seemed to have loosened his lips, but in fact, he had dug a big pit waiting for him to jump. When it comes down to it, the backup plan has to be activated. Father, my son's intention, if the barbarians are unable to attack the border again for a long time, can General Yi return? May. A cold aura blossomed from the martial emperor's eyes as he seemed to see what his oldest 6 was trying to do. Do you have a method? My son, yes. Shen Ian took a light breath and answered. No drama? No drama. Shen Ian took half a step forward to arch his hand and salute, his eyes austere. Good. What a drama-free speech. Emperor Wu suddenly stood up. Zhao Hai. Draw up an edict. Zhao Hai returned to his senses somewhat confused. Yes. Your Majesty. 10 minutes later, Zhao Hai slowly stepped forward and handed the imperial edict in his hand to Shen Ian. You're going to deliver the edict yourself? Emperor Wu asked in a gruff voice. My son will go himself. Shen Yan affirmed. I know what you want to do. How much certainty do you have? Emperor Wu's face sank slightly, his tone even more grave than before. According to the scouts, the recent frequent attacks by the barbarians are due to the fact that the barbarian lord is old, his sons are eager to move, and the internal conflicts have led to constant grievances, with a tendency of civil unrest. Nowadays, in order to divert internal conflicts and public grievances, the best way is to start a foreign war and unite with the outside world. What Shen Ian wanted to do was nothing more than to make that old undead barbarian lord die a few days earlier. Now the barbarians are not ready to attack on a large scale. Once the barbarian lord is dead, there is no more stone weighing on him, and his sons will surely fight for the throne, and civil strife is bound to rise. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about such things. There are many capable people in Deqian, but how many experts are there in the barbarians? Otherwise, how could the two sides be separated and have been feuding with each other for 100 years? Trying to kill that barbarian lord was tantamount to coming to the palace to kill him. My son, with 10% certainty. Shen Ian once again took half a step forward, his eyes burning. Boom! Do you know the crime of deceiving the king? The terrifying pressure that belonged solely to the martial emperor spread out in the vast palace, and even the dense clouds in the sky above were torn open with a terrifying crack. The people in the palace were alarmed. Who angered His Majesty? LV Wenchuan stood on the uppermost floor of the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion overlooking the palace in the rain, his face puzzled. What's that brat doing again? Fingers quickly pinpointed a few times. Lu Wenchuan's face changed slightly. The brat has a lot of guts. Inside the hall, Shen Ian met the pressure without changing his color. I wouldn't dare. He has a sword that can swallow mountains and rivers, ask the world, pick stars, and subdue gods and demons. Even if that old thing was a divine journey realm expert, it wouldn't be able to carry it. That's his bottom line. With a lightness in his body, the martial emperor withdrew his pressure, his chest heaving as he said in a deep voice, "You must come back alive, that is, you have to crawl back to me, or else I'll withdraw the holy decree and let Yi Yaotu marry another person." 10,000 divine beasts ran through Shen Isan's mind. Stinky old man, you can screw me for money, but you can't touch my daughter-in-law. Father, don't worry, my son will definitely come back alive. Shen Ian gritted his teeth and answered. I'll be waiting for you. Emperor Wu lightly hummed, the corners of his mouth hooking up without leaving a trace. Shen Ian took the edict and angrily left the Yangxin Hall. This stinky old man is even worse than the bad old man from the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. That old thing from the barbarian kingdom had better die a quick death when the time came. He was afraid he couldn't help but whip the corpse. Your Majesty, your Highness is afraid that this trip will be fatal. Zhao Hai couldn't help but say. The barbarian capital is deep in the hinterland. Even if they get their hands on it, the barbarian experts will definitely attack in a group and frantically surround Shen Ian. One person is strong again, but in the end, it is difficult to defeat four hands. But why would His Majesty let His Highness die when he knows this? No, I believe him. Emperor Wu faintly said. He knew the geometry of Shen Ian's strength, and even more deeply knew that Shen Ian would not easily agree to this kind of unsure thing. He also deeply knew that in addition to the Bayan Chamber of Commerce, there was also a group of experts with terrifying strength under Shen Ian's command, but they were just very deeply hidden and not known. Raising a tiger? Oh, they are all my Shen family sons and daughters. What is the problem? He just wanted to use Shen Ian as a sharp sword to ruthlessly pierce the barbarian. Emperor Wu turned and waved his sleeve. The other half of the hanging map tumbled and a complete map of the world was displayed. He will lead his sons and daughters to lay down a great frontier for Dakian, and accumulate the blessings of 10,000 generations for his children and grandchildren. Emperor Wu looked towards the boundaries of Daqian. I have heard old Six say that the land of Liaodong has fertile soil, and if it is reclaimed, it can become Daqian's #1 granary. What His Majesty means is. Zhao Hai was startled. Daqian has been recuperating since His Majesty ascended to the throne so far, and apart from guarding against the invasion of the barbarians and the Japanese, it has yet to raise a war against the outside world. I will take this place. West of Liaodong, where tens of thousands of troops have long been stationed, and where Lao Er's 10,000 red gold iron cavalry are still being kept. He was waiting, always waiting for that old thing to die, waiting for a chance. Now the opportunity has come. Your Majesty is wise. Zhao Hai, some excitement, can't think of a lifetime to see Qian's iron cavalry step through the barbarians' invincible scene. Messenger. Greetings, Your Majesty. The messenger from the Department of Martial Arts and Defense entered the hall in a hurry. Transmit. Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird immediately rushed to Sibei City to stand by. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger wrote the letter paper and handed it over to Zhao Hai for sealing and then quickly walked out of the hall. Zhao Hai sighed softly in his heart. His Majesty is really still not assured of His Highness. Come on, man. Pass. Chancellor Wei Ling. Summon. Duke of Jingui Yi Tianzi. Summon. Minister of War Sun Wuzhong. Dao Dao orders. The Forbidden Army can be busy, do not care about the rain-drenched body, riding a fast horse speed out of the palace. Causing Shen Ian, who was sitting in the carriage, to curiously lift the curtain to look. What's the situation? So many forbidden soldiers out of the palace to pass on orders? Could it be that the old man is trying to make a big move with this wave of his own? Looking at this, 8 or 9 is about right. He's kind of gone out on a limb to get his old man to make a trip back. Shen Ian smiled and suddenly sighed. This trip will take at least 4 or 5 days. No, I have to make it up to the silly girl, it's decided. Chapter 38. Xingui Gong Mansion. Your Excellency, His Majesty summons you to enter the palace without delay. The forbidden guards rolled over and dismounted, braving the rain to hand over the summons. Master, I'll go prepare the carriage. Ah Fu held the umbrella, and just as he was about to turn around, he was pressed by Yi Tianzi's big hand on his shoulder. There is no need. I think His Majesty has summoned the old man to the palace on important business, and cannot afford to be delayed. Ah Fu, go get this little brother a good horse. Yes, Grand Master. Ah Fu understood his own male master's meaning in seconds. Yi Tianzi shed his cloak and walked straight into the rain. Without waiting for the forbidden guard to look back, Yi Tianzi had already rolled over and gotten onto his horse. The green-maned warhorse met the stranger's ride was obviously restless, stepping up its hooves. Yi Tianzi's eagle eyes slightly condensed, his legs clamped down hard, his terrifying breath pressed downwards, and the warhorse immediately became honest. Your Excellency. Hiya. Without waiting for the forbidden guards to finish their words, Yi Tianzi had already sped off on his warhorse facing the direction of the palace. This little brother, follow me. Ah Fu showed a compensatory smile on his face. I'm sorry for your trouble. The forbidden guard arched his hand in a slightly helpless manner. Miss, it's the palace that came to summon Lord Guogong to the palace, not His Highness. Jinxiu put the oil paper umbrella away beside the door, and her small shoes stepped on the rags in front of the door to dry the water stains before entering the study. Summoning Grandpa to the palace? Yi Lian's beautiful eyes flooded with some worry and loss. Go on, then, and try to have it ready by tomorrow. Yes, miss. Jin Lian brought back the fabric she had just put away. Yi Lian gently picked up already molded most of the robes containing autumn water, small face seriously nodded. Make good adjustments tomorrow, and the day after that we can let His Highness try it out. Your Highness will like it, right? Omega Shyness. Chu King's mansion. Shinian rushed to the study after returning to the house. Mendu, Shanghai, this king is going away for a few days. Shinian sat on a chair and summoned the two. Going on a journey? Where are you going, Your Highness? Mendu asked curiously. His Highness won't be traveling for years again, will he? Make a trip to the northern border to deliver the imperial edict. Shinian placed the edict on the table. This edict was based entirely on the trust the old man had placed in him. The chain reaction that would be triggered if this line fails is no joke. Mendu and Shanghai were both stunned. Usually this very far away edict was handled by someone from the Department of Martial Arts and Defense, right? Just what kind of edict needed to be delivered by His own Highness personally? Don't think so much, it was this king who volunteered to go. Shinian opened his mouth to dispel the duo's doubts. Mendu, look at the things on the list and add to it, make sure you have all of them, and contact the people from the Chamber of Commerce directly for anything that's missing. In addition, if someone comes to find this king, just say that this king has been suffering from a health problem recently, and is temporarily closed to visitors. Mendu clenched his fist and disliked it at his chest, assuring, Don't worry, Your Highness, I promise to finish getting everything ready beautifully. Shinian laughed dumbly. If he could get a hot weapon, he would definitely give a Gatling to all the doors. Shanghai, in the few days that this king is away, you'll work harder inside and outside the royal palace. Shanghai arched his hand. Please don't worry, Your Highness, Shanghai guarantees that he will clean up those ungrateful fellows. Aha! Shinian nodded and let the two of them retreat after explaining some more things. Your Highness. Hidden Disaster and Rune Sheng appeared. Hidden Calamity, Summon Divine Sovereign, 100 Seasons, and Evil come to immediately head to Seabase City to stand by. Fu Sheng's face changed slightly. His Highness had actually gathered these three lords. Pass the order for the Chamber of Commerce to rush all the horses that have been purchased back to the pass in the fastest possible time, and order the merchant caravans to suspend all transactions with the barbarian merchants to withdraw to the pass. Your Highness, orders have been sent over. In less than half a tea time, Hidden Disaster, who had already succeeded in using the secret method to transmit orders by 1,000 miles, re-entered the study. Your Highness, is there going to be a war? Hidden Disaster's voice was hoarse. It's already nailed down, with Father Emperor's character, he won't miss this opportunity. Shinian took a light breath and smoothly informed the two of what he was going to do. Hidden Calamity and Runeborn were stunned. His Highness is going to assassinate the head of a nation himself? Your Highness, let my subordinate go forward in this matter. Hidden Disaster asked for orders. He existed to be the sharpest blade in His Highness's shadow, to clear His Highness of all trouble in the darkness. How can we let Your Highness go into danger when the sharpest blade is still unbroken? No, this matter must go to the king himself. The situation in the barbarian capital is very complicated. Even if it is a hidden disaster, you will have a high probability of falling. Shinian looked at the two of them with a grave tone. He had been to the barbarian kingdom and happened to learn that there were a few old monsters hidden in the barbarian capital, and he didn't know if they were still alive now. Fu Sheng's pupils shrunk slightly. Actually, even the Hidden Calamity Lord had a high probability of his body falling? How menacing is that barbarian capital? Hidden Disaster had not spoken. Going to the barbarian kingdom alone to assassinate the barbarian lord, his certainty was less than 50%. Even if the assassination is successful, odds are it will be difficult to get out. That's why this king is taking you and the divine sovereign and the three of them with him to protect him. Shin Ian said he never fights unprepared battles. The smelly old man's words today made him have to be a little more stable, and he had to come back in one piece to marry this silly girl. Hidden Disaster nodded his head. The four of them plus your highness going to kill a barbarian lord felt a bit petty. To say something treasonous with this lineup, the martial emperor wouldn't even be able to resist. Fuxing, you will be the one to sit in the mansion during this king's absence. Yes, your highness. Arranged all the things, Shin Ian looked at the door outside the gradually decreasing rain thoughts. Gotta think of a reason to talk to the silly girl, don't worry her again by being gone for a few days. In the evening, the rain has stopped, leaving a rainbow bridge hanging in the sky, far away from the reflection of the red haze has a kind of indescribable beauty. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the Jingua Gongfu. After getting off the carriage, Shin Ian greeted Ah Fu and led a few subordinates to move things down from the carriage. Your highness, what is this? Ah Fu looked at the copper hot pot in his hand and was a little surprised. It looked like a warming pot, but it was different. This is a copper hot pot, slightly different from a warm pot. Shin Ian explained with a smile. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Shin Ian then learned that Yi Tiansu had not returned until now after entering the palace. It seems that his own old man is determined to take advantage of the opportunity to the barbarians for a wave. He surmised that the first place the old man had opened up was the land of Liaodong. From the nightly conversation between father and son before, when he himself talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the land of Liaodong, the old man clenched his fists and his eyes filled with burning heat. From that moment on, he knew that sooner or later, the land of Liaodong would be included in the territory of Daqian. His own second brother, Shin Junyan, had been stationed in Liaodong for so many years, as if he had made preparations just for now. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the food comes first. With such a large-scale mobilization, I'm afraid the messengers from the Department of Martial Arts and Defense are going to be busy. No matter, it was something for those old men to figure out, so what was he following to hurt his brain? Spend more time with the silly girl tonight, he should be on his way before dawn tomorrow. Chapter 39, The Black Dragon Welcomes the Moon. The night was deepening, and the rainy sky had not yet cleared the dark clouds reflecting a dull, dark red color. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzi still did not come back. Shin Ian felt slightly helpless, so he had to take the silly girl to taste a wave of copper hot pot first, and prayed in his heart that his own master should have prepared the evening meal for the old men who had entered the palace. Yi Liyan had a delicate mind and was able to keenly perceive that his own highness seemed to have come here today pretending to have something on his mind. Although she has been living in the house for a long time, but she knows that this is Tianwu City, at the foot of the Son of Heaven, every day, whether it is above the court or between the city, the secret and secret strife and ostracism, and today Grandpa was ordered to enter the palace, there is a wind and rain to come. Shin Ian end of the teacup, tea rising curls of water mist gradually blurred vision, thoughts do not know where to drift. Your highness. The corner of his coat was gently tickled, and Yi Liyan's soft call made Shin Ian quickly return to his senses. Your highness seems to have something on your mind, is it something troubling you? Can you tell Li Yan? Yi Liyan mustered up her courage and asked with a concerned gaze, she wanted to share the worries of his highness. Shin Ian dumbly laughed, put down the teacup in his hand and sighed softly, sort of annoying things, a lot of things did happen recently, and if I say it out, I'm afraid that this king is afraid that a certain silly girl is going to be worried again. Li Yan will secretly worry and will never disturb your highness, please tell Li Yan. Yi Liyan's tone was slightly anxious, thinking that something bad had happened, her body couldn't help but lean forward a bit. Shin Ian's heart clenched, and he saw that a layer of mist had covered the pair of brilliant star-like pale blue eyes. Yi Liyan held back the tears in her eyes, she didn't want anything to happen to his highness, she didn't want anything to happen to her grandfather, and she didn't want anything to happen to anyone around her. She wasn't the same little girl who couldn't do anything, she was capable of cherishing everything around her. Crying into a small flower cat cannot be beautiful. Shin Ian carefully held the small face that has a stunning face tenderly said, silly girl, day after day blindly think what it, this king recently to go away for a few days, that a period of time can't see you, that's why it is a little annoyed. Your highness is going on a trip? Yes, don't think blindly, it's not the same as last time, this king will go out for a few days, and will come back after finishing things, and generally he entered the palace, this king can guarantee with you that it's not a bad thing to send out. Shin Ian didn't hold back and gently rubbed the silly girl's little face. It's a pity that there is no camera in this world, not to mention no cell phone, otherwise he would really like to record the silly girl's extremely cute ugly photo. Being lightly rubbed by the big hand, Yi Liyan froze for a moment, her small face gradually became hot, and this heat quickly spread to the root of her ear. Her highness is going out of town to busy herself with things, and what things she is busy with, she has no right to ask if her highness doesn't say so. Don't worry, haven't you seen this king's strength before? It's just some small things, after being busy, this king will rush back at the first time. Shin Ian faintly smiled and packaged again. Li Yan believes in your highness. Yi Li Yan obediently nodded her head. Her highness was so powerful, surely nothing would happen, she had to trust her highness. Silly girl, obediently wait for this king to come back to marry you. Shen Yan's old face reddened as he dryly coughed. Your highness. Yi Li Yan blushed and lowered her small head, and in the next second her entire body was already carried into someone's arms. Li Yan. Your highness. Boo. If two lovers are in love for a long time, how can it be in the morning and in the evening? It was already midnight when I returned to the royal residence, and everything was so quiet. After a little preparation, under the watchful eyes of Mendu in Shanghai, Shen Yan fastened the ugly and hideous bronze mask. It's going to be hard on both of you these days. Shen Yan's voice lined vicissitudes a few points. My subordinates are waiting for your highness to return safely. The two said in unison in a respectful voice. Well, go. The sound quickly faded, and the two looked up, where in the courtyard was the figure of their own highness. As Tianwu City headed north, the two figures had reached thousands of meters away in an instant. Dragon Abyss. Shen Yan slipped his second finger, and the long yuan sword in his hand was sheathed and flew into the sky. The sword spirit is present. Roar. The 100-meter black dragon tore through the thick clouds to meet the moon and soar. Hidden disaster. Rest for half a day after arriving at Seabay City. Shen Yan sat cross-legged at the head of the black dragon with his eyes slightly downcast. Yes, your highness. Hidden disaster sat back, his majestic true chi continuously replenishing down his palm towards his own highness. Northern border Serbian city. Now, this is the first place in Dakian where the sky breaks. The sun rises and the warm morning sun pours down. Two tall warhorses towered over the city gates early on. Phew. On the back of the horse, the middle-aged man in a black unicorn suit exhaled cold air and muttered, "It's cold enough in the morning over here." Mr. Genbu is tired of being cold? The youth on the other warhorse couldn't help but ask. Loathing to talk about, just emotion. It's been a while since I've been over here. Xuanwu smiled and looked at the youth. I can't imagine that His Majesty has sent you brat here as well. It's still White Tiger's girl that looks eye-catching. Vermilion Bird's face fell. This year, it's Sister White Tiger's turn to be stationed in Tianwu City, so I'm afraid I won't be able to see Sister White Tiger for a long time. And, Genbu-san, am I that ugly in your eyes? Stop, I didn't say you kid is ugly, it's simply because you're a guy. Xianwu laughed. Jubilee helplessly held her forehead. Mr. Xuanwu, what do you think His Majesty sent the urgent order of 1,000 miles yesterday for? In the emergency order, His Majesty only told them to rush to Seabay City overnight to stand by, but did not explain things. Big deal. Xuanwu hooked his lips in a smile and slowly spat out two words. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea, the city gates finally opened slowly in a creaking sound. Doogie, the town's governor of the Armed Guard Division, greets the two lords. The city gates were wide open, and a group of wuxuoxi had been waiting for a long time. Well, lead the way, General. Xianwu nodded and said faintly. Yes. The general's house. Report. What's the rush in the morning? Yi Burn walked out of the room wearing his armor and asked with a frown. Reporting to the general, the two adults from the Department of Martial Guards, Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird, are visiting. Who? Yi Burning inquired again, thinking that he hadn't woken up. Reporting to the general, Lord Xuanwu and Lord Vermilion Bird from the Department of Martial Defense are visiting. The soldier lowered his head and pulled up his voice. Quickly. Welcome in. Yi Burning shouted sharply, his brows furrowed as he walked quickly towards the main entrance. These two don't move easily, and when they do, they inevitably come with His Majesty's decree. To come to Seabay City at this point in time, could it be that there's been another drastic change on the barbarian side? Thinking about the frequent attacks by the barbarians over the past many days, everything was very wrong. Could it be that the barbarians are heading south without waiting for fall? With a heavy heart, Leaf Burner walked to the front door to meet the duo. Lord Xuanwu, Lord Vermilion Bird. General Yi is polite. Come in quickly, both lords. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Burn welcomed the two to the parlor and recruited his subordinates to bring hot tea. I'm not a tea drinker, I don't have much good tea, so I hope you two adults don't mind. General Yi is too polite, I'm not a tea drinker either. Xianwu laughed. After a few more words of politeness, Yi Burn's face sank slightly and he stepped into the main topic. Dare I ask if the two adults are here for the matter of the barbarians? Yes and no. Leaf Burn froze. Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird looked at each other and smiled. To tell you the truth, His Majesty sent us here and just asked the two of us to stand by and didn't explain anything. Chapter 40 Thoughtful Leaf Burning. Not accounted for anything? Yi Burning's heart sank, and he was a bit confused as to what His Majesty meant. Afraid that he's going to be an enemy of his own? It's a total rip-off. I'm really afraid of this. Long ago a paper imperial edict to him to transfer back to Tianwu City. He must be asked back, which need to send this to Sibei City. Aha! Come to kill yourself? It shouldn't. Rub. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. How can you be considered a royal relative now? Yi Burning thought he diligently guarded the Sibei City for many years. No credit also have hard work, right? Could it be that the old man had caused trouble again in Tianwu City? What kind of disaster involves the whole family? It's not possible that Li Yan's marriage will be cancelled, is it? Holy. That's scary. Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird couldn't help but see question marks rising on Yi Burn's head as they looked at Yi Burn, whose face was becoming more and more grave. The two of them would never have thought to death how rich Yi Burn's inner drama was. Generally his face looks so bad. Could it be that he is physically ill? Zhu Yao asked coldly. I'm fine. I just got up a little early today and I'm sleepy. Yi Burning snorted and laughed. I'm really sorry, General Yi, the two of us have disturbed you so early. What are you talking about, Lord Xuanwu? I usually get up this early. I'll be fine in a little while. I wonder if the two lords have already had breakfast. Why don't you join us? Yi Burn rose and invited. Getting up early in the morning without eating anything and chatting for so long, Yi Burn was really hungry. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal without food makes you hungry. Even if you kill your head, you have to be a full dead man. Seabrook City, Northampton Chamber of Commerce Chapter. Mr. Song, those 3 adults that Lord Ugly Bull specifically ordered last night have arrived. They all hold the Black Dragon Order. The chamber fellow reported in an urgent voice. Tai. Song Jinhuan, who was still biting into a meat pie in his mouth, stood up directly, spat out the residue in his mouth and rinsed his mouth with tea and hurriedly said, "Quickly follow me to greet." In the courtyard of the Chamber of Commerce, 3 figures wearing bucket hats stood majestically. Song Jinhuan organized his clothes and walked quickly. Not yet close to the whole person will feel a powerful to the extreme sense of oppression hit the depths of the soul. A drop of cold sweat from the forehead slipped down the back when I do not know when it has been completely soaked in cold sweat. Knowing that he was still 20 to 30 steps away from the 3 people in front of him, his feet were already trembling, not daring to lift them up, as if the abyss was 10,000 feet deep in front of him. 3 people are all by the black cloth hanging down the hat to cover the face, a person standing in the forefront, gilt cloud pattern branded on the robe noble and compelling, a pair of long sleeves slightly drooping. The most conspicuous is that the back of the black wooden long box. One person on the left side of the ink as black as the night of the fluffy coat wrapped like a mountain-like stout body, arms crossed, arm muscles supporting the coat called out. The last person on the right, dressed in light blue Confucian robes, compared to the 2 more than a few points of elegance, but let a person inexplicably shiver. Song Jinhuan, the head of the Sibei City chapter, greets the 3 lords. Song Jinhuan half kneeled on the ground in a humble tone. Ever since he came to the Beian Chamber of Commerce, he realized what a truly great power was. Once upon a time he was just a mediocre peddler. Once under the pavilion by chance encountered 2 groups of martial arts people fighting, scared him to hide in the corner crying father and mother. After the fight the tavern empty left a mess. He also felt that the group of people who won a good hand, so powerful. Into the Northern Chamber of Commerce, gradually climbed to a certain level. He realized that the 2 groups of martial arts people in the tavern fight is simply a child playing house. The truly powerful masters that one is almost all God's first class, a fist to open mountains and rocks, a palm across the river to break the flow are the basic operation. Envious of these masters, also glad that they work in such a big power, at least the safety is guaranteed, do not have to worry about fear every day. Prepare 3 guest rooms and don't let anyone disturb us. The godly monarch spoke faintly. After running all night, the 3 of them were more or less exhausted, and they had to hurry to regulate their state to its peak before the temple came down. Okay, Lu. I'll go and arrange it now. Could the 3 lords have already had their breakfast? I will arrange it right away. I don't need to. The Divine Lord looked sideways at the duo. Neither do I. Momiji's voice was soft. If none of you eat, then I'll eat. Prepare 100 meat buns for me. Evil Lai hugged his shoulders and laughed brightly. Please wait a moment, my lord, I'll go arrange for someone to prepare. Song Jinhuan hurriedly responded. This way, 3 lords. Placing the guest room for the 3, Song Jinhuan was only half relieved, running all the way to call the Chamber of Commerce fellows. No matter what method, he had to get him 100 meat buns today. The time was approaching noon at the city walls. Yi Burn stroked his hands on the city wall, gazing out into the extreme distance. Nothing had happened this morning, but instead he was a little grossed out inside. After Xuanwu and Zhu Kei finished their breakfast, the 3 of them negotiated for a while more. The 2 of them went to the Department of Martial Arts and Defense. Is this the calm before the storm? Yi Burn's eyes could not help but narrow. This is 1,000 meters away, right? There's no mistaking it. It's a barbarian scout. The adjutant on the side also noticed the other side and explained, General, the barbarians send scouts to scout the situation every day, but unfortunately they are too far away for our heavy crossbows to touch. Make no mistake about the crossbow, fetch my general's bow. General, your bow. A few moments later, the adjutant brought a basalt iron heavy bow. Yibern took the heavy bow into his hands and waited for a while and laughed. It's been a long time since I've used it. This is what His Highness the 6th Prince gave to this general. I'm a bit reluctant to use it. General, it's time to call His Highness King Chu. The adjutant reminded with a smile. Indeed, you didn't remind this general that I forgot, ha ha ha. On second thought, it was this brat who had cheated away his own daughter. Yibern's smile froze. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yiberning drew out a white-feathered arrow with killing intent on his face. Let's make it clear up front that he's not targeting anyone. The heavy bow was drawn to full strength, and scarlet true chi gathered at the tip of the arrow. Go! A long scarlet rainbow streaked out across the city walls. Thousands of meters away, the barbarian scout holding a crude telescope was shot off his horse with an arrow before he could react, and flew backward 7 or 8 meters to be firmly nailed to the ground. Good archery, General! The adjutant and a group of soldiers applauded. General, should we go retrieve the body of that scout? Perhaps he has information about the barbarians on him. Yibern shook his head. No, he still has companions, there is no need to risk everyone. The horses left behind by the scout were seen starting to run back when they heard the distant whistle, and the body was dragged away by another barbarian. Increase the number of patrols in recent times, especially at night, and have the Department of Martial Guards help out more as well, so as not to let the barbarians experts sneak in. Yes, General, I will go and make the arrangements. On the other side, outside the city of Sibei. Shen Ian rubbed his swollen temples and sighed. It's finally here. Chapter 41, This northern border, the wind is picking up. Coming. The divine monarch, 100 seasons, and evil lie opened their eyes at the same time to end their conditioning state. Where are the 3 lords going? The door to the room opened, and Song Jinhuan, who had been guarding the outside, quickly stepped forward to inquire respectfully. The 3 of them did not say anything but just headed straight towards the front yard. Song Jinhuan didn't dare to make much noise, even turned around and followed. In the front yard, I don't know when there are 2 more figures, one person in gray and white gradient color Chinese clothes looking sideways, ugly and hideous bronze mask covering the side of his face, his temperament is bland and ordinary, more ordinary than him, an ordinary person. A person dressed in basalt color like ink strong clothing, one hand strokes the knife, the whole person seems to have been hidden into that nothingness, if not visible to the naked eye, afraid that no one can notice that there is actually standing a person. Song Jinhuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Lord Ugly Bull had only commanded that there would be 3 adults coming, and who were these 2? That said, why didn't the Chamber of Commerce fellow come to report to himself when someone came? Song Jinhuan raised his eyes to look again, and his blood instantly went cold. See Lord. 3 adults, enough to make him grovel, were on one knee, half kneeling in front of the common man in his mind. Be excused. Shen Ian turned around and flicked his sleeves, his black eyes shooting straight through his mask. Song Jinhuan's legs went limp and he completely knelt down. Just by being swept away, he actually felt that everything about himself had no secrets at all in the eyes of the other party. Seabrook. City chapter head. Song Jinhuan, see Lord. Lord. The knots in his throat rolled, and the last 2 words completely drained his breath. The true controller of the Chamber of Commerce, that mysterious lord who was not seen by the gods and dragons, was actually standing right in front of him at this moment. There's no need for such a great honor. Shen Ian negatively called out softly, Song Jinhuan. Jun, you're in. Song Jinhuan hurriedly rose with a strong grip on his body. Prepare 2 guest rooms, some food. Little. I'll go get ready now. Song Jinhuan staggered forward 2 steps, not caring about his image at all, and accelerated towards the 4-story building in front of him. Shen Ian raised his hand and touched his mask, surprised with a smile, am I that scary? The 4 men looked at each other with no one replying. Lord, I missed you so much, ha! Wicked Lie took 2 big steps forward and bear-hugged Shen Ian. Let Shen Ian once again affectionately experience the feeling of being a doll. The whole person was like being in a sea of muscles, and the majestic power contained in every cell was squeezing towards him. Evil Lie, let go of the Lord. The Lord needs to rest now after traveling day and night. The divine sovereign said in a gruff voice. I'm sorry, Lord, it's been too long since I've seen you and now I'm a little too happy to see you. Wicked to let go of Shen Ian back to the sky laughing like thunder, a burst of sound waves such as the mountains and sea stirred to go, hundreds of meters in a radius of pedestrians heard nothing but cover their ears in pain. Shen Ian reached out and pressed his hand on Evil Lie's chest and laughed softly, there are 2 honored guests in the city, be quiet. Wicked Lie recovered as usual and slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Is the Lord talking about the 4 elephants of the Department of Martial Defense?" Aha! Seabay City Armed Defense Division Branch. Vermilion Bird's face suddenly changed in disorientation and the middle finger of the white disc fell on the chessboard. What a terrifying aura, Mr. Xuanwu, it seems that an extraordinary figure has come to the city. A drop of cold sweat slid down Vermilion Bird's temples. Just feeling it from afar, his breath was already a little oppressed. More than one. Xuanwu's eyes were bland, and the black sun in his hand had already fallen. Vermilion Bird was horrified in his heart. Could it be that His Majesty is asking us to? Don't think so much, I can't protect you, kid, if we really face them. Xuanwu shook his head and smiled. What? Lord Xuanwu. Lord Vermilion Bird. An urgent order for thousands of miles. Duma half kneeled outside the door with his hands resting on the jade brief and said in a respectful voice. Xuanwu grabbed it in the air and the jade slip flew into his hand. Tru Chi pulled into the jade slip, and a moment later Xuanwu opened his eyes, his face grave. The jade slip in his hand had been reduced to pieces and dispersed along his fingers. It's been a real slog this time. Xianwu took a deep breath. What is it? Jubilee's brow followed. Xuanwu raised his finger and lightly tapped Vermilion Bird's forehead. What? Vermilion Bird exclaimed, her pupils shaking with fear. Dumu, keep an eye on the general's residence, and if any strangers go there, come and report immediately. Yes, Lord Xuanwu. When Domu retreated, Zhu Yao said incredulously, is Mr. Xianwu not cajoling me? How many heads do I dare tamper with His Majesty's words? Mr. Xuanwu, but if this is true, it's a bit shocking to the world. How dare someone go and kill the head of a country? Xuanwu's eyes narrowed as everything seemed to connect. He was now more interested in knowing who was going there to kill the barbarian lord. His Majesty went so far as to activate 2 of their 4 elephants for this purpose, and personally came to act as an escort for him. He could be sure that that person's identity was definitely not simple. This north of the border, the wind is picking up. The sun is setting in the west, the floating clouds in the sky like drinking a cup of sunset afterglow, drunken imagination, red cheeks, reflecting all kinds of flavor. Who's coming? In front of the general's residence, 2 soldiers stopped the strange man in front of them. Shen Yian raised the imperial edict in his hand. His Majesty's imperial edict declared. Jinbei General Yi Burning quickly come to listen to the imperial edict. A soldier couldn't decide if it was true or not, so he turned around and ran to the mansion to report. A few minutes later, Yi Burn led a group of generals and officers out in a hurry. Yi Burning looked at Shen Yian, and then looked at its hands. Familiar cannot be familiar with the imperial edict. Heart stunned. Could it be that he really has the ability to see things before they happen? In the morning, he was still wondering if he would be transferred back to Tianwu City by an imperial edict, and then in the afternoon he came. But why not those castrated dogs to deliver it? And who is this guy in front of me? Someone from the Department of Armed Defense. Last General Yi Burn. Ding dong. Armor clanking, Yi Burn led a group of generals and officers half kneeling on the ground ready to hear the edict. Looking at the old father-in-law half kneeling in front of himself, Shen Yian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But who let this be a feudal background? Opened the edict. Shen Yian looked at 2 eyes to make sure that the old man did not organize what moths after the wow and closed it. Yi Burning raised his eyes to look at the sound. This imperial edict opened and closed directly to him. Whole will not. General Yi can see for himself. Shen Yian handed the edict over. Ha! Yi Burn looked up in confusion, with an expression on his face that looked like it had a few big words written on it. Are you teasing me? Seeing that the other party did not seem to be joking, Yi Burn took a deep breath and cut the imperial edict with both hands. Last General. Receive the decree and thank you. Opening the edict, Yi Burn's brows first furrowed, then stretched out and laughed. The crowd of generals looked up in puzzlement. Shen Yian released a smile and turned around to leave. This lord, please follow me to the Department of Martial Defense. Doogie appeared to stop Shen Yian. Lead the way. Shen Yian didn't refuse. He had probably guessed what mission those 2 were evening out. Division of the Department of Armed Forces. Led by Dumu, Shen Yian walked inside the parlor with his arms folded. Xianwu and Shu Bird had been waiting for a long time. Can you show your face, sir? Vermilion Bird inquired as he sized up Shen Yian. Is this the man His Majesty arranged? The pace was fluttering, not at all like someone who practiced martial arts. What would such a person do to penetrate deep into the barbarian hinterland to assassinate the barbarian lord? Shen Yian shook his head. Can Mr. reveal? Please sit down, sir. Xuanwu interrupted Vermilion Bird's question and greeted him with a smile. The 3 of them took their seats and waited for the tea to be served. Xuanwu took a sip of tea and asked directly, I wonder when sir will depart. Chapter 42, Northward into the Barbarians. Midnight. Shen Ian met Xuanwu's eyes and returned with equanimity. Xuanwu put down his teacup. Good, at midnight we will leave the city with Mr. He stays. Shen Ian pointed to Zhu Yao. Jubilee pointed at herself in dismay. Me? Why? Sibei, someone needs to sit on it. Xuanwu quickly understood Shen Ian's meaning and spoke. Vermilion bird, you stay behind to take charge of guarding the northern part of Sibei. Why? Jubilee's head was still spinning. Your kid is weaker than me, is that a reason? Xuanwu laughed lightly. Vermilion bird's face fell as he said indignantly, give me 2 more years and I'll definitely be able to catch up with Mr. Xuanwu. Ha ha ha, well, I'll be waiting for you, kid. Sir, I don't know what else needs to be prepared, so please feel free to order. No need. You too, there's nothing else, is there? Shen Ian got up and wanted to walk outside. May I ask if I may first follow you to Mr.'s quarters? May. Shen Ian did not refuse. Since Xianwu was traveling together, some preparations should be made together. Jubilee, guard the Sibei. Xianwu stood up with an extraordinarily serious tone. He wasn't sure if the barbarians would be dogged after he and the others had gotten their hands on them. Please rest assured, Mr. Xuanwu. Vermilion bird rose and arched his hand, his gaze serious. After leaving the Wuwei division, the two of them were like pedestrians just walking slowly down the street, the afterglow of the setting sun lengthening their shadows. Your Highness King Chu, it's been a long time. Xuanwu rubbed his stubble and sighed with a smile. Recognize the king at first sight? Shen Ian's eyes glanced slightly. To be precise, I knew when I received His Majesty's urgent order of 1,000 miles, for I could not have imagined which of His Majesty's Highnesses would still be so highly regarded, nor which of His Highnesses would be so powerful. Father treats us equally, so what's the point of valuing us? Shen Ian laughed lightly. I was the one who was delusional, ha ha ha. Xianwu laughed meaningfully. Xuanwu, when you were in the 4-elephant city, it seems that you borrowed 500 taels of silver towards this king and have not yet returned it. Ahem. Yeah. When was that? I'd almost forgotten. You want to renege? I don't dare, but I'm just shy lately. I wonder if your highness can wait until next month's salary is paid out? Forget it, this king doesn't want to go around looking for you because of a mere 500 taels. Your highness is atmospheric. This king is getting married next month. Do you have time to come and drink the wedding wine? I don't know, there are quite a lot of things going on lately. If I come back safely from this trip, I still need to make a trip to Gusu. Don't worry, even if I can't go, the congratulatory gift will definitely be delivered to your highness. Shen Ian laughed. As one of the 4 elephants of the hall, this king believes that your congratulatory gift will not disappoint this king. Ahem, of course. Xuanwu smiled awkwardly. Northam Chamber of Commerce Chapter. Facing the pressure of the aura of the 4 top experts, even Xuanwu rolled a bean-sized drop of cold sweat from his forehead. Is this iceberg of His Highness's sort of showing a big chunk of its horns? However, he was somewhat surprised that there was an old acquaintance in the mix. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes at the Divine Sovereign. I can't believe you're actually one of His Highness people. At that time, he still wondered when such an expert had appeared in the Jianghu. You guys have fought? Shen Ian asked with interest. Since he dared to bring Xuanwu back, he didn't fear that the other party would report the hidden disaster and others to the old man. The steel cruise ship that he and the old man had built together wouldn't just flip over. Besides, Xuanwu, this old fart, might have already thought of something to say, not offending both sides. Back to your highness, I briefly fought with it in Kaifeng City. The Divine Sovereign pondered for half a second and changed his address back. Who won? Of course I'm better. Xuanwu grunted. The Divine Sovereign did not reply, his robes danced without wind, and the killing intent in his eyes was biting. Not really, we count the two as even. Xianwu rolled his eyes and changed his mind. In the beginning, he was a sneak attack to get a hit, really play life, victory or defeat to be discussed. Alright, since you two want to fight, when you come back, this king will personally pick a place for you to fight. Shen Ian smiled and interrupted the two of them whose gunpowder flavor was growing strong. I didn't answer. Thank you, your highness. The divine monarch's voice directly overshadowed Xuanwu. Ha 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 ha. Wicked came to see what was going on and let out a loud laugh. Xuanwu's sidelong glance into the eyes of an ancient ferocious beast with monstrous might pressed towards him, his body instinctively wanted to fight against it. The great terror. He just noticed that the tall and strong man in front of him is afraid that the martial arts has long reached the legendary realm of the unity of man and heaven. Monsters, this one is a monster. Well, after the evening meal, it's time to leave after some more preparations. Shen Ian faintly said. Yes, your highness. After the evening meal, several people gathered in Baixi's room. Your highness, please look. Momiji lifted the mirror in his hand. Shin Ian nodded his head as he looked at the handsome Westerner's face in the mirror. Very good. Xuanwu asked curiously, do I have to disguise myself too? Aha! Shin Ian nodded. One will have to change into barbarian attire later, and do so to minimize exposure. The 6 of them couldn't travel across the sky like they did in the Great Qian territory, and if they attracted the attention of the barbarian experts, the risk would be greatly increased. 10 minutes later, Xuanwu looked at himself in the mirror, which had changed drastically, and wondered, why is my nose so big? This nose is not only big, it's red, as if it's been punched in the face. Bai Shi explained in a gentle tone, so as not to waste materials. Why doesn't he need to disguise himself? Xuanwu pointed at the divine sovereign. The divine monarch took off his bucket hat, and due to the cultivation of his kung fu, his pupils had long since turned into a dazzling gold color, his hair had turned gray, and the lower half of his face was covered by half a black iron mask. Xuanwu's eyes widened as he realized that the divine sovereign had somehow worn black armor branded with gold patterns within his clothes. Gilded Xuanwu armor. Back then, that broken defense supreme treasure even fell into your hands and was even repaired by you. The divine monarch hummed lightly and did not reply. Change your clothes. Shin Ian opened his mouth to remind the few people not to dawdle. Just change here? Xianwu said, looking confused at the armor and clothes thrown into his arms. We're all grown men, what are you shy about? Shin Ian shook his bare arms. Xanadu. Your Highness, can't we pay attention to royal etiquette? Changing his clothes, Shin Ian put on a hood to cover his long hair, and smoothly pulled out a mercenary plate with blood on it. Now our identity is a mercenary squad. Every time the barbarians go south, besides the regular army there are also a large number of mercenary groups. Just a little money and the promise that they are free to burn, kill, and loot, it is enough to send them to sell their lives. I'm the captain now, don't call me by the wrong title when the time comes. Shin Ian reminded with a smile. There was no need to worry about communication of the 6, besides him, 100 seasons and Xianwu also knew the barbarian language. In the middle of the night, the gates of the city quietly opened some, and 6 fast horses came out of the dust. Yi Burn looked at the slowly closing city gates with a somewhat complicated mood. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen, but the edict was delivered at this juncture. Being a father and a general made him hesitate. General Yi. Lord Vermilion Bird? Yi Burn turned around and saluted. General Yi, Mr. Xuanwu has instructed me to inform you that in 3 days' time, if they return, you may depart. If they are not back in 3 days, you will need to delay your departure by 1 day. Chapter 43 The Barbarian Kingdom, the Gutting Kingdom and the Tsong Kingdom. Team. Captain, there's a group of barbarian soldiers ahead, around 7 of them. All the way north out of the city for 30 miles, Xuanwu reminded somewhat stiffly. Why is the word captain so awkward? The prairie at night was draped in a layer of black satin, silent and bleak under the haze of the moonlight. From a distance, a campfire shone so brightly in the night. It's the sound of horses' hooves, approaching fast. Wake everyone up quickly. A barbarian soldier who was roasting by the campfire stood up alertly. Put. The other barbarian soldier had just stood up when a true chi compressed into the size of a soybean exploded right into his body. The shadow reflected on the white tent to the side instantly ripped in half, and blood spewed out in all directions for no money. When the 6 fast horses arrived at the bonfire, the surrounding area had already been destroyed by densely packed true chi bullets, leaving nothing but a mess. Momiji's eyes couldn't help but narrow at his masterpiece. It's just an ordinary group of scouts with no useful information. Xuanwu shook his head after a quick inspection round. Let's go and try to enter Neret before dawn. Shin Ian spoke. With this hasty march, they wouldn't lose strength even if they didn't rest, but the horses couldn't, and they needed to change horses after arriving at the barbarian city. The plan was simple: blitzkrieg, raid to the barbarian capital in the best shape possible, kill and retreat. Just as dawn broke, a city was visible on the horizon. Naruto. It was once ceded to Dakian by the barbarians, and then the barbarians took advantage of the situation to retake it due to Dakian's civil unrest. This was the penultimate supply point for barbarian merchants trying to enter Dakian. After a night of running, the 6 were already deep within the territory of the barbarians. The dress code of the 5 did not attract much attention on the exotic streets. Mercenaries are far too common in Neret. In order to reach Dakian smoothly, many merchant caravans would temporarily hire more mercenaries here to act as guards. The rest of the way might be an encounter with steppe bandits that would give even the barbarians themselves a headache. The composition of the prairie bandits is very complicated. There are rebels, mercenaries, and even local forces, coming and going without a trace in the vast prairie, specializing in plundering them, these caravans. Shin Ian looked around at the distinctive buildings around him. If he didn't think back to the original, he would have thought that the so-called barbarians were those who had once held the title of God's whip. In fact, it is not at all. The barbarian country here corresponds to an empire that was a combination of theocracy and kingship, and the dominant ethnicity was these blonde faces. The barbarian kingdom also has an empire gutting close by on its western side. The history and culture of the two sides are almost the same, but because of the different gods they believe in, they eventually split into two countries. The barbarians here believe in the gods and believe that after death they will enter the divine realm, where the gods live. The people of Gyushin believed in the familiar god, and they believed that after death they would enter heaven, where God lives. Now that he thought about it, Shin Ian was basically certain that it was this dog author's laziness that set it up this way. The original of these two countries are almost all a pass, not much picture. The main plot is still centered around a few male protagonists and positive and negative female protagonists between the love and hate. Although everyone's cultivation systems and ways are different, the realm of strength is completely comparable, and it is completely a collision between the East and the West. Dakian is true chi, Tao, secret methods, and pills, and the barbarian kingdom is fighting chi, magic, forbidden spells, and potions. The Dakian Jianghu sects were full of forces, and the barbarian kingdom was full of various guilds and academies. When Shin Ian first arrived, he was in a trance and thought that he had traveled to some Western fantasy world again. At first, there was some coyness, and then after understanding clearly, Shin Ian only left 5 words. Bah, nothing more than that. Hello? Did someone hire you guys? A merchant leader happily walked over when he saw the 6. He had been staring at the 6 Shin Ian people since just now. It couldn't be helped, the evil lie in the group was just too conspicuous. It was simply a small giant, making it hard for people to not see it. Hundredth raised his hand and refused in skilled barbarian. I'm sorry sir, we're already on a mission. The merchant leader stomped his feet in chagrin. Damn it, I should have known to hire someone from the guild. Shin Ian noticed a few tall steeds tethered behind the caravan leader and asked, may I ask if those are your horses? Are they for sale? Not for sale. These are horses that Countess is going to sacrifice to the great barbarian lord. Are you one of Countess's people? Shin Ian smiled and narrowed his eyes. That's right. You know Lord Earl? The merchant leader was delighted. Sorry, don't recognize it. A few minutes later, 6 tall, divine steeds stampeded down the street, leaving the caravan leader and a few members of the caravan lying flat in the alley. Ha ha ha. Worthy of the Lord. That's a fine horse. Painful. Evil Lai laughed as he rode the black as ink divine steed on his crotch. Xuanwu were shocked. He thought Shin Ian would talk about the price to buy, which had thought that it would be directly robbed. I have to say, well done. Shin Ian said indifferently, the barbarians, especially those so-called nobles, never held the idea of buying anything when they stepped into my Daqian's territory. It's not polite to come and go. The exchanges between the two sides of the caravan are limited to peacetime. We buy and sell each other things that each other do not have, pay taxes honestly, and the ruling class turns a blind eye to the past. Once it's on, it's a complete no-win situation. The vast fertile land of the south should belong to the barbarians. This is the idea engraved in the bones of the barbarians since ancient times, because that is what their god promised them. If asked where God promised them, they will pull out the divine code and tell you out loud that God wrote it in its book. Every time the south went to war with the great Qian, the commander-in-chief of the barbarian army would cry out to pull out that famous line. In the name of God, take back the land that belongs to us. Originally, there is a Tsang country between Dakian and the barbarian country. They once ruled this prairie. After the unbearable squeeze and erosion of the two big countries eventually moved west. Re-establishment of the state after devouring a host of smaller states and a third of the territory of the ancient court state. It is. Ha 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 ha. Xuanwu laughed after him. Of the 6, if you want to talk about who hates barbarians the most, it's Xianwu. He was born in a small, ordinary village on the northern border. That year the barbarians came south, and the village was unfortunate enough to be plundered by barbarian cavalry. Men and old people were all killed and hanged for demonstration. The women were all killed after the barbarians had had their fun, and the children were all taken away as slaves, as if they had been caught in a pigsty. Xianwu had had the misfortune of being one of them, which is why he was able to learn the barbarian language. If 20 years in the past, the state of mind at that time was put into the present, the stimulation of national hatred was already enough to prompt him to go on a killing spree in this barbarian city. Smiling, Xuanwu suddenly sighed, his expression quickly returning to normal. The 6 divine steeds galloped all the way, not giving the guarding barbarian soldiers the slightest chance to interrogate them, rushing out of the city gates and continuing north. Chapter 44, The Barbarian Lord. The barbarian capital, God's capital. One of the 4 great shrines, the Crescent Moon Shrine. Purple hair colorful woman sitting on her knees in the middle of the formation, surrounded by the December wheel, strands of moonlight pouring in the purple robe above show graceful and noble. Put. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood stained the formation red, and the December wheel broke as much as it could. The purple-haired woman's pupils shrunk anxiously as she drank. I want to see the coronation. Quickly. God's capital golden temple. The tall idol towered over it, an endless golden divinity poured down from the idol's hands illuminating the entire golden temple. Below, the throne, representing eternity, clings to the idol. Above the throne, the old man with white hair sat huddled with a holy sword in his arms, and his cloudy eyes seemed to open with force as if they had a sense. See the coronet. Once invincible god of war cannot resist the assault from the years, purple-haired woman half kneeling under the eternal throne heart cannot help but some sighs. Purple moon, you are hurt. After a long time, the barbarian lord rolled his throat and spat out a few words with difficulty. The already chaotic brain began to think about who could have hurt Purple Moon, who was the archbishop of the Crescent Moon Shrine. Back to the coronet. Purple Moon has something important to report, and it's about you. Violet Moon's voice interrupted the barbarian lord's thoughts. How long will I, live? The barbarian lord asked with a frown. Purple Moon's forehead overflowed with fine sweat as she bowed her head and replied, back to the coronet, less than 2 days. It may be tomorrow night. Boom. The terrifying aura that erupted from that withered body caused Purple Moon to only feel a tightness in her chest, nearly defiling the temple with another mouthful of blood. Why? The barbarian lord's hands leaned on the holy sword surprisingly slowly sat up straight from the throne, his eagle eyes were hostile and chilling. 7 days ago, you had reported that I still had a year to go. You dare to deceive me? Purple Moon doesn't dare. I implore the coroner to rest his anger. Purple Moon prostrated herself on the shiny floor. Boo! The scabbard of his sword hit the floor with a heavy thud, and the barbarian lord's eyes bulged out as he hissed mournfully, rest your anger? Then tell me why. Purple Moon's entire body had long been drenched in cold sweat. She had only divined the coronet's death, but not the cause of the coronet's death. The coroner's death was shrouded in a gray fog, as if it had been deliberately covered up. Cause of death. A sudden illness? Rebellion of a prince? Assassins? Or what? The coroner will die by the hands of an assassin. Purple Moon almost blurted out. In the end, she bet everything on her sixth sense. Ha 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 ha. The barbarian lord laughed maniacally with his hands on his sword. Purple Moon, you said an assassin will come and kill me? Joke. Big joke in the sky. This is the capital of God. Even if the legendary sword god Divine Journey Realm or Dharma God himself were to come, he could not kill him. He is the lord of the barbarian kingdom. The son of God. He, like God, is an eternal and indestructible being. Yes, coronet. As things stood, even if it was a fake, she had to take it seriously and respond to it. Inform my ungrateful children that a family banquet will be held tomorrow night, and they must all be present. The savage lord's tyrannical aura around his body collapsed, and his entire body leaned back to revert back to being that dying old man. Coronet. Purple Moon will go and inform the several princes. Aha! With a deep reply, Purple Moon carefully exited the golden temple. After a few moments of silence in the large golden temple, a mysterious man with a black robe and no visible face stepped out from behind the idol. Coronet. Mystic called out in a respectful whisper. What's the progress of the immortal god pill? The barbarian lord asked coldly after dryly coughing a few times. Back to the coronet, there's still one herb missing. What kind of medicine? It requires the heart and eyes of the person who bears the divine pupil. Ahem, did you guys find it? The mysterious man apologized a bit. Back to the coronation, I found it. It's just a pity that the person with the divine pupil is in the Qian kingdom. My men have been stopped at the pass by the Qian kingdom's Wu-Wei division, and will not be able to bring the man with the divine pupil for the coronation in a short time. The barbarian lord understood what the mysterious man meant and a cold aura blossomed in his eyes. It will take time to prepare for the southward journey. Besides, didn't you hear me just now? My life will come to an end in less than 2 days. The barbarian lord's tone was filled with sarcasm. Please don't worry, coronet divination for the sake of unpredictability, not to mention that the future is always full of uncertainty, a mere assassin is not enough to worry about. The coronet is well prepared for everything, and there is still the company of my servant, who will surely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune for the coronet. Ha ha ha, assassin. The barbarian lord asked with a sidelong glance, which of my ungrateful children do you think could have sent the assassins? I dare not speak rashly. The mysterious man bowed. Stand down. Yes. Bay Lake Lakeshore. The 6 divine steeds greedily drank from the lake, running against the blazing sun all the way for an unknown hundreds of miles. Even the finest 1,000-mile horses had long been exhausted. "Captain, look there." At the end of Xuanwu's finger of the grassland, a black line was faintly visible, as if it was an ant moving. That's the barbarians' supply wagons. They're moving large quantities of ordnance and food southward, and, not surprisingly, they're making preparations for a move southward. "About how many people are there?" Shen Ian frowned. "About 3,000 men or so, in a procession stretching for miles, a few of them barbarian soldiers, and most of the rest of them folk they had drafted themselves." Shen Ian shook his head. "There are too many people, it's easy to scare the snakes." He didn't want to do the thing of losing the watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. Everyone is a top-notch player, but there are only 6 of them. There are 3,000 pigs there for them to kill for a while. After resting for a period of time, Shen Ian looked at the 6 divine steeds that had already eaten and drank their fill and started to play in the water and stood up and said, "All right, continue to depart, and strive to arrive at the next city before nightfall." Xianwu looked out towards the barbarian supply wagon team, heart inevitably some regret. It would be a great achievement if we could surprise attack this barbarian's supply wagon. Suddenly some fortune it did not bring Zhu Birdboy, otherwise with that boy's fiery character afraid to have long been unable to resist rushing up. "Hiya!" The 6 men mounted their horses and continued on their way. The setting sun and evening breeze against the curling smoke, full of the city's fragrance to provoke people's taste buds. Why are there stalls selling food all over the place? It was the first time Xuanwu had come within a city in the barbarian hinterland, and this street full of food stalls made him froze a bit. Because this is the city of Food Garland. Shen Ian looked at the map in his hand and returned. "Rest here for the night and set out early tomorrow morning, arriving at the divine capital at about this time." Evil Lai reached out his finger to gently poke Shen Ian's shoulder in embarrassment. Wicked Lai did not know the barbarian language and was a little afraid to speak in a street with so many people, so he just pointed to his mouth. Shen Ian understood in a second and pulled out a bag of money filled with copper coins from the barbarian country and handed it to Baishar. "Buy whatever Evil Lai wants to eat for him." In Nalat, robbed the horses, and they went out of town. It's better to keep a low profile when you're spending the night in Garland, after all. Captain. Captain. Xianwu dryly coughed twice. The city full of fragrances really make him also want to taste this exotic delicacy, only hate the lack of financial resources. "How much to borrow this time?" Shen Ian asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Xianwu's face collapsed. How did it become a loan at his end? Shen Ian pulled out an obviously smaller circle of money bag and handed it to Xuanwu. "These are worth 50 taels of silver. God Koan on the books." The God Koan nodded, pulling out a small notebook for a second to take notes. "Shay. Captain." Xianwu smiled harder than he cried when he took the money bag. Chapter 45-36 Heavens, the dome falls. "Captain, it's getting late, rest early." Cryptic Disaster looked toward Shen Ian, who was circling the map, and gently reminded. Inside the inn, the 6 of them booked 3 double rooms, just enough for 2 people. Shen Ian folded the map and put it away. "Hidden Disaster, you rest too." This trip really wasn't a waste of time, harvesting quite a bit of information about the barbarian army's movements. "Captain, my subordinate will be in charge of the night watch." "No need, someone will keep watch for us." Shen Ian smiled mysteriously and lay down on the bed with his clothes on. Hidden Disaster was slightly stunned, somewhat failing to understand what His Own Highness meant. A jarring snore had come from a side room. Xianwu looked at the evil Cum, who was snoring loudly against the bed, helplessly holding his forehead. "You can't find many guys in the whole world who can sleep so well when they're in the enemy's heartland, can you?" Long night with nothing to do, Xuanwu leaned on the bed, took a handkerchief and wiped up the dark and shiny 4-pronged Xian meteorite whip. "Unsurprisingly, there will be a vicious battle tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll be able to make it back. I'm afraid that my good disciple is still short of the mark if he wants to inherit the Xuanwu throne, alas. I hope that your highness and these 4 guys will give some effort, even if he dies in battle. At the very least, his body must be brought back to Deqian. He doesn't want to die away from home, especially in the land of the barbarians." Putting away his handkerchief, Xuanwu pulled out a small book and wrote with his tongue, licking the dried ink pen. "Lastly, good disciple, Master owes His Highness the King of Chu another 50 taels of silver. If you see this book, you will pay it back for Master." Xianwu muttered under his breath. Closing the small book, he couldn't help but sigh and laugh. The next day, at dawn, the city gates of Garland had just opened, and the 6 divine steeds came out one after another, kicking up dust that caused the barbarian soldiers at the city gates to break into a frenzy of curses. Barbarian Kingdom, God's capital. Today's God's capital was extraordinarily bustling, with several princes having received summons from the coronet to rush back from their respective territories. With the sun high in the sky, a group of golden armored knights and a group of heavy armored knights blocked the city gates. My dear brother, haven't you learned manners by now? You don't even know basic courtesy? The exceptionally handsome fourth prince with flowing blonde hair sneered coldly at the muscular hulk in front of him. The heavily armored third prince coldly returned, Gamel, your mouth and taste are still as foul as ever. The fourth prince's handsome face turned quite grim. Is that so? That's better than some people's body odor, which can be disgusting from hundreds of meters away. Boom! Two strands of fighting chi of very different colors began to stir from the two of them as waves of chi rolled around their bodies. The crowd of golden armored knights and heavy armored knights also began to be restless, and the two sides had their swords drawn, and the battle was about to start. Roar! Suddenly, a purple pale wolf that was 2 circles larger than a warhorse pounced on them, startling the third prince and the fourth prince to hastily strangle their horses to avoid it. Then, not far behind that song wolf, a huge carriage pulled by 8 warhorses slowly came, a purple and gold banner fluttering in the wind. The gazes of the crowd of purple and gold knights escorting the carriage on both sides swept over with icy coldness, and in unison they shouted, "Back off!" For some reason, the crowd that had been blocking the city gates honestly retreated backward as if they were possessed. The third prince and the fourth prince clenched their fists in unison when they saw the man in the carriage. Second Prince Grand Duke of Purple and Gold Lian hasten. Are the two brothers slow to enter at the gates to catch up on old times? The carriage suddenly stopped, and the cold voice of the second prince came out slowly. Second brother is joking. The third prince lowered his head. Father misses everyone, don't linger on. Of course, I miss you guys too. The third prince and the fourth prince were stunned in unison. As the words fell, the carriage continued on its way, the long procession resembling a victor returning in triumph, and the residents on both sides of the street cheered when they saw the standard flag. Hoof! After waiting for a few moments, the fourth prince snorted coldly and led his gold-armored knights into the city following the back of the purple and gold knights. The third prince's brown eyes flickered before he finally led his heavily armored knights into the city. One of the 4 great shrines, the Flame Shrine. The 4 archbishops of the Pantheon are gathered together. Purple Moon, I heard that you were injured? Archbishop Yaoxing of the Gunstar Divine Hall inquired in a gentle tone. Violet Moon frowned slightly, suffering from some internal injuries. I'm sorry to trouble Archbishop Yaoxing. It's not just because of divining the coronet that it suffered a backlash, what's there to hide? Archbishop Red Duke of the Blazing Sun Divine Hall grunted with a straight face. Purple Moon's face changed slightly and didn't retort. Well gentlemen, let's not forget why we are all gathered here this time. Archbishop Van Sai of the Temple of Judgment interrupted the conversation. The Red Lord craned his neck. I've already called back the majority of the Magi, which will ensure that the coronet is safe tonight. Eustar pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses in an awkwardly nonchalant smile and said, My Magus isn't very good at fighting, but he's already setting up defensive magic formations. Van Sai nodded, my clerics are all in place. Purple Moon, can you do another divination for the coronet? We need to know the exact strength of the assassin. I still need to rest for some time, but rest assured, I will inform you all before the dinner begins. Purple Moon said seriously. Purple Moon, your cleric will stay in the temple, so watch out for assassins to get at you. Van Sai spoke somewhat meaningfully. Purple Moon nodded without refusing. The Red Duke asked coldly, Van Sai, what do you mean? Do you think that one of us will plot against Purple Moon, against the coronet? Red Duke, you're being overly sensitive. I'm sensitive? Oh, do you hide words in your old man's words any less often? You! Van Sai's face reddened with anger. You red-headed gorilla. Fark squid you old bald ass. Yaoxing hurriedly became a peacemaker and smiled awkwardly, the two of you won't argue, please don't argue. Purple Moon stood aside and subconsciously covered her chest, not knowing why the closer she got to that time, the more her heart panicked. No, she had to go back to the temple and get some rest to prepare for the divination ceremony. Nothing can happen to the coronet, and even less to the empire. The long night crept on, and the long dining table in the large golden temple was filled with fine wines and delicacies. The barbarian lord left his throne, which represented eternity, to sit with his children in joy. In the Crescent Moon Divine Hall, the purple moon was surrounded by the December wheel, emitting a divine light, and the divination ceremony had already begun. The December wheel rises and a crescent moon begins to coalesce in the center. Purple Moon tilted her snow-white swan neck gaze reverently at the crescent moon. Great Moonbringer, inform your devout followers. The crescent moon slowly fell. Purple Moon got up and reached out to touch it, and in that instant the sky swirled and the scene around her quickly changed. When he opened his eyes again, there was a dark sea of stars at his feet and a bright full moon in front of him. It's thousands of miles away. Tianwu City Heaven Guardian Pavilion. LV Wenchuan looked at the stars in the sky, flicked his duster and laughed. Little girl, the Taoist practice is still too shallow. If it is your master to come, the old Taoist can still be more serious. A little bit of emptiness. Break. Purple Moon took only one step, and the surrounding scene was steeply covered in cracks, collapsing in the next second. How? Put. Purple Moon's pupils shrunk, and when she came back to her senses, the blood in her mouth violently sprayed out a foot away, and the whole person fell to the ground and directly fainted to death. Outside of God's capital city. The 6 riders looked at the city wall, which was a few points more lofty than Tianwu City, and inevitably felt some emotion in their hearts. Is this the capital of the barbarians? Dragon Abyss. Shanian flicked his wrist, and the dragon abyss in his hand emitted a gurgling dragon's roar. Captain, aren't we going to enter the city? Xianwu asked suspiciously. Shouldn't the script he was thinking of be 6 men storming the other side's palace and going straight for the lair? Shanian did not answer, and Long Yuan raised his head high. He has a sword that can swallow mountains and rivers, ask the world, pick stars, and subdue gods and demons. Truchi rolled and danced in his robes, and Shanian's sword intent around his body swung straight into the clouds. Sword up! Dragon Abyss came out of nowhere. A sword shattered the sky and hit into the stars. In an instant, 3,000 miles of thick clouds tore apart, and a distant Milky Way fell into the 9 heavens. The name of this sword was 36 Heavens Dome Fall. Chapter 46, Borrowing a Sword. Beheading the Gods. The Golden Temple. Bold. The barbarian lord stormed out in shock and anger as an aura locked onto him from thousands of meters away. Someone was trying to kill him. Several princes as well as the 3 archbishops and the magi simultaneously felt the sword intent that rose up to the sky outside the city. Kenshin? No, this didn't seem to be the same as the swordplay they perceived. It's a dryad swordsman. Van Sai, who had seen a lot, shouted angrily. Yao Xing raised the staff in his hand and activated all the defensive magic arrays. The colorful light in the large palace began to intertwine, wrapped in layers of magic arrays like a blooming 7-colored lotus flower. Just outside the city, is it? Coronet, please leave it to me to sort it out. The Red Duke volunteered to help. Stay alive. The barbarian lord glared at his blood-covered pupils and roared lowly. Yes, Coronet. The Red Duke led a group of flaming sun divine officers clad in flaming robes to swept out of the palace in a stream of flaming red light. Outside the city. Shen Ian tied his fingers together with his sword and shouted lowly, fall. Flying down 3,000 feet, suspected to be the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. Thousands and thousands of sword chi converge and fall, and from afar it looks like the water of the monstrous heavenly river leaks down to earth from above the 9 heavens. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the white water curtain and the 7-colored lotus flower collided with the vibration sound resounded through the dome. The circle ripples stirred dozens of miles around. Put! Inside the temple, the U-Star and the crowd of Group Star Magi who were responsible for maintaining the magic array only felt a simultaneous tightness in their chests, and blood flowed down the corners of their mouths. Click, click, click. The sound of glass shattering echoed, and all the magic arrays kept shattering from the outside inwards under the rush of the endless sword chi. Father! The great prince exclaimed in shock when he saw the barbarian lord pull out his divine radiant holy sword. The barbarian lord slowly straightened his back, his cloudy eyes becoming clearer and clearer, and the pangs of fighting chi continuously exposed from this dying body set off a gust of wind. In a trance, it was as if the crowd had seen the invincible god of war who had once looked down upon the world. Izzy, Leon hearken. Father? The first prince and the second prince were stunned at the same time. Take your siblings and leave the palace. The barbarian lord roared in an undeniable tone. That aura locked onto him, he couldn't hide from it. This terrifying strike from the other party was not only to kill him, but also to obliterate the entire royal palace. A dry person? Can't wait for him to die? Ha 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 ha. When he dies, there will still be heirs of his children. The empire lives on, and the empire's people live on. The promised land of God, which his heirs will sooner or later lead the people of the empire to reclaim. No, he is the Son of God, he shall be as eternal as God. He cannot die. Father! We can work together to block it. The third prince said sharply. Listen to father, go. The second prince didn't say anything, picking up his 2 youngest sisters and quickly swept towards the outside of the royal palace. Bastard! The great prince cursed angrily and could only use his arm to pick up his 2 younger brothers to follow him. The other princes saw this and panicked. Van Sai! Versailles half kneeled, back to the coronet. I have sent clerics and temple guards to help several of the princes leave. Flarestar, how much longer can you hold out? The barbarian lord stared back. Back to the coronet, 1 minute at the most. U-Star gritted his teeth as he supported his body with his staff. 1 minute? I'll buy you the rest of the time. The eternal shotgun. The barbarian lord held his holy sword high in his hand, and the sword had transformed into a golden spear of light between the flashes of golden light. Outside the city. The barbarian soldiers guarding the city had long since noticed the vision not far away. Release the arrows! Release the arrows! The arrows in the sky turned into a rain curtain covering the 6 people. Cover your highness! Cryptic Disaster drew his long sword and drank low. When it comes down to it, it's no longer a matter of name-calling. Ha 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 ha! I'll do it! Wicked Lie leapt up from the horse's back, his palm's majestic true chi condensed, and he blasted out with a full-force palm. The overbearing astral energy met the rain of arrows, and the arrows in the sky collapsed in an instant. Ha! Another roar containing true chi. The eardrums of the barbarian soldiers on the city wall exploded, and they bled to death from their 7 orifices. There, kill them! The Red Duke swept in, shocked and angry at the sight of the misery on the walls. More than 100 fiery red streams of light rushed over the city wall to kill the 6 people. All of them are masters. Ha 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 ha! Evil came crashing to the ground from the air, and the one blazing sun divine officer who rushed at the forefront couldn't dodge in time was directly smashed into flesh. Cut the crap and retreat them to 100 paces away from his highness. Divine Monarch flashed across the evil 2-hand long knife horizontal chopping down, dozens of Zhang knife gases like the tide of Qiantang with waves cracking the shore of the potential to meet the head shot down instantly killed several Liang Divine Magistrate. Pop! Behind the back of the black wooden long box opened, the remaining 8 gilt arcane sword flew out in unison to form a knife array, between the golden light dazzle and several more blazing sun divine officials' body and head. Kill! Xuanwu tore off the disguised skin, holding the 4-pronged Xian meteor whip to kill to the right flank, a whip swept to the chest. That martyrdom magistrate was actually shaken into a mass of blood mist. Bastard! The Red Duke looked on in jealously as his men were slaughtered in a hack-and-slash fashion. Blazing sun! Heaven and earth steeply bright, spattered blood instantly evaporated. A diameter of more than 10 feet of the huge fireball from the air has been condensed into horizontal pressure. Let me do it! 100th laughed softly. Weak water drowning world. The sound of shocking waves resounded in his ears, as Baishur raised his hand and wrapped his majestic true chi in the form of a giant funnel towards the scorching hot sun. The 2 horrible power crazy strangling each other, radiating the scorching heat of the airwaves constantly steaming everything in the world. The barbarians in the city only feel the skin burning pain unbearable, as if in a steamer. Your Highness! Hidden Disaster looked at Shen Yian worriedly. He could sense that his highness seemed to have encountered difficulties. Bloom! The Eternal Shuriken. 7-colored lotus flower broken, huge golden light column rises up vaguely actually want to top that pouring sword chi rushed to the sky. Shen Yian's chest was stuffy, he clenched his teeth and swallowed the blood in his throat. He had underestimated the hardness of that bastard shell, and even more so, he had underestimated the real strength of the barbarian lord. If this old man was a few dozen years younger, he was afraid that he would have to completely step into the divine journey realm. Barbarian Lord hands clenched, the god gun look excited. The old face even in the golden light of the illumination was a few points younger. He's going to break through to that impossible level. Father! Borrow a sword from you to help me cut down the barbarians. Thousands of miles away, Tianwu City Imperial Study Room. Emperor Wu stood up openly, striding out of the Imperial Study, eyes looking into the far north. Zhao Hai! Fetch my sword! Old master! I'll borrow a sword from you to help me cut down the barbarians. Kid, you owe the old man 2 swords. Tiannan Sword City, the only one in the world, put down the cup of tea in his hand and condensed a sword that belongs to him alone to tear through the dome of the sky and go. Hey! Rider! I'll borrow a sword from you to help me cut down the barbarians. Ha ha ha! Good! Don't forget to buy me a drink. Pavilion swordsman pen and ink between a sword word fell on top of the scroll. The scroll rolled up into a belonged to his sword, broke through the air and went away. Hey! Drinking! Sober? I'll borrow a sword from you to help me cut down the barbarians. Have you boys forgotten that I can't get drunk? On top of the canoe, the swordsman looked at the wine gourd in his hand and said sadly, Go on, my old man. With a big hand, the wine gourd turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the sky. Sister Luo! Borrow a sword from you and help me cut down the barbarians. Worship Snow Mountain Manor, the absolute beauty leaning on the building, and look at, plain hand between the sword, miles of snow melting, full of green mountains to compete with the first full, Susu spring wind whisk through the valley, this sword with the spring wind, worship winter snow and go. Nameless. Borrow a sword from you and help me cut down the barbarians. The nameless swordsman did not say anything, but the Dala sword in his hand was already sheathed. My name is Yibayan. Borrow a sword from all of you. Help me to cut down the barbarians. On this night, 3,000 sword intent cut through the night sky of Deqian. This night, he's going to behead God. Chapter 47, This sword, only to cut you. Drink! A thunderous shocking cry rose up, and the light pillar steeply thickened by 3 points, as a berserk golden thunder snake crazily engulfed the monstrous sword chi. The golden temple had long since vanished into thin air, and now only the man stood there. Coronet! Versailles stood on the walls of the royal palace and fell to his knees in agitation, old tears streaming down his face. He saw that the once invincible god of war, the true emperor lord, had returned. Boom! A golden ripple swept across the sky and earth, and the might of a god pressed down on the 6 people. With his flowing blonde hair dancing wildly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes that flickered with golden thunder to indifferently sweep towards the south. That impossible level. God! He finally stepped in. Xian knew. Nothing more than that. The barbarian lord's voice echoed in the ears of the 6. God swim. Hidden disaster gripped the hilt of his blade. He has a knife that can. So what if I enter the divine journey? Tonight, I lend my 3,000 sword cultivators of Diqian a sword just to cut you down. A line of blood tears dripped from the corner of Shen Yi's eyes, and he pointed his sword at the savage lord and roared lowly. Fall! 3,000 sword intent condensed into a divine rainbow with an endless destructive aura dropping down to the sky. The white curtain of water gathered by millions of sword chi was actually dyed with 7 colors at this time. But so! The barbarian lord hissed angrily, frantically releasing his power boost towards the light spear. He smells death. He doesn't believe it. How can you die without believing that you have become a god? Click, click, click. The 2 world's strongest forces collided, and vaguely the space had a tendency to shatter. No! 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 The divine rainbow was unstoppable as it tore through the golden pillar of light and blasted down. Panic and alarm appeared in the barbarian lord's cold eyes. The power of the national fortune he used to protect his body was unexpectedly forced through by another even more domineering power of the national fortune. It's you! Emperor of Daqian! Shen Tsung Tian! Ka! A crunchy cracking sound resounded. Divine rainbows, monstrous sword chi, golden pillars of light, the wonders in the sky all disappeared. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. The barbarian lord gazed in fascination at the deep and infinite starry sky above his head. It's beautiful. He thought of his mother, who loved to lead him through the back garden to count the stars every starry night. His mother had told him that the dead are transformed into stars in the sky to accompany those who miss them at night. Mother! Put! The dragon abyss ran through the barbarian lord's head and nailed it above the floor. The rampant sword intent contained in the body of the sword destroyed the vitality within this male body in an instant. Dead! The coroner who had already stepped into the realm of the gods died. Vansai's mouth was wide open in disbelief as he looked at what was happening in front of him, and a large gulp of blood stained his robes red under his anger. Dead, finally dead. Shen Yi shuddered and lowered his hand, finally unable to hold back a mouthful of blood mist. Your Highness! The 5 people present were all startled. The Red Duke's scarlet eyes, the coronet dead. It was the youth who killed the coroner. Take advantage of your illness. Several diagrams of fireballs exploded behind the Red Duke, and the recoil from the explosion caused the Red Duke to transform into a cannonball that smashed into Shen Yi at high speed. He was the premier melee mage in the Empire. His flesh was stronger than those 1,000 hardened knights. The magic he practiced was explosions. Explosions are an art. See death. Hidden disasterized killing intent condensed, will speed up to the extreme vertical rise, turn an instant has been to the front of the Red Knights in the hands of 100 knife shadow wave chop down. You're slow. The Red Duke laughed hideously, only the shape of his mouth not the sound. Hidden disaster's cold eyes were narrowed by the red light piercing them, and the Red Duke's size had obviously swelled a few times compared to before. Self-implosion? The self-detonation of a half-step divine journey realm powerhouse. At this distance, 100 seasons couldn't take his highness out of dodge. Moroi tracing. Completely invisible transparent bubbles wrapped around the duo. Eyes blinking slightly, both of their figures fell backwards at the same time. 1 second. Time went back a full second. Red Duke subconsciously looked over. Hidden Plague was still sitting on his horse. To be precise, the remnants of Cryptic Calamity were still sitting on their horses. Put. Almost completely relying on the survival instinct of life in a critical situation to make the ultimate reaction to dodge, the long knife upwards, the Red Duke one arm flew up. The Red Lord ate the pain, and between grimaces cryptic disaster kicked him in the face. A large red ball flew 100 meters and then rolled on the ground for an unknown number of times before coming to a stop. Hidden disaster rolled over and landed on the ground, his body swayed and half kneeled on his sword, coughing as drops of blood dripped along the edge of the bronze beast's face. This move was meant to go against the heavens and was bound to suffer a backlash. Momiji, go help Hidden Disaster. Taking a great restoration pill worth 10,000 gold, and quickly absorbing the medicinal power with the help of 100 seasons, Shen Ian quickly recovered 70% of his battle strength. Your Highness, be careful. Bai Shi was shocked and hurriedly swept backward 100 meters by grabbing Shen Ian's waist. Boom! The blue point of light whistled like a star meteorite smashing towards where the two of them had just been. The 6 divine steeds ran in surprise, but it was already too late. Boom! The point of light crashed to the ground, and the crumbling earth and rocks swept all 6 divine steeds within with the shockwave. As the smoke cleared, a lance emitting a silvery glow gleamed. Another blue point of light crashed to the ground, and the knight in full silver armor flicked his blue cloak behind him and walked straight towards the lance. Immediately after that, 3 more points of light crashed to the ground from above the clouds. Guardian Knight. The Red Lord recognized the other at once. The Empire has 8 Guardian Knights who are the last barrier of the Empire. They only show up when the Empire is at stake. Normally not even a coronet could order them. It's surprising that it's showing up now. Can a mere 6 men bring down the Empire? Yes, isn't the coronet a pillar of the Empire? Without the pillars, won't the Empire die? Why didn't you guys show up when the coroner was about to die? Why? What does the Empire want with you? Ha 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 ha. The Red Duke laughed out of his mind. The battlefield was ever-changing, but no one was going to keep staring at this silver-armored knight manifesting his pusillanimity. Hidden Disaster lifted his mask, and his breath began to rise rapidly after taking a life-preserving great restoring elixir. On the other side, the 3 divine sovereigns had long since resolved the 100 or so blazing sun divine officers, and briefly conducted a tempering. Xuanwu turned around violently, and saw that the gates of the divine capital were wide open, and teams of cavalrymen kept pouring out as a powerful aura kept rising from the city. Grass! He was a bit angry and laughed. When your master was dying one by one, he cast the turtle breath technique without showing his head. Now, well, your master is dead, your great master is here. And you're starting to show your heads. Dragon Abyss. Shen Ian raised his hand and called out, and the Dragon Abyss died with divine blood flew into his hand. Several people retreated to Shen Ian's surroundings. Your Highness, are you alright? Hidden Disaster asked with concern. Shen Ian nodded, this king is fine, how about you? Hidden Disaster was stunned and hurriedly replied, my subordinate is fine. Ha ha, what a great battle. Evil Eye laughed maniacally as he looked at the tens of thousands of cavalrymen lined up under the city wall. On the city wall, there are constantly strong people falling to. The cohesion of the terrifying might far beyond that has become a god savage master row mountains and seas like pressure towards the 6 people. The 4 Guardian Knights slowly stepped forward, and as their pace quickened more and more, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen behind them had long since leapt forward. Are you ready? Shen Ian opened his mouth to inquire with a smile and a sigh. The 4 hidden plagues nodded their heads. Xuanwu was a bit stunned. His own highness was a bit too fierce, wasn't he? Could it be that they really wanted to rely on the 6 of them to lift the barbarian's old home? Worthy of his highness. It's a boldness he likes. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Live as a man, die as a ghost. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. Ready. Xuanwu held his breath. Shares of true chi convergence. Hand 4-pronged Xian meteor whip constantly issued click deformation sound. He's ready for the big kill. Run. Without any procrastination, Shen Ian and the 4 people turned around at the same time, and the great light power was exerted to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye had swept out 100 meters. Zhenbu, ha, honest man. Chapter 48, Thinking of June. Ha? It's not. Nationalist. 10,000 divine steeds ran through Xuanwu's heart. Inner monologue. Dear Your Highness, can you tell me why we need to brew a wave of emotions when we can just run away? I'm sorry. He's the one who's naive. Your Highness. Wait for me. Xuanwu quickly turned around. His movements were not the slightest bit superfluous. After living for more than 40 years, the last time he ran so fast was the last time. After them. Rumble. Continuous iron hooves began to kick. Tens of thousands of armor friction sound vibrated through the clouds. The jagged lance with a cold and chilling aura constantly flattened. The large plain was covered with densely packed iron cavalry, like a black tsunami rolled up to the sky. On top of the city wall, the crowd of richly dressed noble family heads did not have the slightest intention of pursuing. Although we all stand here to show our attitude, we all have our own agenda. They are not stupid. Just based on the breath they know the terror of the strength of those 6 people, themselves and others. Even if they catch up, if the other party desperately counterattack, maybe they will all follow the funeral. The situation at hand, with the coronet dead and the empire about to be reshuffled, it is times like these when preserving the family's interests and acquiring greater benefits is the priority. The first and third princes have chased them out of the city. The one-eyed old man standing in the center position suddenly spoke. What is the meaning of Archduke Blackblood saying this all of a sudden? Another old man with a golden lion cane in his hand smiled coldly. The one-eyed old man was silent. At the ruins of the Golden Temple. Coronet. Van's eye trembled and knelt beside the body of the barbarian lord in tears. Actually really dead, I can't imagine that the Qin kingdom is still hiding such a force. The plan failed again, but it wasn't fruitless. The Lord Sect leader shouldn't blame me. Jia. Archbishop Versailles. Versailles looked up in a trance when he heard someone call out to him. The mysterious man's 5 fingers formed a hook like an eagle's talons and ruthlessly pulled out his heart. You. After realizing it, Fansai wanted to explode his whole body magic power to counterattack, but his heart had already been crushed by the mysterious person, and his eyes rolled over white and finally collapsed beside the savage master. A corpse of a godly Tour realm powerhouse, a corpse of a heavenly martial realm powerhouse, if refined into a corpse puppet. Jia. The mysterious man covered his face and laughed maniacally. He was already somewhat looking forward to how the sect master would reward him. Come on, man. 2 mysterious people wrapped in the same black robes flashed out and appeared respectfully. Lord Protector. Take them all. Yes. Wait. An icy voice rang out. The mystic turned around. A gorgeous knight's longsword had been placed across the front of his neck. What a fast sword. Mystic's pupils shrank. Are you Leon Hasten Austin? The second prince moved his longsword across the room and danced a sword flourish into its scabbard. The mysterious man subconsciously touched the bloodstain at his neck and laughed. I wonder what His Highness the second prince is looking for me for. You're the guys who helped father make the immortality pill. A cold light flashed in the second prince's icy eyes. Yes, Your Highness the second prince, the immortal god pill is now only missing one ingredient. The mystic looked at the rumored invincible purple and gold Grand Duke in front of him with interest. Sure enough, no one can manage the temptation of immortality. I'm not interested in eternal life. Mystic was stunned and craned his head to follow the second prince's gaze. In the ruins, the throne representing eternity was still intact, emitting a faint divine charm. He understood this second prince's mind in seconds. I wonder what His Highness the second prince wants. What do you want? The second prince asked rhetorically, withdrawing his gaze. We. The bodies you can take with you. This. The mysterious man was speechless. He really didn't expect the other party to be so filial. They won't care who's in the coffin, they'll only care who sits here to give them enough. The second prince's purple eyes stared in the direction of the city wall. What Your Highness, the second prince, has said is very true. The mysterious man laughed in agreement, then reached out his hand. What we seek is a pair of divine pupils. Divine pupils? Boring. The second prince reached out and took the mysterious man's large, still blood-stained hand in his. Good cooperation, Your Highness the second prince. Happy cooperation. 50 miles south of Shenandoah. The 4 guardian knights relied on the flight magic branded on their armor to fly at high speeds in mid-air, and the lances in their hands transformed into spears of light that constantly shot beams of light. Boom boom boom. A series of beams swept out, a succession of explosions roared across the land, and great swaths of dust rose from the valley. Your Highness, we've completely gotten rid of those tens of thousands of cavalry. Should we make a move? The Divine Sovereign asked in a voice transmission as he dodged several times to avoid the incoming beams of light. Surrounded by a rolling valley, the cavalry simply couldn't take up a position even if they caught up. Now 6 against 4, the advantage is mine. No, keep running. Shin Ian answered very dryly. These guardian knights belong to the ancient alchemy products unless they completely destroy their core, or else they are immortal existence, and will only appear after triggering certain conditions. There is no need to waste time. Having caused such a big commotion, the barbarian powerhouses were probably coming from all directions, and he didn't want to be wrapped up in a dumpling. With the barbarian lord dead, it was inevitable that the barbarian kingdom would fall into chaos for a while, leaving the rest to the old man and the others to get busy. He's got a big life ahead of him. Silly girl, wait a little longer. The king will soon return to marry you. Another 50 miles of running. The 4 guardian knights in the sky suddenly stopped and stopped chasing forward, but the lances in their hands did not stop shooting beams of light. After running for another 50 miles, the speed of the 6 people slowed down at the same time. What's the situation? No more chasing? The gray-headed Xuanwu spat out a mouthful of spit and froze. Out of range. Shin Ian laughed and sighed. It had been a long time since he had been this excited. Your Highness, you seem familiar with those 4 guys? Xuanwu asked curiously. I can't say I'm familiar with it, I've just heard about it. Your Highness, those 4 guys aren't human, are they? Xuanwu froze. He ran at the end, from those four guys only felt the instrumental coldness, completely without the same vitality of the people. Yeah, they're not human. Is it an organ technique? Different, I guess. In their case they should call it alchemy. Your Highness is truly knowledgeable. As soon as the horse's s was uttered, Xuanwu received contemptuous gazes from the hidden Calamity Four. Xianwu silently twisted his head. You guys were the fastest when you were running, but now he's not allowed to have a fast mouth? Shen Yian smiled faintly, take a rest and then continue to set off, trying to leave the barbarians' territory before dawn. With that said, Shen Yian distributed a wave of qi replenishing pills, and the six of them found a hidden place and began to regulate their energy. Tianwu City Xinguo Mansion. Yili Yan stood at the top of the pavilion holding a jade flute in her hand, quietly looking out to the north. Miss, it's time to rest. Jinxiu called softly from below the loft. Jinxiu, you guys go rest first. Yili Yan returned to her senses, a drop of crystal contained in the corner of her eye, her voice trying her best to remain gentle, and said. She sensed that the person in her heart was in the north, and sensed that tonight there were 3,000 sword wills that cut through the sky and flew to the north. His Highness always called her a silly girl, but silly girls aren't silly. Obviously His Highness is the one who is stupid and always thinks he can fool stupid girls. Your Highness. Yili Yan's pair of starry eyes glittered, and thousands of mysteries lingered around her body, allowing the bean-sized crystals to follow the wind northward. In the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion, Lu Wenchuan snapped his eyes open and quickly pinched, his brows stretched and laughed dumbly. What a smitten little girl. Tianwu City, the flute suddenly rose, subtle, long and distant to the extreme. People in the sleep only feel the day's fatigue as if in this moment disappeared without a trace. Thinking of you tonight, a song only wishing you peace. Chapter 49, wanting to go home peaked at this point. In the far north, in an unknown mountain forest, the five people of the hidden disaster who were meditating tacitly opened their eyes at the same time and looked at their Highnesses coincidentally. Meditatively they heard from His Highness the sound of a fine, long flute, and their exhaustion was instantly soothed. Even gaining a few more other insights into things they once didn't understand or think about, the five were shocked to realize that their state of mind seemed to have been elevated. Under the focus of the moonlight, Shenyi body exudes a soft white halo, but the body seems to be burned by the high temperature, constantly distorting, only to see the back of a golden sun will ring gradually emerged, blazing gold flames and wisps of white flames intertwined with the sun will above the supreme god emanates might. The two very different forces of one yin and one yang wrapped around Shen Yian in a very peaceful state. His Highness now drifted away. Once again, the same thought popped into the minds of the five without a second thought. The Eastern Emperor Scripture. Xianwu rolled his throat, recognizing at once that this was the Shen family's supreme martial art. When I was following His Majesty, I had the honor of seeing His Majesty perform it at full strength once. His Majesty's great son can clearly see 4 golden crows flying around with their tails, and the purple golden flames seem to have the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. He clearly remembered that the enemy ended up in a close embrace with the earth that was burnt to a scorched earth after trading dozens of rounds with His Majesty, ending up with no bones left. What kind of demon is Your Highness? Could it be the reincarnation of an immortal? At such a young age, his own martial arts attainments have already reached the state of perfection, and the path of the sword is even more extraordinary. Xuanwu were the first time to experience the feeling that people are getting old. The Yangtze River waves push the front waves, alas. Shen Yian's vision dissipated around his body, his pair of ink eyes opened. There was no mistaking that the sound of the flute conveyed Yi Lian's thoughts and worries about him. He was a little confused for a moment about the power, and why the two of them were separated by an unknown number of thousands of miles, yet he himself could hear the sound of the silly girl's flute. Looking at the petals that fell on his palm, Shen Yian couldn't help but be stunned. Could this be the power of love? When you think about it, it seems that in this world there is no such thing as the impossible, where everything cannot be scientific. After all, a certain scientific worshipper next door died of love. Continue to set off. Shen Yian felt the state of the five people and opened his mouth. At this point the wanting to go home was at its peak. Dakin Gusa Yangtze Riverbank. The wind chants in the ears, rolling the Yangtze River to the east. The night is dark and windy and murderous. Ghostface sat with his legs dangling over the edge of the cliff, looking down at the 3 brightly lit water fortresses below with a grim smile. In the center of the most large-scale water fortress, you can vaguely see its wharf at the crowded, from several large ships down unloading goods. Armor, weapons. Wolfhead frowned slightly. His ears were excellent. The sound of iron clanking coming from those large wooden crates when they landed could not be mistaken. Yes, Wolf First Chang, these armors and weapons are all procured by the Zhao family from the East Ing and smuggled to Deqian, used to sell to the forces of all parties. This place is called Sanjiangjai in the Jianghu. The 3 villages have a total of more than 1,000 people. In fact, it is the Zhao family's private army camp. The Three Rivers walled city was built here to control the rights of other ships to enter and exit Gusu, and every year, the tolls collected from the incoming and outgoing ships alone provide the Zhao family with a great deal of wealth. Sea Snake explained on the side, the least thing on this big river is the passing ships. Don't the officials care? Ghostface finished with a smile, consider me asking a nonsense question. The richest man in Gusu, a royal relative. 2 titles on top, money and status, this Gusu assassins and officials to say in Zhao family has nothing to do, little cute. They won't believe it. They're coming. The wolf had turned his head, only to see that above the big river, 3 big ships were dropping their big sails draped in the night color to meet the wind. A large ship at the head was obviously well prepared, with iron plates nailed to the bow, and a long thick black iron thorn glowing coldly after being illuminated by the lamps. Hey! Stop right now! The water thieves on the lookout saw the 3 large ships rushing across the river while waving their semaphore and shouting. Dang dang dang! Seeing that the situation was not right, the alarm bells were ringing loudly, and the fortress, which had just been peaceful, was suddenly in chaos. The obstacles used to stop the ship in the river were instantly torn apart by the brutal impact of the black iron barbs. The large ship in the lead took advantage of the situation to turn its bow to clear the channel while slamming hard into the main building of the water fortress. From a distance, the towering fortress swayed violently with a vague tendency to topple. Kill! Charge! The big ship resounded with high hissing sound. The fortress in the water thief is still not clear what the situation when a large number of East Japan Ronin jumped down from the ship toward them crazy waving up the katana. These water thieves aren't people in their eyes, they're money. It's the good times ahead. Kill 1 person and you get 1 tael of silver, kill 10 and you get 100 tael of silver, kill 100 and you get 1,000 tael of silver. They were already living at the tip of a sword, and such a reward was a godsend to them. In the midst of the shouting and killing, the other 2 large ships had already crashed down the channel in unison towards the main fortress of the Three Rivers walled city. Boo! Near the main fortress, the 2 large ships suddenly stopped, the bow with the sound of the impact of the huge splash. A few unlucky people standing on the edge of the time did not stand still, accidentally fell into the river. What's the situation? The ship's Ronin chief was alarmed and furious, it was delaying him from making money. Lord Wind Demon! There are 2 iron ropes across the center of the river stopping the ship. Baka! Then don't hurry up and take care of it. Wind Demon Aro's eyes glazed over as he roared, and he saw densely packed fire vectors flying up from the main fortress as a rain of fire crashing down towards them. Wind Demon family blade Upanishad skies flow dance. The blade came out and the wind rose, the blade wind swirled with more than 100 air currents transforming into a fierce astral wind and chopping out. The fire vectors in the sky turned into pieces and scattered on the river. At the highest level of the main fortress. Pop! The teacup was snapped on the bookcase, and the long-bearded man holding his sword said in a deep voice, Big brother, the other side has an expert. Damn, have these Japanese gone crazy? Daring to strike in the Zhao family's territory, and the target of their strike is still us. Zhao family's sideline, Three Rivers walled village. Great Lord Zhao Qi's forehead veins were taut like centipedes, and his face grimly said, Big brother, I'll take care of it. The long-bearded man did not answer, holding his sword and rising. Second, leave 2 alive, I want to see who's behind them. Zhao Qi's gaze was gloomy. Yes, big brother. At the edge of the cliff, the wolf head spat out 2 words after seeing Wind Demon Dara / interesting. Hey, old wolf, don't be in a hurry you guys. Ghostface sniffed and twisted his head out in a hurry. He was really afraid that Wolfhead couldn't resist the itch to rush down and spar with the Ronin leader. Ghostface saved his life. Wolfhead spoke again. I know. Don't you worry. I'll make sure he lives. Ghostface said with a bit of a headache. Wolfhead, this guy, besides being high and cold, the only drawback is that he can't walk away when he sees an expert with a sword, and he has to compete with others whether they agree or not. Slap. Ghostface clapped his hands. Behind the 3 came the sound of breaking ground, and a mahogany coffin painted with talismans was drilled vertically out of the ground. Sea Snake by the coffin emitted on the influence of the fury of the pretty face slightly white, good fierce fury. With a bang, the lid of the coffin fell to the ground, and a body with a naginata and red Japanese armor moved out. Raised a bit short, but there are plenty of consumables, so it's enough. Ghostface hemmed and hawed, pleased with his masterpiece. The wolf's head glanced away, boring. Ghostface thought of something again and opened his mouth to ask, that said, the most difficult bones to gnaw on have been given to us, that His Highness the King of Songs people won't have any problems, right? Chapter 53 Battles. Gusu ancestral land of the Zhao family. The once weathered village is now a bustling town. Before entering the town you can already smell the lingering scent of plant dyes being boiled for silk. The Zhao family started by silk, now although the dominance of the silk cloth business, but never dared to lose the craft, still inherited from generation to generation. Outside the ancient town, a black-clad swordsman ghostly wandered in. King of Song Shinjingyu's private death squad black sword. The leader of the black-clothed swordsman drew his long sword on his back and stared, slaughter. With a sway of his body, the dark shadows swooped towards the ancient town like dodo crows. Many Zhao family members only heard the door of the room was kicked open with a bang, and in a daze, a long sword was used to seal their throats. Boo! What's wrong? A black-clad swordsman asked in a low voice as he saw his companion standing still in front of the door and stepped forward. That companion sidestepped, and this black-clothed swordsman only felt a stench hitting his face, contrasting with the residual fragrance that filled the courtyard. By the light of the moon, the pupils behind the black-clothed swordsman's face armor shook, the modest house was piled with hay, and a dozen dry and thin young girls huddled in the corners gazing at him and his companions in horror. The young girls wore rags and linen clothes, all kinds of scars were clearly visible on their bare slender arms, and a pair of small hands had long left colors that could not be washed away due to long time soaking in dyes. The black-clad swordsman frowned. Slaves? The rags and linen clothes are somehow ironic compared to the expensive silk still drying in the courtyard. They're not the target. The companion's voice was a little hoarse. Leave them here? The black-clad swordsman's frown tightened. Please. Don't. Leave us here. The young girl at the front of the room rose sharply at the words, tripping over the chains under her feet and falling back onto the hay. The young girl forcefully climbed up, staring at the black-clothed swordsman's hand still dripping blood. Longs for the long sword in the eyes actually penetrated the feelings of longing. Even if it kills us. Please don't leave us here again. The young girl laughed in despair, and her eyes, which had long ago become lifeless, darkened until they were dead. The other young girls, without speaking, had already made the same decision. For the first time, the black-clothed swordsman felt that the sword in his hand could be so heavy. Have you forgotten my usual teachings? Draw your swords without emotion. Lord Chief? The two were startled. The black-clothed old man who appeared at an unknown time coldly swept a glance at the young girls. It's a pity that the age of these female children is no longer suitable for practicing martial arts. Give them to the Northam Chamber of Commerce. After saying that, the black-clothed old man floated away with his toes on the ground. There was still a big battle waiting for him here. Lord Chief. Gusa Yangtze Riverbank. Zip. The fire had broken the masts and hit a few unlucky people. The air was mixed with the sickening smell of blood and burning, and the wide river surface had been dyed nearly half red. Shouting and killing sounds in the fortress and on the big ship remain, and both sides have long been as crazy as the devil, and will not stop until they are dead. Ha 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 ha. Wind Demon Oro tore off his tattered sleeves, revealing the upper half of his body, which had long since been dyed red with blood, and squeezed words rawly in a sardonic grin. Swordsman, your dropping of the sword is very good. Unfortunately. It's not fast enough. Long-bearded man half kneeling on the sword, the blood in his chest and beard sticking, several times to get up and trembling kneeling, the body has reached the limit. He didn't understand. I wonder why the Japanese in front of me are so strong. He hated why his sword couldn't be any faster. He's not willing. Is it always true that unwillingness to be gifted outweighs effort? Spark STH. Pop. A large hand pressed on the long-bearded man's shoulder. Second, good job, leave the rest to Big Brother. Zhao Qi flung his wrist in an icy tone. Big Brother. The long-bearded man was stunned. Yossi, you are better than him. Wind Demon Oro grinned, his eyes full of excitement. Can't go wrong. Zhao Qi, the great lord of the Three Rivers walled city. Heads are worth 3,000 taels. Twice as expensive as that swordsman. Dang. Zhao Qi was just about to open his mouth to ask who the other party was instructed by when a blood-red figure suddenly arrived from the sky. Knife Corpse turned to look at Zhao Qi with a human head in his hands. Lao San? Zhao Qi froze for a second as he looked at the human head, and instantly roared in anger with his eyes wide open. Three River Walled City, Three Walled City, Three Walled City Lords. Zhao Qi, master of the Great Walled City, Zhao Xian, master of the Second Walled City, and Zhao Kai, master of the Third Walled City. The three of them are blood brothers. Together, the three have climbed to where they are today by sheer strength. Although they were collateral lineages, the three of them had a status in the Zhao family that far exceeded that of a normal direct lineage. Lao San. Zhao Xian stared wide-eyed and coughed out another large mouthful of blood in anger, his breath once again wilting quite a bit. The knife corpse threw away its head. The blade of the naginata in its hand was aimed at Zhao Qi, and it attacked with a cannon shot from its feet. I want you dead. Zhao Qi's arms muscles bulged, his true qi swirling around the fist's blades, and his feet stepped down to attack with them. In a flash, the knife corpse was punched in the abdomen and flew backwards into the large ship on the pier. Lao air, run. With one strike, Zhao Qi twisted his head and shouted in a low voice. 1-on-2, he wasn't sure he could beat that. But one must be whacked. Zhao Xian knew that he was now a liability, and staying would only put his big brother in danger, burning his life to turn around and vanish towards the distance. Baka! Wind Demon Oro was furious that his 1,500 taels of silver ran away. Blame it on the asshole in the armor. But he didn't remember bringing such a guy on his ship. The knife corpse revealed itself from the large ship's opening and once again leapt up to lift the knife and slash down towards Zhao Qi. Die! Zhao Qi ignored Wind Demon Oro as stage jumped towards the blade corpse. Baka! Realizing that he was being ignored, Wind Demon Oro got even more angry. Boom! Suddenly, a green-colored blade chi with the power of breaking the river came across, and all the Ronin and water thieves in the fight along the way were swallowed up. Wind Demon Oro was shocked. Baka Step Essence concentrated a little full strength to draw the sword and chopped out a purple blade wave and it against the bombardment. The collision of the two overbearing and extreme forces stirred up dozens of meters of water from the surface of the river. Interesting. The water splash turned into a rain curtain falling between the wolf head had already stood not far from Wind Demon Delang with two swords. What do you mean by that? At a glance, Wind Demon Dara recognized that the person in front of him was the Honorable Lord Gold. Without a word, the wolf head released a killing intent to indicate his intention. Want to kill me? Your Excellency can try. Wind Demon Oro's heart sank as he took up a stance with his sword in both hands. Both sides of the body shape at the same time, a flash against a touch, separate and then touch. Sparks splashed, dazzling sword shadow interlaced between the two have attacked dozens of moves difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. In the distance, Zhao Xian, who has already evaded thousands of meters, suddenly stopped, and a red silhouette in front of him has been waiting for a long time. Sea Snake drew his thin sword. Zhao family, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth. They in Chamber of Commerce. It was the warmth of summer and the brook was babbling through the green forest. Liaodong 20 miles outside Guanshan City Qinjuan's camp. Report. A Wushuishi messenger entered the center army tent with quick steps. In the tent, the bearded youth wearing a fire-red robe opened his bloodshot eyes. What is it? Report to His Highness, King Jin. An urgent order for 1,000 miles. Shinjunyan stood up with a huff and grabbed the jade slip from the messenger's hands. A moment later, Shinjunyan laughed out loud in excitement. Good. 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 Pass the word. The entire army is on the move. At dawn, attack the city. Chapter 51. After tonight, there will be no more Gusu Zhao family. Gusu Yangtze Riverbank. Along the banks of the houses collapsed, the blazing fire has climbed up the main fortress, the flag toppled, floating bodies in the river, proudly on the Yangtze River bank of the Three Rivers fortress has now been reduced to a human inferno. Clang! There was a clear sound at the dock, long surrounded by fire, and half of the blade spun and nailed itself to the boards. Wind Demon Dailang stared blankly at the hand interrupting the sword and smiled ruefully, squeezing the words, "It is I who have lost." The wolf's head slashed through the wooden crate beside him, and the tip of the blade lifted a slender steel blade and flung it in front of Wind Demon Oro. Go on! The air was dead silent for 2 seconds before Wind Demon Oro reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword, roaring in a fit of rage, "Father! The Wind Demon family! There are no cowards! My whole life! Never needed those old guys to judge." The wolf had frowned. Without Sea Snake as a translator, he simply couldn't understand what the other party was gibbering about. However, he could feel that Wind Demon Oro's just disheveled battle spirit had been rekindled, if not more so. "I, for one, will not ask you for mercy." Wind Demon Darrow set up his stance and squeezed the word. The head of the wolf sniffed and threw off the white ink robe, 2 green ons like swimming dragons wrapped around the double knife. He would return to the other side of his own full strength. Wind Demon Family Blade Technique Ultimate Upanishad Sky Destroying Divine Dance. Wind Demon Oro preempted, instantly to the wolf head 3 steps in front of the hands of the steel sword across the waist, the whole body strength convergence point to draw and chop. Fast. Very fast. The axiom of this move was to be fast, to transcend one's own limits, and to bear the pain of the collapse of the flesh to cut out the surefire strike. The steel blade slashed horizontally across the wolf head's body, and the rounded purple blade chi transformed into blooming ripples that swept across the land. The knife chi destroys the main fortress, chopping through the might of the main fortress without decreasing, bombarded in the distant cliff wall. Boom! Smoke spewed, buildings crumbled, and the towering main fortress slowly tilted toward the river. A long time, the Wind Demon Dalong still stiff in place to maintain the swinging chopping posture, the whole body continues to ooze out of the bloodline like a hellish ghost, the steel sword in the hands of the empty hilt, the blade body has long been unable to withstand the extreme power of the collapse of the flying. Stumpy, defeated again. Is this what death feels like? The cherry blossoms in my hometown. It's blooming. Wind Demon Dara looked towards the black longsword stuck in his chest and closed his eyes and died. Tread. The wolf's head floated like a floating cloud and landed behind Wind Demon Oro, letting the flowing blood soak the hem of his coat. Old wolf, you don't want to die. Ghostface stepped into the air and landed couldn't help but break out into a curse. The wolf head's waist slanting upward, a gruesome wound is that eye-catching, turn around tugging vaguely visible viscera, let a person look at the shudder. I won. The wolf head tilted its head slightly with some pride. Ghostface was dumbfounded, he could no longer think of any words to curse this guy with. Yes. You win. You can almost get split in half by your opponent if you win, right? It was the first time he had ever seen a wolf leader so badly injured. Also, is this guy truly painless? To this day, he still has that cold, face-palmed face, and his eyes reveal a kind of bashfulness about life. Ghostface didn't want to continue with the nonsense, and drew a talisman in the air with one finger, smoothly tearing off the clothing around the wolf head's wound. Chang Tsubaki Gumi Paste. The talisman pasted on the wolf head's wound erupted with amazing life force, but in a moment, the horrible wound was wrapped in a layer of bark. My medical skills are far inferior to that guy. 100 seasons. First use the art to stabilize your injuries, slowly recuperate your injuries, don't use the great restorative pill, it's quite expensive, you can't move your sword during this period of time, leave this place to me. Ghostface sighed and spoke in the tone of an old father. Aha! The head of the wolf answered faintly, glancing slightly disgustedly at the bark attached to his own wound, and stepped forward to pull his own blade from Wind Demon Oro's chest. You're a good swordsman. Ghostface turned his head at the sound of the voice, and after partnering with Wolfhead for so long, he knew that the word good was Wolfhead's second highest evaluation of others. Boo! Two figures suddenly jumped out of the main fortress, which had already smashed heavily on the river, and entangled themselves in the air. The sword corpse hissed and swung his naginata at the ever-attacking iron fists. Life burning. Zhao Qi's eyes dripped with blood as his fist swung at an ever-increasing speed, wildly bombarding the body of the knife corpse like a raging storm. Dead. He wants to avenge Lao San. He didn't believe he couldn't beat this monster. Corpse explosion. The dry body of the knife corpse on the verge of collapse instantly swelled up. Boom! With a flash of white light and a thunderous explosion, the purple corpse poison became a fog that completely wrapped Zhao Qi. Ahem! Zhao Qi was completely unprepared and inhaled a large mouthful of necrotic poison between gasps. During the gap between his body's descent, Zhao Qi combed the churning qi and blood in his body, trying to push his true qi to force out the corpse poison. Take advantage of your illness. The large, bandaged hand stabbed Zhao Qi's heart with precision from behind his back, stirring it with force. Zhao Qi's mouth opened wide, only to hear Ghostface's voice in his ears. That's a good cross-dressing body. Click. Ghostface pinched open Zhao Qi's mouth to control him to inhale all of the corpse poison that was about to float away into his belly. Winning. We won. In the fortress, the surviving group of water thieves cheered after the last Japanese was killed by random arrows. Those Japanese caught them by surprise, but they were outnumbered. According to the usual training, quickly set up the military formation, shield soldiers in the front, crossbow soldiers in the back, let the Japanese all kinds of shouting cannot come over the slightest bit. Great Walled City. Great Walled City Lord. We've won. The water thieves shouted excitedly as they saw Zhao Qi move out of the sea of fire. Great Walled City Lord? What happened to you? One of the water thieves standing in front noticed that the state of his own big stronghold master was not quite right, and boldly went forward to ask. I don't think my own big walled city's stomach is that big, is it? Zhao Qi raised his head violently and stretched out his large hand to pinch the water thief's head. Performed a watermelon burst of juice in front of the water thieves. Da! Great Walled City? Roar! Zhao Qi raised his voice to the sky, as if he was a wolf entering a flock of sheep rushing straight towards a group of water thieves. In an instant, the cries of father and mother resurfaced, and Zhao Qi was killing like nobody's business. After tonight, there will be no more Sanjiangzai in Gusu. At the cliff, the wolf head who was tuning in opened his eyes to see a red-clothed sea snake carrying Zhao Xian's head over. Wolf firstborn, you're hurt? It's a healing elixir. Sea Snake approached with a shock and hurriedly threw away his head to pull out a bottle of healing elixir from his bosom and hand it over. Minor injuries. The wolf head was not polite and was slightly stunned after receiving the porcelain vase. A faint warmth and fragrance remained on the porcelain vase. Thanks. Taking the healing pill, the wolf head opened his mouth to thank him. Wolf firstborn is polite. Sea Snake's pretty face slightly reddened as she was stared at by the wolf head, and took 2 steps to the edge of the cliff to look down. Down there, it seems to be over. Aha! The wolf head's gaze suddenly flickered, and he saw a long white snake drilling out of nowhere to climb upwards around Sea Snake's long legs. White? Sea Snake was a bit surprised. Xiaobai was left behind by her at the Chamber of Commerce. How could he appear here? Xiaobai quickly climbed up the jade arm down the small head attached to the sea snake's palm, mouth slightly open, spit out a bamboo tube. Your pet? The wolf head inquired. The serpent nodded back, yes, wolf firstborn. Hiss. White kept spitting out snake letters as if he was complaining about some grievance. Sea Snake stroked little white snake head and comforted, it was Sister Rabbit's Dawn who sent you here, ah? Tough on you, little white. Open the bamboo tube. Sea Snake took out the letter paper, quickly read up, eyes flashed a happy color. The wolf was born first, and the ancestral land of the Zhao family has been destroyed. Chapter 52, The Last Barrier to Homecoming. The sky shattered and broke, and the morning sun shimmered through the windflowers onto the vast grasslands. Your Highness, are you really going to let those two sentinel eagles follow us all the way? Xianwu raised his eyes to gaze at the two black dots hovering above them. The whistling eagle, a raptor raised by barbarians specifically to scout and kill carrier pigeons and birds of prey. From a young age, it should be fed a special potion so that its eyesight, endurance, speed far beyond the other eagles, coupled with a secret method can be shared with the eagle trainer's field of vision. The battlefield situation can be readily understood at any time during the war. Unfortunately, the high elimination rate, coupled with the expensive potions, resulted in each whistling eagle being extremely valuable. To actually have two sentinel eagles follow the six of them on this journey, it was clear that the barbarians were in a bit of a hurry now. Let them follow, take a break first. Shen Yiyan walked to a boulder, lifted his robe and sat down, and began to look at the beauty of the grassland. Seeing this, the four hidden disasters also found a place to sit or stand and rest. This set of operations by the five people will not make Zhenbu whole. Gentlemen, we are close to Sibei City, but we are still in barbarian territory, and behind us, I don't know how many barbarian experts are chasing after us at full speed. With a break in his thoughts, Zhenbu wondered what he was doing thinking so much all of a sudden. When he was in the god's capital, if he hadn't thought so much about himself, he wouldn't have run slower than the five, and he wouldn't have endured the rounds of bombardment from the four guardian knights all by himself. He had now realized one thing: when he was with Shen Yiyan, he only needed to follow His Highness's footsteps closely without thinking much. Xianwu walked up thickly and sat on the other corner of the boulder. Your Highness, we are about 20 miles away from Sibei City. Aha! Shen Yiyan nodded in response and looked at the distant horizon, not knowing what he was thinking. The six just rested hard for a column of time under the eyes of the two sentinel eagles. Almost done, Divine Sovereign, shoot down those two annoying sentry hawks. Shen Yiyan stood up and moved his muscles. Xianwu froze. Why didn't he shoot just now? Yes, Your Highness. Tapping the long black wooden box on his back, a gust of gears twisting sounded as the Divine Sovereign reached out and took out a folding bow. Along with the true chi infusion of a golden bowstring head and tail connected, folding bow full form displayed in front of a few people. Xuanwu confused, Hui bow? No, it's an imitation? The Divine Sovereign ignored Xuanwu's fuss and raised his head to draw the bowstring full to condense the arrow with his chi. Whoosh! 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 Dow Dow golden beam through the air. The two sentinel eagles want to hide, but there is nowhere to hide, only to drink hate. The corner of Xuanwu's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he had seen such lousy archery skills, but he could not help the fact that people had large quantities of it. Xianwu, have you ever eaten a whistling hawk? Back to Your Highness, I've eaten it once. It's not good. The meat is very faggy and has a medicinal flavor. Xuanwu thought about it and returned very seriously. After so many years of being stationed on the northern frontier, he had actually eaten a whistling eagle once, and it tasted like a very wooded chicken breast cooked in an unknown broth. Keep going then. Shen Yiyan sniffed and stopped. He also thought that if the flavor was good, he could bring it back and taste it with his silly girl. 6 people continue on the road, but 3 or 4 miles up a hill, the field of vision opened up, but see thousands of meters away from the flags cover the sky, and from a distance to see the head of the people saved than the ants moving more dense. A huge flag of the barbarian kingdom fluttered in the center, and the identity of the other party was self-evident. More than 30,000 allied troops formed a bronze wall that became the last barrier for the six to return to Deqian. If the six insisted on rushing over, the district's 30,000 people could not stop them at all without an expert in attendance. But if someone doesn't want to charge through and try to bury these 30,000 plus allied troops. The dragon abyss in Shen Yiyan's hand trembled continuously with excitement. Wanting Yi Burn to return to Tianwu City after Sibei City was worry-free. Allowing the barbarians to cause civil unrest was not stable enough. The 20,000 barbarian soldiers stationed year-round outside Sibei City must be cleared out. He was actually betting on it, on whether the barbarian soldiers stationed after the sentry eagle spotted them would react. It doesn't matter if you don't react, then go the extra mile and kill them in their barracks. I just didn't realize that 20,000 barbarian soldiers, now turned into more than 30,000, increased the private soldiers of the nobles? Shin Ian's eyes narrowed as he noticed that the fluttering barbaric flags were mixed with flags of other colors and logos. Xian Wu, can you shake people? Your Highness, what is a shaker? Xuan Wu somewhat failed to understand its meaning for a moment. Just calling for reinforcements. So that's how it is, but Your Highness, there are no experts among these 30,000 people. The 5 of us will open the way and ensure that Your Highness rushes through safely. Xuan Wu arched his hand and said. Shin Ian shook his head. Xuan Wu, this king is tired of running. Zhenbu, huh? Your Highness, what do you want this time? Your Highness, why don't I carry you? Xuan Wu held his tongue for a moment and said quietly. Shin Ian continued to shake his head. You shake people first. Okay. Xuan Wu pulled out a square and after instilling his true chi to activate it, a living organ bird fluttered its wings and flew up. Jubilee. Urgent. Help. The machine bird recorded the 4 words and then fluttered its wings in the direction of Sibei City. Do you have a faster way of shaking someone? Yes, but Your Highness, it's too far away from Sibei City to be seen. You used it first. Alright, Your Highness. In the Allied army, the sitting general couldn't help but get a little annoyed when he saw the 6 standing motionless on the hillside and ordered, let the slave army charge up and drain their strength. Knock, knock, knock. The war drums beat. 2 openings appeared in the square formation formed by the Allied forces, and 2,000 slave troops rushed towards the 6 people like mad dogs with their old weapons. The Great Prince has orders. Regardless of their status, if they can kill any one of these 6, they will be crowned a count and rewarded with a city. It's like a step up for them slaves. A mere 6 people, so what if they were stronger? They were thousands of people, they could pile up and kill one. Whoosh! Pop! A red firework suddenly rose and exploded high in the sky, the pattern not very visible in the sunlight. Sibei City. The north city gates are wide open. Follow this general to kill the barbarians. Yi Burn went out first, with a blood-colored divine steed at his hip, a black ink halberd in his hand, and 5,000 Dechen iron horsemen following behind him. He vaguely guessed the purpose of the barbarians when the adjutant reported that the barbarian army had begun to gather, nay the gathering had taken a little longer, and he hoped it would not be slow. They're releasing a distress signal. Archers at the ready. The barbarian general laughed harshly. This indicated that these 6 Shenren powerhouses were already going to run out of stamina after running all night and were attempting to put up one last struggle. If he took the heads of these 6 men, the dukedom would be within his reach. Your Highness, leave these stragglers to me. Xuan Wu flung it in his hand, and the 4-pronged Xian meteor whip transformed into a several-meter-long lightning whip, leaving a clearly visible burn mark on the grass. There is no hurry. Shinian raised his eyebrows. His divine sense swept like radar over a dozen miles in a radius after he sensed Yi Burn's presence, as well as the 5,000 iron riders. It would be much easier for the 6 plus Yi Burn and the 5,000 iron horsemen to beat the 30,000 allied troops of the barbarians. He himself had shared the old man's worries and difficulties, but he could not imagine that the old man would be able to help out at the critical moment. Hundreds of ages. Divine Monarch. Don't let them come within 100 paces. Shin Ian recognized the barbarian general's scheme at a glance, which was nothing more than letting the slave army serve as cannon fodder and using a rain of arrows to sneak in when they were caught up in the slave army's self-care. Yes, Your Highness. The divine monarch opened his folding bow and a beam of light shot out to explode continuously in the slave army. Bai Shi was even more simple and rough. His 10 fingers spread out to transform into a humanoid gatling, and countless true chi bullets shot out from his fingertips. A constant bombardment, a constant strafing, showing the aesthetics of modern warfare. In the blink of an eye, a large number of slave army died tragically under the cooperation of the 2. As the saying goes, catching a thief is the first thing you do. The chakra locked onto the barbarian general. Long Yuan. Go! Chapter 53. 1,000 horsemen breaking the formation. The barbarian general could not hide the anger in his eyes when he saw the slave army fall like wheat before they could get close. Waste is waste after all. Put. Before the word arrow was uttered, streams of light had already broken through the air and came through 1,000 troops. Put. The adjutant general instinctively closed his eyes, and the fishy, hot paste of his face rolled off his horse as a great head rolled off. Where the streams of light swept by, people tumbled and horses neighing. Sword Shi hung in the air and stirred. The flagpole was chopped off as much as possible, and a large flag was covered down, startling the barbarian soldiers into restlessness. Archers! Release the arrows! Seeing his family's flag chopped to the ground, a noble chieftain was shocked and furious, and drew his sword to command his square. A sparse round of arrows were fired, and the other noble commanders saw this and ordered arrows to be released. Roar! A rain of arrows covering the sky. Streams of light instantly dragon roar loudly, heaven and earth suddenly dark, 100 feet of dragon body prancing between for the coalition army to cover a layer of shadow. The black dragon covers the sun. Ding dong ding dong. The sharp arrows in the sky were constantly touching sparks on the black dragon scales, and the several rounds of arrow rain were all blocked by the huge dragon body. On the battlefield, everyone subconsciously raised their heads to stare blankly at the black dragon in the sky with a thick killing aura. Dragon. Xuanwu's sidelong glance, Susu's morning wind brushes the grass and will be that gray and white robe blowing dance, bronze mask covers the face so that people cannot see what kind of emotions this Chu Wangwang His Highness is at this time. Don't be afraid. These are all illusions formed by the dryads using evil magic. In the allied army, the general was dead, and the vice-general wiped away a handful of hot blood to take over the command and hurriedly voiced out to stabilize the military. Formation. The vice-general hurriedly rolled over and dismounted his horse to hide between the barbarian soldiers and shouted, fearing that the stream of light would fly and take away his head. Dun 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 dun. 8 war drums were beating, 20,000 barbarian soldiers began to shrink their square formation, several mages hidden among them unfolded their magic formations and began to chant group increase magic, the breath of the barbarian soldiers immediately soared, and their bodies began to glow with colorful light effects. Ahead, 2,000 slave army has been completely routed, one more step is one more step into hell, limbs flying in many slave armies will has completely collapsed towards the direction of the allied forces to escape. What kind of bull is it to grant a marquee and reward a city? All they want now is to live, even if they still retain their status as slaves. Forward. The adjutant general waved his hand. The current situation could not be delayed any longer, and he did not dare to bet on whether the Qian army defending Sibei City would come out of the city to help. If the interception fails, I am afraid that even if I survive, I won't be able to pass the Great Prince's hurdle. The rhythm of the drums accelerated, and with a neat pace, the battle formation of 20,000 barbarian soldiers was like a huge chariot constantly advancing forward. Shen Yian frowned slightly, actually hiding a great magician Tianwu who was proficient in concealment magic. No wonder a few mages suddenly appeared. With the qi replenishing pill in his mouth, the divine sovereign shot an arrow with all his might, but it was resisted by a barrier made up of a layer of 6-pronged blocks, and the two forces hedged against each other, merely causing the barrier to quake slightly. Shen Yian raised his hand to call back Long Yuan. The effect of the battle formation is to bring together the power of all people as a whole. Several mages advance with the battle formation. Want to kill them, have to break the battle formation. Want to break the battle formation in addition to a larger volume of stronger battle formation with which hard. Want to rely on the power of the individual unless he or she casts a dome fall again. But we're not two armies facing each other. Who would be stupid enough to fight you guys? Wait for the barbarian army to approach. Shen Yian transmitted his voice to the 5. These 20,000 barbarian soldiers were in a battle formation, but there were still more than 10,000 noble allies exposed in the rear. The barbarians have always had a flawed chain of command for their allied armies, especially when joined by mercenary groups and noble armies. Except for a small number of noble commanders who would listen to the general commander's mobilization, most of the noble commanders would choose to wait for an opportunity. The most ridiculous thing is the vassal army. They only listen to the orders of the people they are attached to. Even the barbarian army marshal can't command them. The battle formation was less than 300 meters away from the 6, and that overwhelming sense of oppression came straight at the 6. 200 meters. 100 meters. The 6 people unannounced, the 3-3 split towards the 2 wings of the battle formation, swept and ran away. The adjutant general was alarmed to see the 6 men running apart, cavalry. The battle formation opened 2 gaps, and 2 groups of cavalrymen stabbed out like lances in direct pursuit of the 6 men. At the back, a group of noble commanders were a bit flustered when they saw the 6 of them rushing around the battle formation. They were waiting to pick up the pieces, and they completely didn't anticipate that the target would turn out to be themselves. Release the arrows. Release the arrows. Infantry forward. Stop them. Cavalry. One of the noble commanders at the very back looked down at the constantly trembling stones on the ground in a daze. Rumble. Only the deafening sound of horses' hooves came from far and near from behind. Looking back, dust rose to the sky and a large flag waving in the wind appeared from the hillside. The flag is so distinctive with its large golden letters. Dry. Dakian. Formation. Yi Bern noticed the battle formation of the barbarian soldiers, raised his halberd and drank. The 5,000 iron horsemen continuously released scarlet killing intent as thick as watery pulp, quickly closing in on the center to form a cone shape. In a trance, these 5,000 or so people transformed into a scarlet halberd were killing from the other side of the grassland in a single move. The Qian army. It's the Qian army. That noble commander lost his voice and shouted. The already disorganized squares became even more chaotic at the sound. There's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. The battle formation commanded by the vice general was still struggling to turn around, and there was no time to care about them. Ha ha ha. Already rushed to the evil to laugh loudly will be the whole body of the majestic true chi condensed into the astral convergence and the palm heart, a palm launched. Boom! The astral force stirred away, and in a flash of white light there was an additional hundreds of meters of bloody road on the grassland. Not far away, thunder crackled, and more than 10 barbarian soldiers with their shields were cut off between the sweeps of the thunder whip. A little farther away, several buckets of thick water snakes scurried out of the light blue sleeve robes to frantically strangle the four directions. God! Save us! Please save us! A noble chieftain broke down. These 6 must be evil spirits from the underworld. Many of the barbarian soldiers wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape the 8 gilt basilisk swords that were as swift as wind and thunder. With the 6 of them striking out with all their might, they hardened themselves and killed a vacuum in the surroundings of more than 10,000 barbarian soldiers. More than 10,000 noble allied troops had lost nearly half of them in less than half a cup of tea, and the pursuing cavalry not only didn't injure 6 people, but instead completely disorganized the formation of the noble allied troops. Shen Yian raised his sword and rolled up the majestic sword chi in a fan shape of dozens of feet like a titanic pressure to shoot down. The earth crumbled, and even directly wiped out a barbarian troop formation. Hidden disaster guarded aside, all the rushing barbarian soldiers could not come close to Shen Yian within 10 paces. Kill! Yi Burn's roar was ear-shattering. Shen Yian looked sideways. 5,000 iron horsemen quickly passed through the coalition of nobles and charged straight towards the battle formation. By now the battle formation had already turned around to successfully meet the incoming 5,000 iron cavalry. Yi Burn was the first to go, and his halberd heavily bombarded that barrier. From a distance, as if a golden chariot and a blood-red halberd ruthlessly collided together, the two sides do not give way to each other to start the crazy wrestling. 28 Heavens Infinite. Shen Yian's fingers and sword erected in front of his chest, his eyes have actually turned into the same pale blue color as Yi Lian's when he opened his eyes. The tens of thousands of swords on the battlefield suddenly chimed in unison, and countless long swords glowing with white awns hung in the air at the behest of his sword intent. Go! The 10,000 swords were ordered to form a wild stream from all directions towards the crazy bombardment on top of the battle formation. For a time, the golden chariot that had originally still had the upper hand suddenly fell into a state of decline, and the impenetrable barrier began to show dense cracks under the combined impact of the two superlative forces. Inside the battle formation, the sole archmagic instructor had almost dried up his magic power in order to maintain the barrier, and his hand holding the staff was trembling. The other barbarian soldiers were even more miserable. Their chests were like hammered, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Top it! Hold on! Victory belongs to the Empire. The vice admiral held back the chakra that was churning to attempt to use the spiritual victory method. Break! Shen Yian lightly drank, and the dragon abyss turned into the last straw that crushed the camel, instantly shattering the barrier. The barrier is broken. Yi Burning gathered the power of the battle formation and swept a halberd across thousands of troops, killing the enemy formation like no one's business. 20,000 barbarian soldiers were engulfed by a torrent of 5,000 iron horsemen in a devastating manner. That sole grand magical instructor was also picked up and nailed to the ground by Yi Burning's halberd. The sun is high in the sky. The great battle finally fell into the end. The barbarian corpses flat spread the large grassland. In addition to the rout of a small part of the barbarian soldiers, more than 30,000 allied forces annihilated most of the half. Their own side wounded more than 100 people, no deaths. Such a monstrous achievement is enough to allow a small soldier to step up to the Golden Palace to meet Emperor Wu. Yi Burn steered his horse with his blood-dripping halberd in front of the 6, and with a sweep of his gaze, he noticed Qianwu. Lord Xuanwu! Xuanwu exclaimed, General Yi. What a timely arrival! If Yi Burn hadn't come to support them, the 6 would have been afraid of a bitter battle today. Yi Burning grinned, Lord Xuanwu, can I leave this place to you to take care of the aftermath? You? I'm a bit anxious to go home. Yi Burn's sentence left Qianwu dumbfounded. Going home? By the way, he did instruct the Vermilion Bird to give a few words to Yi Burn. If he and the others returned on time, Yi Burn could depart immediately. Qianwu's remaining light glanced at Shen Yian beside him and sighed inwardly. After all, he was His Highness's future husband, and now that His Highness was present, it was simply impossible to refuse. General Yi, don't worry about going back, leave this place to me. Thank you, Lord Xuanwu. Yi Burn smiled even more broadly, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he galloped his horse alone towards Sibei City. Xuanwu, the king is leaving as well. Shen Yian looked at Yi Burn's distant back and suddenly laughed. Your Highness, where are you going? Xuanwu froze and opened his mouth to inquire. Go home. Chapter 54 Hindsight on the way home. 5,000 iron horsemen finished scavenging the loot, each carrying a bag of battle merit, had already walked away, leaving Xuanwu empty at the same place. Mr. Xianwu, what is the reason for calling me here? A fiery red figure dropped out of the air as Jubilee closed off his sense of smell and took 3 quick steps, seeing as he hated the fishy odor that punged around him. Burn the body. Xianwu rode back on a barbarian warhorse. Ha! Burn them all? Vermilion Bird froze as she looked around at the corpses of the barbarian soldiers roaming the hills. Burn them all. Xianwu nodded his head. This place was very close to Sibei City. In order to avoid the spread of the plague, it was better for the corpses to be burned as much as possible. Okay. Jubilee answered helplessly, knowing that the other party had called herself here for nothing good. Black smoke covered the sky, and bursts of roasted meat aroma filled the grassland, but unfortunately the duo who had closed their sense of smell did not smell it. Mr. Xuanwu, the barbarian lord, is dead? Vermilion Bird turned around and asked. Zhenbu, who was looking into the distance, looked back. Well, dead. It seemed that the barbarian civil unrest had already begun, or else it was impossible that no barbarian experts had come after them until now. The 3 kings vying for the throne that was staged by the Great Qian back then was almost replicated once again in the barbarian kingdom. Did that masked guy really kill them? Jubilee continued to ask. That's right. There's even such a character in the Jianghu? Vermilion Bird's brows were tightly knit. He naturally noticed the 3,000 sword intent penetrating the sky last night. Combining the information known now, his brain raced and began to think about what famous sword-using experts there were in the Jianghu. The 4 great sword immortals? Or the sword saints? It certainly wasn't them. Jubilee quickly dismissed it. If such a sword cultivation was displayed in the Jianghu, he was afraid that he could easily become the 5th sword immortal. What are you thinking about? That's His Majesty's man. Xuanwu interrupted Jubilee with a voice. I was just curious. Jubilee scratched her head in embarrassment. Ugh, these past few days have exhausted me. I need to rest for a while. Xuanwu suddenly sighed. Ha! Jubilee felt bad at once. Xianwu first. Hiya! Not waiting for the words to be finished, Xuanwu had already steered his horse and scurried out more than 10 feet away in a puff of smoke. Vermilion Bird. Sibei City. Northam Chamber of Commerce Chapter. Song Jinuan, who was eating his lunch, was once again forced to spit out his food when he heard the report from the Chamber of Commerce fellow. Song Jinuan was all but helpless. These gentlemen had stepped precisely on his meal again. After a simple lunch, the 4 people of Hidden Disaster gathered in Shen Ian's room. 100 seasons laboriously go to Gusu again. Ghostface has just sent an urgent message. Wolfhead has been seriously injured and needs you to go and take a look. Shen Ian's face was slightly grave. He didn't expect the Gusu Zhao family to have such an expert who could seriously injure the wolf head. No hard work, Your Highness. It just so happens that I haven't seen Ghostface in a long time either. Baishir smiled faintly, but let a few hints of impishness be seen in the smile. Hidden Disaster, who all still has a mission now? Shen Ian looked at Hidden Disaster. Hidden Disaster pulled out a palm-sized folded book and read it carefully before reporting. Back to Your Highness, Ghostface, Wolfhead, Greenfish, Candle Dragon, and Red Underworld are all currently on a mission. Ask Xingyu, Candle Dragon, and Red Underworld about the progress of their quests when they return to Tianwu City. Yes, Your Highness. Shen Ian took out a wooden box and handed it to Baishir. This is a small returning Dan. If the wolfhead's injury worsens, give him to serve. Really can't, then give him to eat. The great returning Dan. 2 kinds of great medicine plus your medical skills, even if he really to the King of Hades, can also pull back for him. I understand, Your Highness. Baze took the wooden box with both hands. Evil Lie, Divine Monarch, after you go back and arrange the following things, then depart to come to Sky Marshal City to find this king. And 100th, if things in Gusu have stabilized, you and Ghostface and the 2 of them will also come to Tianwu City to look for this king. Aside from the hidden calamity, the 3 divine monarchs were all stunned, not understanding what their own highness's intentions were with this. His Highness looks like he wants to gather all the hidden guards. With all of the hidden guards assembled, this battle force was an absolutely explosive existence when looking at the entire world. Could it be that Your Highness wants to? Hiss. Other than that, they really couldn't think for a moment what His Highness wanted. At 12 o'clock the king will follow up by having the hidden plague notify them. I also don't know how well Mendu has prepared the invitations. After explaining things, Shen Ian muttered. Invitation? The 3 divine monarchs keenly captured the key words. Shen Ian raised his eyes and noticed the somewhat wonderful expressions of the 3 people, especially Wicked Lie, whose eyes seemed to be glaring out. Did the Hidden Disaster not speak to you? The 3 shook their heads in unison. They had no idea what was going on. Shen Ian laughed dumbly. Don't think too much. Summoning you is not to do something big. This king is getting married next month, so I'll arrange for you to have a feast and dabble in the joy together." The three people's expressions got even better. His Highness is about to get married, but they just found out now. Almost at the same time again, the three of them turned their heads to stare at Hidden Plague. Hidden Disaster will silently twist his head to the side. "You guys didn't ask, what am I going to say? You've worked hard these days, take some time off." Shin Ian called Song Jinhwan after chatting with the crowd for a while longer. Make it clear in advance that he's not the kind of leader who just pontificates. At the beginning of the establishment of the Hidden Guard, there was an item of accumulating mission points, and the Hidden Disaster and others could return to the base camp of the Hidden Guard to spend the accumulated mission points and exchange them for the mission rewards they wanted from the treasury. "Lord!" Song Jinhwan came in and the main one was the groveling attitude. "This is a big boss, serve comfortably, maybe he can continue to climb up the ladder. Go and prepare more specialties from the northern border, I want to take them with me." Shin Ian opened his mouth. The northern border is a vast area and possesses many local specialties. Since he came on a trip he can't go back empty-handed, he can send some more to the old man and the Jingui Gongfu. The specialties of the barbarians, and he had bought some in Garland, he just didn't know if they were to the liking of the crowd. My lord. I'll go and make arrangements now." "Well, get down there." "Yes, lord." Song Jinhwan carefully exited the room. Not more than half a pillar of incense, Hidden Disaster appeared and reported, "Your Highness, the general's team has already left the city." "Leaving already? What a rush. Take a break and let's set off as well." Shin Ian sighed with a smile. In the afternoon, Song Jinhwan instructed the Chamber of Commerce fellows to fill the courtyard with the souvenirs purchased by type. "Lord!" Song Jinhwan saw Shin Ian go out and hurriedly greeted him. "Song Jinhwan, where are you from?" "Back to my lord, I am from Yan'an." "How long has it been since you've been back?" "Back to my lord, Junior hasn't gone back in 3 years." Song Jinhwan replied with some embarrassment. "Yan'an?" Shin Ian nodded. "You can go back more often when you have time." "I'll be sure to go back and check it out." Song Jinhwan's heart rejoiced, vaguely hearing the meaning of this lord's words. Shin Ian flung his sleeve robe, the breeze slightly flicked a yard of souvenirs all disappeared. Song Jinhwan's mouth opened wide in shock. What kind of divine means is this? Is the godly lord in front of you a god? In the evening, Song Jinhwan looked at the darkening sky and wondered a bit, "It's so late, why hasn't the lord summoned me to prepare the evening meal?" Only when the evening meal was ready did Song Jinhwan carefully come to the door of Shin Ian's room and whispered, "Lord, the evening meal is ready." "Lord?" After several soft calls, there was still no response, and the entire room was dark. Song Jinhwan thought for a long time before he dared to carefully push open the door to his room. The lord has gone. Gone? Opening the room of the divine monarch and the others, it was still empty, as if the five had disappeared into thin air. Phew! All gone. Song Jinhwan suddenly let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "Now I can always eat in peace." Chapter 55, Undecided, Walking a Silly Girl. His Highness has been away for more than 4 days, and I don't know when he will return. As the sun rose, Mendu stood in the empty courtyard inside. In the absence of His Highness, this royal residence has all gone cold for a few moments. "Mendu, prepare some food, the king is hungry." The door to the room suddenly opened, and Shin Ian's lazy voice came out. "Your Highness." "Your Highness?" Mendu twisted his head mechanically. "Your Highness. When did you?" "Well." Not waiting for Mendu to pull up his voice, Shin Ian probed a leaf through the air to seal Mendu's mouth. "Shoo. When has the king ever left a royal residence? But I have not been out of my room for the past few days due to ill health." Mendu nodded repeatedly with wide-eyed chickens pecking at his head. Shin Ian dispersed the force on the leaf before Mendu tried his best to lower his voice and asked, "Your Highness, when did you come back? Why don't you know to inform your subordinates?" "In the second half of the night, the king came back a little tired so he rested first." "Oh, what would you like to eat, Your Highness?" "My subordinate will go and arrange it right now." Mendu responded with a smile on his brow. He was naturally happy that His Highness was able to return safely. "You see to the arrangements. By the way, Mendu, can someone come to the door to find this king in these few days?" "Yes, Your Highness. The day before yesterday, Duke Du of the Yingui Gongfu and the scholar from the academy all came to see Your Highness. Yesterday King Song's palace came down and brought a set of gold cutlery for Your Highness, and this morning Miss Jinxiu from the Jingui Gongfu also made a trip. Shin Ian nodded. "Did they all say what it was about?" "Duke Du came to invite Your Highness to a banquet. The book boy came to ask why Your Highness hadn't gone to the academy yet. His Highness King Song heard that Your Highness's 10,000 gold body was ill and came to instruct Your Highness to recuperate, and Miss Jinxiu left after hearing the concierge say that the royal residence was closed to visitors." Mendu broke his fingers and returned truthfully. Shen Ian nodded after a brief moment of contemplation. Du Dunming and the book boy to find their own meaning clear, Shen Jingyu came to find their own must be about the Gusa side of things, as for Jinqiu undoubtedly on behalf of Li Yan to ask their own back yet. Okay, this king knows, you go ahead and arrange for food. Yes, your highness, my subordinate will go and make arrangements. After eating, the time was approaching noon, Shen Ian came to the study and summoned Hidden Disaster in Fu Shang. Fu Shang, have there been any unexpected visitors to the royal residence these days? Your highness, the day before yesterday, something dropped this in the pond of the royal residence, and an evil demon was sealed inside. Fu Shang presented a small blood-colored altar with both hands. The mouth of the altar was twisted with black rope, the top was sealed by a blood talisman, and it was no different from an ordinary altar except that it looked weird. This is... Shen Ian's eyes were filled with killing intent. After traveling the Jianghu for so many years, his experience had been enriched to a certain level. At a glance, I recognized this object as the Fury-Raising Altar, something that the group of sorcerers in the land of the ancient you often engage in. Shen Ian's big hand pressed on the altar and could sense that there was indeed a powerful evil demon in the altar, but the top of the altar was sealed by several blood talismans, and it was only trapped in the altar. It's really a Raising Fury altar. Shen Ian forced down the anger in his heart before he didn't crush the altar. In addition to its owner personally opening the seal and releasing the evil fury, this Raising Fury altar will either wait for an opportunity when the evil fury inside the altar is strong enough to break through the seal by itself. Opportunity. Your own big wedding? The evil fury mainly highlights the word fury, and even the joyful fury is nothing more than an assimilable alternative fury to them, the joyful fury. The king's big wedding, that scale and rehearsal how huge, monstrous happy gas have turned into a joyful break was absorbed by the altar of the evil break. Can imagine the strength of this evil break will skyrocket to the extent that this is trying to slaughter his entire Chuang Fu. The probability is a gang, the other side dares to do so, must have the method of covering up the sky and prepared for everything, otherwise the light Lu Wenchuan that pass will not be able to pass. Shen Ian took a deep breath. Very good, just came back and prepared a big gift for him. Fu Shang, what do you mean by something in your mouth? Not a person? Back to your highness, the other party disappeared after casting the Fury-Raising altar. Fu Shang truthfully recounted what he saw at the time. The night before last, he heard a strange noise coming from the water and went to check it out. When he arrived at the back garden, the water was still rippling. The black shadow in mid-air disappeared after a moment of trance. He dived into the pool and then found this Raising Fury altar. Can something that you can't detect also be an evil fury? Frowned Shen Ian. Evil fury is something like that. That gang of sorcerers have already raised flowers, and will raise some special evil fury for their dispensation according to different needs. Your highness, I'll go and dispose of this fiend-raising altar. Fu Shang volunteered to help. No, there's no rush, keep it safe, don't scare the snakes yet, wait for Ghostface and the others to come. Shen Ian condensed his voice. Ghostface was an expert in this area, and it wasn't difficult to find the owner of this fury-raising altar through the secret method. He had just thought about taking the altar and going to the heaven-shielding pavilion to find Lu Wenchuan. On second thought, this complicates things, it's better to keep it simple and rough. Whether it was the sorcerer who had cast the break or the person behind it, he was now very eager to talk to the other side face to face. It was just as well that when the big wedding was over, he would have time to talk more with his own master and discuss with him what was so wonderful about the land of the ancient you. Angry, wanting to cut someone down, there are quite a few things waiting to be done right now. Shen Ian calmed down his emotions and then explained, Hidden Disaster, notify the Chamber of Commerce to find more skilled carpenters, choose some good peachwood material to make 3,000 small peachwood swords with a foot-long handle, the faster the better. Hidden Disaster understood for a second what the 3,000 mahogany swords were for, and arched his hand. Yes, your highness. Borrowing a sword for 3,000, naturally you must return it for 3,000. Just thinking about this workload was enough to give Shen Ian a headache. Borrowing a sword is fun for a while, but returning it is exhausting. Shen Ian's fingers kept tapping on the desktop, and after thinking for half an incense stick of time, he didn't think of anyone who had such a high hate value for himself. Those few families wouldn't be so stupid. This is not in their interest at all. They wouldn't dare to gamble on whether or not the old master would be able to find out about them. The current martial emperor is not the martial emperor of that year. First there was the assassin's attack, and then there was the raising of the Fury altar. If the former was considered a test, the latter was a complete attempt to eradicate himself and the Yi family. If everything develops as expected by the other party, and the entire royal family is slaughtered by the evil fiend, the hat of the calamity will be completely on Yi Lian's head, and then the Yi family will definitely be implicated. He and the others were lucky not to die, and the commotion caused by the evil fury was enough to make the city gossip. Inviting ghosts and evil things on the wedding day. Oh. Shen Ian could imagine just by thinking about it how ugly the malice emanating from people at that time would be. Hidden calamity. Work hard again to contact Ugly Bull and help this king organize information about the industries of those families. Yes, your highness. Walking out of the study, Shen Ian quietly basked in the sun for a while, took out as many of the souvenirs as he could and shouted, Mendu. Your highness. Mendu came running at a fast pace. Divide these souvenirs into 3, prepare 2 wagons, and take one with you. Your highness, Jingui Gongfu? Aha! I haven't seen you in days, and I miss you like crazy. Walk the silly girl. Chapter 56, Sugar Plums? His Highness the King of Chu? Ah Fu froze as he looked at the 2 carriages in front of the State Duke's mansion. Recently, I have been hearing that His Highness the King of Chu is sick and is recuperating in the royal residence, but now that I've seen it, it looks like he's just recovering from a serious illness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ah Fu apologized, Your Highness King Chu, you really came at a bad time, the Grand Master and Miss are not in the mansion. Yi Tianzi was not in the mansion, Shen Ian was expected. How come Yi Lian is not in the mansion either? What happened? Shen Ian's brows wrinkled, and his tone instantly sank. Ah Fu hurriedly explained, the Grand Master has been in the palace for the last few days, and Miss Fong went out shopping with a few of the young ladies. Miss also made a point of telling the old servant that His Highness had taught her that since she had answered people's invitations she couldn't pigeonhole them. The lady even explained to him the meaning of pigeonholed, which sounded interesting. Shen Ian sniffed, his eyebrows stretching open, couldn't help but exhale a breath. This raising the fury altar thing has caused him to be a little nervous, opened his mouth and asked, where did they go shopping? In his heart, he was quite helpless. Yi Lian remembered it, how to give it back to spread, making it seem as if he was studying some unorthodox words every day. The victimization of one's own wind rating can't be forgiven without 3 kisses. This old servant doesn't know. Ah Fu shook his head. He had no right to ask about the lady's affairs. Then the king will not intrude too much. Shen Ian glanced sideways, the souvenirs had all been unloaded from the carriage. You're going to find Yi Lian yourself right now? It's just a matter of checking out what's going on and waiting for an opportunity. Your Highness, take care. Ah Fu cried out in a respectful voice, looking down at these local specialties with great curiosity. Where did your Highness buy all this from? How are the yellow sheep from the northern border the same as the freshly killed ones? The 2 carriages went back to the royal mansion. Shen Ian and Shanghai got off halfway and changed to a walking state. After his divine sense locked onto the location of Yi Lian's group, Shen Ian led Shanghai to speed up his steps. North City. Sister Yi, come and try the roasted river prawns here, the flavor is a masterpiece. Sinwei Marquis, youngest daughter of Autumn Lan Lan, last year just finished the maturity ceremony, 16-year-old girl, lively character, long also lovely, deeply Sinwei Marquis favor. Last time on the flower boat, she was the one who took the initiative to bring her little sister to find Yi Lian for a chat, and over the 2 sides were also considered to be familiar with each other. Yi Lian took the river prawns handed over by Chiu Lan Lan and said with some embarrassment, thank you. He, Sister Yi doesn't have to be so polite with me. This way. Whoa. Someone over here is performing fire breathing. Sister Yi. Yo. Come and see. Autumn Lan Lan excitedly trotted over when she saw the flames rising not far away. Lan Lan is really something, running far away again. Lu Lingyao, the daughter of the Sinanan Temple's head secretary, sighed. A few women looked at each other and smiled helplessly at each other, quickly following in the direction where Chiu Lan Lan ran. 10 skewers of grilled river prawns, here's the money. Not long after, Shen Ian led Shanghai to the stall. Yes, 2 masters. How much longer until it's baked? Shen Ian couldn't help but urge as he looked at the several women's fading backs. Right away, this gentleman. Just a moment. For the record, the king is not a stalker. Yi Lian's first shopping excursion with a few girls of similar age was a rare opportunity. But these maids go out with their personal maidservants, not even an escort. What if they run into a dastardly flower thief? This belongs to the king's secret protection. Thinking about it, Shen Ian couldn't help but smile. Being able to see Yi Lian gradually overcoming her social fears and making a few good friends, he was very happy and relieved. It would be nice to go out without a sarong in the future. Ahead, Yi Lian seems to have a sense of heart as instinctively looked back at the noisy street behind her, white veil slightly flicked up, pale blue eyes hopefully looking for that figure. Not in. What is it, miss? Jinxiu Jinlian, who was following behind, curiously followed her own young lady's gaze. No. Nothing. Yi Lian shook her small head, her small hands couldn't help but clench her sleeves, and the deer danced around in her heart. She can't feel wrong, it's your highness. His highness has returned safely. Sister Yi, Yao, come and see, this person is going to perform sword swallowing. Sister Yi, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable? Lu Lingyao asked with concern when she saw that Yi Lian's state was a bit off. I'm fine, just a little out of it just now. Yi Lian's voice was low and soft, and her beautiful eyes did not forget to look towards the street side again. Sister Yi, let's go over there quickly. I'm afraid that Lan Lan will run away and get lost later. Good. On the other side, Shen Ian walked out of the alley in silence with Chang Hai holding the roasted river shrimp. So close, almost seen. Your Highness, are you still following? Chang Hai couldn't help but ask. In this situation just now, I guess His Highness would have been seen if he had taken 2 more quick steps. Heal. Shen Ian answered dryly. Since you decided to protect it secretly, you can't do it halfway. A few minutes later, walking alone on the street, Chang Hai's pace became more and more stiff, even though his zombie face had a tendency to become taut. His Highness said it was as if he had disappeared after he went to follow in the shadows, leaving him alone, and so followed. Darkness. Shen Ian stood on the roof of an attic with a negative hand and a hidden disaster, and he could see the whole street in full view. Hidden plague, do you usually follow the king in these places? Yes, Your Highness. Cryptic disaster nodded, he was that much more uncomfortable now. Within Tianwu City, with His Highness standing so openly with himself, he was afraid of being seen by outsiders. Shen Ian seemed to see hidden disaster's concern and pulled out a bronze mask and put it on his face. They're changing streets, keep up. Yes, Your Highness. After following 2 streets, the few women entered an ancient and elegant tea house under the guidance of Qiu Lan Lan. Listening to the rain. Shen Ian is not familiar with it, and has only been there twice to have some understanding. This place can be interpreted as a place where a group of literati and writers show off their talents, and sometimes a few famous storytellers are hired to tell the story. Pop! Suddenly tapped on the shoulder, startled Chang Hai almost pulled out his sword. Your Highness? What are you waiting for? Follow this king inside to take a look. Shen Ian smiled. Chang Hai sighed lightly and obediently followed behind Shen Ian. 2 guests, may I ask if you have an invitation? The teahouse fellow politely stopped the duo and inquired. Invitations? I'm sorry, you 2 guests, today Hearing Ring Cuisine has been chartered. If you 2 guests don't have an invitation, you can only come back on a different day. Invitations are not available, will this do? Shen Ian unbuckled his golden waistband and blinked. Shoo! His Highness the King? The teahouse fellow gulped hard. The noble family can't afford to be offended, completely can't afford to be offended. Little. I have to ask the guest of the chartered house. No need, the king will just go in and take a look, won't disturb them. But? Shen Ian's slight movement of shaking his head caused the teahouse fellow to swallow his words back hard. Reward you. The teahouse fellow looked at the 10 taels of silver in his hand for a moment, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Soon, Shen Ian led Chang Hai out. Your Highness. Your Highness, how did you come out so quickly? The teahouse fellow said that he hadn't even warmed up his silver. The king said that a look in is a look out. Shen Ian laughed lightly, he was a man of his word. Inside invited a storyteller, a group of young masters and young ladies on stage. A few women went in and exchanged a few pleasantries. They all sat down to chat and wait for people to arrive to start listening to the book. Chang Hai, you go back first, this king will wander around alone. Yes, Your Highness. The sun was setting, and the setting sun gilded the streets with a layer of pink gold through the twilight clouds. Inside the teahouse, the clapper would rattle as the story came to an end, and a group of young masters and young ladies who had been immersed in the story returned to their senses, reminiscing with a succession of voices. Ah, this story is so interesting, but what kind of divine beast is the locomotive in it? Why can the hero ride it to catch up with Guan Shang, who rides his bike for 100 miles a breath? Autumn Lan Lan walked out of the teahouse after the small face was full of reminiscence. The story was wonderful, but many of the magic treasures inside she had never heard of, but listening to the description should be very powerful. Ahem. The sound of someone coughing inappropriately instantly drew a few sideways glances from the women. Shen Ian put down the half-eaten sugar gourd and handed out the brand new string of sugar gourds awkwardly and asked, eating sugar gourds? Chapter 57. Can't help picking my toes. The air seemed awkwardly quiet. Shen Ian couldn't help but pick his toes twice. Wasn't this way of meeting a little too tacky? Compared to this awkward way of meeting, he was more eager to drag that storyteller by the collar and ask, where did you learn this strange story? Do you know how to respect the copyright, and do you spread it around with the author's consent? When he took the boat south to Huizhou, idle boredom to those sailors, boat passengers to tell their own adaptation of the story to pass the time, Tuai and Guan Shang haunted the autumn-famous mountain. This super hodgepodge of his memory is still fresh, completely side by side with the fabrication of the story. If you ask him to speak now, he'll have a hard enough time giving you the full content. Perhaps the stories of this world were so monotonous and boring that such a bull story actually gained applause from the shiftle of people. Suddenly, a fragrance lingered in Shen Ian's nostrils, not that kind of strong fragrance, very light, very soft and comfortable. Splat yarn hat tumbled to the ground, beautiful people have been into the arms, a pair of catkins grabbed the corner of the coat seems to be no longer loose. Shin Ian's stunned expression gradually gentled. The king has returned as promised. Li Yan misses his highness so much. The corners of his coat were clenched tightly, and his voice, thin as a mosquito fly, was only loud enough for the two of them to hear. This king also misses you so much. Shen Ian affectionately rubbed his cheek against Yi Li Yan's forehead. Yi Li Yan's eyes were slightly red, and her small face was buried in that blazing chest as if she was a poor kitten confirming whether all this was true. The duo's posture remained so silent for dozens of seconds. Except for Jinxiu and Jinlian, who were already accustomed to it, the rest of the girls were as if they had seen a giant panda, their little faces flushed with excitement, their eyes glowing, and they were on the verge of letting out a scream. Xiulanlan's hand pressed on Jinxiu's shoulder, her nostrils constantly gasping for air. Sister Yi looks so cute. His Highness King Chu is really so handsome and gentle. A match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Jinxiu said with a nervous face, Miss Autumn, your nose is bleeding. Xiulanlan casually wiped it with her sleeve. I'm fine. Yao. I'm going to find a man like His Highness King Chu as my husband in the future. Xiulanlan turned around with a pair of small hands shaking Lu Lingyao excitedly. Blood. Erasure. Blood. Lu Lingyao directly chose to faint with both eyes closed. Not good. Yao was fainting for blood. Xiulanlan's voice was urgent as she hugged Lu Lingyao. The movement of a few women instantly broke the ambiguous and incomparable atmosphere. It was only then that Yi Liyan noticed exactly what a brave thing she had just done. It was dusk and the streets were becoming less pedestrianized, but not without. In addition to a few girls, two sets of young masters and young ladies came out one after another behind them. He himself had just embraced His Highness in front of so many people. The head is empty, and the sarong. It seems to have fallen off too. It's a complete disgrace. The temperature on Yi Liyan's small face turned instantly to exceed the temperature of Shin Ian's chest. Silly girl, this is an afterthought? Shin Ian stifled his laughter and took the sugar gourd into one hand, taking it through the air and grabbing the gauze hat that Jinlian had just picked up. A subtle vibration of true qi, and the dust that had just fallen on the gauze hat instantly dissipated into thin air. Shin Ian wanted to take a step backward to put on the veil hat for Yi Liyan, but found that the pair of small hands gripping the corner of his own clothes did not have the slightest intention of letting go, and said softly, Good girl, it seems that a situation has occurred on the side of your good friend, so let's go to take a look first. Yi Liyan obediently nodded her head and loosened her small hand. Her voice was a bit weak. Your Highness, Liyan didn't mean to surprise you. Yes? Not on purpose, Imo? No. Yi Liyan just wanted to explain. The veil hat had already been gently put on her head, and that big hand even lightly pressed downward. No matter what the reason is, this king likes it very much. Shin Ian's voice was low and extraordinarily magnetic. Causing the already blushing Yi Liyan's ears and even her neck to redden, her small hands helplessly grasping the edge of the lower pressure of some gauze hats. A flirtation is as fierce as a tiger, and a yellow virgin is me. What's going on? Shin Ian's voice came, and a group of young masters and young ladies who didn't know what to do got out of the way. See Your Highness King Chu. Be excused. Your Highness King Chu, Yao, she has blood sickness, but this state is very wrong. Xiulanlan found the backbone like a rush voice. Lu Lingyao's face was pale at this moment, her limbs were so cold that it was scary. Are you okay? Shin Ian froze as he looked at Xiulanlan, who had blood stains all around her mouth. Xiulanlan wiped another nosebleed that slid down her nose and shook her head. I'm fine, Your Highness, you should quickly see if Yao is alright. This king will help you stop the bleeding first. Shin Ian stretched his fingers. A few channels of true qi into Xiulanlan's acupoints through the air instantly helped stop the nosebleed. Ugh! Amazing! Akira was surprised, and the feeling of blood running through his nose disappeared without a trace. Your Highness, Li Yan knows some medical skills, why don't you let Li Yan examine Yao? Yi Liyan's beautiful eyes contained shyness. Enduring the gazes of the crowd focusing over, she opened her mouth. Being in a family of military generals, medicine classical, she also studied and researched some, not to say how profound, but with the unusual doctor, physician level is not the same or even over. Good. Shin Ian didn't refuse and sidestepped out of the way. Let Yo-Yo lie down flat first. The crowd didn't care if the ground was dirty or not, so they flattened Lu Lingyao on the ground. Yi Liyan squatted down to check her pulse and sighed in relief. It's just an unusual case of blood sickness, just let Yao have a good rest. During the waiting time, except for a few girls and Shin Ian, the other young masters and young ladies retired after learning that Lu Lingyao was fine. I'll go wash my face. Xiulanlan was afraid that Lu Lingyao would see herself in this state and pass out again in a moment, and got up and walked towards the tea house not far away. Well, Yi Lian nodded her head gently. Yao Yao has already recovered, and will soon be able to awaken. Sister Yi? Lu Lingyao subconsciously called out as she struggled to open her eyes. And His Highness the King of Chu? Sen, see His Highness the King of Chu. No need to be polite, no need to be polite, take a good rest first. Shin Yian sighed with a somewhat helpless smile. After Chiu Lan Lan brought a bowl of water for Lu Lingyao to drink, her face obviously looked much better again. I'm sorry Yo-Yo. I forgot that you get bloodsick. Whoops. Chiu Lan Lan cried as she jumped into Lu Lingyao's arms. You really almost scared me. Lu Lingyao pretended to be angry as she lifted her small pink fist and gently pounded on Chiu Lan Lan's shoulder. I'll never scare you again. Woohoo! Erasure. Yo-Yo. At the other end of the street, two large groups of people ran over in a flurry of wind and fire. Shin Megumi Gong Autumn Jingza. Shinonunsi Zhengqing Lujio. Two big men won with a loud voice race. Someone came to pass the word. One said his daughter was covered in blood in the street, and the other said his daughter had fainted in the street. And what's the point? See Your Highness King Chu. Be excused. Shin Yian said that he was a bit tired of saying these two words. After saluting, the two turned their attention to their own daughters almost instantly. Daughter! What's going on? Quickly let father take a look. Father will go to the palace and ask the imperial doctor to go for you. Yao Yao Ah. Quickly let these famous doctors of Tianwu City give you a look. Chiu Lan Lan and Lu Lingyao were at a loss for words in the face of this onslaught of fatherly love. Explaining clearly the causes and consequences, the two big men were grateful to Shin Yian and Yi Lian, saying that they wanted to feast on the two of them. Sister Yi. I'll come back to play with you on another day. Sister Yi. And me. Facing the two women's invitation, Yi Lian smiled and nodded her head in response. Good. Shin Yian looked at the faraway group of people and then looked at the darkening sky and twisted his head just in time to lock eyes with Yi Lian through the white veil. Would you like a candy cane for dessert? Chapter 58 Parties. 3 shifts of the day. Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Wisps of residual smoke drifted from the incense burner, and a few veils wrapped the couch. On the reclining couch, the lengths of long inky black hair were intertwined, the blush on the young girl's cheeks had not yet faded, her forehead was pressed against the man's back, and one of her vegan hands was gently wrapped around the man's firm chest, gasping softly. Senior. Feeling better? Ching Cicada asked in a soft voice. Shin Mukin suppressed that evil fire, exhaled a mouthful of burning heat and responded. Hard work, a can. It's what Aochan should do. The two touches of softness against his back, the icy feeling coming from Qingchan's body made Shin Mukin's expression relax a little more. Senior brother, just now the informant from the division came to report that Qingchan didn't have time to report that the Gusu Zhao family was nearly wiped out, and the several vassal forces that the Zhao family had cultivated were also uprooted. Gusu Zhao family, the oldest 4 made a move, right? Shen Mukin's eyes drooped slightly. There is indeed a shadow of the Song King in the air. What other forces are there? It's not enough to rely on old 4's shadow alone for such a big Zhao family. Almost all of the local forces in Gusu have taken the opportunity to fall on their swords and eat into the Zhao family's industry, and it seems that Tian Luo's people have also come down. Ching Cicada's tone was slightly condensed. The bigger the bustle, the more people who join in the fun. Isn't it always rumored that the Gusu Zhao family is rich as a nation, and the accumulated wealth even the Dakian treasury needs 10 to fit? A golden pig that has lost its resistance, no one would refuse to partake of the last bite. Shen Mukin was not surprised. He had sort of heard a little bit about the things that the Zhao family had done in Gusu over the years. Gusu bitter Zhao family for a long time, ended up in such a situation, the people's expectations just. Senior brother, aren't they afraid of the Zhao family's retaliation? The Gusu Zhao family is gone, but most of the Zhao family's direct lineage is in this Tianwu city, and many of the Zhao family members have already held official positions in the imperial court, and their influence is still huge. Ha ha ha, revenge? Shen Mukin opened his eyes and snorted. The current Zhao family has had its limbs chopped off and is empty. Shen Mukin had another sentence in his heart that had yet to be uttered. Soon this mouth of the Zhao family will also be sealed by the one. Akan, you're forgetting someone else. Who? Xingchan lifted her little head curiously. Old 6. King Chu? Xingchan was stunned. There's got to be something in this for old 6. Shen Mukin answered very definitely. He knew Shin Yian's character, and some things were not unreported, it was just that the time had not yet come. The Zhao family is just the beginning. The bedchamber was suddenly quiet. Senior brother, Xingchan wants to go back to the division to see her father. The palace goes with you. It's good that senior brother has this intention. Father said that after returning, you can no longer go out of Tianwu City at will. The palace will wait for you to return. Aha! Shen Mukin sat up, turned around and slowly crouched down again. The slender fingers kept hooking the green silk wrapped around the young girl with force, seemingly tugging at the pain, causing the young girl to grunt out slightly. The evening breeze gathers gossamer through the window, and the moonlight falls off the clouds slightly caging the water waves. Imperial Palace Imperial Study Room. Emperor Wu stood in front of the sand table with his eyes burning as he listened to the messenger's report. Your Majesty! Guanshan City has been broken, and the army has split into 2 roads to the east and north, each advancing 40 miles. Yes. Emperor Wudi laughed heartily. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Zhao Hai bowed in a flattering tone. It wouldn't be long before they would have one more state capital in Deqian. Emperor Wu's laughter suddenly stopped, and his gaze turned to the map once more. A land of Liaodong was not enough to satisfy his appetite. He's going to redraw that borderline to narrate. What the barbarian swallowed back then, he had to spit out with interest. After issuing several more edicts in a row, Emperor Wu turned to Zhao Hai and asked, Old Six is back? Back to Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Chu has returned to his residence. It's not right, it's very wrong. Emperor Wu frowned. With Shen Yian's character, it was impossible to be so quiet when he returned. According to common sense, to have long wind and fire to run to the palace towards him to ask for a reward. From the dragon case, he picked up the urgent order of 1,000 miles from Xuanwu. This Xuanwu is still as smooth as ever. A few moments later, Emperor Wu laughed and cursed. Said a lot of words, but there is nothing to say to the point. Almost half are praising Shen Yi and that amazing sword, monstrous sword she fall 9 days, afraid of the real sword fairy to come, but also so. It's kind of safe for Jubilee to stay in Sibei City. Zhao Hai, how do you think I should reward Old Six for this unearthly feat? Famous swords? Money? Beauty? Heavenly treasures? Or something he doesn't have? A barbarian lord who is on the verge of a breakthrough. If he is not dead, then the barbarian's national fortune will increase greatly, and the barbarian lord will personally lead a large army to the south, and Dakian will be in danger. The old slave is terrified. Zhao Hai bowed his head. After thinking for a long time, Emperor Wu took out 3-finger belly-widening colored jade plates from his bosom. That's just it, let him pick whatever he wants. Zhao Hai's eyes widened in surprise that His Majesty would actually reward His Highness the King of Chu with this item. The value of any of these jade tiles could not be measured in terms of money. Holding it will allow you to enter the highest level of the Dakian Martial Pavilion and Wushu. Shen family ancestor founded the Great Qian. Until now, the Department of Martial Arts from the world to search for the best martial arts, sharp weapons, heavenly treasures are stored in this cabinet and a library. This pavilion and library is where the Shen family's heritage lies. Any one of the things stored at that highest level is enough to make the world shake 3 times. His Majesty's one shot was 3 pieces, which represented that Shen Yian could take out 3 pieces from the one pavilion and one treasury that were enough to shake the world. The second oldest opened up a frontier for Deqian. Great merit should be rewarded. The martial emperor muttered under his breath, pulling out another ink-colored jade pendant and rubbing it continuously in his hand. For his own son, he wasn't stingy enough. This scene saw the corner of Zhao Hai's eyes twitching slightly. It seemed that His Majesty hadn't been this generous in a long time. Zhao Hai, how's it going in Gusu? Back to Your Majesty. After Zhao Hai carefully reported, he heard Emperor Wu's brows wrinkle up. This Zhao family is really rich. I am a bit tired. Move to Qingning Palace. Yes. Your Majesty. The Song King's mansion. Your Highness. Wenwu, what's the situation over there in Gusu? Xin Jingyu's fingers teased the dodo, his gaze glancing slightly as he opened his mouth to inquire. Back to Your Highness, from today, there will be no more Zhao family in Gusu. Wenwu's voice trembled a bit as he answered. His mind was filled with horror. Coming out from Gusu, he naturally knew what a behemoth the Gusu Zhao family was. It was unbelievable that such a behemoth was destroyed in one night. Yes? In the middle of the day, Xin Jingyu faintly replied back. His face was not sad or happy, letting people for a time not be able to figure out the thoughts of His Royal Highness the King of Song at this time. It won't be long before the matter of the Gusu Zhao family spreads throughout the world, so make your preparations early. That woman and the first family of the Zhao family won't take kindly to that. Yes, Your Highness. The king would like to be alone for a while. My subordinates will retire. Wenwu laughed. Xin Jingyu held the dodo in his arms and lifted his eyes far away, muttering, "Sixth brother, the storm is coming." Chapter 59: Yi Lian's visit. The next day, the sky was blue and the sun was warm and breezy. Shen Yian rubbed his temples after coming out of his room. Yesterday, I wanted to go to the State Duke's residence to rub a dinner, but I didn't expect to run into Yi Tianze and Nguogong Dufang halfway. Without saying a word, the two big men set him up to go back to the mansion to set up a banquet, saying that they would help him wash away the bad luck. Halfway through the banquet, if Yi Tianze wasn't afraid that his granddaughter would be angry with herself afterwards, he was afraid that he would have to ask Ah Fu to fetch a few more jars of wine. The two of them, him and Yi Tianze, didn't drink too much, but Du Fang ended up being carried back by Du Dunming, which was really lame. That being said, should I go to the old man for my reward today? He had over-delivered. Not only had he killed the barbarian lord, but he had also hand in hand with his old husband to defeat the 30,000 barbarian army. It was not too much to ask for a city for this merit, was it? And I'm afraid that another legend will circulate in the Jianghu. That night, 3,000 sword intent cut through the night sky of Diqian. That night, sword cultivator Yi Bei's sword decapitated the divine journey realm barbarian lord. Based on this legend alone, it wouldn't be too much to give him the name of Sword Immortal, would it? Although the person is no longer in the Jianghu is still circulating his legend. Thinking about it, Shen Yisin was inexplicably secretly happy. Is this the feeling of an expert always being mentioned? While eating, Shen Yian received a transmission from Hidden Disaster. Your Highness, someone has sneaked into the royal residence, should we clean it up? Unnecessary. Shen Yian stepped on the edge of the chair with his feet, holding a bowl of soup in his hand and blowing lightly, a good look of a fop. Your Highness, the King of Chu. Only when he heard someone calling him did Shen Yian subconsciously raise his head and saw a mysterious man in a black cloak standing in front of the door. Gu. Eunuch Zhao? What brings you here? Shen Yian hurriedly put down the bowl and shouted in mock surprise. Zhao Hai took off his black hood and apologized. The old slave is guilty of disturbing your highness with his abruptness. It's too much of a favor for Eunuch Zhao to say that. Quickly take a seat. Has Eunuch Zhao eaten yet? Shen Yian got up and warmly welcomed him. He had guessed what was going on when Zhao Hai was able to come. Thank you, your highness, for your kindness. The old slave has already eaten in the palace. Your highness, please accept the decree. Zhao Hai came in a hurry and naturally went in a hurry. Don't look at leaving the palace for such a short while. In case his majesty has something going on right now and he's not around, that would be a big offense. Solely he was not so polite, and directly took out the holy decree. Eunuch Zhao, this king feels that there is no need to be so ahem between the two of us. Shen Yian blinked, his eyes signaling. The king knows you're busy, and so is the king, so let's make this quick. Your highness. That's not in line with the rules, is it? Eunuch Zhao, you've come so far, huh? Shen Yian raised his eyebrows. Zhao Hai looked at the number of words in the imperial decree and resigned to his fate, handing over the imperial decree for Shen Yian to take out the reward from Emperor Wu. The wooden box contained those 3 ink-colored jade tiles, and the jade bottle contained a 9 lotus Shangyuan Dan. The former, needless to say, the latter is the national teacher Lu Wenchuan with 9 leaves of golden lotus. Borrowing thunder said hundreds of spiritual medicine refining and become, has the effect of blood and flesh live white bones back to the soul, even if the pharyngeal gas of the person as long as not more than a moment to take this Dan, can live. If the Great Restoration Dan is the elixir, then this 9 lotus Sheng Yuan Dan is the immortal elixir. The immortal can only refine the elixir, the world with one less than one kind of grain. In the entire world, only Emperor Wu and Lu Wenchuan had this Dan in their hands, but now there was one more person. Shen Yian's eyes inexplicably dimmed a bit when he received the jade bottle. This Dan should have had another name before, the 9-turn soul rejuvenation Dan. It was just a pity that it didn't have the effect of resurrecting a dead person against all odds. However, this ink-colored jade plate had shocked Shen Yian for a wave. Is the old man that generous? Fake it. It's not going to screw yourself out of money again. Back then, obtaining it was still because of the age, by the old master a touch of the bone to confirm that can be. Only then was fortunate to obtain a piece of ink-colored jade plate to go to the highest level of the martial pavilion to learn the East Emperor's scripture. There were now a full 3 jade tiles, which was tantamount to a huge fortune falling from the sky. Your Highness, the old slave will leave first. Zhao He saluted in a respectful voice. Eunuch Zhao, this king will see you off. Your Highness will be sent here. Shen Yian wanted to send out the door, but was stopped by Zhao Hai. Black hood put on, Zhao Hai negative hand on the wind and up, body as light as a feather like toward the palace drifting away. Old Zhao's floating steps has reached a perfect state? Shen Yian was surprised. This superior light power in addition to enlightenment is more important is the state of mind. Ordinary people are afraid to exhaust their lives will not be able to reach the state of completion, not to mention the state of perfection. A floating day is a mayfly's life. The life of a mayfly is short, so naturally you have to give up and let go of many things to have no regrets. Zhao Hai has been accompanying Emperor Wu for a long time, and he is the first-grade governor, so he is considered to be in a position of great authority, but he has such a state of mind, which is really horrible. Collecting the things, Shen Ian lamented that it was still the old master who understood him and let him pick his own reward. After lamenting, Shen Ian went back to the table and sat down again. Eating is important, after eating so that he can go walk the silly girl. Mendo. Your Highness. Prepare the car. Your Highness. Miss Yi is visiting. Ha? Shen Ian thought he heard wrongly, subconsciously asked, who's visiting? Jingui Gongfu, Miss Yi is visiting. Mendu repeated it carefully, fearing that Shen Ian didn't hear it clearly. Shen Ian was stunned. What day is today? How come good things are coming to us one after another? Yi Lian actually took the initiative to come to find herself. Quick! Door all! Go to the king's best tea to find out to steep on. In addition to find a few legs fast, let Shanghai led to go. Take the back door to the flower country fast. All kinds of new dim sum through to double. Zuma Miniang to 4. Get someone to go to Drunken Immortal House again. Tell their shopkeeper that they are closed for a day today, and that all the cooks will bring the king's house to the king's house and set up a banquet. Yes, your highness. Mendu even nodded his head and did not dare to slow down and ran to order. It was the first time he had seen his highness greet a guest in such a row. I'm afraid that other than his majesty himself, only this future queen consort's wife can make his highness so attentive. At the main gate, the carriage of the Duke of Jin Mansion stopped, and 2 accompanying guards carried down a mahogany box. See his highness, the king of Chu. The crowd saluted in unison when they saw Shen Ian walk out. Be excused. What brings you here? All the way to the doorstep, Shen Ian is still afraid of outsiders to see what. He took a step forward and pulled Yi Lian's small hand. Yi Lian under the gauze hat lowered her head and shyly said, Lian dared to make a robe for your highness. I hope your highness can like it. The making of clothes in this context, that's really being sewn by people, stitch by stitch. Shen Ian's heart warmed when he saw the mahogany box, and subconsciously looked at Yi Lian's small hand. Tough on you. Did you hurt your hand? Needlework inevitably hurt his hands, which is why he subconsciously asked. Your highness, please rest assured, Lian did not hurt her hands. Yi Lian smiled lightly, and even completely showed her pair of small hands to Shen Ian, fearing that the other party would be worried. That's good. Shen Ian smiled with a sigh, grasped the small hand and laughed. Welcome to this king's royal residence. The box let the subordinates into this king's room is good. This king first take you in a stroll around. Yes, your highness. Yi Lian nodded her head obediently and lifted her skirt to follow Shen Ian across the threshold. There was a sudden lightness on his head, and the veil hat had been removed by Shen Ian. You are not allowed to wear it in this king's presence. Chapter 60. Yes, the clothes are made by the wife. Yi Lian let Shen Ian hold her hand and strolled inside the royal residence. Her pale blue eyes contained some shyness, carefully remembering every blade of grass and tree here. After some more time, this is her new home. Shen Ian deliberately took Yi Lian around the place where he fought with Wu Wei when the assassins came that night, and although it had been repaired, there were still some flaws. Yi Lian's heart was as delicate as Linglong's, so she was afraid that she could easily notice these flaws, and inevitably she would think and worry more again. After a brief stroll, Shen Ian led Yi Lian to the pavilion in the back garden. It was the warmth of summer, the garden was full of flowers, the water wheel in the pool turned slowly, and the trickle of running water fell from the rockery as a white band. The only large willow tree is also well maintained, with thousands of green branches and a rustling sound in the breeze. It was a pity that Shen Ian didn't have some small animals, otherwise it would have presented a picturesque natural scene. In the pavilion, all the preparations were ready, delicately arranged in wooden trays. At the archway in the distance, Mendu looked at the 2 figures already seated in the pavilion and reached out to wipe away the beads of sweat that were about to fall from his forehead. Phew, almost died of nervousness. Tough on you, old Chang, making such a trip back and forth. Mendu's large hand rested on Shanghai's shoulder. Shanghai shook his head slightly. Sharing your worries for your highness is something you and I should do. Good point, but there are 2 more maids in the front yard, so it's up to you to show them around. Shanghai was stunned before he remembered that there were 2 more followers. Why me? His highness sent a message to explain. Mendu hemmed and hawed. I'm off to set up a luncheon. Shanghai's eyes showed some helplessness and turned to follow Mendu to the front yard. Near noon. Just say what you want to say, there are not so many tedious manners and rules here in this king. Shen Ian's eyes moved slightly, and with a glance, he could see that Yi Lian seemed to have things pressed in her heart. Yes, your highness. Your highness, Lian has the audacity to want to see how you look in that robe. Yi Lian lowered her slightly red little face, her eyes full of hope. Now. Shen Ian laughed dumbly and pulled the other party's small hand body forward. How about you put it on for this king personally? Unsurprisingly, what Yi Lian made for herself should be an outer robe, not a lining. No harm done. It's all in the house. What's he afraid of? Bah, feudal, all feudal. Tai. Yi Lian's pretty face that should have been somewhat cool did not wait for that slight blush to fade away to completely redden. Sure enough, pretty girls who are shy are not only incredibly beautiful but also very cute. Your Highness. This is not. It's okay, just think of it as familiarizing yourself in advance. Shin Ian said back very shamelessly. Anyway, after we got married, we coughed every day. He couldn't help but blush in his own old face at that. In the end, Yi Lian was still lured into the study by Shin Ian. After all, has not yet passed the door, rushed into their own room. Yi Lian received so many years of education will be shocked. The heart is afraid to bear great pressure, so Shin Ian thought of a compromise method, let people move the wooden box to the study. Shin Ian waved his hand and gently closed the door of the room. The atmosphere was subtle as the lone man and woman shared a room in the study. Yi Lian stood with her head bowed as if she wanted to bury her small head in her chest. Can this king open it now? Shin Ian asked softly as he looked toward the wooden box. Your Highness, be my guest. Shin Ian placed the wooden box on the table and slowly opened it. A folded robe into the eyes, purple as the main silver, picked up an unfolded, heavy mountain as the bottom, cloud pattern surrounded by a few cranes spreading their wings, showing the honor and glory and nobility. Good looking. This was Shin Ian's first thought at first glance, and at the second glance, he wanted to try it on impatiently. Li Yan. Your Highness. Yi Lian answered softly as she took the robe. Shin Ian's gaze was gentle as he gently undid the waist girdle. Outside the study, in the corner of the unknown wall, Fu Shang, who was sitting against the wall in the shadows in a daze, subconsciously glanced sideways to his side. The black mist distorted the space, and Hidden Disaster's figure was quickly revealed. Mr. Hidden Disaster? Runesen was staggered. Aha! Cryptic Disaster responded, his gaze silently gazing into the distance. After an incense stick of work, the door of the study opened, and Shin Ian walked out radiantly in his new clothes. The clothes fit perfectly, and one had to admire Yi Lian's eyesight, having seen the sizes of all parts of his body just by looking at them. He couldn't, even in 2 lifetimes he could only tell the size of the body in one spot. Yi Lian followed closely behind with a small red face, her small hand subconsciously touching the corner of her mouth. Your Highness is really, again. Suddenly kissed up again. Time has long past noon. Drunken Immortal House. A group of cooks busy half a morning finally made a large table of dishes. The head chef wiped a hot sweat on his forehead with a towel this half morning, more tired than when the Drunken Immortal House was full of customers, fearing at any point of error to provoke His Highness to anger. It's been a hard day's work everyone, come and drink some water. Mendes smiled and said, I'm afraid I'll have to work hard for you all in the evening. The chef asked with a smile, Lord Gate, I wonder which honored guest has come within the king's residence today. He was very curious in his heart as to which of his honored guests could have such a big road here at His Highness. Secret. Mendu smiled mysteriously. It's the little one who talks too much. The chef knew he had asked something he shouldn't have even slapped his mouth. After lunch, Shin Ian resisted the urge to go out and show off his new clothes, and Yi Lian had an in-depth discussion to learn about the zither. At one time, when they lived in the palace, there was a special gentleman who taught them the royal sons, the 6 arts and other things. He's kind of in the door with the piano. He can play the simplest tunes, but not the harder ones. He can't really hold a tune. It is said to explore the art of the piano, but in fact it is the way of sound. He wondered what kind of charm he would have after combining the way of the sword with the way of sound. The next time he faced thousands of troops, he set up his violin directly in front of the formation. With a flick of a finger, thousands of sword intent erupted. A song of red dust, 1,000 armies have broken. Yi Lian did not hide her teachings on the Tao of sound. He naturally taught Yi Lian the way of the sword without hiding anything. Sunset and red sunset hanging in the sky. In the garden, a man and a woman each holding a 3-foot blue blade common dance sword. Like a shock, like a swimming dragon, 2 people move sharp and dry as if it is the same person. The last sword closed, Shin Ian backhanded the sword behind his back, looking at Yi Lian eyes full of favor. Not bad for a future Demoness wife lord. Yi Lian herself had the base of the realm in place, and with the immortal spirit pupil to add to it, she quickly kept up with the frequency of his movements after briefly learning the sword strokes, and during that time, she even entered a brief state of self-meditation. Phew! Yi Lian exhaled a few mouthfuls of fragrant orchids. Her forehead was already covered in fine sweat. This complete set of sword moves was not a small amount of consumption for her. Exhausted, aren't you? Shin Ian took out a handkerchief to help wipe away his fine sweat. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Yan is not tired. Yi Lian happily smiled slightly softly and replied back. How does it feel? Li Yan has a feeling of a brand new understanding of it. Yi Lian looked at the sword in her hand. There was an indescribable sense of metaphysics, and in a trance, she felt that the sword in her hand seemed to have a life. Shin Ian sighed. This talent, thrown out, could smash a piece of guys who claimed to be geniuses of the sword way. In the evening, the royal mansion was extraordinarily lively, and Yi Tianzi, who had just returned to the state duke's mansion from the palace, was also invited by Shanian. He was very happy today, plus he was the host, and took the initiative to pull Yi Tianzi to taste a few jars of good wine pulled from drunken immortal house. Yi Tianzi was not formal and familiarly pulled Shanian to drink. Stars dotted the night sky, and it was already the second night. At the main gate, the two carriages of the Jingui Gongfu slowly hid into the dark streets. Shen Ian violently exhaled a mouthful of wine, and the slightly drunken look on his face instantly disappeared. It's not too late. Mendu, prepare a cart and load one copy of the souvenir. The king is going to make a trip to the palace. Chapter 61 Martial Pavilion, King Shenlingxiu of Luanjia. During the gap between Mendu's preparation of the carriage, Shen Ian went back to his room to change into the robes Yi Lian had made for him. He wasn't stupid enough to dance with a sword in his new clothes. What if he accidentally ripped it? Looking around his room, Shen Ian immediately decided to have Mendu go find a carpenter to make a coat rack tomorrow. Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Imperial Palace Imperial Study Room. Shen Ian looked at the brightly lit Imperial study from afar, cannot help but sigh. Fortunately, this world has a cultivation system, otherwise like the old man this daily inspirational emperor is afraid that the body has long been exhausted. See Your Highness King Chu. Zhao Hai at this time is standing outside the imperial study to order two eunuchs to get people to move the souvenirs brought by Shen Ian. Eunuch Xiao. Has father not rested yet? Shen Ian asked. Back to Your Highness, His Majesty is still reviewing the scrolls. Zhao Hai bowed slightly. Shen Ian did not reply, and the two of them just looked at each other quietly. Your Highness, this new outfit suits you. A few seconds later, Zhao Hai took the lead with a smile on his face. Well, the king feels the same way. Zhao Hai's voice was deliberately lowered. The old slave dared to ask, but is it the queen consort's wife who did it for His Highness? Already not a few days difference, private bottom so-called. Zhao Hai does not think there is something wrong, mainly in front of this happy to hear. Aha! It's still Lao Zhao who has the eyesight. Reward! 1,000 taels of silver tickets fell into Zhao Hai's arms. Shen Ian didn't say anything, the smile on his face already represented everything. Old 6. Martial Emperor's voice came out. My son is here. Shen Ian took 2 quick steps into the imperial study. The martial emperor condescendingly asked indifferently, Did Ji Maiden make the clothes for you? He had heard the conversation between the two outside. Back to father, yes. Shen Ian saluted. There are still some days to go before the wedding day, so don't be in too much of a hurry to lose your manners. My son honors my father's teachings. Emperor Wu couldn't help but look at this face of Shen Ian in a bit of a trance. This child's sword to cut the savage lord should have her a sword to save his own style a few points, right? Emperor Wu opened his mouth and asked some more about this trip north to decapitate the barbarians. Through Shen Ian's narration, Emperor Wu had another more detailed understanding of the barbarian country's strength. Father and son chatted for a long time, and Emperor Wu had long since seen why Shen Ian came to the palace tonight. Go on, go back to rest early. Please, father, rest early as well. Aha! Emperor Wu nodded and signaled Zhao Hai to summon a red-robed eunuch. Under the red eunuch's leadership, Shen Ian arrived in front of a lonely ancient pavilion. The Great Qianwu Pavilion. Your Highness, the road ahead will have to be laborious for you to walk on your own. The red-robed eunuch respectfully said. Aha! Shen Ian nodded his head and looked down at the floor under his feet. Within 10 steps of stepping into the martial pavilion, Shen Ian's figure clearly began to distort. This is the entire martial arts pavilion of the maze. If there is no token rashly enter the scope, will be lost. If unlucky may also trigger the killing array, fall into a corpse without survival. After taking 2 steps, Shen Ian suddenly had a disoriented feeling of being in a glass maze. 2 more steps and the blinding bright light made people instinctively close their eyes. Opening his eyes, surrounded by more stacks of rolled up and stacked bamboo slips, he had entered the interior of the martial pavilion. Someone's coming in. The man's thick, slightly raspy voice came out, much like the kind of smoky voice from his previous life. Shen Ian turned around at the sound and bowed respectfully. 5th Imperial Uncle. The middle-aged man with a few elegant faces dragged the hem of his long coat out from behind the small mountain of books and magazines. Yo! Little Anzi! Shenlingxiu's tone immediately became flippant when he saw that the visitor was Shen Ian. 5th Imperial Uncle. The corners of Shen Ian's mouth twitched slightly as he replied stiffly. The middle-aged man in front of him is the martial emperor's own brother, the former 5th prince, and now the king of Langya and the keeper of the martial pavilion Shenlingxiu. In the original story, the 3 clear mountain by unknown forces attacked. The situation is very critical. The national master Lu Wenchuan was forced out of Tianwu city, never returned, but also this time period the emperor suddenly died, the world began to chaos. This Luanjia king out of the martial pavilion to save the great Xian at the time of pouring, the devil's religion of the two major Tianwu realm protector and 4 Tianwu realm elders have prepared to break into the martial pavilion. In order to defend the martial arts pavilion, Xin Ling showed a 1 against 6, burning all the life as the cost of killing 3 demonic elders. The remaining 3 seriously injured, unable to break the formation, fled in a hurry. I do not know whether it is the plot design or for what reason, the original of this huge palace in Tianwu City actually did not have an expert to help Xin Lingxiu, and ultimately died in a tragic battle. Xin Yian frowned and chose to give up thinking. It was time to grow a brain if he thought anymore. Little Anzi, what is the reason for coming to my place so late? Xin Lingxiu threw the bamboo slips in his hand aside and smoothly reached out and pinched Xin Yian's cheek. TCH, it's not as soft to squeeze as it was when I was a kid. Xin Yian felt that Xin Tingfeng might be like this when he got old, and the two of them were also both 5th princes, and this fate was really terrible. 5th Imperial Uncle, I've come to find a sword technique. Xin Yian stated his intention straight away. Swordsmanship? Shen Lingxiu was surprised. 5th Imperial Uncle. Xin Yian pulled out an ink-colored jade tablet. Good boy, second brother gave it to you? Xin Lingxiu looked at the jade tablet and laughed. It's from father. Okay, come with me. Xin Lingxiu also did not ink, leading Xin Yian through a pile of books and briefs and then suddenly stopped. It's here. Come on little Anko, give me a hand. Xin Yian froze, and the once bad memories came flooding back again. With the combined efforts of the two men, they lifted the 2 incredibly thick floor tiles aside. That's right, his old Xin family's organs are so simple and unadorned, relying purely on human power to open, not Xin family members really cannot find. As for the rumor that the highest level of the martial pavilion hides a supreme martial art that is enough to shake the world, it is all a lie to outsiders. The old Xin family is not stupid. The real good things must be hidden deep enough. This palace is directly underneath. There is a huge underground palace. The martial pavilion and the martial library are connected through the underground palace, and through the underground palace Xin Yian can also stop by to visit the martial library. Below the floor tiles was a totem of a golden crow holding the sun, and Shen Lingxiu's big hand pressed on the totem and continuously poured in reddish golden true qi. Ka! The totem dissipated, and a deep staircase came into the duo's eyes. Shen Lingxiu waved his sleeve. The white orbs on the walls on both sides all lit up with a warm orange light. Come on Yasuko, you should know your way around. Xin Yian nodded and followed Shen Lingxiu step by step down the steps. The stone door at the end of the steps still needed Shen Lingxiu to open it. A real human key? This thought popped up again in Xin Yimin's mind. Why do you say again? He had the thought back when he first came here. The stone door opened and a gust of wind blew the pair's hair around. Go and choose Xiaoanzi, I'll wait for you here, better be quick, I'm a bit sleepy. Shen Lingxiu yawned greatly in place. Thank you, 5th Imperial Uncle. What's the point of being polite to me? Just bring me some interesting books next time, preferably the kind with pictures. Shen Lingxiu lightly patted the back of Xin Yian's head and smiled with a sudden somewhat lewd smile. Xin Yian smiled awkwardly. Suddenly I'm a little sorry I didn't buy that collection of Shan Yu's. Chapter 62 Sword, Windflower Brocade. In the underground palace, around Yang Mingzu emitted a white halo showing Xin Yian the panoramic view of the underground palace as much as possible. Big, simply too big, making those who were in it feel as if they were in a whole new underground world. There were many stone platforms protruding around the area, which were wrapped with prohibitions and required jade cards to unlock the prohibitions. Some of the stone platforms were already in an empty state, and more of them had a scroll of bamboo slips, a jade tablet or an ancient book on them. Some of the best martial arts that have been lost in the Jianghu can be found here. There is a stone monument in front of each stone platform. Xin Yian came to a stone monument in front of the big hand pressed on it. The body of the East Emperor's scripture began to run, golden true qi instilled in it. In a matter of moments, small golden characters began to emerge from the stone tablet. It had to be said that it was also the old Xin family that knew how to think about their offspring. Not only was the name and notes of the technique engraved on the stone tablet, there were even detailed insights. Xin Yian simply cried to death. This time he came mainly for Yi Liyan to find a suitable sword law. The other party, if the sword rode in the road of hard work, future achievements will not be worse than him. His own major sword technique was too heavy in killing and was not suitable for women. Martial arts within the martial pavilion, in addition to some of the more special existences that cannot be outsourced, other martial arts the old master does not care. What's more, when Yi Liyan marries over, she will be half of Shen's family, and the old man will be even less concerned. There are too many uncertainties in the future. Hell knows if God will like to joke around. Those guys from the devil cult will not stop. They will definitely do whatever they can to catch Yi Liyan. He didn't dare to guarantee that he could protect Yi Liyan at all times. As the saying goes, you need to be hard to strike the iron. How can someone with such a good cultivation talent be wasted for nothing? Set a small goal for Yi Lian, not to become an invincible female devil, but it's okay to become a Chu Wangfei who is excellent in both sword and sound Dao, right? Anyway, there are not many entertainment programs in this world. Shopping every day, going out for picnics will get tired one day, couples together at home secretly roll strength is not good? Yili smoked strength realm up, all things settled. He then made a 5-year plan to leave home. The two together traveled to the mountains, take her to see the world, experience this lake, leaving a good story together. Why not beautiful? Well, it's decided. As for Deqian, the brothers and the old man are so fierce, what the hell is he, a prince, worried about? Question Shen Tengfeng, understand Shen Tengfeng, become Shen Tengfeng. After circling around twice, Shen Ian finally stopped in front of a stone platform in a corner. Sword. The cover of the ancient book was tattered, leaving a small seal script word for sword, and the elders of the Shen family seemed to be too lazy to name it, directly leaving the name on the stone tablet as sword. After quickly looking at the stone tablet, a shocked look appeared in Shen Ian's eyes. Drawing in the vast true qi and gathering the sword of the essence. In layman's terms, it is to condense a sword that is uniquely yours in the Dantian, and the sword will awaken an exclusive aptitude when it is completed. There are a total of 3 people who have practiced this sword: the Shen family's oldest ancestor, the Shen family's mausoleum keeper, and Shen Lingxiu, the king of Langya. In the end, only the Shen family's tomb keeper coalesced the sword that belonged to his original destiny. The Shen family ancestor and Shen Lingxiu are both leaving behind insights. The sword of this life will be inexplicably broken when it will come into being, and it seems to be missing some kind of key thing. The Shen family's mausoleum keeper, on the other hand, only left a not-so-long sword mark. The hint of sword intent leaking out from the sword mark spared Shen Ian's heart. This, cultivating immortality? The corners of Shen Ian's mouth involuntarily twitched slightly, and after thinking about it carefully it seemed like he was the one who had made a fuss. The framework of this world's cultivation system was right there, itself similar to a fusion of martial arts and immortal cultivation. After thinking in place for a while, he felt that this sword was very suitable for Yi Lian, coalescing a sword that belonged to his own destiny, with a divine ability attached. Not only could Yi Lian practice, but he could practice as well, and he hoped that Long Yuan wouldn't be jealous. 5th Imperial Uncle. Don't have a favorite? Shen Lingxiu was slightly puzzled to see Shen Ian return empty-handed. No 5th Imperial Uncle, I have a matter I would like to ask 5th Imperial Uncle. Shen Ian also did not beat around the bush and directly indicated that he wanted to understand that sword. Sword? You mean that sword book? Shen Lingxiu shook his head slightly. That book isn't really a sword technique. You want sword techniques? I can recommend you 2 sword techniques that fit you. As the words turned, Shen Lingxiu spoke with a slight frown on his brow. If you insist on practicing it, I won't stop you, but there are some things I still need to explain to you. That this sword, you can't condense the sword of instinct without entering the heavenly martial realm. Shen Ian froze. Didn't all the old ancestors step into the divine journey realm back then? Then why did the Shen family's mausoleum keeper condense into it? This requirement was not too high. He thought that he had to step into the divine journey realm to be able to condense the sword. Easy little Anko, let me finish. In addition to stepping into the heavenly martial realm, you also need to utilize a wisp of qi from heaven and earth, and complement your sword body with the help of that wisp of qi before you can successfully condense your sword. As for that mausoleum keeper, his physique is rather special, so he was able to successfully condense the sword of origin. That wisp of qi was called by him as the origin qi. This so-called origin qi I have never seen before. I don't know exactly what it is. Shen Lingxiu shrugged his shoulders, his tone rather helpless. 5th Imperial Uncle, is that tomb keeper still alive? Shen Ian asked carefully. People from the same era as the old ancestors, do you think they're still alive? Shen Lingxiu rolled his eyes. The air was quiet. Shen Ian was suddenly caught in a dilemma, torn between wasting a piece of jade to gamble. The mausoleum keeper's physique is special. Yi Lian's physique is also special, but whether or not he can coalesce the sword of the original life all depends on the gamble. His brain began to race, and he realized that the words origin qi were not even mentioned in the original. Shen Ian had a flash of light. His eyes were glowing, his tone was sincere to the extreme. 5th Imperial Uncle, I want to learn, can you teach me? This one in front of me has practiced. What's he wasting his jade medallion for? Just ask for advice. Shen Lingxiu was directly confused. Aha! No. You brat. Shen Lingxiu gritted his teeth and smiled. Brat drilling a hole, right? No teaching. Shen Lingxiu turned around with a flutter of his sleeve. Shen Ian stepped forward and directly hugged one of Shen Lingxiu's arms. His tone was more sincere, even with a few hints of pampering. 5th Imperial Uncle, I know you're the best for me. A man who accomplishes great things doesn't mind small things. What's wrong with pampering your elders? The child that cries is the one that eats milk. Go, it's too disgusting. Shin Lingxiu tried to break free, but found that Shin Ian's two big hands seemed like two big pincers clamping down on him to death. But where Shin Ian is 10 years younger, he can still accept a little doll of 8 or 9 years old spoiling. What are you a big man spoiling? After the two of them pulled several rounds at the entrance of the underground palace, Shin Lingxiu compromised. Shin Ian opened the conditions he really could not refuse. You kid didn't lie to me? I dare not deceive 5th Imperial Uncle. Better not lie to me, I just have responsibilities, it's not like I can't get out of the martial pavilion otherwise, humph. Shin Lingxiu raised his fist threateningly. My generation of readers, reading is for reasoning, and fists are for making the other side feel justified. Don't dare to deceive 5th Imperial Uncle. Shin Ian let out a sigh of relief in her heart, anything that could be solved with money was nothing. 3 jade tags, he temporarily kept one for himself to use as a token so that he could come to the martial pavilion to deliver something to Shin Lingxiu. Shin Lingxiu needs is the same thing, interesting leisure books, similar to the novel kind, with illustrations is better, is the number of appalling, opening is 1,000 books. The martial arts collection of the martial pavilion. Shin Lingxiu had long been tired of looking at it and wanted to change his tastes. 5th Imperial Uncle, I have a question, since you can go out of the martial pavilion, why can't you go buy it yourself or let others help you to buy it? Shin Ian asked weakly. Hoof. Shin Lingxiu twisted his head and hummed, the look as if he was in a temper. Shin Ian understood in seconds, without much thought, asked as the old man is not allowed. Little Anzi, don't let me down. Shin Lingxiu turned back, 2 big hands pressed on Shin Ian's shoulders full of hope. Shin Ian had just shown a hand of the art of drying up his sleeve, which immediately gave him hope, and this was simply a divine technique for smuggling idle books. 5th Imperial Uncle, father won't find out, will he? Harm, don't worry about this, when the time comes, I'll hide these books in the underground palace, second brother won't be able to find them even if he comes to inspect. Shin Lingxiu revealed a treacherous smile. Cooperation was reached. Shin Ian went shopping again and finally chose a scroll of bamboo slips. Fong Hanakin Suki. There are 3 styles in total, 1 sword falling clouds and smoke, 1 sword reflecting rivers and mountains, and 1 sword dreaming of spring and autumn. Each sword was beautiful just reading the notes, and he loved it. Wait, how many jade tiles did second brother give you? Shin Lingxiu asked curiously. Shin Ian used a piece now in case there is no more jade tags. How to smuggle yourself an idle book? Back to 5th Imperial Uncle, 3 pieces. Hiss. What did you do? Second brother is so generous? It's just helping father kill someone, it's not important. Shin Ian blinked. 5th Imperial Uncle, why don't you see that it would be better to make the sword now? When will you give me the book, Anko? In 3 days. Well. Nodded Shin Lingxiu after a moment of contemplation. Okay, follow me up first. Chapter 63. 2 short days. At the hour of the next day, Shin Ian walked out of the martial pavilion and stretched a big lazy waist. Sword, he had already learned, and under Shin Lingxiu's teaching had initially condensed a massive gas shaped like a sword at his dantian, and was still far from condensing the sword of his destiny. Your Highness! At the partial gate of the palace, Cheng Hai, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open and jumped off the carriage. Well, I've kept you waiting. Cheng Hai, go back to the house. Yes, Your Highness. Back to the royal residence, Shin Ian called Mendu to first go to find a carpenter to make a coat rack, and then go to buy 1,000 idle books that cannot be duplicated. Your Highness, are you sure it's 1,000 books? Mendu carefully confirmed. Yes, 1,000 books, and no duplicates. The king has great use for them. Shin Ian nodded. Subordinate understands. When the door are out of the room, Shin Ian carefully took off the robe and folded it, turned around and sat on the bed with his eyes slightly closed in his underclothes, and his whole body's true chi converged to the dantian in a silky way. The massive gas shaped like a sword gradually tended to stabilize and solidify in the outline of the silk of true chi. When I opened my eyes again, it was mid-afternoon. Shin Ian exhaled a breath wave, clearly felt but a tea time, but outside has passed several hours, no wonder those experts a closed door is half a year or even several years. After freezing for a moment, he took out the wind flower brocade from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, the ancient bamboo slip had been laid flat on his lap. First, he would learn superficially, so that when Yi Lian learned, he would have the opportunity to give some guidance. As the sky darkened, Shin Ian, who had changed into a strong suit, led Cheng Hai out of the royal residence in a hurry. Today is a little busy. I am afraid that I will not be able to go to the Jinghua Gongfu. I do not know what Yi Lian is busy with today. On the other side, Yi Lian was looking at the remaining ray of sunlight slightly out of focus. I'm so busy today, I can't imagine there will be so many things to prepare for the wedding. Your Highness is busy today too, right? Thinking of yesterday's scene of playing the zither and dancing with the sword with His Highness, her pretty face was slightly red with a demented giggle. Miss, this is a list of items that have been repurchased, please look through it. Jinxiu stood and stopped at a distance for a long time, seeing her own young lady return to normalcy before walking over quickly. Tough on you, Jinxiu. Yi Liyan received the list with a gentle smile. It's Jinxiu's honor to share your worries for Miss North City. The duo weaved through the crowds one after the other. This master and servant were walking idly through the streets in the eyes of ordinary people. In fact, Cheng Hai, who was closely following Shen Yi's pace, already had a disorder in his breath, and if he didn't use his full strength, he was afraid that he had already lost his highness. Is this an emergency, your highness? The houses around us began to look old as we drove around, and pedestrians became more and more scarce. Arrived. Shen Yi looked at the dilapidated temple in front of him and said in a deep voice. Cheng Hai looked around the area, somewhat puzzled as to why his highness would come to such a place. In front of the gate, 3 beggars with wooden sticks in their arms were splitting a meat elbow and eating it with their mouths full of oil. Pop! Shen Yi took 5 steps forward and approached the gate, and a wooden stick was knocked impartially just a finger's distance in front of his toes. I'm sorry, you two, this is the territory of the Beggars Association, idlers are exempted from entering. The beggar sitting in the center said in an indifferent tone. Shen Yi hooked his lips and smiled. Nonsense, he will not say more. Cheng Hai, leave them alive. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds, 3 beggars screamed miserably and flew into the courtyard. Cheng Hai clenched his fists and strutted into the broken temple. In a moment, however, the sound of long swords and clubs meeting came from the courtyard. Shen Yi instantly to Cheng Hai's side, palm and the thick true chi swept away. A palm will be that beggar gang elder blasted out. Single alliance master, long time no see. Shen Yi stood in the courtyard with his hands in the air, looking towards Shan Yu, who was lying on his side on the offering table in the room, and faintly opened his mouth. Why are you hitting people when you're here? Young people are just impetuous, alas. Shan Yu did a Harrier flip off the offering table and rolled down to stand still. Lord Shan is leisurely. Those who don't know still think that Lord Shan has joined the Beggars Association. You don't say. They all thought I had the credentials to be a gang leader before they carried me back. I don't know what you're looking for me so late in the evening? Shan Yu's smile disappeared, and his eyes carried a bit of caution. Buy a book. Ha! Please sit down. Please sit. Shan Yu instantly smiled and laughed at the words, and while saying so, he also did not forget to throw a few obtrusive beggars' disciples to the side like throwing garbage. It's not like he's a disciple of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, so he's heartbroken. Shen Yi took a light breath and inquired, how many books do you have in your collection? I'll take them all. The one with the picture in Shen Lingxiu's mouth should be this kind, right? After making Shen Lingxiu happy, it seemed like he could whore out quite a few feats for nothing. Shan Yu froze. He naturally knew what this collection was, and asked curiously, you? Never mind, it was better for him to ask less than he shouldn't. 3 nameless collection pushed to Shen Yi in front of the single Yu plopped down on the ground tone of frustration. These 3 collections follow me for many years, please cherish them. 300 taels of silver. Shen Yi quoted. How much? 300 taels? Shan Yu jumped straight up in anger. You were asking for 10,000 taels, now you've shrunk 100 times, right? Not for sale, not for sale. Shan Yu bent down to pick up the book, but Shen Yi was faster, and with a wave of his hand the book had already been taken away. You mother-er! Shan Yu was shocked and furious. 3,000 taels. 3,000 taels of silver tickets slapped on Shan Yu's angry face. Deal. Shan Yu pressed the silver ticket on his face for a second. See the good, money is not earned is a little cute. The 3 treasured books he'd long ago gotten tired of reading. The 3,000 taels are enough to hire a dozen immodest painters to paint a few more books for his collection, day and night. Shen Yi sniffed and took out the 3 treasured books and briefly checked them to make sure there was no problem, and then the deal was completed. Hey! Come back to me next time you want to buy a book. Shan Yu waved his hand happily as he watched the backs of the 2 departing, followed by a sigh. In the courtyard, some of the beggar disciples who didn't pass out stared greedily at Shan Yu. Just now the 3 people's dealings, they were all eyes. That's a whole 3,000 taels of silver. What kind of bull alliance can be as powerful as their Beggars Association? Shan Yu collected the silver ticket. Toes a pick of the wooden stick fell into the hands. Face suddenly grim smile. In the next untalented, will be a little bit of stick. Just want to discuss with all of you to teach a little. Before Shen Yi and the 2 of them could walk far away, they heard miserable screams continuously coming from the broken temple behind them. 2 short days have passed in the blink of an eye. Pinpointing the time Yi burning should be almost to Tianwu City. The news of the destruction of the Zhao family in Gusi should have long since reached back to the ears of noble consort Zhao and the Zhao family, but they were all uncharacteristically quiet, as if before a storm. Shin Jingyu and Shin Tingfeng recently also extraordinarily quiet. On the contrary, Shin Junyan is Liaodong land pioneering. The Shin Junyan has become a hot topic of discussion in the streets and alleys. The news of shortcuts frequently the wind cover over their brothers. In the martial arts pavilion, Shin Lingxiu flipped through that nameless collection, and as he flipped through it, his breathing grew ragged, and his hands couldn't stop trembling. Pop! The collection was reclosed and tossed aside. Brat! What I want is this kind of idle book? Shin Lingxiu reddened his old face in anger and shame. Shin Ian was slightly aggravated. I thought the kind with pictures that 5th Imperial Uncle said was this kind. Well, it was he who would be wrong. Okay, it's me who was vague, next time it's not allowed. Shin Lingxiu sighed. Came to the underground palace, Shin Ian went to the arsenal side of the shop and then came out. Want to take too many things, he had to go back to think about what to take. When Shin Ian left the martial arts pavilion, Shin Lingxiu vigilantly looked around, confirming that no one was around, and then silently picked up the collection carefully from the corner. Think of it as an exercise for the mind. Chapter 64 Yi Burning returns to Heavenly Marshal. Approaching the 6th day of the night, the drizzle of rain for the green brick grey tile cloak a few points of the sense of depression. In front of the main gate of the Jinguigong mansion. Father. Burning child. Father and son too excitedly embraced each other. When a goodbye is a few years, now see each other excited feelings cannot hide. Yi Tian's big hand kept patting Yi Burn's shoulder and shouting under his breath, good, there are a few parts of my style back then. If it wasn't for a fast horse running to notify him in advance, he wouldn't have believed that it was really his son who had returned. Wait, you won't sneak back, right? Yi Tian's eagle eyes flinched. This brat from his own family learned that his daughter was about to get married. His head was not sure if he could really do such a thing. How can he, as a father, not know what his son is like? Father, I came back because I have an imperial edict. Yi Burn cried out for injustice and hurriedly brought the imperial edict before dispelling Yi Tian's doubts. He's just coming back on the down low, unless he's crazy enough to run the risk of his whole family losing their heads. That's good, you're exhausted from trekking back from the northern border, aren't you? Yi Tianzi changed his face in a second and said with concern. Father is overly concerned. What is this tiredness when I can go home? Father, is Li Yan still awake? After a pause, Yi Burning eye tone soft, deliberately lowered some voice asked, this home he now cannot rest assured that in addition to their own masters only their own daughters, but also he owed the most people. Shouldn't be awake yet. Yi Tianzi shook his head. Father, then I will first enter the palace to resume my duties. Yi Burn stood at the bottom of the steps with a straw raincoat on his body. He just passed by the front of the house and stopped for a while. No one saw him anyway, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? If it doesn't work, it will be a credit. For him, it had been a great reward to come back to see his family and attend his daughter's wedding. Burning child, you go ahead, my father will be right behind you. Yi Tianzi nodded his head. This point was exactly the time for the morning court. The brat came back. This time period is really not the time. Today I am afraid that there will not be a lot of verbal fight. Yes, father. Chu King's mansion. Shin Ian put on that new dress and strutted out of the room. Your Highness, where are you going so early in the morning? Mendu happened to pass by the courtyard and rushed forward to inquire. Prepare the car and go to the court. Shin Ian laughed lightly. The old man was back. He had to show his face anyhow. He had a premonition that today's court meeting was feared to be very lively. Mendu sniffed and went to get ready in some confusion. Has the sun come out of the west today? His Highness actually went to court. It's a rare thing. Inside the palace, a group of civil and military ministers were yawning and chatting as they walked towards the Fengtian Palace. Hey, it's raining again, my old back. Lord Li should take care of the cold. Old Bao. I heard your son was bitten by a donkey. Ha ha ha. Will you stop talking about it? Holy. You guys look over there. Hiss. A gush of cold air was heard in the scattered group. Just a short distance away, Yi Tianzi and Yi Burn were walking side by side in their armor. Old Ye's son is back? A veteran general with a somewhat white beard was shocked. His Majesty doesn't seem to have issued an edict for him to return, does he? I also remember that His Majesty did not issue an edict. Among the civil officials, a few exchanged glances with each other. There was something else to do this morning. The significance of their existence is to brush the sense of existence. If there is no more sense of existence, this official hat on the head is about to be removed. Hiss. Look over there. It's His Highness the King of Chu. His Highness King Song is actually there. The crowd's eyes followed the wave to the end of the line again. Sixth brother, the new clothes are very nice. Thanks for the compliment. Fourth brother, Li Yan's craftsmanship is excellent. I see, just now I was curious as to which tailor in the city had such a high standard. Fourth brother is too kind. Sixth brother, is your health better these days? Shin Jingyu smiled warmly and continued to open his mouth to inquire. Thank you for your concern, fourth brother, it's just a wind chill, it's already much better. Shin Ian smiled back. The duo this wave of booing to the surrounding eating melon and the minister to see will not. What's the situation? Usually, these two masters would just greet each other coldly, why are they still concerned about each other now? 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10. The temple is not a jungle, and it is unusual for two brothers to have a good relationship as good. It was different here, two princes hooking up together had to make them ministers think a lot more. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the civil and military ministers found their positions one after another and stood. On the dragon chair, Emperor Wu opened his slightly drooping eyes to first look at Yi Burn, then turned his gaze to Shin Ian and Shin Jingyu who walked in side by side. Sixth brother, is your body feeling better? Shen Mukin asked softly when he saw Shin Ian walk over. Thanks for worrying big brother, it's just wind chill, it's already much better. Shin Ian smiled slightly and chose to copy the original statement. Every time he conversed with Shin Mukin, the true chi in his body had an uncontrollable feeling that was very evil. Rumor has it that the master of Tai sect, Wan Fai Jinran, had counted a fortune for Shin Mukin together with LV Wenchuan, and that his destiny was variable, and that he needed to rely on the majestic national fortune of Dakian to stabilize on one of the good destinies. Since returning from Tai sect's cultivation, Shin Mukin was equivalent to being grounded within the boundaries of Tianwu City. Under the patriarchal system, he became the crown prince from the eldest prince, blocking the mouth of the ministers at the same time to bear more power of the country's fortune to firmly stabilize the character of Liang. If he left Tianwu City rashly, his destiny would change, which might affect the fate of the country and thus the entire Dakian. It's a travesty that a monarch can't even look at his own world. Shen Mukin was the apparent crown prince, but he was no longer the best choice for the crown prince in Emperor Wu's heart. After a brief greeting, Shin Ian turned around and noticed Yi Burn, who was standing beside Yi Tianzi. Yi Burn happened to be staring at him at that moment as well. You're the one who pried my baby girl away? Shin Ian instantly saw the intention from Yi Burn's eyes. When he first wore the mask to deliver the edict he didn't feel anything at all, now he was stared at he was inexplicably afraid in his heart and awkwardly returned a smile. Yi Burn frowned slightly, why did Shin Ian look so familiar, had he met him somewhere? Long live the emperor! The court will start, the civil officials queue, a civil official stride out, just bowed down in front but already came the voice of the leaf burning. Last General Yi Burning see your majesty. The civil official felt the awkwardness of the strange stares around him and returned to the queue. The corner of Yi Tianzi's mouth, who glanced this way with his afterglow, raised without leaving a trace. We are all old farts in the bureaucracy, when you guys move your asses, he knows to prepare nothing good farts, want to make a preemptive strike? Oh. Aha. After listening to Yi Burn's report, Emperor Wu nodded, quite satisfied, and immediately announced the reward. Your Majesty, I have something to report. That civil official walked out of the queue once again. Speak. I thought. A bunch of nonsense finished, summarized, now Qian is at war with the barbarians, Yi Burning should guard the northern border back should not return to the dynasty. One of the military generals stepped forward and opened his mouth with a simple hatchet, you dare to question his majesty? That civil official dared to say that he would naturally guess so, and directly stood on the moral high ground of national security, rivers and mountains, and so on, and began to point the finger. Unsurprisingly, the two sides started to dislike each other with their own opinions, and the scene was chaotic for a while. In the end, it was Emperor Wu who opened his mouth to stop the chaos, and after a few words to appease both sides, he turned the matter over completely. Your Majesty, I have something to report. An inspector stepped out. Speak. I want to impeach His Highness the Fifth Prince. Chapter 65 Shen Tingfeng was impeached again. Civil and military officials heard a lot of people show disappointment, also thought what a big deal it, how to impeach the big dude. Shen Tingfeng's impeachment has become almost routine, and they have long since lost their passion. Shen Ian's expression moved slightly, curious about what Shen Tingfeng had gotten up to recently. After listening to that inspector's impeachment, Emperor Wu and Shen Ian frowned at the same time. The impeachment is not something else, it is Shen Tingfeng working in the pawnshop. It's a coincidence that this inspector went to the pawnshop to prepare to die as something useless, and the one who greeted the customer happened to be Shen Tingfeng. When things will naturally lose price, and finally lost nearly 1/3 of the money to pawn, back home the more this inspector thought the more angry, immediately decided to the next day on the court to impeach Shen Tingfeng. For a royal son to be a store boy is simply degrading to the face of the royal family. Shen Yan helpless, you impeach Shen Tingfeng, I do not say anything, but you want to mess with my pawnshop, then we too have to talk about it. This inspector was on fire. In addition to impeaching Shin Tingfeng, he also angrily sprayed Shen Yian's pawnshop and hoped that Emperor Wu would completely seal it off and the people involved would all be arrested and put in the prison. That bastard. The martial emperor huffed slightly. Father. My son has something to say. Shen Yian stepped forward. If you don't come forward at a time like this, you're afraid that your pawnshop won't be protected. Speak. My son thinks. Probably mean, Shin Tingfeng itself is a bad track record. Now it is difficult to find a job, although there is a loss of status, but there is a progressive heart, no longer like before, like eating and waiting for death everywhere in trouble. Progressive heart is rare. Father should not be too much to fight the Shin Tingfeng. Punishment is too heavy for fear of letting the Shin Tingfeng completely degraded. Emperor Wu nodded slightly to recognize Shen Yian's words, already guessed that Shin Tingfeng can appear in the pawnshop must have a relationship with Shen Yian. The civil and military officials are very surprised. Someone to help Shin Tingfeng defense is really unprecedented first time, to help its defense of the person or the king of Chu. Then recall the scene of Shen Yian and Shin Jingyu's two booing this morning. Hiss. They are afraid that they are still awake today. That inspector didn't continue to say anything when he saw this. It's not worth offending a king for a big dude. The final punishment for Shin Tingfeng was also light, only fined 2 months of salary and silver. Shin Tingfeng, 2 months salary? Isn't this killing me? As for the pawnshop, Emperor Wu didn't even mention it. Who would have trouble with their own money? Retreat. Outside, the light rain gradually stops, nothing much after the finally dismissed the court. Walking out of Fengtian Hall, Shen Yian swore that he wouldn't come tomorrow even if he was beaten to death, listening to his dizziness. Sixth brother, I'll go ahead. When he was almost out of the palace, Shin Jingyu, who was following on the side, looked at the walking Yi family father and son and laughed lightly. Take care, fourth brother. See your highness King Chu. Yi Tianzi led Yi Burn forward and saluted. Duke Yi, General Yi, no need to be polite. Shin Yian smiled gently. The closer Yi Burn looked at Shin Yian, the more he felt as if he had seen it somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. Not when he was a child. When he was a child, Shin Yian didn't have the same temperament as he does now. After the three people exchanged pleasantries, Shen Yian took the initiative to find some topics, from the childhood cut into the chat to the present, and chat to the northern border. The content of the content as if the chat is endless. The three people walking and chatting is very happy. He burned both eyes. No wonder his own master on the way to the court on the Chu King praised his highness quite a lot, really very much to the liking of their father and son. However, when he thought that Yi Lian was about to marry Shen Yian, a fire inexplicably rose in Yi Burn's heart. The flowers that I've raised for so many years are about to be taken away in a pot by this brat. It's abominable. What's even more annoying is that the other person is a nobleman and you can't beat him up. The group came to the tea house in casual conversation, and Yi Tianzi patted Yi Burn's shoulder to give him a wave of morning tea here. After finishing the morning tea, the three of them chatted for a while and then separated to go back to their own homes. Returning to the royal residence, Mendu greeted him and asked, Your Highness, do you need to prepare more gifts? The news of Yi Burn's return to Tianwu City went viral after the next court. That was His Own Highness's old man. A visit to the door was definitely needed. Well, prepare more. Your Highness, will the car be ready in a moment? Shen Yian shook his head and laughed lightly. Not first, let's talk about it a little later. It was not easy for father and daughter to see each other once, and he didn't want to disturb them too much. The king will go back to the house first to rest for a while. Yes, Your Highness. Shin Guigong Mansion. Grandpa, you're back. Li Yan, look who's back. Yi Tianzi's face was full of kindness, and he sidestepped to make way for Yi Burn behind him. Yi Burn looked at the young girl standing in front of him helplessly, and carefully opened his mouth to call out, Li Yan? Leaving Tianwu City that year, Yi Li Yan is only that high, suddenly has become a big girl. I cannot believe that I have been away for so long. Father. 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 Yi Li Yan's eyes trembled slightly, and her feet could not stop moving forward. Father, Li Yan misses you so much. Yi Burn's heart twisted in pain, holding his daughter's voice trembled. I'm sorry, daughter. It's me as a father who is incompetent. Father and daughter long goodbye reunion of the scene. Even Yi Tianzi the brave veterans cannot help but redden eyes. Family reunion is good. The sky cleared and the sunlight streamed down through the clouds to color the green bricks and tiles with a golden glow. With the passage of time, the Jingui Gongfu gradually bustled with activity, and many officials and Yi Tianzi's old friends paid a visit with gifts. Du Dunming has a great psychological shadow on Yi Burning, said nothing to come, and finally received a beating was Du Feng hard to carry to the Jingui Gongfu. Chu King's mansion. Your Highness, His Highness the Fifth Prince seeks an audience. Mendu trotted to the martial arts arena and reported. After lunch, Shen Yian condensed the sword from the room before going to the martial arts field to prepare for sword practice. Bring him to the king. Shen Yian casually waved his hand, and the fine steel sword in his hand flew back to the weapon rack. Sixth brother. Woohoo! Without seeing the person, he first heard his voice, and from a long distance, he heard Shin Tingfeng's cries. Sixth brother, father, he's too ruthless. He deducted 2 whole months of my salary. That's 2 months' salary. Shin Tingfeng hugged Shin Ian and just cried for a while. Fifth brother, don't be sad, at least the pawnshop job is saved, isn't it? Shin Ian sighed softly and comforted. Yes, sixth brother, I'm so grateful to you. If I didn't have this job, I'm afraid I'd be begging on the streets this month. Speaking of the pawnshop, Shin Tingfeng became even more excited and was close to flinging out snot and tears. In just a few days, he collected a few dead pawned objects and surprisingly quickly sold them all, and managed to get more than 100 taels of silver to share. Shin Tingfeng, who first experienced the feeling of earning money in a dignified manner, fell in love with this feeling almost instantly. It was a completely different feeling than when he'd pitched people money, borrowed money, or gambled money before. He felt his ego was elevated. He vowed to work harder at the pawnshop, earn more money, accumulate more experience, and sooner or later, one day, there would be a pawnshop that belonged solely to him, Shin Tingfeng. Seeing the employees have such a high energy to work, Shin Ian said that he was very pleased to be the boss. Fifth brother, sixth brother watches over you. Not long after Shin Tingfeng left, Ah Fu, the steward of the state duke's house, hurriedly ran to the royal palace to invite Shin Ian to the dinner. A dinner party? The king knows. Your Highness, then the old slave will leave first. Shin Ian looked back at Mendu. How are the gifts prepared? Back to your Highness, it's all ready. Okay, prepare the car. Towards evening, the guests in the Jinghua Gongfu had long since dispersed. Shin Ian was still a little surprised when he arrived. He thought that there would be many people at the dinner tonight, but it turned out that there was just one more Yi Burn. Yi Tianzi seems to see Shin Yian's doubts on a simple answer. Today people come and go too chaotic. Today has issued invitations. Tomorrow drunken fairy building and then set up a banquet, a good feast for the 4 sides. Shin Ian sat in the middle of Yi Burn and Yi Tianzi, his eyes swept to the dozen or so altars of wine lying on the ground. In his heart he suddenly had a bad premonition. Yi Li Yan blessed. Chapter 66 The Empress and the 3 Noble Consorts. Wheels in the deep alley constantly issued di sound. This time is already the 3rd night. The moon is hanging high, covered in alcohol. Shin Ian is sitting in the carriage to close his eyes and recuperate. Shin Ian frowned slightly, and the 2 ink-colored jade tiles coiled in his hands were silently put into his sleeves. A brisk figure was following the carriage unhurriedly from the rooftop. The person moved silently. His breath was so well internalized that just by the perception of the breath one would mistake it for a small wildcat that was walking at night. Just one? It doesn't look like there's going to be a plot like the dark alley attack. Approaching the royal residence, the man still followed closely, without the slightest intention to leave. Lifting the curtain, Shin Ian got out of the car with the effort to think of the Raising Fury altar. Could the 2 be related? Since you don't want to leave, stay and chat. On the roof in the distance, a phantom silhouette stood slenderly, black nightclothes set off the exquisite curves, ice-cold eyes staring at Shin Ian, who was slowly walking into the royal mansion. Turning to leave, in the darkness, a large hand suddenly probed. The woman was alarmed, instinctively dodging, but found her movements slowing down. Back to God's large hand had clamped down on her small arm. Ka-ching! The woman's eyes widened as the sharp pain hit her, but she realized that she was powerless to resist. Broken arm, broken leg, hidden disaster, a set of movements in a flowing stream. Not waiting for the woman screamed out cryptic disaster. Another hand has been probed into its mouth to find out if there is a poison capsule, backhand, and contains the strength of a palm shot in the dantian. The woman was abolished all the martial arts. She wanted to commit suicide, cannot commit suicide. What a specialty, that's what it is. The royal study. Your Highness, she seems to be a palace maid in the palace. Hidden disaster handed over the woman's waistplate with both hands. Shin Ian took the waistplate and looked at the woman in front of him who had already had her limbs broken. Are you one of noble consort Zhao's people? You kill me. The woman's tone was morose. Now she was wasted, even going back had no value, and she was bent on death. No answer is a default. That woman is going to start screwing up after all. Shin Ian suddenly laughed and asked, what did your master feel when he learned that the Gusu Zhao family had been destroyed? This king is very curious. The woman's eyes widened in anger, and the corners of her mouth seemed to start trembling with rage. The Zhao family had raised them and nurtured them, and it was hard to repay the kindness of their upbringing. They had long been with the Zhao family for a long time. You're angry? Shin Ian continued to ask with a smile. There may be nothing wrong with everyone standing their ground when the cold, hard conquest of power begins. Putting that aside, when that incident happened back then, everyone was already an immortal enemy. Vengeance for the killing of his mother is not shared. Unfortunately, this was Tianwu City. This was the land of power conquest, not a simple Jianghu grudge, unlike in Gusu where a simple and brutal killing could solve everything. The mother hates herself for not being able to kill you in the first place. The woman suddenly roared low. Is that so? Does this king still have to thank her for not killing her back then? If there's a chance, this king actually wants you to go back and tell her. Whether she'll die or not, this king doesn't know, but her end will definitely be tragic. The woman glared at her bloodshot eyes and continued to growl lowly. The queen will not let you go, not anyone who follows you around. Yes? The king looks forward to it. Shin Ian's ink-colored eyes blossomed with eerie ghostly aura. The moment the woman locked eyes with it, she was engulfed in endless darkness. Everything around her was terribly quiet, all perception was lost here. Suddenly, the sound of conversation came to his ears. Hidden plague, clean it up, don't dirty the king's house. Yes, your highness. Shin Ian flicked his sleeve robe and sat on the chair and began to wait quietly. Your highness. After clearing, the woman's hidden plague re-entered the study. Hidden plague, what's the latest movement on the demon sex side? Back to your highness, the demon cult and the Martial Defense Division had several battles near Tianmen Pass, exchanging casualties, and currently one of the 4 elephants, the Green Dragon, is stationed at Tianmen Pass. Shin Ian nodded his head. The devil religion can be temporarily delayed by the Department of Martial Arts and Defense is already the best situation. Right now, the two matters of the Foster Fury altar and the Zhao family always had to completely resolve one first. It was still less than 10 days to the day, and he didn't want his first wedding in his life to be spoiled by outsiders. Your highness, there is one more thing to report. Just now an urgent message came from the Usagi. What is it? Hidden Disaster told the story of those young girls from the Zhao family's ancestral land, who were now housed in a mountain villa. After hearing the cause, Shin Ian frowned slightly. The Zhao family is really not something. They have mastered the craft of making silk in the Zhao family? Yes, your highness. Yuora didn't dare to make a private decision on whether these girls would stay or go before sending the urgent message. Now that the Gusu Zhao family no longer exists, the silk cloth market is a big cake. If the Chamber of Commerce can produce the same level of silk cloth as the Zhao family, it will be able to eat up enough of the market to gain huge benefits. Let them make their own choice. They can leave their craft and take the settlement money given by the Chamber of Commerce to leave as a free agent, or they can stay in the Chamber of Commerce and work for the Chamber of Commerce as a free agent, with the same salary and benefits as everyone else. Shin Ian sighed. The big deal is to earn less money. At least he won't be so beastly like the Zhao family. Yes, your highness. Fu Sheng, you seem to have something to say? Shin Ian looked at Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng, who had been standing quietly, arched his hand and said, Back to your highness. My subordinate is worried that those 4 in the palace will not unite to turn on your highness. Shin Ian frowned. The empress and the 3 great noble consorts? Even if the 3 noble consorts were to unite, he wouldn't worry. The main reason is that queen comes from the Morong family, one of the 5 great families. One of the 3 major chambers of commerce, the Heavenly Palace Chamber of Commerce, was founded by the Morong family. Not only that, the Morong family, in addition to business, the family also produced a number of famous university disciples all over the world. Many disciples have been in official positions. This generation's Morong family head even has a ruthless younger brother who shakes the entire Jianghu. One of the 3 major sword cultivators in Jianghu, known as the Heavenly Sword Morong Lianshan. Compared to the behemoth that was the Morong family, the Zhao family appeared to be nothing but money. Shin Ian pinched his brow. How was this like a breakout game, defeating a boss and then a stronger boss? If this Empress Morong and the other 2 noble consorts did not go down, he did not want to tear his face off with them for the time being. When it really came time for everyone to tear each other apart, he hoped that by then he would have cleaned up the demon cult. Cleaning up the demonic cult needs to wait. When he breaks through to the Divine Journey realm, he dares to kill through the Devil Sect's Nocturnal City with 1 person and 1 sword. Why not now? This was because the Demon Sect Master and the Demon Sect Grand Elder were all half-step Divine Journey realm, and below them, there were a bunch of Heavenly Martial Realm Sect members, and probably other hidden combatants. He was in a full-scale war with the Demon Sect, and even if he won, it would be a disastrous victory, and he wouldn't do this kind of thing where he couldn't win steadily without losing. Shin Ian realized that if he really broke through to the Divine Journey realm, many things that seemed troublesome could be solved. In a world like this where you eat by strength, it's true that your fists are still better. Fu Xing's concern is not unreasonable. Get ready, water will come to cover the earth, and soldiers will come to stop the army. Shin Yan took a deep breath. As long as the old man sits there, everyone is actually tied up in the state. It depends on whose henchmen fists are not hard enough to die more. Ghostface and the others should be arriving soon, right? Back to your highness, the Ghostface trio departs tomorrow. Hidden Disaster returned. Well, how is it going with the information on the industries of several families that this king asked Ugly Bull to organize? Delivered day after tomorrow at the latest. Good. On the following day, Mendu, who accompanied Shin-Ian to sit by the pond and fish, asked curiously, "Your Highness, today, are you not going to the State Duke's mansion today?" "Let's not go there yet, we'll go straight to the drunken immortal house in the evening." Shin-Ian leaned on his chin with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "It's good to leave more time for the father-daughter duo." "Ha ha ha. Your Highness. I'm coming." Chapter 67, I Am a Jealous Man. Bang! There was another muffled thud, and a ripple in the water followed. Mendu instinctively turned around, using the fishing rod in his hand as a blade across his chest. Shin-Ian twisted his head, and saw not far behind him a black giant tiger that was 2 circles larger than a bison crouching on the ground, lifeless, just like a corpse. The two froze at the same time. The corpse of the giant black tiger shrugged twice, and the tall figure of Evil Lie drilled out from underneath the tiger's corpse and laughed, "Your Highness. This is the congratulatory gift I brought you." He had deliberately removed a lot of force when he jumped from the roof just now, but he had underestimated the combined weight of himself and the giant tiger, and his entire calf sank into the wet and soft soil after landing. In the shadows, Fu Sheng sighed softly, "Mr. Evil Lie is still this bold. He has tightened up a lot." Hidden Disaster shook his head, but in any other place, this guy's burst of laughter was enough to attract the attention of a city full of experts. By the pond, Shin-Ian put down his fishing rod and got up. "It's good that you're here. What's the point of bringing such an expensive gift? This black tiger has already opened. The spirit of wisdom has become an unknown number of miles of the mountain's overlord. Even after the death of the body exudes a share of the ferocious gas. Still let the ordinary people do not shudder. Wicked came to kill such a big guy is bound to have a bad fight. I don't know what your Highness lacks, so I thought of going into the mountains to take a look in case I came across any spiritual treasures to offer to your Highness, but I didn't expect to come across such a large insect that had become a spirit." Saying that, Evil Lie scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I wanted to subdue this big bug to give it to your Highness as a mount, but I accidentally slapped it to death by striking too hard. Luckily, this big bug is a male, and it's full of treasures. Especially, it's this long. It's definitely a great tonic, and will guarantee that His Highness will have a great time after eating it." Wicked came in with both eyes, and reached out to compare lengths. Shin-Ian was stunned. The length, indeed, was a great tonic. But where does a real man need any supplements? Elder Evil Lie. Mendu froze for a long moment before speaking. "You're Mendu?" Wicked Lie stared at Mendu for a few seconds before remembering who the other man was. It's Senior. Senior had the honor of following Senior Evil Lie to cultivate in the mountains for some time back then. "Ha, I'm surprised to see you here." When these two big men were standing there, there was inexplicably a sense of joy that the Li Kuei had met the Li Ghost. But Mendu looks naive when compared to Wicked Lie all of a sudden. "Your Highness." Shanghai heard a strange noise rush to run into the eyes of the black giant tiger, was first shocked, turned his head and saw the door standing opposite to the evil HM? "Shanghai, you've come at the right time. In a moment and Mendu go to skin this tiger corpse and deal with it to put it in the cellar for refrigeration." Shin-Ian opened his mouth with a sideways glance and explained. "Yes, your Highness." Shanghai returned to his senses. After Mendu finished exchanging pleasantries with Evil Lie, Shin-Ian smoothly introduced Shanghai to Evil Lie. "Elder Evil Lie." Shanghai stood in front of Evil Lie and his breathing stopped abruptly, as if there was a lofty mountain straddling in front of him, causing one to feel nothing but awe. "Well, the roots are good. Follow your Highness well and you will definitely become a famous swordsman in the future." Evil Lie squeezed Shanghai's shoulder in recognition. Elder Wicked Lie is overpraised. After the people chatted for a while, Shanghai and Mendu dragged the giant tiger to the side yard to take care of it. Swish! Swish! After the Mendu duo left, the Runeborn and Hidden Plague duo appeared. "Your Highness, Mr. Wicked Lie." "Your Highness." Shin-Ian asked curiously, "When will the Divine Lord arrive?" Even Evil Lie had arrived. The Divine Monarch shouldn't be slower than him. "Back to your Highness, I asked him," he said 2 days later. "He is preparing a congratulatory gift for your Highness." Evil Lie thought about it and returned. "A congratulatory gift prepared by the God King? You're not going to give him a large siege weapon with your machine arts, are you?" Shin-Ian instantly had a bad feeling. "Hidden Plague, when will Candlewick and the others arrive?" Hidden Disaster pulled out the folders. "Back to your Highness, they will arrive one after another within 5 days. "Well, 12 o'clock is coming up one by one, isn't it?" "Yes, your Highness. It's about to get lively, and lively is good." Shin-Ian heartily laughed. Since moving into the royal residence or the first time so lively, fortunately the royal residence is large enough, otherwise so many people are not really good to hide. Hidden Disaster, you take Wicked Lie for a stroll around the royal mansion, and Fusheng, you accompany this king for a game of chess. "Yes, your Highness." Sunset and dusk, tonight's drunken immortal house has been chartered by the Jingui Gongfu, which can be described as lively. Drunken immortal house boss changed into his best clothes to stand at the gate to accompany the butler Rafu to welcome the guests, which came in. The guests are all the city's power and wealth, for fear of neglect. See Your Highness King Chu. Fu saw Shen Ian get down from the carriage and hurriedly greeted him. Be excused. Shen Ian handed over the invitation and raised his hand to summon the shopkeeper of Drunken Immortal House. Didn't have any problems, did you? Your Highness, please rest assured. My subordinate has already transferred manpower from the tea house to ensure that everything is safe. Well, it's been a hard night for you guys. No hard work, it's all we should do. Inside the Drunken Immortal building, the powerful and wealthy were booing and commercially blowing each other off in groups. Some people chatted, some sought cooperation, and some wanted to climb up to the more powerful and influential people, following some big shot side with a fawning face. See you, Your Highness King Chu. The sounds of saluting rose one after another as Shen Ian entered. Shen Ian nodded slightly, no need to be polite. Going up to the second floor, as the protagonist of the banquet, Yi Burning was being surrounded by a group of veteran generals talking to each other. Ha ha ha. Well done. That's how you should kill barbarians. Worthy of old Ye's seed. Yi Xian nephew, what do you think about me throwing my family's indomitable brat to your place for a few years of training? Your Highness King Chu. Yi Tianzi was sharp-eyed and noticed Shen Ian walking up from the stairs with a glance, and quickly greeted him. Lord Yi. Shen Ian wore a smile. Yi Burn and a few veteran generals also gathered around at the sound. See His Highness, the King of Chu. There is no need for you old generals to be courteous, thanks to your presence in Deqian to be as stable internally and externally as it is today. Your Highness Chu is too polite, defending the country is our duty. With a young genius like His Highness King Chu in the future of Deqian, we old fellows will be completely at ease. After the business exchange ended, Shen Ian was led by Yi Tianzi to the elegant room where the juniors were. Your Highness, please bear with Your Highness if there is any slack today. Lord Yi is overstated. Yi Tianzi went back to continue pulling the wool over the eyes of a few old men, and Shen Ian took a step into the elegant room. In the elegant room, a group of young masters and young ladies sat in their seats with some extra restraint. It's different from the usual invitation of a dozen or so close friends to a party, where there are no elders around and everyone speaks freely. Now it was different. Many people had only ever met, they were not familiar with each other, plus next door were the elders, they did not dare to speak loudly and much. See Your Highness King Chu. Everyone saw Shen Ian walk in and hurriedly rose to salute. Be excused. Shen Ian smiled and gestured, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, instantly locking onto Yi Lian, who was wearing a veil hat. 3 tables were set up in the elegant room. Yi Lian sat at the table leaning in next to the 2 girls, Xiu Lanlan and Lu Lingyao, and the 2 Du family brothers also sat at that table. Sister Yi, it's His Highness King Chu, he's come to find you. Seeing Shen Ian walk over, Xiu Lanlan was even more excited than Yi Lian. Yo, quick. Xiu Lanlan had the good sense to pull Lu Lingyao up to make way for her seat. Brotherin. The 2 Du Dunming brothers got up and shouted. Dunming, who did you get hit by? Shen Ian froze as he looked at Du Dunming with bruises on his face. I'm fine, brotherin. Went out and accidentally fell. Du Dunming smiled awkwardly. There happen to be some healing medicines in the king's mansion. Tomorrow the king will have someone send you some. Don't bother on. It'll be fine in a couple days. Du Dunming quickly waved his hand in rejection. If coated with healing medicine, after 2 days the injury healed, in case you did not pay attention to the old man angry and afraid of a fat beat. Upon hearing this, Shen Ian didn't continue to insist, nor did he care about the gazes focused on him by the crowd, pulling up Yi Lian's small hand and smilingly saying, What are you all standing for? Sit down. Your Highness. Yi Lian lowered her slightly reddened little face, and with her other hand, she took off her veil hat to reveal that peerless face. Knowing that His Highness was going to take off her sarong again, she might as well take some initiative herself. Shen Ian smiled without saying anything when he saw this. His big hand gently pinched the small hand, causing the latter's ears to start to burn. Hiss! The white veil danced lightly, and it was the first time that many of the people present had seen Yi Lian's true face. This face, it's almost no different from the rumored fairies coming down to earth. Those pale blue beautiful eyes were truly beautiful, as if they had a magic power to make people fall deeply into them at a glance. Cough cough. Shen Ian dryly coughed twice, making quite a few people snapped back to their senses in a big dream. Giving you guys a glimpse is fine, but staring is overkill. The king has shown his cards. The king is a jealous man. Chapter 68 Shanghai's Crisis. The guests invited by the Jingui Gongfu arrived one after another. Yi Tianze and Yi Burning said a few simple introductory remarks under the attention of the crowd, then everyone raised their glasses and drank together, and the banquet officially began. According to seniority, Shen Yiyan should sit next door with the juniors. But according to his status, he would have to sit at the main table with these veterans who had fought in the battlefield. Even though there was 1,000 reluctance in his heart to sit separately from Yi Lian, there was nothing he could do about it. Alas, fortunately one is immune to the effects of alcohol after reaching a certain realm of strength. Otherwise last night and tonight I was afraid that I would be carried back to the royal residence by Chen Hai. After 3 rounds of wine, the wine goblets, the table has been a bit messy, the faces of the people are more or less with some drunkenness. Shen Yiyan only felt a sinking in his shoulders, and when he turned his head, Yi Burn was staring at him with a drunken face and red eyes. Yi Tianze, who was sitting beside Yi Burn, put down his wine glass when he saw this. His own son did not deliberately suppress the alcohol in his body, and now he is almost in a state of drunkenness. Li Yan is not present, he should have a lot of words to explain to His Highness, poor parents. For a long time, Yi Burning voice slightly hoarse opening, Your Highness, I have not read a lot of books, big words are literate a few, to put it mildly is a reckless, when I was fortunate enough to meet Li Yan's mother, but also fortunate enough to be loved by others. Shen Yiyan listened carefully to Yi Burn's story. He could feel the pain and suffering of the man in front of him when he lost his lover, and felt the self-blame and guilt when he couldn't be there for his daughter. This reminded him of a man, Marquis Wucheng Guqing. God may just like to joke, the same father who lost his lover, the same loss of the mother of the girl became the original heroine of Justice and the villainess respectively, the two girls in similar circumstances but ultimately have a very different ending. Unfortunately, Guqing does not like to participate in banquets, which is almost universally known. No matter what banquets are big or small, the congratulatory gifts are sent to the people but the future want to find him drinking unless the door, or His Majesty's edict. Otherwise, Yi Burning and Guqing could have a sympathetic chat today. Your Highness, I only have this one daughter. I believe that you, Your Highness, will be able to make Li Yan happy and joyful, and I also believe that you, Your Highness, will be able to protect her. But I really only have this one daughter. If Your Highness dares to harm her. Aha! Not waiting for Yi Burn to shout his words out in a low voice, a thick arm strangled his shoulder first, and then a big hand covered his mouth in death. Asshole, dare to be rude to His Highness? Yi Tianze said in a rude manner from behind. He was waiting for this moment when Yi Burn made a mistake. How can you say such treacherous things? Even if His Highness doesn't mind, what about the others? Listen to the wind. If it were to reach His Majesty's ears, wouldn't his Yi family become the rebels and traitors? Lord Yi, General Yi is a man of nature, and this king understands that very well. Shen Yiyan stood up and said in a very serious tone, Please rest assured that Lord Yi and General Yi, this king can swear by the heavenly Tao. If this king in the future if negative. Well. This slap was covered up by Yi Burn. Hearing the 4 big words heavenly Tao, Yi Burning instantly sobered up most of the wine. My Highness, we don't have to be so serious. Is the heavenly Tao something that can be taken casually? He could realize that Shen Yiyan's feelings for his daughter were sincere and not a bit false, and he had no regrets even if he died with this heart. We would all be family from now on, and he didn't want his son-in-law to live with an invisible sword hanging over his head every day with his daughter. The others at the table looked stunned for a moment. What was this Master 3 doing? Improvising? The little farce ended and the party resumed. Shen Yiyan's sidelong glance realized that there were a few more points of tenderness in Yi Burn's gaze towards himself, and that feeling was like a father looking at his son. There was some crying in my mind. That's a kind of recognition, isn't it? As the night wore on, the dinner came to an end and the guests left one after another. Because of the presence of the elders, hardly anyone on the juniors' side touches the wine. Dufang was once again carried back by Didaming. In the end, apart from the fellows who were cleaning and packing up the drunken immortal building, there were only the Yi family members and Shen Yiyan present. It's getting late, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries the two sides went their separate ways. In the carriage, Shen Yiyan tenderly rubbed the small scented pouch in his hand and couldn't help but be amused by the thought of the picture just now. This was from the drunken immortal house when they were about to separate. Yi Lian suddenly came up and gave it to him. Give gifts for fear of some abrupt, but also thought of a lame reason, stumbling to explain, completely did not realize that their own little face stained with red clouds, cute want to let a person crime. Without much thought, Shen Yiyan removed his King of Chu golden belt tag and tied it with the small scented pouch. On the way back to the royal mansion, Shen Yiyan was surprised at the wisps of murderous intent that drifted from afar. The target of these killing intent was not him, but Chen Hai, who was driving outside. What does that mean? If you don't kill him, kill Chen Hai? What enemies does Chen Hai have, barbarians? In the gap of thinking, Shen Yiyan's divine sense quickly enveloped in the direction of the Jingui Gongfu, confirming that there was nothing over there and then let out a sigh of relief. Outside, Chung Hai's sense of crisis honed from the battlefield had long allowed him to detect the killing intent. "Your Highness, there are assassins. Be careful, their target is you," Shin Ian murmured. Chang Hai took a deep breath. "Your Highness, can my subordinate face them alone?" He had been on the battlefield for a long time, and the period of time when he suddenly settled down was as if he had lost his soul, and it took him a long time to gradually adapt. Now enveloped by the killing intent, the dried blood in his body began to boil again. "Good, this king will help you to plunder the battlefield, let go of your hands. Tonight, it's Ching Hai's one-man show." "Thank you, Your Highness." The reins tightened and the carriage stopped in the deep alley. Chang Hai got out of the car and slowly drew a cold miao knife from the mezzanine, and one person holding the knife stepped forward away from the carriage. This alley was wide enough for the miao knife to cast off. Shani sat quietly in the carriage and said indifferently, "Coming." He had already guessed why these assassins came and also targeted Chang Hai. That woman is so funny, killing one of her courtesans is going to come and fold one of her own guards. The three hidden plagues were already in position, and none of these assassins could escape. Several sharp arrows broke through the air. Chang Hai held his sword with both hands and chopped out with a full strike. The sword energy swept out horizontally, engulfed the arrows and then blasted towards the several assassins on the wall with unabated momentum. Boom! Brick and mortar rubble crumbled and flew, and the roar traveled extremely far. An assassin had held his breath at some point and leaped into the air above Chang Hai's head. His fist blade in his hand was haunted by blood-colored true chi, constantly emitting a deadly aura. Instant kill! That assassin's body flashed downwards, and his fist blade went straight for Chang Hai's head. Boom! A blade was faster than he was, and the assassin had his body torn in half without any anticipation at all. Chang Hai knife method is wide open. Solve the head of the assassin's feet to borrow the force to quickly storm backward several steps, the hands of the miao knife to split the air, the knife gas rolled with the knife astral silky. Do not give the gang of assassins the opportunity to get close to the body, but the disadvantage of this is that the consumption of their own is relatively large. Chang Hai, who hadn't stepped into the self-realization realm for long, didn't have the same thick true chi as the heavenly martial realm at all. The assassins were in a hurry. All of them practiced killing techniques, which required them to be fast enough, ruthless enough, and deadly enough, and when they encountered this kind of opponent who liked to turn on the unparalleled, if they failed to win in a single blow, they would easily fall into a passive position. The leader assassin's finger suddenly pointed to the carriage not far away, and the assassins instantly understood. The two assassins quickly circled around the process and pounced on the carriage. As he leapt into mid-air, a gust of wind blew, and the two assassins were nowhere to be found between the huge black shadows that swept by. Chang Hai was shocked. Attention was attracted to the moment. The leader of the assassin has fallen to a short distance, the hands of the long sword like winter snow, cold shocking, cold gas winding sword body sweep out, sword gas swept through the place of frost all over the place. After the sword chi, several assassins followed, intent on completely surrounding their target. Chang Hai, the two assassins have been taken care of by this king, let go of your hands. When Chang Hai was in a state of disbelief, Shin Ian's gentle voice suddenly came in his mind. "Yes, Your Highness." With a great determination in his heart, the terrifying killing aura overflowed from Chang Hai's circumference. One style of the god of murder, blood slaughters 1,000 miles. Chapter 69 Arrivals. The killing chi quickly wrapped around the blade, and the moment the bleak cold sword chi swept in, the scarlet nail blade slashed forward from Chang Hai's hand. Boom! A blade wind from the alley stirred, close to the sword chi mirror like noiselessly broken apart. The killing force converged into a 3-meter-high blood curtain stretched to the leader of the assassin. The leader of the assassins pointed his toes to the ground and leaped onto the wall holding his sword. A pair of whitish eyes did not stir up any ripples to this mighty move. The two assassins at the front could not dodge in time and were instantly swallowed by the blood curtain. The rest of the assassins flung out poisonous thorns from their arms and threw them at Chang Hai. The miao knife swung round in Chang Hai's hand, and the killing momentum that hadn't dispersed yet formed a killing circle to block all the poisonous thorns. Ka-ching! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground rang out. Chang Hai quickly removed the weights at his wrists and ankles, continuing that kind of dominating attack from Fong. His body would soon be unable to withstand it, and he had to switch his fighting style. Chang Hai raised his steps forward and relied on his sudden burst of speed to cut down two assassins in a row. Attack! The few remaining assassins glanced at each other, as if they were ghosts. They wandered towards Chang Hai from all directions, their fists and blades in their hands were cold and piercing. Chang Hai frowned. Is this some kind of formation? In a trance he actually saw countless sword blades sweeping towards him. Here we go. Completely by virtue of the warning of death, a knife upward, the assassin's head split in two. Chang Hai took advantage of the situation to burst out of the true chi. Just faded scarlet killing potential again erupted. Miao knife sweeping up a violent blade astral. The surrounding ground wall at the same time tore a horrible knife marks. Several assassins' limbs fell to the ground, and one of the remaining assassins moved back a few meters, clenching his left hand and raising his fist. A delicate arrow and crossbow shot out at Shanghai. Put! The Miao blade turned into a white aura that ran through the remaining assassin's chest. Shanghai threw away the crossbow and arrow in his hand and drew out the sword at his waist, looking warily at the only remaining assassin at the head of the wall. The leader of the assassins seemed to have sensed, slightly side-eyed, and then turned around and swept away. Without waiting for Shanghai to react, 2 assassin corpses with crushed heads were thrown down from nowhere. Shanghai, there's no need to chase after them, the Wuwei division's people are here. Your Highness? Shanghai turned his head. Shen Yian had walked down from the carriage to his side at some point. As soon as his eyes closed and opened, the 2 sides of the originally empty alley were suddenly lined with more figures. His Highness, the King of Chu, has been assassinated again? White Tiger floated down the wall with his hands in the air. This is Tianwu City, what are you guys doing in the Department of Martial Guards? The assassins are almost all over the streets. Is this how you guard Tianwu City? Seeing the visitor, Shen Yian coldly grunted and changed his face. It is our fault for disturbing His Highness the King of Chu today. Please be more tolerant, Your Highness Chu Wang, go back to rest early, we will definitely come to the door to make amends and apologize on another day. The White Tiger's vermilion lips lightly opened and lightly returned. This king will definitely report you in front of Father and Emperor some other day. Speaking on his mouth, Shen Yian transmitted, ran away one, my people went to solve it. White Tiger, keep them alive, I'll personally help you with the interrogation. Shen Yian, no need, I know who sent them, furthermore, handing them over to you for interrogation? Those assassins last time, what did you interrogate out? White Tiger, it's complicated, that live one died that night at the Ministry of Penitentiary and Prison. Shen Yian, looks like you guys are in a mess internally as well, can you top this one of the 4 elephants? White Tiger, hurry up so you don't get suspicious. Shen Yian, be safe. White Tiger, yo? The sun is out at night? You actually care about an old woman like me? Shen Yian didn't reply and silently returned an international hand gesture. Plus over there, the lead assassin fled far away and swept towards the city wall with a turn. Tread. The assassin landed on the roof of the house with a lurch in his figure, and the long sword in his hand was quietly sheathed. In front of him, the yin and yang double fish condensed in the center of Fu Sheng's eyebrows, and his hands stretched out from his sleeve robes, his right hand's pale white astral energy condensed, and his left hand's black shin lay crackled and exploded. The assassin took 2 steps backward, instinct telling him that he couldn't fight, he had to run. At the back, Hidden Disaster was looking out at the waning moon in the sky with one hand on his sword. Without hesitation, the assassin sidestepped to run, but realized that his movements seemed to have suddenly become very sluggish. When he glanced at the afterglow, his pupils contracted violently, the white palm attached to the black shin lei had already arrived in front of him. Crackle! Chu King's mansion. In the study, Shen Yian helped Shanghai force out the remaining cold chi in his body. See family's cold dimming sword technique, that woman's big shot ah. Shen Yian muttered as he looked at the cold air in his palm that did not dissipate for a long time. Your Highness, is the Xi family any great family? Shanghai was afraid that tonight's matter would invite unnecessary trouble for Shen Yian. It's not really a big family, it's just a Jianghu power that specializes in training assassins. Shen Yian is not worried about anything, this kind of assassin organization. The mission fails, will reassess the difficulty of the mission, and then add money. We talk about the mission to continue, talk about the mission to end. Without the Gusu Zhao family as a large vault, he wanted to see how much money that woman still had left to squander. Shanghai, your performance just now was very good, this king really didn't look at the wrong person. It's getting late, take some chi replenishing pills and rest early. Yes, Your Highness. Shanghai silently vowed in his heart to become stronger and become a supreme swordsman. Shanghai left, and the Hidden Plague trio came back to give a short debriefing. Shen Yian explained some more things and then went back to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he didn't sleep at all. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the Ghostface trio would arrive at Tianwu City, and the matter of the Foster Fury altar could be prioritized and resolved. As for why he wanted information about the industries of those several families, sometimes, business wars are not that lofty, and everyone is just stealing chickens and dogs, pouring dirty water on each other, and dropping stones. Take your time with your economy first, then we'll talk about the size of the fist. The next day, Shen Yian only got up at sunrise. Last night's assassination, the target is not him, but who led him at the scene, to go to the academy and to the court of the leave once again have a reason to infinitely postponed. Your Highness, the ugly bull has arrived. Chapter 70, Adulterer? Jia Dang. Tianwu City Bayan Chamber of Commerce Chapter. See Your Highness. Ugly Cow slightly bloated body bowed toward Shanian, wide lips slightly raised, squeezed thick eyebrows under a pair of squinting eyes connected to a line, so that at first glance people feel that this person is very rich, and at second glance this person was born with a treacherous businessman's posture. Ugly Cow, you fattened up again? Laughter overflowed from Shanian's eyes as he reached out and touched Ugly Ox's stomach. Back to your highness, there has been some lack of dietary control over the past 6 months. The Ugly Cow rubbed his big belly and smiled in embarrassment. Looks like we'll have to have Inuyasha drag you for a good workout sometime. Your highness, please spare me. That Guyan who was afraid that he will take half of my subordinate's life. Ugly Bull took 2 steps backward in fear. Well, the king is just saying, but you really should lose some weight. Shen Ian turned his words around and asked, how is the information on the industries of those several families organized? Your highness, the information on the 4 families' industries are all here, please take a look at them, your highness. Ugly Bull pushed a stack of books on the table forward. So many? Shanian was surprised as he picked up a booklet and simply flipped through a few pages. Ugly Bull, where do you think it would be more appropriate for the Chamber of Commerce to start by trying to nibble away at their industry a little bit? The Ugly Bull's threadbare eyes parted, and his cold pool-like eyes flashed. If we eat away at it, then it depends on which method your highness chooses? Oh? Shen Ian picked up the teacup and blew lightly, and the curls of hot air suddenly dispersed. Your highness, for example, this in family, trading grain to start, located in Yunchuan, adjacent to the ancient Yu, known as the land of the heavenly capital, the heavenly granary, the grain can be cooked twice a year, there are less than 2 months until the fall harvest. As far as my subordinates know, the Great Qian went north to cut down the barbarians. Recently there has been a large amount of food mobilized north from Yunchuan. The price of food has fluctuated to some extent, but it is still much cheaper compared to other places. My subordinate has the audacity to ask your highness, what is the context in which the price of food will be high? Shen Ian frowned, his teacup on the table. Natural disasters, war. Speaking of the word war, Shen Ian was stunned. Murmured, adjacent to the ancient Yu, the north of the barbarians, now more attention in the north of the Great Qian, if you let the ancient Yu ministries suddenly united. The invasion of the ancient Vietnamese ministries, Yunchuan, South State will be chaotic, then the in-family food has been purchased by the Chamber of Commerce in large quantities, the 2 places lack of food will be purchased food, want to purchase food will be to increase the price to buy, the Chamber of Commerce to make a big profit, to take advantage of the chaos, a certain amount of fuel will be enough to make the ancient Vietnamese ministries of the butcher's knife against the in-family. The old man, in his rage, will surely attack the ancient Yu in the south. A series of chain reaction, the Chamber of Commerce if the layout in advance to do a good job of backstabbing preparation, the 4 families are light a lot of economic losses, heavy family broken, of course, the Chamber of Commerce in this a little careless is to play with fire. The bureau laid in this is too big, and even calculated to the head of the Great Qian and the old man, want to play this chess game, not only need to be bold, completely in the bet on the life of all people. Your highness great talent. Ugly Bull couldn't help but arch his hand and raise his voice. The corners of Shen Ian's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the Ugly Cow with complicated eyes. I thought you were a big crook, but I didn't realize you were Jia. Is there any other way than this poisonous scheme which is injurious to heaven? The Ugly Ox resumed the treacherous appearance of the party. Yes, please listen to me in detail, your highness. Half a quarter of an hour later, Shen Ian nodded his head in approval, but, just do as you say, it doesn't matter if it's slower, it has to be steady. Recruit a few more powerful guest ministers to sit in those chapters for extra defense. Yes, your highness, my subordinate will arrange it in a moment. After a brief explanation, Shen Ian left the Chamber of Commerce through the back door, waiting for all the people to come together, and then he personally set up a banquet for all the people to receive the dust. Back to the royal residence, idle Shen Ian carried the Guqin to the pavilion in the back garden to prepare for a person to study the art of Qin. Thump! 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 Twinkle, twinkle, bright, the sky is full of little stars. Fuxing, what kind of tune is this? The evil sitting on the roof with a big grin came to see and inquired to Fu Shang. Fu Shang was the best at chess and zither among them all. I'm sorry, Mr. Evil Eye, I have not heard of this tune, it should be your highness' original creation, right? Fu Shang's sword brows frowned. The melody of the song was simple and cheerful, those who heard it subconsciously wanted to hum along with it, and suddenly it seemed like the sky was full of stars catching their eyes. I can't imagine that such a meaningful tune is the original creation of His Highness, it's worthy of His Highness. In the pavilion, Shen Ian tried to play Little Star twice with a nevertheless expression on his face. Thinking back to his previous life when he was in school, a steel ruler in hand, he was able to play not only Little Star but also 2.5 chickens. Shen Ian fingertip a little sword intent lingering on the strings of the zither a stroke. The imagined scene of strings ringing and sword chi stirring did not appear, instead a series of broken strings crashing sound pierced the ears. With a single finger, all the strings of the zither could not withstand the sword intent and crumbled, and the scene was a bit awkward for a while. Shen Ian was puzzled. Was there a mistake in any part of the process? Or is his sword intent too strong for the string to withstand? It must be that his sword intent is too strong. Shen Ian's self-consolation, helpless to call the door all, let it will take the ancient zither to the piano shop overhaul by the way maintenance, specially instructed the strings must be the toughest kind. After Mandu left carrying the guqin, Shen Ian found himself idle again. After sitting dry for a while, Shen Ian summoned Fu Sheng to accompany him to play chess. Of course, this time, not to play Go. He did not want to find abuse. Shen Ian called someone to go to the study to fetch his previous customized full set of chess. There was no chess in this world, and he had to give Fu Sheng a brief explanation of how to play chess, with the knight going to the sun and the bishop flying to the field. Simply played 2 games, Shen Ian killed 2 games painfully on the basis that Fu Sheng hadn't completely figured out the gameplay. Chess is not very difficult to learn. The evil and hidden disaster duo who are watching the scenery in the dark understand how to play after listening to 2 games. Ouch! How nice of you to just jump off the horse. Evil Lai was acute, seeing Fu Sheng move the cannon was a bit anxious and said. Hidden Disaster stood at one without speaking, but his eyes through the mask were recognizing the evil coming. In the third set, Shen Ian narrowly won, and Fu Sheng, who was already getting good at playing, was putting more and more pressure on him. After losing the 4th and 5th plates, Shen Ian chose to swing, blaming Evil Lai's old openings to influence himself, as well as Hidden Disaster's ghostly gaze, and blaming them for his own loss. The positions were switched, with Shen Ian and Fu Sheng circling around, and Evil Lai and Hidden Plague squaring off. Shen Ian warned in friendship, this king's chess set is very expensive and can't help but exert himself. This was mainly a reminder to Wicked. He was really afraid that Wicked wouldn't be able to hold back and crush the chess piece. Pop! Wicked is the red handsome side. The first hand has the style to learn from Shen Ian to come to the head of the gun. Hidden Disaster is the black side. The backhand will be the horse jumped out. Arch died. The large basalt-colored robe danced without wind, and as Evil Lai's large hand pressed on top of the red soldier, strands of black airflow wrapped around his body. The red soldiers pushed forward a frame, and the sound of the clash of arms and iron armor suddenly rose as a whole group of red armored soldiers charged from the distance. Flying elephants. Hidden Disaster behind the Moro Hell vision emerged, picked up the black elephant, jumped out of a fieldward roar. The earth trembled, the savage elephant hissed and stepped out, lifting up endless sand and dust. Shen Ian raised an eyebrow. This was no longer a simple game of chess. Hidden Disaster and Evil Lai had now substituted into their roles, each becoming the commander on the battlefield, silently clashing in consciousness. It's really a good sharpening of the mind. Shen Ian turned around and realized that golden clouds had already rolled up in the sky, not realizing that it was this time of the day. Question of the day, what's for dinner? Forget it, go down to the restaurant. Chapter 71. The first time 2 girls met. By the light of the setting sun, Shen Ian was in the front, Shanghai and Wicked Lai were in the back, and the 3 of them walked leisurely on the streets of the southern city. Along the way, Wicked Lai had been reviewing the game of chess he had played with Hidden Disaster, and seeking chess skills from Shen Ian. He was in a hurry because he had lost, and apart from the first few moves, he had been completely pressed and abused by Hidden Plague later on, and had even repented 3 moves or lost miserably. Shen Ian expressed his love. His level of chess playing was limited to bullying people who were just learning, and he really couldn't play demons like Hidden Disaster and Fu Sheng. Passing by a high-grade piano store, Shen Ian stopped for a little while, remembering that his guqin should have been sent here by Mandu for repair. Should he stop by to see what strings were available? A familiar voice rang in his ears in the midst of his hesitation. See Your Highness King Chu. By chance, Yi Burn and Yi Lian walked over from not far away. Uncle Yi, Lian? Shen Ian came back to his senses, seeing that there were no outsiders in the 4 corners of the room. He addressed a little more intimately. Yi Burn couldn't help but blush when he heard the word Uncle Yi. Your Highness is too kind. Shen Ian smiled slightly. In a few more days Private Bottom should call the father-in-law. Are you going to the piano store? Shen Ian asked when he saw the piano case on Jinxiu's back. Yes, Your Highness. Lian's guqin strings broke 2 of them while playing today due to time. Yi Burning sighed softly. This guqin or Yili Smoke her mother left her, today suddenly broke 2. Heartache of the girl are crying. Shen Ian was stunned, remembering his own guqin for a moment was a little embarrassed. In the negotiation between the 3, Yi Burn's eyes drifted towards Evil Lai from time to time. If this big man joined the army, he could definitely become a tiger general. The old was Yi Burning strange eyes up and down. The evil to the extremely convergence of the breath is also a little taut. The other side is not His Highness's father-in-law. He will certainly want to shout on a voice. You this bird people, look at your grandfather to do what? Several people entered the piano shop, and while the shopkeeper talked with the father and daughter, Shen Ian chose the most expensive steel strings from the shopkeeper's side. He just couldn't believe that steel strings would still break as easily as silk strings. When handing over the money, Shin Ian was forced to pull a wave with Yi Burn. Uncle Yi, we're all family from now on, there's no need to be so calculating. No way. How can we make your highness pay for it? I still have this amount of money in my Yi family. Boss, how much did his highness spend in total just now? Return the money to his highness, I'll pay for this. Yi Burn pulled out a 100 taels silver ticket and slapped it on the counter with a boldness. General Yi. His highness just now chose the most expensive steel strings from my store, worth 700 taels of silver. The piano shopkeeper reminded in a low voice. How much? Yi Burn froze for a moment. 700 taels of silver? Could this zither string be made of gold? Yi Lian, who was holding the money bag in her hand, followed with a stare. There were actually such expensive strings. Your highness has replaced a total of 7 steel strings, 100 taels of silver each, totaling 800 taels of silver counting your expenses. The zither shopkeeper smiled sarcastically. Yi Burn's face stiffened. It was too embarrassing. It seemed like he didn't take so many silver tickets when he went out. Uncle Yi, and listen to me. In the end, the embarrassment was resolved with some clever words from Shin Ian. Walking out of the piano store, the afterglow was still there, and it wasn't yet the moment of darkness. Yi Burn looked at the pair of young people in front of him who were about to be cultivated, and couldn't help but think back to himself at the time. In the sunset, he and she walked side by side on a not very busy street. He talked about his vision of the future. She smiled lightly at the side, quietly listening to their future, but unfortunately everything can never go back to the past. There is no one who knows a daughter like her father. My daughter hasn't seen much of his highness in the past 2 days, and she misses him, doesn't she? I'm an old man who is almost half dead, so don't disturb her. Yi Burning excused himself and then took Jinxiu and Jinlian back to the house first. With Shin Ian's acquiescence, Evil Lai had the good sense to pull away Chun Hai. The South City was already empty, and once a few people left, the two of them were the only ones left on the entire street. Let's go too, take a stroll around. Shin Ian walked up and naturally pulled Yi Lian's small hand. All according to your highness. Yi Lian felt the heat coming from her big hands, shyly nodded her head and answered. It will not be long before the sky will be completely dark. Shin Ian did not go to the far end of the stroll, simply close to the south of the city to stroll around, have dinner and send Yi Lian back to the State House. Speaking of which, without the two girls, Chung Hai and Jinxiu, tagging along, this was the first real date for two, right? Before he could walk out of this street, he ran into 3 people who surprised Shin Ian. Fourth brother, Miss Gu. Shin Ian looked at Shin Jingyu, Gu Rui, and Chi Yun and laughed lightly. He was a little curious, this fourth brother of his getting the hang of things so early? Are you already attacking Gu Rui now? The fact that the duo was shopping with a maidservant at this time of the day made people think more than they should. Fifth brother, you need to pick up the pace on your end. At this rate, he's tempted to pike the King Song stock. Sixth brother, Miss Yi. See His Highness, the King of Chu. See Your Highness, King Song. The 3 women saluted. I can't believe we meet again, Miss Gu. Shin Ian was the first to open his mouth. What happened in the 1,000 Gold Pavilion before he had long ago told Yi Lian, and there would not be any misunderstanding. Last time, I thank Your Highness Chu for helping Rui out. Gu Rui saluted while her gaze unconsciously looked towards Yi Lian. Who exactly was she and why was she always alone with His Highness, the King of Chu? I don't know why, but this time when she saw the other person again, she felt uncomfortable, and a kind of hostility grew in her heart. Miss Gu is overstating things. Last time it was thanks to fourth brother. I'm sorry, sixth brother, it was fourth brother who slipped up just now. Should I call my younger sibling now? Shin Jingyu took over and looked at Yi Lian somewhat apologetically. Fourth brother called a few days early, but it's not too bad for these days. Shin Ian smiled faintly. Gu Ruoi's heart thumped when she heard these words. Sister-in-law? What does this mean? Could it be that? Are they getting married? Gu Ruoi subconsciously stared at Shin Ian and Yi Lian, her head gradually getting confused. Rui, this Miss Yi is sixth brother's fiancée, the daughter of Jinbei General Yi. Sibling, this is the daughter of General Gu of the Marquis of Wuqing. Shin Jingyu smoothly introduced the 2 daughters. Li Yan has met Miss Gu. Yi Lian fell to curtsying. Rui has met Miss Yi. Gu Rui dazedly returned to her senses and stumbled over her salute, and smiled somewhat unnaturally. Last time, I also thanked Miss Yi for letting me have that wooden comb. Oh? You guys have met? Shin Jingyu looked at the 2 women with interest. Last time we met at a hairpin stand, only we didn't know Miss Gu back then. Shin Ian recalled and turned his head to Yi Lian. Take off the veil hat, there are no outsiders here. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Lian also thought that it would be a bit impolite to continue wearing the veil hat to face the crowd like this. Not waiting for the small hand to lift up, Shin Ian had already helped Yi Lian gently take off the veil hat, and their movements were incomparably intimate. Gu Ruoi looked at Yi Lian's stunning face that was not inferior to her own in the slightest, couldn't help but lightly bite her red lips, especially when she saw those pale blue beautiful eyes again. The blood on her face gradually disappeared, and there was a sense of suffocation. Shen Yian glanced at his afterglow and easily detected the unwillingness hidden deep under Gu Ruoi's eyes. Give it up. Brother is the man you can't have. Ugh. Fourth brother. Sixth brother. Chapter 72 Enemies of Love? Opening. After Shen Yian noticed the unwillingness Gu Ruoi hid in the bottom of her eyes, she frowned a little without leaving any traces, and her cold eyes subconsciously looked towards the sky, hoping that there was no plot correction for such an oddball plot to happen. Ugh. Fourth brother. Sixth brother. Shin Tingfeng, who had just gotten off work from the pawnshop and was preparing to return to the palace, turned over from another street and saw the crowd, especially the duo of Shen Yian and Shin Jingyu, who stood there and were very eye-catching, and he noticed them at a glance. The girl beside sixth brother was Yi Lian, and those pale blue eyes were too recognizable. Who are the two girls beside fourth brother? Great gossip. Tomorrow the bookstore will have something to talk about again, ha ha ha. One must know that the entire Tianwu city had rumored that this fourth brother of his had never been close to women. Sure enough, the rumors are all lies. Gu Ruoi and Shiyan had their backs to Shin Tingfeng, and he really didn't recognize them at first glance. It wasn't until he got a little closer that he thought the backs of the two women looked extraordinarily familiar. Fifth brother. Shin Yian tilted his head and raised his hand to call out. Fifth brother? Shin Jingyu sniffed and sidled up to look back with Gu Ruoi and Shi Yun. It's you! Shi Yun took a half-step backward warily after seeing Shin Tingfeng's appearance. You guys? Two women with Shin Jingyu turned around, Shin Tingfeng instantly dumbfounded, head buzz a moment. Shin Yian took the gauze hat to his other hand, reached out and pulled Yi Lian's small hand and laughed in a low voice. It's time to start eating melons. Eating melon? Yi Lian's beautiful eyes were flooded with curiosity, and for a moment she didn't understand what Her Highness meant by eating melons in her mouth. Feeling Shin Yian's entire arm close to himself, the ears lightly covered by the green silk gradually became hot, as if drinking the last touch of tenderness from the afterglow. It means to watch the fun. Shin Yian ambushed Yi Lian's ear and explained softly, his warm breath turning into countless small hands lightly scratching the root of his ear, causing the blush on the latter's small face to increase. Shin Jingyu and Shin Tingfeng's current situation is considered a meeting of love rivals? This kind of scene in the original is not unprecedented, and the most serious tit-for-tat is the two of him and Shin Tingfeng, and Shin Jingyu often eats melon on the sidelines. Now well, the wind and water have turned, and it's his turn to eat the melon. HM? Fifth brother, Ruoi, you guys know each other? Shin Jingyu laughed lightly as he watched the reactions of both sides, his pair of Danfeng eyes narrowing slightly, making it impossible to see what His Highness the King of Song was thinking at this moment. Ruoi? You call me fourth brother so affectionately. Sort of recognize. Shin Tingfeng's gaze kept roving back and forth over the two of them, Shin Jingyu and Gu Ruoi, with a constipated expression on his face. Bah, who knows you? Shi Yun spat in her heart, but she was secretly surprised at the other party's identity. The other party was actually the rumored fifth prince, the head of the Tianwu city's dilettantes. Seeing His Highness the fifth prince. Gu Ruoi's voice came, Shi Yun returned to her senses and hurriedly saluted with her voice. Yi Lian's voice came last. That day. Gu Ruoi wanted to open her mouth to apologize for what happened that day, but was interrupted by Shin Tingfeng's sharp voice. I was the one who accidentally bumped into you that day, I should be the one to apologize to you. Wakayi is terrified. No trepidation, that would have been my fault. Shin Tingfeng waved his hands repeatedly. The two sides are considered to have officially met each other. That fourth brother, why are you with Ruo? Miss Gu and sixth brother, they're together. Shin Tingfeng asked with a heap of smiles, his hand scratching the back of his head in a desperate attempt to hide his embarrassment and uneasiness. A bunch of question marks in his head. Why would Shin Jingyu know Gu Ruoi? It can't be. It can't be over before it starts. No. Promise. I met Ruoi by chance when I was out wandering, so I traveled in company, and here I met sixth brother and sister again. Shin Jingyu's tone was extraordinarily gentle, and the corners of Shin Tingfeng's eyes jumped as he listened. Fourth brother, you and Miss Gu have always known each other? Chance acquaintance. Shin Jingyu raised the corners of his mouth without leaving any traces, as if he could see what was going on. Oh my god. Shin Yian sighed lightly, no way off fifth brother, you look like this is clearly in the face of the fourth brother open card. He couldn't figure out Shin Jingyu's situation now, whether he was maintaining the state of a widowed king or whether it had changed after Gu Ruoi's appearance was unknown. However, he was certain that even if Shin Jingyu had thoughts about Gu Ruoi, he would definitely not reveal them for a while. After all, the power of that woman in the palace remains. The threat was still there, and Shin Jingyu would never expose his weakness. Fifth brother, why haven't you returned to the palace this late? Is it? Don't talk nonsense, fourth brother. I've been working at the pawn shop, and I just finished my work, so I just happened to run into you guys on my way back to the palace. Shin Tingfeng replied anxiously, fearing that Shin Jingyu would come back with a sentence. Did he just come out from the land of wind and snow? There were girls there, and he had a bad reputation, but he couldn't say it in public. What's more, now that he's gone straight, he runs both the bookstore and the pawn shop every day, doing a proper job, and he's all about the money and the business. So that's how it is. Father will be very pleased when he finds out. Shin Tingfeng's heart twisted. If the father is pleased not to deduct his 2 months' salary, 2 whole months. Do you know how many dead pawns I have to sell for 2 months' salary? Shin Tingfeng pinched his waist inside, then rubbed his stomach again and asked, have you guys eaten yet? He didn't have the realm of strength in his body, he had been busy for such a day and had long been hungry in front of him. The palace would prepare dinner for him, but the food just didn't smell as good as what was outside. No. Sixth brother, what about you guys? We're looking for a place to get ready for dinner. Let's do it this way then. In order to express my apologies to Miss Gu that day, tonight is my treat. Shin Tingfeng waved his hand with great bravado. No matter what, he had to show off his strength in front of the person he liked. Shin Ian raised his eyebrows. The price of meals in this South Market restaurant could be much more expensive than the North City. 6 people, not counting Chi Yun, even 5 people would be a considerable expense. However, Shin Tingfeng's treat, this is an unprecedented first time, right? This guy is a high spender, but he never spends on himself, but today he's going to spend a wave on them. Is this the power of love? Then I will respectfully follow your order. It just so happens that it is destiny for all of us to meet here today. Shin Jingyu did not refuse, his gaze looking at several people. Fifth brother's treat is rare, so we're as respectful as we can be. Shin Ian pulled Yi Lian's small hand and laughed. Gu Ruoi nodded her head and didn't refuse. Her remaining light glanced at the hands the two of them were holding together, and a few more points of despondency were added to her pretty face. Shin Tingfeng led the way, and the few people came down in circles to a restaurant. The owner of the restaurant may not recognize Shin Yi and several people, but for Shin Tingfeng that can be too familiar. The other party from time to time will pull a few other male young masters to come to him to spend a wave. After seeing Shin Tingfeng and that shopkeeper mutter a few words, the latter's face became more and more grave and he kept nodding his head. Ending the conversation, the restaurant's shopkeeper led a few store fellows to quickly step forward and salute, personally leading a few people into the elegant room, serving them personally throughout. At the dinner table, Shin Ian and Yi Lian's intimate interactions caused the two people to constantly have mood swings. One was Gu Ruoi and the other was Shin Tingfeng. Shin Tingfeng envied Shin Ian from the bottom of his heart, and in his heart, he constantly gave himself encouragement. Come on, work hard and marry your sweetheart soon. Shin Jingyu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Strange, he clearly hadn't eaten anything, but he vaguely already felt full. Chapter 73, Everything is Wonderful. As the night wore on, several people said goodbye to each other in front of the tavern. Shin Tingfeng feel the weight of the money bag disappeared around the waist, suddenly felt need pain. Fortunately, brother 3 did not drink, or he went out today with the money may not be enough, then can be a big loss of face. However, money is nothing outside of the body, and being able to invite Gu Ruoi to dinner proved a great improvement in the relationship between the two, and he was satisfied with the opportunity to have more interactions in the future, as well as increasing his favorability. Fourth brother, fifth brother, Miss Gu will go first. Good. Sixth brother slowed down on the road. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shin Ian and Yi Lian walked away side by side, leaving the 4 of them empty at the same place. Fifth brother, why don't we send Ruoi back to the mansion together? Shin Jingyu suddenly opened his mouth to propose, smiling at Gu Ruoi. Ha! Okay, fourth brother. Shin Tingfeng retracted his gaze in dismay and responded, also looking at Gu Ruoi. Facing the gazes of the two at the same time, Gu Ruoi only felt her cheeks burning, and in the end, she didn't reject the good intentions of the two. Marquis Wucheng's residence was not very far away, and the group arrived very quickly. Stopping in front of the main gate, hearing that his daughter had been sent back by the 2 highnesses, Gu Cheng hurriedly came out to salute, wanting to invite the 2 of them to enter the mansion and sit down again. Shin Jingyu politely declined because it was already late and would not bother. Shin Tingfeng saw the situation and followed the polite refusal. Leaving Marquis Wucheng's residence some distance away, Shin Jingyu laughed softly and said, Fifth brother, the palace doesn't seem to be in this direction, does it? That. Fourth brother, can we discuss something? Shin Tingfeng squirmed a bit, both hands a bit helplessly in front of his body. Borrow money? Shin Jingyu asked after 2 seconds of contemplation. No, not alone. This is a rather embarrassing thing to talk about. It's just. I know. Shin Jingyu interrupted Shin Tingfeng, sighing with a smile. Let's go, first follow me back to the mansion, I'll have my subordinates prepare a carriage to send you back. He had actually somewhat forgotten that his half-brother, known as the big dude's fifth brother, was afraid of the dark since he was a child. Thank you, fourth brother. Shin Tingfeng smiled sarcastically and scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. What's a little thing to be polite about? Walking, Shin Jingyu flung his sleeve negative over his hand. Through the moonlight to Shin Tingfeng's side face suddenly opened his mouth. Fifth brother, do you like Roy? Ha? What are you talking about, fourth brother? Fourth brother, what are you talking about? I've only met Miss Gu twice, so how can we talk about liking or not liking? Happiness? Shin Tingfeng was asked by this sudden some fried hair. Eyes continue to dodge, incoherent, and the voice is getting smaller and smaller. Temples hair cover the red through the ears. Shin Jingyu did not reply, tilting his head back to look at the night sky, the hooked-up corners of his lips clearly visible. Interesting. On the other hand, Shin Ian and Yi Liyin held hands and walked more and more slowly in the long alley, slowing down their pace as if they had a telepathic understanding with each other. Are you happy to have Uncle Yi these days? Yi Liyan lowered her small head and softly answered, very happy, thank you, your highness. 3,000 soared intent across the sky, the barbarian lord's death, the northern expedition of the great Qian to Liaodong, the sudden return of her father who had been guarding the northern frontier. Without connecting these events, she had already guessed why his highness had suddenly left for many days. His highness deserves a lot of credit for his father's return. Going deep into the barbarian country and beheading the barbarian lord with a sword, such a feat, your highness has done it. Your highness is really good. Compared to her, there is a gap between the firefly and the moon. How can a particle-sized firefly be compared to the moon? Thanks for what? I'm happy that Uncle Yi is back. Shin Yimin sighed in her heart. What did this girl brainstorm again? Why is she overflowing with negative emotions again? He wanted to pass the sword and windflower brocade to Yi Liyan on the way, but after careful consideration, he should forget about it first, and not let the other party be more distracted lately so he could properly accompany his family. It's not enough to be happy, you have to be happy every day. The big hand suddenly loosened the small hand it was holding. Yi Liyan's body visibly trembled and her heart panicked. In the next second, she only felt a heat in her waist, and her whole body was tugged by a force towards someone. Shin Ian wrapped his arms around the slender waist that he could hold and looked up at the moon. The moon is really full tonight. Your highness. Under. Yi Liyan leaned sheepishly against Shin Ian, a pair of pale blue beautiful eyes instinctively looking upwards. The heavens seemed to be deliberately working against Shin Ian, and the already incomplete moon was firmly blocked by a few floating clouds that drifted in from nowhere. Cough cough, the wind is cold at night, I'm afraid you'll catch a wind chill. Shin Ian's old face turned red and forced him to change the topic. Much. Thank you, your highness, for worrying. Yi Liyan's scarlet face, see the darkness suddenly tiptoe small feet want a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Shin Ian noticed that the reaction was faster. A twist of the head, between the four eyes relative to the lips came from the faint sense of warmth. Everything is wonderful. Originally back to the Jingguo Gongfu 10 minutes away, the two hard to walk for half an hour, as if the small couple of a day of rendezvous, and finally in the reluctance to part. Back to the royal mansion speed is much faster. Shin Ian and Hidden Disaster, two people stepped in the air, a few moments to land in the courtyard of the royal mansion. The duo of evil Lai and Shanghai had long since returned. Shanghai tonight is considered to be a ruthless to see a wave of evil to come the amount of food. This meal is enough to eat 10 han, not worthy of being a senior. Fuxing, has there been anything strange during the time that this king has been absent from the royal residence? Back to your highness, that fiend raising altar is suddenly a bit restless. Fu Sheng held the raising fury altar in a grave tone. Shin Ian took the altar and sneered. It should be that the time is approaching, and the evil fury inside has awakened and is somewhat eager to try. Your highness, Ghostface and the others arrive tomorrow morning. Hidden Disaster reported. Tomorrow morning? Great. One more thing, your highness, all 3,000 peachwood swords have been completed and are on their way to Tianwu City. Shin Ian nodded. Ship it directly to the Chamber of Commerce, and this king will personally go pick it up. Also, Hidden Disaster, tomorrow have Ugly Bull make a trip to the 1,000 Gold Pavilion and buy a piece of information. This king wants to know who is temporarily in charge of managing 4 Elephant City when all 4 elephants of the Department of Martial Guards are not there. Yes, your highness. Alas, today's I'm tired. This king first go to rest. Chess is in the bookshelf there. If you guys are bored and want to play directly, take it. Shin Ian got up from the chair and stretched. While there is still a faint residual fragrance on his body, he will sleep early and have a good night's sleep. When Shin Ian left the study, Hidden Disaster and Fu Sheng's gazes met, and the meaning was self-evident. The next day, Shin Ian woke up early and started boxing in the back garden with the first ray of sunlight, focusing on a strong body and kidney. On the roof, Hidden Disaster, who hadn't slept all night, opened his slightly closed eyes and faintly said, "It's coming." As the words fell, the four figures silently entered the royal residence. Your Highness. Ghostface's voice came. Shen Ian exhaled a cloudy breath to collect his momentum and stood still. A smile surfaced on his face and said, "You guys are here." "Greetings, Your Highness." Wolfhead and 100 Seasons saluted. "There is no need to be polite, Wolfhead. How is your injury?" Wolfhead bowed his head and respectfully said, "Back to Your Highness, it has been healed." "That's good." Shen Ian nodded his head and swept his gaze to the fourth person who was wrapped tightly in a black cloak. "This is zombies?" Chapter 74 Your Highness Who Shines. "Back to Your Highness, this is a half-finished silver-armored corpse puppet." Ghostface excitedly introduced his masterpiece to Shen Ian. "Half-baked?" "Yes, Your Highness, the time was a bit rushed, the silver scales on its body hadn't fully sprouted yet, and some of the copper scales hadn't faded." Shen Ian curiously walked up and looked left and touched right. "The body is tough, copper skin and iron bones. This should be the body of a horizontal training expert refined." It wasn't that he hadn't seen this thing called a corpse puppet before. The upper limit of the grade mainly depended on the strength of the corpse owner during his lifetime and the materials consumed by the refiner. He is the first time to see this silver armor level corpse puppet. Just based on the breath judgment, only half-finished products can be completely comparable to ordinary Tianwu realm masters, such as with the effect of the art. Step into the song how middle Tianwu realm masters can also be a battle. Heavenly martial realm, Xingyun early stage, Sanghao middle stage, Diyu late stage, half-step divine journey. Out of curiosity, Shen Ian wanted to try a punch to feel how the defense of this silver-armored corpse puppet was. The silver-armored corpse puppet took a good horse stance, its breath gradually tyrannized, and a layer of silver and copper-colored intertwined halo wrapped around its body. Ghostface swallowed and whispered, "Your Highness, be gentle. Don't worry, the king will gather his strength." Shen Ian gave Ghostface a reassuring smile, his whole body strength gathered towards the fist blade, stepped forward and blasted a straight punch on the chest of the silver-armored corpse puppet. Dang! A thunderous muffled sound, the impact generated between the collision of the two shocked the wolf head's robes. The silver-armored corpse puppet's halo around its body instantly shattered, and its body quickly flew backwards towards the wall at the end of the pond. Bashir waved his sleeve, and a wall of turbulent water rose from the pond to catch the silver-armored corpse puppet. A few seconds later, the silver-armored corpse puppet jumped ashore from the water, with no visible injuries except for a few rips in his black cloak. Shen Ian rubbed his wrist. He had just used 70% of his strength and had a rough idea of the defense of the silver-armored corpse puppet. Corpse puppets would generally have a strong recovery power, and apart from specializing in techniques to restrain evil things and pure yang to rigid martial arts, it would depend on the pure destructive power of the individual. If you completely rely on your fists, even if you face the finished silver-armored corpse puppet is just more effort. If you use a sword, it's hard to say for the time being. Noticing Ghostface's pitiful gaze, Shen Ian gave up the idea of stabbing a sword with Dragon Abyss. The matter of the silver-armored corpse puppet ended, and the three of them sent the congratulatory gifts they had brought. A short sword given by the wolf leader was of excellent quality and had the potential to become a spirit weapon. 100 Worlds sent an extremely rare face resurfacing pill, and the materials and techniques needed to refine it were no longer a problem that could be simply solved by money. When it was Ghostface's turn, Shen Ian thought that he was going to take this silver-armored corpse puppet as a congratulatory gift. As a result, Ghostface pulled out a bunch of ghost talismans that he had specially drawn with a secret technique. Against people may not be too good to use. If the exorcism of evil spirits dealing with ghosts is absolutely more than enough, the Ghostface even boasted that the Ghost King to see also have to kneel down. Shen Ian said, well, he believed it. In the study, the hidden disaster, 6 people gathered. Shen Ian felt for the first time that his spacious study was even a little crowded. Behind the divine sovereign and other people arrived one after another. I am afraid that it will be a little more crowded. In order to deal with the Foster Fury altar, 100 Seasons and Ghostface combined their efforts to set up an isolation formation in the study. Raising evil spirits? It's just a district trail. The crowd gathered around, and Ghostface sat in the center of the formation, up and down in his hands, up and down the Raising Fury altar, smiling a bit eerily. Can we find the owner of this fury-raising altar? Shen Ian frowned. Of course, Your Highness, but it will take some time and means. Your Highness, you said earlier that the other party might have a method to cover up the heavenly chances. If I forcefully break open a thread of heavenly chances, I'm afraid that I might attract the attention of the other party and the one from the Heaven Guardian Pavilion. There is also the last and most important point. If I want to determine the location of the altar master, I need to release the evil fiend. After the seal is broken, the other party will surely realize that things have been exposed and choose to escape. I can only track him for a quarter of an hour. Ghostface pondered before opening his mouth. A quarter of an hour, or 15 minutes. Shen Ian looked at the crowd, and Hidden Disaster arched his hand and said, Your Highness, a quarter of an hour given to us is already enough. A few of the 100 seasons arched their hands and asked for orders. Don't be in a hurry, you guys, this matter needs to be discussed and we'll have to wait until the evening. 100 seasons will need to stay behind to help me reinforce the array at that time. Ghostface looked at the crowd without a good look and placed the Fury nurturing altar on the ground. When the evil Fury was released, he could suppress it in the first place, but he couldn't make sure that the Fury would not leak out, so he needed 100 seasons to help reinforce the isolation formation. Who let the people present, the main cultivation of arts and crafts of people only he in 100 worlds, Fu Shang is considered martial arts, Tao dual cultivation, the cultivation of thunder law main killing and destruction, stay also cannot help. Evening? That's good, this king will make a trip to the palace at night. Shen Ian nodded his head and immediately decided to enter the palace at night to find Lu Wenchuan to drink tea and play chess. This old man may not care or say anything when he finds out, but he has to show his appreciation to the person himself. No matter not saying anything, silence is the greatest support for him. After everything was deliberated, Ghostface turned on the passing underworld eyes to check the king's mansion inside and out, and determined that there was only one raising fury altar. After making all the preparations, the rest of the free time several people either rested, chatted, or went to play chess, while Shen Ian returned to the room to continue to condense the Sword of Destiny. The ordinary guards and subordinates of the royal residence only felt as if their own highness's courtyard was bustling today, but they couldn't say where it was bustling. Strange thing. As time passed into the afternoon, 2 more people arrived at the royal residence. In addition to the long black wooden box that the god Koan carried on his back, he also carried a square wooden box in his hand. The other, carrying a longbow and a curved sword at his waist, an assassin's outfit wrapped around a slightly slimmer body, an embroidered mask covering the tattoos on his face, and long brown hair and light-colored eyes that made it instantly recognizable as the features of someone from the outer heavens. Divine Sovereign Xingyu, see your highness. In the study, the people stood still. Shen Ian sat on the chair. Has sprouted the idea of expanding the study. Green Fish female came forward to report on her mission and present a congratulatory gift. A plain and simple pigeon egg-sized pink diamond necklace little shocked Shen Ian. At one time pure natural pink diamonds this big he had only seen online. Even if he came to this world and there was no shortage of all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, it was the first time he had seen such a large pink diamond, and it was indeed beautiful. Finally it was the turn of the God King to display his congratulatory gift. The crowd silently formed another circle. The god Koan successfully unlocked the square wooden box after placing it on the ground and snapping and pressing it a few times with a peculiar maneuver. The shell of the wooden box fell to the ground, revealing the real congratulatory gift inside, and the crowd looked on. At the top, this is a glazed glass ball stuffed inside the set? Ghostface asked curiously, rubbing his chin. What's this mess of stuff down here? Evil Lie squatted aside, looking at the interlocking gears and tubes in some confusion, wanting to reach out and touch them but being glared back by a glance from the god sovereign. Several people exchanged opinions, causing the divine sovereign to twist his head and snort coldly, a group of uninformed fellows. Your Highness, I dare to name this object a highness who glows. Your Highness is like it always grows bright, illuminating us as we continue to progress and move forward. The divine lord glanced at the small note in his hand and continued. Shen Ian, who had already vaguely guessed what this was confused by these 2 words from the divine sovereign. Your Highness who shines. It's a good name to get. Next time it's not allowed. The gazes of the rest of the people looking at the divine sovereign were all off, especially the hidden calamity, 100 worlds, and evil come. Well. No wonder you can have an uneasy relationship with that Xian Wu. Zhenbu, thousands of miles away, error. Ahem. Shen Ian said awkwardly, Divine Lord, demonstrate the usage. Yes, Your Highness. The divine sovereign half kneeled on the ground, his fingers pressed into a notch, strands of true chi infused, the gears began to turn, electricity flickered in the tube between the topmost sleeve of balls began to rotate emitting a faint glow. The more true chi is instilled, the faster the set of balls revolves, the stronger the light, even in the daytime still make people feel a little blinding, ruthlessly stunning a wave of people. If you put it in your room on a dark night, wouldn't it be as bright as day, and it would be good indeed. No wonder it's called Your Highness who blows. A moment later the divine sovereign lifted his finger and explained, Back to Your Highness, I've tried it myself, and at this brightness, it can stay lit for half an hour. Shen Ian looked at the divine sovereign with a meaningful gaze. On this transgressive invention, it would be a pity if you didn't go and become a scientist. Being stared at so searingly by Shen Ian, the old face behind the divine sovereign's face armor couldn't help but blush. Chapter 75 Action. Divine Lord, this king has a question, how does it close? The crowd looked at the glazed ball that was as bright as a small sun for a while, and Shen Ian couldn't help but ask. Close. The God King choked, he didn't seem to have designed how to close it. Then let it light up for now. Shanian helpless smile, this thing out to show shock under the people who have not seen the lamp can be, want to bring directly when the lamp even if, the risk factor is unknown, in case of overloaded bombing the fun will be big. The Divine Sovereign and the Green Fish had just arrived and were unaware of the matter of the Foster Fury altar, and the hidden disaster was responsible for informing the two of what had been discussed in the morning. Ghostface, 100 seasons, you guys go out with the king. Yes, your highness. While it was still early, Shen Ian led the two of them on a trip to the Jingua Gongfu. 100 Seasons was responsible for being in the open, and Ghostface was responsible for opening the Eye of Passage to the underworld in the dark to inspect the State Duke's mansion. After meeting with Yi Tianzi's father and son in a separate room, Shen Ian didn't hide too much, informing the matter of the evil fury being cast on the mansion, claiming that Baishir was the magical master he had invited to help solve the matter of the evil fury, and that he now wanted to thoroughly inspect the Jinguagong mansion once again. Father and son heard the face of unusually heavy, did not expect that there are really people in the dark against the Yi family and Shen Ian. The three big men instantly reached a consensus, this thing cannot let Yi Lian know. Shen Ian had actually thought about this matter before, since the other party could cast the Raising Fury altar in the Wang Fu to target him and the Yi family, why couldn't they also cast the Raising Fury altar or something else in the Yi family? However, Ghostface wasn't there at that time, so it was very troublesome to check thoroughly, and it was also easy to alert the police and cause unnecessary attention. Now it is much more convenient. The Ghostface after the opening of the eyes will not take a moment to check the whole state house. No, things are safe and sound. There are things that can be transmitted to the 100 Seasons. According to reason, the house sits in the town of a battlefield. Dozens of years of veteran generals, just from the battlefield to bring back the murderous spirit is enough to make the ghosts and gods fear. Unusual evil and filthy things to avoid, but if it is a special evil fury, it is not good to say. Baishir walked out of the room and soon retrieved a witch doll from the bottom of the lake, which had Yi Tianzi's name and birthdate written on it, and not Yi Burn or Yi Lian's. Shen Ian was sure of the power behind that sorcerer when he saw the witch doll. Ghostface transmitted his voice to Hundredth, who informed the crowd of the doll's function. The role of this witchcraft doll is very simple, constantly polluting and affecting the spirit of Yi Tianzi. For a long time every night nightmares constantly, cannot sleep at night, serious when the daytime can appear visions such as bumping into the ghosts asking for their lives, and so on, and ultimately lead to the outbreak of its heart, the devil, and died of fire and evil. After hearing the role, Yi Tianzi and Yi Burn's faces completely darkened. Your Highness, do you still lack some manpower if you want to solve the person behind this? We, father and son, can help. Yi Tianzi and Yi Burn exchanged a look. Tone unusually grave said, this kind of thing in exchange for who cannot tolerate, let alone the other side is trying to let your family broken. Grandpa Yi doesn't need your help, I just came to inform, I hope you can take more precautions, because someone has been thinking about Li Yan. Shen Ian reminded in a deep voice, as things stood, the two families were no different from a family, and they had to work together when it came to anything. This Grandpa Yi called Yi Tianzi for a moment, and then when he heard that someone was thinking about his granddaughter, his already suppressed anger completely became a little too much. Someone dares to think about old man's granddaughter? Yi Tianzi's fists clenched and creaked, his eyes could not hide the color of viciousness, and he was determined to pull the other party's tendons and skin. Shen Ian suddenly reacted that there seemed to be some problems with what he had just said, but none of that really mattered. Father, please calm down a bit. I think His Highness' intention is that he doesn't want you and I to leave the mansion rashly, so that those guys don't take advantage of the opportunity to lay their hands on Li Yan. Yi Burn quickly pacified. Yi Tianzi took a deep breath, his cohesive aura dispersing a bit. Burning Child has a point. Your Highness, my Yi family is not considered a famous family, but it is not a small family either. If your Highness doesn't mind, I have some dead soldiers here for your Highness to use at will. Saying that, Yi Tianzi unclasped a waistplate and handed it over. Shen Ian was stunned. The dead soldiers raised by the Yi family? To be handed over to himself? And look at Yi Burn's expression, there is not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. This family's trust in themselves is too bursting, right? No, Grandpa Yi, it's fine to leave this kind of thing to me. If I can't handle this kind of thing, what will I take in the future to guarantee Li Yan's safety? Shen Ian threw his voice, his gaze sincere. This paragraph with this sincere tone of voice instantly father and son to listen to touched, the heart of a million feelings of their own girl did not choose the wrong person. After some more deliberation and instructions, Shen Ian led Baishir to quietly leave the State Duke's mansion. Looking back at the State Duke's mansion, Shen Ian sighed in her heart, tomorrow, we will meet again properly. Ghostface, why are you hiding here? Shen Ian and Baishir crossed two streets to find Ghostface in an alley. Ghostface took the witchcraft doll and said awkwardly, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness is too powerful. I was discovered just by checking the State Duke's mansion one more time. Shen Ian was stunned. The immortal spirit pupil still had an anti-detection effect? When you're done, go back to the royal residence first. Yes, Your Highness. When he returned to the royal residence, Ghostface placed the Witch Compass doll and the Raising Fury altar in the isolation formation to prepare to resolve them together when the time came. This witchcraft doll and evil fiend for him to keep after the spell is over is not very useful. The time and energy to tame the evil fiend, he might as well gather a few more useful ghosts, so he simply kept all of them for the silver armored corpse puppet to use as sustenance. The darkness of the night was like thick ink pouring into the sky, and the entire Tianwu city was quiet with it. It's not like these sorcerers are little cuties. The probability of hiding within Tianwu city should be small, but you can't bet against it, cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Positions have already been allocated according to previous negotiations. Shen Ian is in charge of guarding the Heavenly Pavilion. Yi Tianzi and Yi Burn were in charge of their own State Duke's mansion. 100 Seasons, Ghostface, Silver Armored Corpse Puppet, and Mendu were in charge of the royal residence and the city. Shanghai, Sea Snake, Ugly Ox, and the 2 Chamber of Commerce guest secretaries were in charge of the city and moved on command. The 6 of them, Hidden Disaster, Evil Lie, Divine Monarch, Wolf Head, Rune Sang, and Green Fish, were each dispersed and standing by outside of the city with the Pilot Paperman, issued by Ghostface. The 4-man squad of Yin Hu and Candle Dragon were no longer very far away from Tianwu City, and could provide support at any time depending on the situation. The time was unconsciously reaching the 3rd night. In the study, Ghostface was sitting in a formation, with the Witch Compass doll and the Fury Raising altar in front of him. After calculating that it was about time, the large, bandaged hand lifted and slammed down. Ka-ching! The Foster Fury altar was smashed with a slap. The Grey Fury contained within the altar rushed out, vaguely seeming to have thousands of severe ghosts wailing in the ears continuously. Ghostface's hands quickly made seals, and purple ghost fire rose in his eyes. Judge Black Coffin's Seal of Death Seal. Chapter 76. They chase them and they flee, and they can't escape. Half of the red bone jade head for the head, gray fog, and the fury intertwined for the body. The evil fury manifested between the whole Chu Wangfu. Temperature plummeted several degrees, many underlings cold shivered. Bai Shi's gaze was fixed as he raised his hand to reinforce another layer for the isolation formation. Woo woo! The evil fiend was confused for a second, instantly noticing the ghostly face below. The gray foggy body trembled and turned to flee, but was stopped in its tracks by a line of ink seeping down out of thin air. Judge Black Coffin's Seal of Death Seal. In an instant, the evil fury on all sides of the space strips with the power of the underworld of water and ink lines seeped out to form a black coffin to seal it in place. In between sealing the evil fiend, Ghostface erased all the information about Yi Tianzi on the witchcraft doll and threw it to the silver armored corpse puppet in passing. The silver armored corpse puppet gripped the constantly trembling witch doll and opened its pitch black mouth to bite down. Listening to the silver armored corpse puppet's cackling and chewing sound, Ghostface's hands once again made a seal, and an ancient book with a brush emitting a ghostly aura condensed in front of his chest. Magistrate Book of Life and Death, Cause and Effect. Judge Soul Pen Life and Death. The law follows the mind. Outside the window, the wind is crying and howling, and the candle flame in the study is fluttering, and the Book of Life and Death is rapidly turning pages with the wind and coming to an abrupt end, and the hook pen is hanging in the air and gently pointing down. Boom! Thunder exploded out of nowhere above Tianwu City, and Ghostface stifled a grunt as his body shuddered, a blood red quickly staining his facial bandages. Fortunately, he was able to glimpse a ray of heaven, and this point of backlash he undertook. Karma Line Poly. Ghostface eyes decisive, strands if any red and white threads from the black coffin in mid-air extended out, twisted and intertwined into a red and white rope continues to extend outward until it is connected to the other end. Found you! The crowd waiting quietly outside the city looked at the guiding paper figure in their hands at the same time. The paperman emitted a faint orange-yellow halo like a glowing butterfly floating up in the wind in the dark night, and flew rapidly in one direction, and the crowd did not hesitate and chased after the paperman. 12 miles away from Tianwu City, at an unknown inn by the roadside. In the room, the youth with a few handsome looks snapped his eyes open and sat up from the wooden bed. My fury broke the seal early? It looks like it was discovered. The youth frowned and took out half of the red bone jade head from his own package, and under the spell he realized that he had actually lost control of the fury. His own fury was surely not erased, but it was out of his control, so it seemed that the other party had also hired someone high up. Boo! The door to the room was pushed open vigorously, and the youth turned his head and said coldly, "Won't you knock and come in?" The black-robed man outside the door spoke in a stern tone. There are some problems with the hidden heaven formation. Someone has forcefully peeked into the heavens. We can't be sure if it's the one from the Heaven Guardian Pavilion. Since there was a slip-up in the plan, this place isn't safe anymore. Withdraw immediately. Master, my doll is broken. A playful female voice came from behind the black-robed man. A small, tightly wrapped, pale-skinned, small girl came walking up. After a pause, the little girl blinked her burgundy eyes curiously and asked, "Master, why is there a line attached to you?" Line? The black-robed man and the youth's faces changed slightly, and the youth said in an urgent voice, Luoyu, go pack up and leave here immediately. A minute later, in the hall on the first floor of the inn, the black-robed man looked at Luoyu, who had been pushed to his side, and said indifferently, Patriarchine has decided on this? This is the territory of Diqian. I don't want my disciple to follow me and have an accident. Besides, would you let me follow you guys and withdraw? Inze sneered as he looked at the group of people in front of him. Patriarch Yin's great righteousness, when everything is done, I will definitely put in a few more good words for Patriarch Yin in front of Lord Sec Leader. Cut the useless talk, I just want what you guys promised to give me. Inze carried his own package and left the inn, darting towards the opposite evacuation route from the crowd. Luoyu stared at Inze's back and wanted to follow, but she was pressed by a large hand on her shoulder. There's no need to worry, Sect Master Locke, Patriarch Yin's good fortune will be in his favor, he'll be safe and sound, Amitba Buddha. Beside the black-robed man, the monk holding a black and gold long stick and wearing a bucket hat spoke faintly. Make sure things are taken, people are cleaned up, and don't leave any loose ends. The black-robed man barked again. Please don't worry, Elder Mo, everything has been. Before that subordinate's words left his mouth, the crowd looked in one direction in unison. Boom! The green-colored blade chi extended from the forest to split the two-story inn into two. Wooden debris flying, a large area of dust flying up, the inn collapsed in more than 10 black shadows drilling out toward the distance swept. Under the night sky, a stream of light from the woods to the mid-air explosion into a sky of light points toward the black shadow to escape the direction of the sprinkle. Light points fell to the ground crackling and exploding and the trees constantly fall down. Xingyu several dodges fell to a tree branch in front of the big, hand-long bow again full string to the air and arrow shot, feather arrow into a stream of light a flash, in the distant air once again exploded into a sky of light points fall. In the woods, Mo Nong sandwiched Luoyu and kept dodging incoming points of light and toppling trees. Looking at the surrounding trees that were pierced with bowl-sized holes by the points of light, it was hard to hide the surprise in Mo Nong's heart. What a powerful archery technique! The power of this arrow was almost comparable to the bow and arrow array formed by hundreds of archers. Are these the experts around that king of Chu? Or is the Department of Martial Defense involved? No wonder the left protector was in trouble, it seems to be unrelated to this king of Chu. But the situation at hand, fleeing, was clearly the most correct choice. Scatter and flee. Rally at the mountain stronghold. Mo Nong sent a message to the crowd. Buzz. A golden beam of light ran through the darkness from behind, and a subordinate on the side was torn in two by the golden beam in a completely unpredictable manner. Mo Nong's gaze slightly condensed, there were still archery experts? And the other side was still rapidly approaching them. You can draw a bow and shoot an arrow at that speed? On horseback? Riding a horse was even more unlikely. What kind of horse could run so fast through the intricate woods? Rear. The divine sovereign rode on Evil Lie's neck with a folding bow in his hand, constantly condensing his true chi to shoot long arrows. Wicked Lie grabbed onto the divine monarch's legs, his feet did not decrease in speed, and with a few light moves, he got a little closer to his target. Elder Mo, the other side are all experts. If we don't leave someone behind to pat our back, I'm afraid none of them will be able to leave. The monk transmitted his voice to Mo Nong. Then I'd like to trouble Elder Gu for patting our back. Mo Nong snorted back. Amitba Buddha, it seems that the poor monk should have this calamity today, but please ask Elder Mo to leave 2 experts for the poor monk to assist him. What a pain in the ass. Mo Nong spat in his heart and transmitted, Bitter 11 and Gonsan, stay behind to help Elder Gu. Yes, Elder Mo. 2 youths, also clad in black robes, reversed their direction to approach Gu Yu's location. Another golden beam of light came. Gu Yu held the black and gold long stick in one hand and turned the stick into a flower, and suddenly a move of drawing the dragon and dotting the eyes of the stick like a lance stabbed out the approaching beam of light, hard to disperse. Tianwu City Heaven Guardian Pavilion. Shen Ian and Lu Wenxuan sat opposite each other and pushed the cart forward to the left side of the black general to whisper a reminder, Teacher, will die. Lu Wenxuan looked down at the chessboard and muttered a smile, is that how this chess was originally played? It's rather interesting. Again. Chapter 77 The Twin Phases of Buddha's Life. Amitba Buddha, the poor monk is very fortunate to meet you all today. Why don't you put down the butcher's knife and convert to our Buddha? Gu Yu sighed with an ode to the Buddha with a look of great compassion. The air was suddenly quiet. Bitter 11 sharply reminded, Elder Gu, be careful. The more than 10-meter high wave of green-colored knives lined up and slat down towards Gu Yu. Amitba. Gu Yu stood in place with his hands clasped together, not hiding or avoiding. His mouth recited Buddhist scriptures continuously, and the Buddha's light shone behind him, as if the real Buddha had descended to the world. Boom! Knife wave rolled up, flying grass, trees, and rocks suddenly scattered empty, leaving a 100-meter-long knife mark. Dang! The bell rang loudly, the Buddha's light illuminated the night sky through the smoke and dust, and a huge golden bell shroud made up of thousands of Buddhist scriptures and truths protected Guyu's circumference. Scholar, you are too murderous in this life. Another several life chi such as sea waves continuous chopping to bombard on the golden bell, the earth trembles constantly, just now the face is as stable as an old dog's ancient you is also slightly frowned. Slightly farther away, Wolfhead's dual swords were in his hands, chopping out a blade with every step forward. He didn't want to say a word more about this kind of opponent with a lot of nonsense and average strength. Sister Bitter, Sister Gone, help the poor monk put down the demons. Hearing the transmission, Bitter 11 and Gonsan exchanged glances and silently transformed into two masses of shadows to attack from both flanks towards the wolf head. Between gasps, the long sword and twin battle axes flashed coldly from the darkness to simultaneously attack the wolf head's upper and lower body. Boring. 3,000 silver hair danced without wind, a green aura flashed in his cold eyes, and the dual swords backhandedly resonated with the long sword in dual battle axe collision, and the three continuously rubbed out sparks. Bitter 11 and Gonsan only felt a throbbing pain in their tiger's mouth, and a huge force surged uncontrollably into their bodies. The two of them muffled grunts to withstand, their mouths at the same time biting a wooden core, their mouths slightly opened, a mouthful of true chi was spat out, the wooden core activated, and 3 tiny poisonous needles were shot out from the wooden core aiming at the wolf's head. Hello? The ink-colored robes suddenly danced to cover the 3 people's vision, and the 6 poison needles and the 3 people crossed each other's paths. Already dodged to a few meters away, the wolf head stared at the ink-colored robe left on the ground, his forehead veins slightly rippled. This robe was in Gusu, see Snake bought him. Nothing else, after all, it was a gift from someone else, and now it was soiled and dirty, and seemed to have torn 2 slits in it, so he blamed him for not treasuring it, and the 2 culprits as well. Bitter 11 and Gonsan stopped their stance, their eyes instinctively glanced behind them to the position where Guyu was. This level of expert, if it was not for the hidden weapons, just took the opportunity to distance themselves from it. The strength of the 2 of them alone absolutely could not top 2 rounds. Elder Ku? The 2 people pupils at the same time shrink. Square ancient you stood there still, golden bells cover the body, mouth reciting Buddhist scriptures, surrounded by Buddhist light. Where are they now? Boom! Gonsan returned to his senses when he saw a large blade of more than 10 meters with a green amazement attached chopping down instantly engulfing Bitter 11. The greatsword fell to the ground and disintegrated into 12 channels of broad blade chi sweeping in all directions. Run! Running out dozens of meters, a black shadow flashed in front of Gonsan. The wolf head had the ink-colored robe resting on the small arm of his left hand, and his right hand held a sword, his monstrous killing intent released without any concealment. Damn! Gonsan clenched his teeth and threw a chi explosion pill into his mouth in preparation to play a wave of self-detonation. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions resounded through the already chaotic mountain forest. Amitba Buddha, it seems that Scholar Bitter and Scholar Gone have prevented this calamity for the poor monk today. Great goodness! The poor monk will definitely guide the 2 monks to the western world of ultimate bliss on another day. The corners of Guyu's mouth nearly grinned to the root of his ears, and he finally laughed evilly as if he couldn't help himself. Ha 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 ha! Zip! A black thunder auger flipped over the ground and twisted to interrupt Guyu's laughter. The monk seems to be a cultivator. Why do you want to be in the company of these evil demons? After Guyu jumped far to avoid, the corner of his mouth with a smile uncontrollably twitched a few more times. His face was hideous, which has the square of the great mercy of the Buddha's face. Fu Sheng didn't reply and manipulated the thunder jiao to open its bloody mouth to tear at Guyu. Ha ha ha! Master really didn't lie to me. The world is filled with evil demons everywhere. Today the poor monk will save the world. Ha 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 ha. Half of Guyu's face is completely hideous like a devil, but one side of his face is covered with Buddha's light and is that great compassionate look. The monk's robe fell to the ground. Guyu raised his stick and smashed at Lei Jiao with countless stick shadows. The great voodoo stick. The large thunder jiao head was smashed apart by a stick, and the thunder carcass disappeared in response. Fu Sheng, he is a double-faced Buddha of the devil sect. His realm of strength is not far from yours. He has a move that can condense a phantom outside his body. It's very strong. Be careful. Xingyu continued to chase towards Mo Yan and the others with the Divine Sovereign duo after transmitting his voice to Fu Sheng. Thanks a lot. Fu Sheng answered, his face slightly grave as he dodged to avoid Guyu's sudden slamming of the stick. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Evil devils suffer death. Exorcism. Guyu exhaled white gas from his mouth, and the terrifying true chi gathered in his palm to push out, and the golden giant palm shadow pushed horizontally. The 2 yin and yang fish appeared in the center of Fu Sheng's brow and behind him, and his right hand's astral energy coalesced to blast a palm against it. Boom! Fu Sheng caught the incoming black and gold baguette with a palm, and the overbearing astral energy infused into the baguette twisted it into a twist, and Guyu was forced to discard his weapon. After both were unarmed, the two of them exchanged several palm blasts one after another. The green-colored blade she chopped before interrupting the duo. Wolfhead dodged in front of Fu Shang after hanging his ink-colored robe on a distant tree, a quick battle. Yes, Wolf Firstborn. Guyu put his hands together and laughed in shock, another evil demon. Pop. Out-of-body Dharma phase Lotus Buddha. A black lotus platform with a destructive atmosphere appeared from behind Guyu, and above the black lotus platform, the golden Buddha was holding a Bodhi tree in his arms, emitting endless Buddhist energy. Wolfhead swung his sword to interrupt his opponent's spell casting, but Guyu had already risen up to become one with the black lotus Buddha. The blade chi was completely blocked by the halo emanating from the Bodhi ancient tree. Well, what? 6 words of truth slowly emanated from the great Buddha, and the vast divine might pressed down on the two from the sky. In the sky, floating clouds broke open and a golden swastika was illusory. Click. Fu Sheng froze when he saw Wolfhead put away his twin swords. What did this mean? Wolfhead said faintly, "Spend it with him." The remaining people were more than enough to give to the divine sovereign and the others. He and Fu Sheng had already fallen behind and couldn't catch up any further, and they still couldn't fight a quick battle, so they just didn't rush. "I'm not going to bother slashing you, I'm going to dodge when you attack. I'd like to see how long you can maintain this state." There was also this pressure that enveloped his body. Apart from having some effect on his state of mind, there was no substantial harm, and he didn't even bother to resist. Fu Sheng nodded his head, quickly realizing the wolf head's meaning. Vigilantly looking at this black lotus Buddha did not mean to make a move. A Buddha, two people so wide-eyed for a while. Guyu angry. What does this mean? These two evil demons were completely scornful of him. The Buddha is born in 2 phases. One thought transforms the devil. The heavenly guardian pavilion. Shen Ian wiped his forehead and not in the sweat. This old man is also too ruthless. Only learned a disc is so powerful? The second set only started a little while ago and he killed him. LV Wenchuan jumped forward on his horse and laughed lightly with a flick of the duster in his hand. General. Chapter 78. It's almost over. The Buddha is born in 2 phases. One thought transforms the devil. Cross the devil with the Buddha. Destroy demons with demons. Transforming the devil. The Buddha's light around his body was extinguished, blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and the ancient Bodhi tree in his arms quickly withered and faded, constantly emitting an ancient and decaying aura. The black lotus platform floating in midair began to rotate, revealing the demonic face behind the great Buddha's head with green fangs and a mouth that split at the corners to the base of the ears. Devil face head full of sharp horns meet bun, for black eye sockets in succession lit up green and black devil flame, red bloodlines across the iron-colored devil body, embracing in front of the body of the 6 thick arms to both sides of the expansion, arms in the bosom of the corrupted giant sword without arms to cover up the release of monstrous demonic gas. Dang! Dang! The 2 long knives rotated at high speed to turn into a green wheel of light and chopped at the head of the great demon, and the 2 black tentacles that protruded out of the black lotus platform suddenly knocked away the wheel of light. The Bodhi ancient tree had withered, and the halo of strong defense had disappeared. Is this switching offenses and defenses? Start the fight. The wolf head dodged and caught the double blades, leaping up a crossblade she chopped down in the air. Fu Sheng moved to the side of the great Buddha, and the 5 fingers of his left hand pulled the black arcane thunderbolts to form a thunder net toward the great devil. Exterminating the devil. The demon suddenly stood up from the lotus platform, and with 1 pair of large hands, he drew his corrupted giant sword and whirled around. A circle of volatile sword chi turned into black ripples instantly tore the knife gas and thunder net toward the 4 sides of the surge and go. Sword chi swept through the place of the land cracked, the trees broke and flew. Just the aftermath of the power is enough to shock the death of countless ordinary people. Messy rocks and grasses fell to the ground, and with the demon as the center, a vacuum area was cleared out by this sword in a circle of hundreds of meters. The 4-story small building tall demon jumped up from the lotus platform swinging his huge sword towards the wolf head. The wolf's head lurched backward to avoid it. Bang! The giant sword swung empty. The demon's entire body was brightly colored with red bloodlines. His 4 muscular arms suddenly stretched out, and countless boulder-sized fist shadows crazily bombarded the wolf's head, with each punch being like a cannonball landing on the ground, an earthquake shaking the mountains. Wolf head was forced to dodge backwards while swinging his sword against him. Fu Sheng wanted to go forward to help but was stopped in his tracks by several slimy black tentacles. The petals on that black lotus platform had completely transformed into tentacles entwined with a rotting aura, and the lotus platform rotated and swung continuously towards Fu Sheng to slap down. Breaking! Fu Sheng endured his nausea, his 5 fingers like hooks grabbed a tentacle, and his majestic astral energy poured in to push straight into the lotus body. The lotus body sensed the danger very smartly and broke off that tentacle itself. Tentacles in mid-air cannot withstand the internal rampage of the gang, exploded into a sky of rotting juice. Grass and trees in contact with the rotting juice instantly withered. Even the earth also issued a nuisance sound of decay. Fu Sheng's heart was shocked as he clearly felt some of his life force being sucked away between his contact with the tentacle. Several tentacles suddenly burrowed out of the ground and stabbed downward. Sung. With a flash of the green blade, the tentacles that surrounded Fu Sheng were cut off. Exchange. Wolfhead's voice came. Fu Sheng will understand. Behind the two yin and yang fish, vision condensed, the whole body aura once again soared. Both figures at the same time towards each other rushed. The pursuing demon stared towards Fu Sheng, who had suddenly appeared right in front of him, the demonic flames in his eyes rising once again. Retreat! Fu Sheng's two fingers and sword pointing forward, Xian Lei and astral energy intertwined, the power of yin and yang converged in the fingertips aimed at the demon's chest pointing out. The demon's movements suddenly stiffened, and everything in his vision turned into an ink drawing. It couldn't do anything, letting the two yin and yang fish in front of it, one black and one white, leap through the dragon door to transform the black and white double dragons to pass through its demonic body. From high above, the dense floating clouds were torn apart by an unknown force to extend a rift into the sky. The ink world quickly faded from view, and a large, round hole in the demon's chest revealed the star-studded night sky behind it to Runsen. The demonic flames in the eyes of the great demon that had been somewhat wavering suddenly solidified once again. Bang! Fu Sheng crossed his arms to protect his chest, and the giant palm with anger sent him flying 100 meters away, and after landing, the whole person slid out more than 10 meters before he was able to stop his body shape. The chi and blood in his body surged crazily, and Fu Sheng covered his mouth as blood dripped into lines along his fingers. The great devil shook and crashed to the ground. As the devil flame in his eyes went out one after another, the devil body quickly petrified until it collapsed, and Gu Yu, who had lost an arm, drilled out of the debris in a sorry state, looking at Fu Sheng with a somewhat teasing gaze. Even if you don't use that extremely consuming move, the poor monk won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's really close. Ha 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 ha. Can you stand up now? Jia jia jia. Fu Sheng gritted his teeth and attempted to get up, only to find that his body had entered a critical state after taking that solid slap. Unable to do so, he reached into his pocket and prepared to pull out the great restorative elixir to fight to the death with the other party. Guyu walked towards Fu Sheng and continued to smile sardonically. Your meat should taste very good, full of life force. Poor monk likes it very much. That's a lot of crap. The wolf head's icy voice sounded from behind Guyu. You? Guyu was surprised when the long blade smoothly cut through his neck. The head wearing a bucket hat flew up against the moon, and the headless corpse spewed out a half-meter-high column of blood and eventually fell softly to the ground. Fu Sheng, surprised to look into the distance, see that the disgusting Black Lotus platform has been dismantled, is constantly melting in overflowing shares of the stench. Wolfhead put away his sword and walked to, throwing out a bottle of healing elixir. Can you still walk? Thanks to Wolf Firstborn, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Fu Sheng nodded his head vigorously. After helping Fu Sheng absorb the healing elixir, the head of the wolf got up and swept his gaze towards the mess in the distance. I hope his robes are at peace. Directly in front of them, more than 10 miles away from the duo, Mo Nang had cursed in his heart. Throwing away the 3 Guyu people, the remaining 9 people actually failed to fight for him for half a tea time at the hands of those 3 people. Little girl, I heard that your eyes are very special. Can you help Uncle stall for a while? Mo Nan looked down at Luo Yu and asked with a smile. I'm 28 years old, not a little girl anymore. Luo Yu's voice was soft and sticky as she returned. The corner of Mo Nan's eyes twitched. Luo Yu looked no more than 11 or 12 years old, but she was actually 28 years old already? Then wouldn't Inze be 60 or 70 years old, older than him? When he thought of Inze applying rouge every day, he couldn't help but feel a vicious chill in his heart. This master and disciple are really good at keeping their faces. Mo Nan's gaze flinched as he violently threw Luo Yu far away, twisting his own body in the air as the 2 gilded shin blades chopped nearly against his body. After landing, he skillfully dodged the 6 gilt arcane swords stabbing down from above with several more backflips. The divine sovereign stood directly in front of him, holding a sword in his hand, and 8 gilt arcane swords retracted and floated around his body. At the back, Evil Lai hugged a thick tree trunk that 2 people embraced and swung it towards Mo Nan without any hesitation. Mo Nan dodged, and his afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of Qingyu single-handedly carrying Luo Yu, who had already fainted to death, out of the bushes. In this situation right now, that guy Inze is afraid that he is also in a bad way. With so many people dead, it's kind of a remarkable thing to find out. What does that King of Chu intend to do with so many experts under his hand? A little rumor is enough to make the one in the dragon chair take action, right? After the one on the dragon chair made his move, he wanted to see who else could protect the Yi family. Unfortunately, all of this assumes that he survives today. Holy rune disease. Emon Yen's wrist flicked, white talisman activated from his sleeve, his feet stepped on the cyclone speed steeply accelerated toward the distance to disappear. Don't run! Wicked to shout angrily, the tree trunk in his hand turned into a lance and threw it out, and under his feet, the great lightness power operated to the extreme to set off a gust of wind to chase after him. You take her first. The divine monarch's golden eyes glanced in the direction that Imonan had fled, leaving behind these words before flashing after him. Good. The mackerel nodded. The heavenly guardian pavilion. Lu Wenchuan saw that Shinian was slow to move his pieces, and his curtains drooped slightly. It's almost over. Chapter 79. You must treat her well in the future. Chu King's mansion. The connected karmic threads disconnected, and Ghostface took a deep breath. I hope everything goes well. How is the injury? Do you need me to give you 2 stitches? Momiji looked at Ghostface, whose face was bandaged crimson, and silently pulled out his own set of golden needles to inquire. It's not necessary, it's just a little internal injury, it won't kill you. Ghostface hastily raised his hand to refuse. Baze's medical skills were good everywhere, it was the needle sticking that could torture people, especially for him. There was no guarantee that Momiji would not try up some weird experiment on him on a whim. 100 Seasons sniffed and put away the golden needles with some loss. Ghostface slowed down a bit and stood up. 100th, I'll go out of the city to wait for them first, the royal residence is in your hands. Good. 100th nodded in response. Ghostface lifted the seal of the black coffin and pressed the evil fiend hard into his sleeve, then he led the silver-armored corpse puppet towards the outside. 30 miles from Tianwu City. Inzai stumbled a few steps with the package, reaching up to hold onto the trunk of a tree to gasp for air. There is one last undead doll left. Who the hell is the other guy? Completely unable to detect his opponent's breath, every time he did it was when he was about to die. He had already died 3 times, and if he hadn't been carrying 4 undead dolls on his body to block that fatal knife over and over again, he would have been a cold corpse by now. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of resisting, summoning the evil fiend he had raised would require him to take out a sacrifice, but the other party wouldn't even give him time to prepare. The only evil fiend he had summoned to help him run away had already perished miserably under the opponent's blade. It doesn't look like it's coming after us yet. With a sigh of relief, Inzai pulled out a dry hand from the package. In his heart, he prayed that this evil fiend would be able to stall some more time for him. Hidden Disaster stood in the tree silently looking at Inzai who was directly below him. Ka! With his feet on the ground, Hidden Disaster collected his sword and looked towards the ground. He saw a ragdoll with Inzai's name and the 8 characters written on it lying quietly on the ground. The ragdoll's chest was torn open and small black worms were constantly drilling outwards. Turning around, Hidden Disaster nodded with slightly condensed eyes after receiving the transmission, and disappeared into a cloud of black mist. 3 miles out. With the help of the immortal doll, Inzai finally couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of black blood, and his handsome face unexpectedly aged a few points in an instant. What a quick cut. Almost died for real. Luckily, the undying doll's effect is triggered passively. Not without good news though, that evil fury was summoned by him at the last second. It's hard enough to stall and run. Get me out of here. Inzai ordered. A huge green hand with 4 thighs condensed into a solid body not far away, stepping forward and carefully lifting up Inzai's body with its palm towards the front with a big stride, its speed a few points faster than Inzai's. There is a god in Zhongshan named Candle Dragon. Open eyes are day, closed eyes are night. Excerpted from Duomo. Inzai, who was sitting on the giant hand, looked around vigilantly. A blinding bright light suddenly appeared in the dark forest ahead, and that bright light was still radiating heat, just like the sun that he hated so much. So harsh and hot. Ah! Inzai covered his chest as if there was a blazing fire burning his body and wailed in pain. The green giant hand heard the master's wail, mistakenly thought that the speed was too fast, bumped to the wound. The speed deliberately slowed down a little. Less than 100 meters in front of the two, a person with black armor and an iron face walked slowly with an 8-sided Han sword. Stop! Stop! Inzai roared through clenched teeth as he slowed down some energy. He smelled death. The green-colored giant hand stopped with a sharp break. Raising his eyes in a trance, he saw a figure standing in front of him, and the horrible vision was being reflected behind the man. It was obviously a dark night, but behind the man a line was clearly defined, with the red sun hanging high on one side and the bright moon shining down on the canal on the other. The sun and the moon are the same. The moment Candlewick raised the Han sword in his hand, Inzai only felt the endless morose coldness into his bones, and without any hesitation, he even rolled and crawled and fell off the big green hand and crawled crazily towards the front. Without any earth-shattering sounds, without much flashy special effects, and only endless cold air filling the air, Inzai knelt on one side and once again experienced the thrill of life and death as it hovered. From the huge green hand stretching backward for 100 meters, wherever the sword she swept through was sealed in ice. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can tell you everything. Inze shouted with a hoarse voice, not caring about his frostbitten body. The hidden disaster appeared and first knocked Inze out with a slap, then wasted all of his strength and limbs. That fast? With a sideways glance at Candlewick, Hidden Plague opened his mouth. Candle Dragon faintly said, "It's still fun to spar with you. Let's ask for instructions with His Highness some other time." Hidden Disaster carried Inze without refusing to say. Good. Candle Dragon turned his sword, and the huge green hand that had just been frozen spewed out a pillar of fire from the inside out, and countless wronged souls wailed as they burned into a wisp of green smoke. After a quick check of their surroundings, the duo disappeared into thin air. On the other side, Wolfhead and Fu Shang had long since left, leaving a large mess. A tentacle suddenly stretched out from underneath Guyu's head, wriggling a little bit to the front of the corpse. A moment later, Guyu twisted his neck and stood up from the ground, grimly laughing. "It's a pity to waste a life, but I'm finally relieved." Jia. Good, no more restrictions, it's time to go back to Tianju and settle the score with those vultures. Saying that, Guyu didn't dare to continue with the nonsense and ran towards another direction at a fast pace. After Guyu left, more than 10 Wuwei came to the scene. Looking at the battlefield in front of them could not hide their shock. This level of engagement, I am afraid that only a few adults can participate. I'll wait here for Lord White Tiger while you guys go check on the few bodies over there. Yes, Lord Chief Banner. In the mountains, in the nameless cave, the Divine Sovereign and the others arrived here one after another. Evil Eye threw the half-dead Mo Nong to the ground and laughed, still hanging on to his breath. Well, put it there first. Ghostface was sitting on the ground and was using the soul-searching technique on Inze, who was also half-dead, and next to him lay Inze's disciple, Luo Oyu. Deep in the cave, the silver-armored corpse puppet was hugging the evil fury and gnawing on it. From time to time, the sound of copper scales falling could be heard. After devouring the evil fury, it could be promoted from a semi-finished product to a finished product. The Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. Shen Ian chose to give up resistance. It's the student who lost. It's over. Lu Wenchuan smiled faintly. Shen Ian nodded and repeated, "It's over. How are the wedding preparations going?" Lu Wenchuan picked up his teacup and opened his mouth to ask in the tone of an elder. Back to the teacher, "The students are all ready. Well, make sure you treat people well in the future." Shen Ian's old face couldn't help but blush at these words. The student will certainly not fail her. Chapter 80, The Dust Settles. Old Hidden, you organize this information and report it to His Highness. Ghostface transmitted all the contents of the information searched out from the soul search and the minds of the three Amonongs to Hidden Disaster in one brain. Rao Hidden Disaster's brain was bloated from suddenly receiving such a huge content of information, and he slowed down for a while before nodding his head in response. What about the three of them? At those words, Wolfhead silently drew his saber. Leave the three of them to me. Ghostface smiled morosely. How could such good materials go to waste? The crowd exchanged a few glances without objection. These three people by the Ghostface rough soul searching, even if they do not die, has become demented, not afraid of the Ghostface themselves to play cartwheels. Wolfhead silently put away his saber again. You guys go back first, the people from the armed guard division seem to be here already, so don't get caught. Ghostface waved his hand to give an eviction order. When are you going back? Cryptic Disaster asked. Tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow. The corpse puppet needs to cross the thunder tribulation and undergo the tempering of heavenly lightning before it can truly be promoted to silver armor. Ghostface thought about it and replied. Alright, I'll explain it to your highness, Candle Dragon, just in case you stay with Ghostface. Hidden Disaster looked at Candle Dragon, who was sitting on a rock. The commotion created by the silver-armored corpse puppet transiting the lightning tribulation would inevitably attract good people. Candlewick nodded as he clutched his sword. No problem. Aha! The crowd left, and only Candle Dragon and Ghostface remained in the cave, except for the three people lying on the ground. You go about your business, I'll let you know when someone comes by. Candlewick said as he closed his eyes. Much obliged to you, old Candle. Ghostface threw out 3 black locks from his sleeves, dragging the 3 of them deeper into the cave. It was a busy night. Some people went home and went to bed, some people were busy with a lot of work. Which force do you think is fighting with the demon cult? White Tiger asked indifferently as he listened to his subordinate's report. The subordinate does not know. It's just a matter of bringing back all the bodies and exhibits without leaving anything behind. Yes, Lord White Tiger. Snap. The White Tiger put away his folding fan, his eye curtains drooping slightly, his beautiful eyes deep to the core. It's always felt like this whole thing had something to do with that brat. What an eventful day, alas. Ever since Shen Yian returned to her own royal residence after ending her confinement, she hadn't had any leisure time. The Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. The sky is getting dark. Shen Yian is not too good to bother Lu Wenchuan too much, two hands empty to leave. Lu Wenchuan drank his cup of tea, looked down at the chessboard in front of him and sighed with a meaningful smile. The great age is coming. Nine-tailed chaos in the sky. The red tiger ambushes the sand. White deer hidden forest. The evil crow backfires. Blessed carp out of the pool. The subterranean dragon is in the abyss. The next day, the city again came to the Liaodong report. The army captured 2 more cities. Half of the Liaodong land has been returned to the Great Qian. The barbarians sent envoys to beg for peace, but apparently the 2 sides did not come to terms and the war continued. The time was approaching noon before Shen Yian lazily walked out of the room. Last night when he came back from the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion, Hidden Disaster and the others also happened to return to the royal residence, and this chat went on until the latter part of the night. Learning about the forces behind the scenes, Shen Yian wasn't overly surprised. Rather, he was a bit surprised to learn of Yin Zhe's identity, a clan with only a master and disciple. In addition to his identity as a sorcerer, Yin Zhe was actually a member of the royal family of one of the great tribes of ancient Chu, belonging to the level of a Taishang emperor. It is such a wizard who eats and drinks without worrying about his status that was snubbed by the devil's cult to come to Dakian to lay a hand on him. The funniest thing was that according to Mo Nang's plan, they weren't even prepared to give Yin Zhe what they promised, they just wanted Yin Zhe to work in the dark. The plan is successful, the black pot is all dumped on Yin Zhe and Guyu's head, so that Tiqian sends troops to Guyu, and the devil religion will continue to mess things up according to the next step of the plan. Shen Yian, who had read the original, knew clearly that the ultimate goal of every step of the demon sex plan was to enter the Great Qian and ask for the Central Plains. Yi Liyan's immortal spirit pupil was just the most important part of the plan. After all, only when the demon sex sect master enters the divine journey realm will they truly have the backbone to subvert the Great Qian. Shen Yian let the hidden disaster statistics on the list of demonic sex strongholds and people in all parts of Dakian write it and find a way to hand it over to the Department of Martial Arts and Defense, as if it was to send them performance. The matter of the Foster Fury altar came to an end, and the Zhao family was next. Shen Yian ate his lunch curious about how that woman has been honest lately, didn't send the assassins of the Sea family to continue to make things happen. Is it because she can't afford to pay? It was only after lunch that I learned from Mendu that the junior of the Zhao family had gotten into trouble again and nearly killed someone. The other party's father is not simple. In the Tianwu city has a head and a face. When the court ruthlessly participated in a book, the old man was furious, in order to wipe the ass of the Zhao family juniors, which led to the woman is very quiet recently. Before going out, Shen Yian suddenly thought of something, instructed Mendu to find a few carpenters, expedite the carving of a few more pairs of chess. It is best to process 2 pairs of chess before dark. He was afraid that Fu Sheng and others in the mansion is too boring. Tianwu City Bayan Chamber of Commerce Chapter 12 o'clock has arrived 7 people, in addition to the ugly ox and the 6 snakes. See Shen Yian come, the other 5 people have sent congratulatory gifts. Your Highness. Ugly Bull presented the information purchased from the 1,000 gold pavilion. Shen Yian opened the bamboo tube and took out the letter paper from it. Ministry of Heavenly Works General Director Bian Wenjie. This person's impression was not very deep to him. It should be promoted during those 5 years when he left Tianwu City. The rest of the letterhead is personal information about Bian Wen's life and background. Shen Yian was going to ask Hidden Disaster to pay more attention to the other party when he got back, and it would be best to find out what people the other party had been closely involved with. Collected the letter paper, Shen Yian and the crowd chatted for a while, told the crowd do not always nest in the Chamber of Commerce. Tianwu City is so big, go out more to play, all the consumption of the Chamber of Commerce to bear. Boredom can be directly over the wall to go to play in the king's house, just God they are in the house. After explaining things, Shen Yian went to Jingui Gongfu again. The first thing Yi Tianzi and Yi Bern asked Shen Yian when they saw him was whether he was injured. Shen Yian hurriedly stated that he was not injured and informed his father and son that the evil fury had been resolved. Father and son sniffed as if they were relieved. This night plus most of this day, they didn't dare to close their eyes for fear that something would suddenly happen. After lamenting, the father and son duo thanked Shen Yian in unison. If it wasn't for Shen Yian, they might still be foolishly kept in the dark and confused. After Yi Tianzi and Yi Bern glanced at each other, father and son connected and tacitly did not say anything more. Yi Burning opened his mouth to change the topic to Shen Yian recently learning the Qin, but also mentioned in passing that Yi Liyan is practicing Qin in the pavilion in the lake at this time, and the two of them can discuss with each other. After both sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, under the watchful eyes of the two, Shen Yian lightly walked towards the back garden of the State Duke's mansion. The day is coming soon. Yi Tianzi sighed with a smile as he held his beard. Yeah, that was fast. Father, to be honest, I'm a little sad to see it go. Yi Burn slowly sat on the stool, tone full of emotion and reluctance. When a daughter is old enough, she will eventually have to marry. Li Yan is lucky, she met someone she likes and is capable of liking her. Yi Tianzi patted Yi Burn's shoulder comfortingly. The two of them were still considered enlightened elders. Even if Yi Lian chose not to marry for the rest of her life, they would still choose to support her. Most of the young masters and young ladies within this Tianwu city were not qualified to decide on their own who they wanted to marry and who they wanted to marry, and in the future, their offspring might be the same. Father, keep His Highness for dinner tonight. Yi Tianzi understood his son's meaning in seconds. Good, there happened to be a few more jars of good wine in the house. Chapter 81 Countdown. Day by day quietly passed, unexpectedly nothing happened, Shen Ian also happy to leisure. 12 hidden guards and 12 o'clock has all arrived in Tianwu City, set up a banquet for the crowd to receive the dust when the king's house lively to the extreme. Fortunately, Ghostface and Hundredth were able to set up an isolation formation, otherwise there was a real risk of being exposed. Shen Ian are a little emotional. Unknowingly he actually collected so many masters, plus the Yi family with military power in hand, how the clothes on this body is a little yellow under the sunlight. But there's no backbone to that thought sentiment. Shen Ian even shivered at the thought of words like morning court and approving Jingji. As the days approached, the palace began to send people to send things to the royal residence. 2 old sisters and a team of courtesans were also sent. Since Shen Ian did not arrange a companion maidservant for himself, according to the rules, he had to choose one of these palace maids that he liked, and he was taught by 2 old maids to perform the room thing with the palace maids. Afterwards, the courtesan stayed in the king's residence as a servant girl, and if she pleases Shen Ian, she may be promoted to concubine. Shen Ian decisively refused, jokingly, although he has no practical experience, but he has also studied with many teachers. This kind of thing, where do you need others to teach? Besides, rules are dead, people are alive, and when they say no, they mean no, and they can't see a bit of green for themselves. Doesn't a man's first time count as a first time? Your Highness, the slave girls are also following the rules. An old sister painstakingly opened her mouth to persuade. Get out! Shen Ian rolled his eyes, and with a wave of his sleeve, he had Cheng Hai lead the royal guards to start whisking people away. Cheng Hai sensed that His Highness was really angry. The force were increased a little. The 2 old sisters had no choice but to lead a team of palace maids slipped away. Your Highness, I'm afraid that acting like this will displease His Majesty and Empress Dowager. The red-robed eunuch who had been eating melon carefully reminded. Shen Ian didn't say anything and just gave the other party a look. The red eunuch obediently lowered his head and closed his mouth. Inside the palace, upon hearing that the old maids and courtesans had been whisked back, Emperor Wu just flippantly said, "Let him be," blocking everyone's mouth. The next day, the entire Tianwu city exceptionally lively. The whole city knows that the King of Chu tomorrow wedding. The street, a strip of red silk hanging high, stretches I do not know how many miles. Do not know also thought to celebrate the new year. On this day, Hidden Disaster and the others were not idle. In order to make sure that everything was foolproof, they began to check and clean up any possible dangerous elements one by one throughout the city. All of the Chamber of Commerce's industries, such as the Flower Country Fast and the Drunken Immortal House, were all closed for 2 days, and they were all making intensive preparations for the big wedding tomorrow. As the old man's first married child, Emperor Wu also attaches great importance to, and even deliberately mobilized 2,000 Forbidden Army and the Department of Martial Arts Guards to undertake the whole security work, row all given place. Inside the royal mansion, Shen Ian finished trying on the wedding clothes, was holding a folded paper in the room while walking and memorizing the draft. Putting down the paper, he sighed as he picked up the flowchart Mendo had put together. Tomorrow is almost busy from morning to evening, and because it is royal, the etiquette is even more onerous. Even the number of steps to take and where to stand are clearly defined. If this were an ordinary person, at night, if he still had the strength to conduct a cave-in, he had to give a thumbs up, but he was definitely a real man. The tedious process is tedious, but what is this tedious process when you think that you are going to marry your favorite girl home soon? Your Highness! His Highness the 7th Prince is here. Mendu hurriedly ran to report. These days busy, he shaved his beard. Every morning to get up and have to organize the beard is too troublesome, simply shaved. Tell him to come straight to the king. Yes, Your Highness. 7th Prince Shen Luanyan, he came with a heavy responsibility. 6th brother. Always being addressed by Shen Jingyu and the others as 6th brother, suddenly someone addressed him as 6th brother. Shen Ian was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. 7th brother, you're here. Shen Ian looked at the young man in front of him whose face was still a little tender and greeted him with a smile. Aha! Happy wedding, 6th brother. Shen Luanyan blinked her big eyes and shouted with an excited face. Good. 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 6th brother will definitely give you a big red packet in the morning. Really? 6th brother is the best. Shen Luanyan became even more excited at his words. His heavy duty today is to come to press the bed, sleep and get a red packet. Such a good thing, why not? Not to mention the big wedding of his favorite sixth brother. Sixth brother, is sister-in-law really that good looking? Is she a fairy? Shin Luanyan asked curiously. He had always heard about it, never seen it, so he had a strong curiosity. When you have the chance, you'll know if it looks good or not. Shin Ian took the folders and smiled as he lightly tapped Shin Luanyan's little head. Coming at this hour, have you had lunch? Want to eat anything? Sixth brother will arrange it for you. Do you really want to eat anything? Shen Luanyan once again had both eyes glowing. In the palace, the food expenses for them, the royal princesses, are limited in amount, and if they exceed the amount, they have to be deducted from the next month, and some of the delicacies are so expensive that they can only be savored once or twice a month. Really, would six lie to you? Shin Luanyan's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of being pitted by Shin Ian when he was in the palace. What are you thinking about? Shin Ian urgently interrupted the recollection with a fold. No. It's nothing, that's sixth brother, I want to eat leg of lamb and roast duck. Shin Luanyan clasped his hands in embarrassment. Well, as long as you're with six, it's enough. Yay! I love six the most. Seventh brother, do you like playing chess? Shin Ian smiled mysteriously. Playing chess? Well, a very interesting kind of chess. Interesting chess? Isn't it Go? I want to play. In order to prevent Shin Luanyan from being too bored, Shin Ian specially summoned Fu Sheng to play chess with Shin Luanyan. The time quickly came to afternoon, with a lazy orange-yellow halo of light spilling over. At dinner, Shin Ian nearly laughed out loud when he saw Shin Luanyan's lost look. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see what kind of scene Lu Wenchuan and Fu Sheng were playing against each other. Sixth brother, chess is so hard to play. At the dinner table, Shin Luanyan kept crying. This afternoon he had been abused and doubted his life. In the last hand, he offered to play Go, and was again abused by Fu Sheng, and almost had a mental breakdown. Shin Ian smiled without saying anything. He was finally not the only one being abused in this world. As the night deepened, Shin Luanyan carefully entered the wedding room under Shin Ian's watchful eye. Sixth brother. Rest early. Don't forget to call me in the morning. Good. Won't forget. The door to the room closed before Mendu reminded aside, Your Highness, a room has been packed for you. No need, the king can't sleep tonight. Shin Ian looked up at the star-dotted night sky and sighed with a smile. Shin Gui Gong Mansion. Yi Lian slowly stood up from the water, thin water mist around the body, drops of water beads glide through every inch of skin as fine as fat, black hair hanging behind, a jade arm in front of the chest, a pink feet gently raised out of the bathtub stepped on the carpet, a simple action on the infinite reverie attracted. The true chi in his body gently shook outward, and the water droplets and water stains all over his body dissipated, and his body instantly returned to a dry state. Jinxiu and Jinlian, who had already prepared themselves on the side, hurriedly unfolded their bath towels and went forward. Miss, it's time to go change and get ready. Jinxiu wrapped the bath towel for Yi Lian and said with a smile. Aha! Yi Lian pressed the bath towel on her chest. Her pretty face was scarlet as she gently answered, thinking that she would be like that with His Highness tomorrow. Her pale blue eyes could not hide her shyness. Chapter 82, A City Full of 100 Flowers. Before the day broke, Lu Wenchuan, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, walked out of the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion under the incredulous gazes of the little Taoist boy guarding the door, and headed straight towards the Hall of Nourishing Heart. The pavilion master actually went out? Chu King's mansion. Is it time yet? Shin Ian, who had long ago changed into her big red wedding clothes, looked at the red-robed eunuch and couldn't help but ask. It's still early, so please don't be in a hurry, Your Highness. The red-robed eunuch pinched his orchid fingers with a fawning smile. Shin Ian calmed his excitement for a moment, lifting his ink eyes to look into the distance. A few days ago, he sent people to the rivers and lakes to send a few invitations. I do not know how many of his friends have received, and how many people can come. As the east was about to dawn, a golden glow appeared slightly, and a golden halo of light flattened out from over the horizon. The streets and alleys were crowded with people. Many people went out early, just to occupy a front row seat to see the wedding of His Highness the King of Chu, and to dip into the joy. Along both sides of the street, a team of forbidden soldiers took position one after another to form a human wall, clearing a wide path for the procession to welcome the bride. On the rooftops on both sides, the figures of Hidden Disaster and the others were constantly flickering to conduct a final check, making sure that the entire process was foolproof. Tiannan Sword City. There is an old saying in this world since ancient times that Tiannan 100 flowers are unique in the world, and at this time, the city full of flowers is exactly the symbol of Tiannan Sword City. The one and only in the world put down the invitation in his hand and came to the top of the pavilion, overlooking the panoramic view of Sword City. The sword comes. With a soft cry, an ancient wooden sword flew through the air. Kid, old man has nothing to give you. This city full of flowers can be taken as a congratulatory gift from old man. Payman looked away from the direction of Tianwu City holding the sword spinning dance. A breeze whisked all over the city full of petals all detached from the flower branches with the wind and overlapping flying, forming a 10,000 purple and red flower river around the city ring flow. The people in the city all raised their heads in astonishment. Millions of petals composed of such wonders are simply beautiful. Go! The wooden sword was lightly waved, and the endless flourishing flowers flattened the sky towards Tianwu City. The crowd returned to their senses with great interest, and suddenly reacted to the fact that the spectacle came from the hand of the sword saint. Payman backhanded the wooden sword behind his back, turned around and disappeared into the roof of the pavilion. Worshipped the snowy mountains. The absolute beauty of the invitation to the courtyard. Under the snow, the peach tree in the courtyard is full of peach blossoms, and emits a faint hazy halo. Today's Xiaowen's big wedding, let's send a congratulatory gift together. The beauty of the light opening of the lips, beautiful eyes to look at the peach tree has a little bleak color. P.S. The heart has long belonged to, now is sealed heart, widowed state, do not think nonsense. The peach tree seemed to respond by dropping a peach blossom to float to the invitation. You really have been there all along. The beautiful person's tone was delighted, yet it was hard to hide the color of sadness under her eyes. The bleak long sword is sheathed, and the mountains are full of spring flowers that bloom on their own. The beautiful woman looked towards Tiannan Sword City and then towards Tianwu City. A sword was handed out, and a peach blossom floated away with a mountain full of flourishing flowers. Outside Tianwu City, a scholar carrying a box and cage and a swordsman full of wine met at the city gates. At the same time, a black-clad swordsman tumbled over the city wall in full view of everyone and viciously turned the gears of the castle tower's guard. In front of the Chu king's residence, the auspicious time had arrived. Accompanied by the red eunuch opening his voice, Shinian rolled over and got on the white divine steed that had been prepared long ago. Rise the sedan chair. Crackle crackle. The 100-meter-long procession to welcome the bride set off in a flurry of firecrackers, gongs, and drums. The three great joys in life, the gold medal, the wedding candles, and the meeting of friends in other places. White horse, red coat, teenage boy. The horse's hooves lightly tapped the ground, and the wedding party had already traveled to the streets of the South City. Ange. Happy wedding. Your Highness King Chu. Happy wedding. How could Du Dunming, Zhou Lanlan, and other young masters and young ladies miss Shen Ian's happy event? They went out of the mansion early and waited on both sides of the street in the South Market. When the welcoming party came, all of them could no longer restrain themselves from voicing out their congratulations. Shen Ian smiled and nodded his head. His face was full of spring, and he was full of vigor to the extreme. In order to show off the royal brand, the procession needs to make a big circle from the city to the Jinguigong mansion to welcome the bride, and along the way, the flower girl is responsible for distributing the wedding candies provided by the flower township Zhai. Shen Ian inwardly refused, but for the sake of the old Shen family and the old man's face he chose to accept it. If he could, he actually wanted to fast forward to the last step. The welcoming party continued to march to the northern city. Most of the people in the city are the first time to see the famous His Highness the King of Chu. A man selling sugar gourds almost dropped his jaw when he saw Shen Ian. Chu? His Highness the King of Chu has bought my sugar gourds? Many vendors instantly recalled that their small stores and stalls seemed to have been patronized by this His Highness the King of Chu after seeing that face, and their excitement was hard to hide. The words of blessing continued in his ears, and Shen Ian waved his hand with a smile on his face to express his gratitude. Two simple actions made the scene once turned into a large star-chasing scene. A lot of screams even overshadowed the music of the welcoming team. Jinguigong Mansion. The bright red cover covered the stunning face, but it couldn't cover the small, clueless hands. Nervousness, anticipation, elation, happiness? All sorts of beautiful emotions lingered in Yi Lian's heart, and the day came as if it was a dream. If it was a dream, she was willing to spend the rest of her life not waking up. Outside the house, Yi Bern was even more nervous than Yi Lian, constantly pacing back and forth in the courtyard, causing Yi Tiansu to follow suit and get a little nervous. I don't know how long. The sound of the gongs and drums from far and near, the sound of firecrackers suddenly sounded. Yi Burning directly raised his heart to his throat. Coming. Yi Tianzi said in a deep voice, Burning child, don't be nervous about anything going wrong. Don't worry father, nothing will go wrong. Outside the State Duke's mansion, Shen Ian rolled over and dismounted, and couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Obviously, having been here so many times, he was inexplicably nervous this time. Whatever, it's important to get a daughter-in-law. Mang is finished. After Shen Ian gave himself a full breath of air, he stepped inside the State Duke's mansion. Everything went smoother than expected, no hiccups, smooth process all around. The only surprise was that Yi Tianzi and Yi Burn, two men who had never shed a tear on the battlefield, completely couldn't hold it together the moment Yi Lian stepped onto the palanquin, and the tears came down the dike. Shen Yian's eyes reddened and he made a deep bow to the two old men. Rise the sedan chair. The procession to welcome the bride began to return to the royal residence. On the way, Shen Yian recovered his state and raised his head to the sky with a feeling in his heart. The two flower rivers tacitly met in one place and fell towards Tianwu City. Between the breeze, the flowers have fallen all over the city. Such a strange sight stunned everyone in the city. The sky is falling. Shen Yian reached out to catch a complete peach blossom, suddenly realized the original reason, gentle smile, thank you. Yi Lian listening to the surrounding exclamations quietly from the sedan chair to reach out a small hand to catch a few petals so fragrant. Not enough, ha ha ha. Someone wiped the wine stains off his mouth and laughed. The drunkard, the scholar, and the nameless three tacitly handed out a sword at the same time. The wind suddenly rose, and the petals that were already falling down danced again with the wind. Beautiful, beautiful. The red silk stretches for 3,000 miles, and the city is filled with hundreds of flowers. On the roof of the Wuwei Division building, the white tiger gently caught a petal and murmured a smile. Sister, Shaoan has grown up, but unfortunately he's a bit horny and married a girl who's even prettier than you. On the palace walls, Shen Sengtian quietly looked at the strange scene in front of him, seemed to recall past events, and slowly lowered his eyes. Chapter 83. By now the time was past noon. Chu King's mansion. Inside the mansion, a banquet has been set up, and guests are arriving one after another with invitations, and Mendu is responsible for welcoming the guests outside. The two of you, please come in. Mendu laughed dumbly as he looked at the scholar and the drunkard who were out of place with the people around them. Thanks a lot. The back of the people threw a surprised look. Today the people who come are all the city officials and dignitaries, one by one, brocade clothing. The front of this two people dressed in plain clothes, actually also have invitations. What is the origin? No one in the crowd was surprised to notice that Nameless had scaled the wall and entered the king's mansion. What man? Stop. The divine monarch stopped Nameless and stared. Nameless looked at the divine sovereign in surprise and took half a step backward, silently removing an invitation and congratulatory gift from his bosom. The divine sovereign took the invitation and congratulatory gift and inspected it before turning to leave. His Highness has explained that someone may come to the banquet today who is out of the ordinary because he is a social terrorist. Greetings, Lord Master of the State. Aha! Lu Wenchuan stood in front of the auditorium motionless as a mascot. Into the mansion of the people saw him, were stunned, have revealed an expression of disbelief, found that it is the honored one after a rush over to salute. After saluting, the crowd all felt their heads spinning, wanting very much to confirm the truth once again. How did His Highness, the King of Chu, invite this immortal out of the heaven-keeping pavilion? Fourth, brother, first. Mr. is here too? Shen Luanyan hid behind Shen Jingyu and saw Zhou Xiao and said in fear. Shen Jingyu smiled blandly, get ready and go together to salute Mr. Fourth brother. Can I not go? I'm afraid I can't. Shen Luanyan was a head shorter than Shen Jingyu. He wanted to escape but his shoulders had been pressed. Fourth brother, seventh brother. Shen Nukan led Shen Tingfeng towards the two of them. Big brother, you guys are here. Shen Jingyu let go of Shen Luanyan and hooked his lips in a smile. See you, Lord State Master. Zhou Xiao stepped forward and saluted. Lu Wenchuan's eyes moved slightly as he looked toward Zhou Xiao and asked with a nod, has your master not returned yet? Back to the State Master, Lord, my master is still traveling. Zhou Xiao replied back in a respectful voice. The old path is somewhat envious of your master. My master has also often admired Lord Kakushi's learning from the past and present. The people chatting only to hear the gongs and drums outside the mansion and the sound of firecrackers. The bride and groom have arrived. I don't know whose child ran all the way in and shouted excitedly. Lu Wenchuan sighed in his heart. It was his first time to be an MC for someone, and he hoped that the scene would not collapse too much in a while. The big red carpet from the front door extended to the auditorium, down the sedan chair, end of the door ceremony, Shen Ian and Yi Lian in the public attention holding towel walk. Lu Wenchuan stood silently in the auditorium with a duster in his hand. Many people noticed Lu Wenchuan in the auditorium, and after looking at where he was standing, they only felt their heads buzzing for a moment and almost stared out of their eyes. Isn't that where the master of ceremonies stands? Why is the master of the state standing there? Could it be that? Hiss. The state master is master of ceremonies. It's an absolute blast to look at in the whole world. Everyone's heart jerked hard. Could it be that this Chu King's Highness has taken hold of the state master Lord What Handle? Thinking about the auspicious scene of the sky falling from the sky just now, and now it is the state master presiding over the wedding, all of them are destroying those negative rumors about Yi Lian. An ominous woman will attract heavenly fortune? Looking again, the gaze of the state master lord looking at the couple was full of praise and recognition. The master of the kingdom would approve of a calamity? His Majesty didn't take the rumors seriously, His Excellency the State Master didn't take the rumors seriously, and His Highness the King of Chu didn't even take the rumors seriously. In short, the fools believed it, and so did a number of them, and the fools' clowns turned out to be themselves. LV Wenchuan's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the duo who had already stepped into the auditorium. Shen Ian smiled and transmitted his voice to Lu Wenchuan to express his deep gratitude. After a short exchange between the two, the worship ceremony began. Soon, the tedious worship ended, and Shen Ian sent Yi Liyan into the cave. After the two completed the simple ceremony, Shen Ian was responsible for coming out to entertain the guests, and Yi Liyan needed to sit quietly and wait for him to come back at night. Shen Ian lamented that if it wasn't for his strength, he could have suffered a heat stroke just by basking in the sun on the horse this morning. Congratulations, Your Highness Chu. Brother-in. Congratulations. Sixth brother, congratulations. Thank you all for coming. At a table in the corner, the drunkard tasted a mouthful of wine and his eyes glistened. Good wine. Again, he said somewhat painfully, if I had known that this kid was a king, I wouldn't have invited him to drink so many times in the first place. The scholar laughed and greeted Nameless at the side. Brother Nameless, drink. Nameless picked up his glass of wine and silently drank it down. Three of you, I wonder if the old Taoist can sit with you? Lu Wenchuan sat down and asked with a smile. Ahem, be my guest. Choked the drunkard as he hastily put down his glass. The scholar smiled awkwardly, it was the first time he had seen the rumored immortal so close. Lu Wenchuan, on the other hand, looked at Nameless with interest. Nameless raised his eyes to meet Lu Wenchuan's. Teacher, why did you run here? Shen Ian walked over in tears and laughter. It's quiet here, so sit down here. Lu Wenchuan smiled faintly. Brother Bayan, no, I should call you His Highness the King of Chu. The drunkard got up. Forget it, it's better for Brother Bayan to hear you call comfortably, I didn't expect that it would be just the three of you in the end. Shen Ian lamented. The drunkard laughed, they're all busy people, I'm different, just to rub your nose in this drink. Me too. The scribe raised his hand. Nameless was unspoken. Lu Wenchuan looked at Shen Ian and asked knowingly, won't you introduce these three to old Dao? Shen Ian raised his eyebrows and laughed. Teacher, there is the only sword saint in the world as well as the only four sword immortals in this world's sword cultivators. Alcoholic wine sword immortal Li Wuyo. Scholar ink sword immortal Ink Dan. Nameless Dala sword immortal Nameless. The four great sword immortals have reached three of them. Most of the guests in the mansion are in the court, and almost all of them don't hear about the world, so no one recognizes the three of them. It just so happened that the three were present. Shen Ian took out three small mahogany swords from his sleeve to return the sword, and each small mahogany sword contained one of his sword intent. The three of them collected the small mahogany sword as if it were a treasure. After chatting for a while, Shen Ian went to entertain Shen Mukin and other people and other guests, so busy until the evening. The night is getting deeper and deeper, all the guests left one after another. Your Highness, the subordinates are almost done cleaning up, just go about your business. Mendu walked over and said. Shen Ian's old face reddened and he coughed dryly. This king will rest first, there is no hurry. A moment later, Jinxiu and Jinlian, who were guarding the outside of the wedding room, saluted in unison, Your Highness. Well, you guys go ahead and go down. Yes, Your Highness. Jinxiu and Jinlian left with slightly reddened little faces. In the wedding room, Yi Liyan clenched her small fists nervously as she listened to the conversations and the sound of the door opening. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and the red cover had been picked off by Shen Ian with the jade rui, and his four eyes were facing each other. Li Yan. Shen Ian softly called out, compared to the usual Yi Liyan, now a red dress full of makeup, Ju lips delicate, pale blue eyes clear reflection of his figure, a different flavor. Your Highness, under. Yi Liyan realized that she had called the wrong name and hurriedly said in a shy voice, Husband. Husband. Hearing this dainty husband, Shen Ian only felt that all the efforts were worthwhile. The two of them drank the acacia wine, and Yi Liyan began to carefully remove the gold hairpin and decorations on her head until her dark hair was completely draped. Husband. Husband, Li Yan serves you to rest. Layers of robes were removed, Yi Liyan was barefoot on the ground, and according to what the old sister had taught her, she clumsily pushed Shen Ian gently down onto the bed and couch. Shen Ian didn't come back to his senses from that stunning ketone body for a while, huh? So fast? Not right, ah. Shouldn't this kind of thing be initiated by him? Not waiting for him to open his mouth, Yi Liyan has already removed the last belly clothes, lips close, Shen Ian only feel hot, hands uncontrollable, brain confusion, but did not forget the important things, loosen a hand to take out the two medulla fruits. Husband, Li Yan has been waiting for this moment for a long time. So am I. That night, Shenyayan had a dream. He stepped on the mountains and rivers, crossed the river, tasted the beautiful flowers and reds, traveling in the mountains to play with the water floating into the clouds, as if the 9 heavenly immortals. Chapter 84, Entering the Palace. This night, often living in the Jingui Gongfu, suddenly changed the new environment of Yi Liyan. Do not adapt to the environment, cannot sleep, tossing and turning. Tossing Shenyan are a little tired, and ultimately is too tired, the two of them to sleep deeply. The day just dawned. Shenyan had already woken up, according to the rules, today to go to the palace to greet the old master and the empress. Turning his head, Yi Liyan faced remnants of a few points of spring good behavior sideways lying in the crook of his arm, seems to have not yet woken up. Shen-Ian smiled evilly and gently slid his fingers over an inch of delicate skin, causing the beauty's body to tremble slightly. Identification complete, someone is awake and pretending to be asleep. Thinking of last night's tossing and turning and not being able to sleep, Yi Liyan had been forcibly holding back her shyness and pretending to be asleep, and was so gently flirted with that instantly broke down. In a matter of moments, Shen-Ian only felt as if he was holding a constantly heating warm baby. Softly asked, "Wake up." Yi Liyan know that pretend to sleep failed, shyly answered a want to sit up, only to feel a burst of pain. Small hand unconsciously pressed Shen-Ian's chest. "Liyan, it's still early, let me help you heal your wounds a bit." Shen-Ian saw this and grabbed the small hand and said in a serious manner, "There's a place for grievances, and there's a place for debts. After all, it is his own accidentally hurt people, but also bleeding. The evidence are here, as the 3 good gentlemen in Deqian, he naturally have to be responsible for the end." Yi Liyan's pretty face was red through and through, her little head was dizzy, and she agreed dumbly in the middle of a certain old 6 serious words. The healing process went smoothly, everything was safe and sound. Shen-Ian held Yi Liyan and pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Your Highness, Your Highness." Jinxiu and Jinlian went forward and bowed respectfully. The two of them are maidservants of the dowry, and they will be part of the Chu royal residence from now on. Shen-Ian nodded his head and opened his mouth to call the door to briefly explain some trivial matters, after which he and Yi Liyan separated to bathe and change clothes, ready to enter the palace. Phew! In the bathtub, Shen-Ian raised his finger to gather a 3-foot-long sword with water droplets. The effect of the amphibious marrow fruit in conjunction with the dual cultivation technique did not disappoint him. Yi Liyan had managed to break through from the transformation Shen realm to the middle stage of the self-realization realm in one night in succession, and might have broken through to the half-step heavenly martial realm in one breath. Raising the realm too quickly would cause Yi Liyan's foundation to become unstable, so he suppressed it. When the foundation is solid one day, it will naturally break through. Besides, he himself, attempting to enter the divine journey realm, the breakthrough process produced a not-so-small vision, but fortunately, he had already set up an isolation array. Did it work? He could only say that it was semi-successful. This godly journey realm of his own was not complete, the increase in strength was real, and allowing him to chop the barbarian lord once more did not require him to borrow a sword at all. Last night had been rather strenuous, so he hadn't given much thought to the reason. In the morning, the cause dawned on him. Physical body, realm, and state of mind, of the 3 he was the only one whose state of mind was inferior. The incompleteness of his mind realm caused his divine traveling realm to not be complete. It's true that the only one of the 3 that is mysterious is the state of mind, and it can't be forced. It is possible that one day he will be eating a meal and figure out which thing, and his mind will naturally be perfected. Sure enough, he was still too young. After bathing, the two of them simply finished their breakfast and took the carriage to set off for the palace. Today, no morning court, Yangxin Hall, the emperor sat on the seat of the fingers rhythmically knocking on the armrests, curtains hanging closed to state of the old god. Beside the phoenix robe plus body looks graceful and noble woman sitting. She is Morong Clan, the empress of the great Qian mother of the world, although she is nearly 39 years old, is the mother of 2 children, but did not let people in her face and skin to feel how many traces of age. However, in a few hours, Shen-Ian and Yi Liyan had already arrived, and with that, Emperor Wu opened his eyes and sat upright, his gaze shifting to the two of them. My son and his wife greet father and mother. Shen-Ian and Yi Liyan bowed down, kneeling on both knees in a respectful voice. Zhao Hai brought a tray with a red handkerchief to check the falling red. After no problem, 2 red eunuchs brought 2 cups of tea, the next link to toast tea to change the mouth. The tedious etiquette ended, and Morong still politely ordered some words out of courtesy. Shen-Ian responded with a flat gaze, making no ripples visible. When the two of them left the hall, Emperor Wu's big hand suddenly gripped Morong's veiled hand, startling the latter's eyes to look surprised. Your Majesty, do you regret it? The martial emperor asked with a somber face and a slightly sunken gaze. Back then, Morong didn't participate in Zhao's case, but she acquiesced to it as the head of the harem. He was angry, he was sad. After everything happened, he couldn't do anything because at that time he was an emperor who needed a woman to stabilize the situation, and he could only sadly spread his monstrous anger on the bodies of those who didn't matter. What's the use of concubines' regret? Morong smiled miserably. She knew full well that Her Majesty had spent 19 years raising an immensely powerful and evil dragon, one that could devour them all. The Zhao family has been abolished, and all they are doing now is a feudal struggle. Zhao's other two noble consorts are on edge. How they will end up, she does not know, but the family behind them, their fate is already visible. The Murray family may be next or last. Advise early? A fight to the death? That will only make the Morong family fall faster. The evil dragon is not scary. What is scary is the person who supports behind the evil dragon. He had long since ceased to be the emperor he had been back then, and the time had come for the several families to double what they had taken from him. In a few more years, the so-called powerful families are afraid that they will have already disintegrated and will not exist. Morong looked deeply at Emperor Wu. There is nothing to do today, stay and keep me company. Emperor Wu dominated and pulled Morong into his arms. Concubine. Without the need to answer, Emperor Wu had already picked up Morong's body and walked towards the back of the Hall of Nourishing Heart with great strides. Zhao Hai silently dispersed a group of eunuchs and palace maidens to do the clearing work. On the other hand, Shen Ian led Yi Liyin to Jinan Palace, Zhao's former bedchamber, where he also lived when he was grounded. After he left the palace, the place became cold and desolate again. Only the specialized little eunuchs and palace maids came to clean once a day regularly. A tall ginkgo tree stands in the courtyard, not yet to the fall. The eye is full of green branches and leaves, although not as eye-catching as the autumn gold, but let a person have a special touch. Shen Ian stood in front of the tree and his thoughts gradually flew away. The small hand quietly loosened the big hand. Yi Liyan kneeled on the ground with a serious face and respectfully said, "Please rest assured, Mother Consort Xiao, Liyan will." A large hand reached out to interrupt her. "Liyan, what are you doing?" Shen Ian asked as he picked up Yi Liyan crying and laughing. "Husband, I." Shen Ian sighed and laughed. "This is a relatively large ginkgo tree. Mother Consort's garden bedchamber is not here." Yi Liyan learned that she had made a big mess and wanted to explain, but she was so nervous that she stuttered her words. "Your thoughts, Mother Consort will definitely know. Such a beautiful and understanding daughter-in-law. She will definitely love it." Shen Ian reached out and wrapped his hand around Yi Liyan, rubbing the other party's forehead affectionately. "Come on, I'll show you around the place." "Yes, husband," nodded Yi Liyan obediently.